so start to fall, but we stick like glue. Let's set this tone of light into the night. Let's go and show the world, just you and I. It's undeniable. Feel it pulsing through our bodies like electric shock. It's undeniable. Like thunder, like lightning, like electric shock. Like thunder, like lightning, like thunder, like lightning. One of these days, hey, you and I will light a spark. One of these days, we'll set fire to the dark. And we're singing, ooh la la, yeah. Restart the groove, ooh la la, yeah. Let me see you move. and I, we're in paradise. We're in paradise.
Give a little time tonight. Yes, let's celebrate. Bring all the love we've got. So let them haters hate. Don't let them other people bring you down. Baby girl, you're golden. Baby girl, you're golden. Just keep on running. Take it high, high, high. Just keep on running, baby. Run for your life. Just keep on running. Take it high, high, high. Just
16 rhythms on a Malibu sky. Take it up to a level where it satisfies. Alright, well, alright. It just don't matter what the people say. There's enough real love for us anyway. Alright. 16 rhythms on a Malibu sky. Take it up to a level where it satisfies. Alright, well, alright.
we gotta knock off, cause you mixing with me is like keys in a sock drawer. I'm on target like 30 from half court. Your 15 minutes of fame for more than a half short.
Going off stage with down, eating that end life, coming back on, but that's a side sig on the opponent, but it does not matter.
Hideaway! Are you kidding me? Hideaway!
Flex what I got till I break the mold. Weight on my shoulders, don't ever fold. We can't break even, no, I bet it all on me.
Still in the orange. There's the GC side sig. It's instantly punished from Hughes, and he is your two-time Brawlhalla 1v1 World Champion.
Welcome to the Spring Royale. We've gotten our 6 top players across the world, North America, EU, and South America, and we're doing it here in Atlanta, Georgia. And look at these wonderful animals from the Atlanta Zoo. The players got to see them yesterday. Sparky, you were with them. What was your favorite animal?
The giraffes. The giraffes were great. I love a giraffe. We're in the giraffe room here for the Spring Royale, so it's super fitting. The gorillas were also great. Also flamingos. Flamingos and giraffes are some of my favorite animals like in the entire world. So like we got to see both of those yesterday at the zoo. I had a great time. I think the players had a good time too. We're gonna get to see some clips from those interviews a little bit later.
I'm excited.
It's gonna be great. We have a lot planned for you this weekend. We have a lot of games coming in for you. We're gonna be getting into those very, very shortly. So don't worry. We're not gonna sit here and chit-chat too long before we actually get into the real gameplay of the Brawlhalla Spring Royale. Duke, explain the format of the Brawlhalla Spring Royale for the folks at home who might not be familiar with the Royale tournament format.
Right. It is going to be our first time doing it in this kind of newish format, because even this year we had Max Mode to kick off the year, which was a very open format. This time we're going back to the round robin, but it's with our 6 players instead of our previous 9 players, I think, right? Is that 3 times 3 is 9? So it's going to be a round robin phase. Everybody plays against everybody, and depending on how that matches up, who has the most wins, who has the least losses, who has the most game wins, then we'll get our order for the double elimination side of things. And then usually what happens is we go into the elimination side of things, and we got to see somebody make that lower bracket run to get into our top, I think, 4 of our full double elimination thing. So we kind of get to see who's going to be making that lower bracket run, which is always a really fun experience because somebody will do that lower run. But I'm wrong because we only have 6 players, so we probably don't need to do that.
Yeah, we don't have that.
Yeah.
There is no redemption.
Yeah.
Like there sometimes there are second chances in life, and other times they're not second chances in life. Like you got to get it right in the round robin. That makes all of the games in round robin. Although each individual game does not mean as much as it might in a single elimination or the regular format we run through a double elimination tournament. Each game is still very important because you can't just like bust her out in the round robin and then turn that switch on and then go through the redemption bracket. So everyone that will be moving out of round robin, it's going to be your top 4, will be moving out of round robin into a double elimination tournament. Everybody is going in that top 4 is going to be starting on the winner's side of the bracket.
That makes a lot of sense because the redemption bracket would be like 2 matches.
Yeah.
So not much value in that. But I will always go back to what I believe, I want to say it was like Luna who first I heard mention this, which is that something that's really important in the round robin phase is that momentum. Starting off really, really strong. A lot of times we look at it and you can kind of cope and you'd be like, okay, well, they might have lost game 1. They might have lost the first 2 sets of the day. And then maybe they'll make it back in the second half. And we've definitely seen people do that. But also, it's really, really valuable to start off strong because you can carry that momentum into your next couple sets. And so you'll see a lot of times is somebody who starts off really strong ends up having a pretty good record across the round robin phase.
Yeah, having that momentum on your side is really important because like you're not at home in your room in like a really comfortable environment where like after a bad loss you can kind of step back, you can get up from your chair and like discombobulate everything. You can go over, lay down on your bed, lay down on the couch, figure out what you're going to do for your next match. Like you're in essentially we're in this one room all day, and it's basically it's you and me. It's the handful of production people, and then it's essentially all of your enemies, all of your biggest ops for the day are in the room with you. There's no safe space in here. You can't find a nice spot to sit in and rest. Like because you're gonna be looking at WESS, or you're gonna be looking at Sandstorm, or you're gonna be looking at Godly. Everybody who's looking to take you out. All your ops are here, and we're all in the same room.
Yeah. And kind of to your point, this is definitely going to be more skeletonized for the people who've been watching a lot of our previous events. I mean, we have about as much production crew as we have competitors.
Yes.
We have a third of the casting crew.
Yeah.
Like, it's gonna be definitely a day for everybody, but it's gonna be a fun one because again, it's the Spring Royale. This is of course like right before CEO, so we kind of get a good taste of who's gonna be coming in strong to CEO. Which we got to remind everyone, surprise, you can still sign up for the Brawlhalla portion of CEO. We struck a deal with good old Jabali.
This is crazy. If I was in charge, I would not have this mercy on y'all.
I know. This is like pro player privilege.
The Jabali and Toast came together and worked out a deal. So Brawlhalla players, I swear, guys, if I see one person complaining that they didn't register for CEO and they missed the deadline, I'm gonna flip this desk, and then Toast is gonna get really mad at me.
Yeah, because we'll probably have to pay for that desk.
Yeah.
But yeah, again, for those of you at home, if this even applies to you, shame on you. But you know what? This is, of course, that one last chance to sign up for CEO. You have about a week left. It's still open.
The event is next week, guys. It's literally next week.
Maybe you're in Florida or nearby. Maybe you're in Atlanta, Georgia, and you want to make the drive over. You have a final opportunity to sign up for CEO. Or maybe you're already going, but you were planning to just be a spectator. Now you get to flip the switch and be a competitor.
Now, keep in mind, we've been using Challenger mode for a lot of events lately, but this is going to be our last Start GG event, so make sure you go to start.gg/CEO to register for that event. That's happening next week in beautiful, sunny Orlando, Florida. It's going to be our mid-season championship. It is going to be the second biggest tournament of the year, only second place to the big one, the World Championship, coming in November, the Brawlhalla World Championship.
Going to be a good one. Very excited as the year has progressed. It's been really interesting. We've got kind of some familiar storylines that have kind of progressed from last year, but obviously we got to talk about like kind of the new stuff that's been happening in the year. Specifically, of course, we got to talk about a little bit about Piery, who's here. And for those of you at home, you're like, who? That was AMGG on the Spring Championship bracket, but that was just a naming issue, and he's Piery. For those of you at home, he's Piery, and he's kind of like definitely the new kid on the block here. He's the one who's coming in here. I was doing research before this because I'm a good boy, and sick. My computer decided to go to sleep right there. And he hadn't top 8'd.
Yeah.
Until Spring Championship, where he
hasn't top 16.
I know. It's
I don't know if he's ever been on the mainstream in 1v1s. 2v2s is a little bit different, but we're talking about 1v1s, of course, for the Spring Royale weekend. But like, I don't know if we have literal video footage of him on the mainstream or the side stream. And if we do, it's only been because he is the person in the way of like the top player who everybody knows at home, and their run through the bracket. So he's never been like the focal point of any piece of broadcast footage in Brawlhalla history until the Spring Championship.
Yeah, it's kind of insane to think about, because like I was doing head-to-heads to see like, okay, how much have people played against each other? Nobody has any history against Piery. He has not really been able to make it out, or has not been able to reach the point where he is competing against other people. So it's just kind of wild. And even then, like, the only person who he has any experience with, I found my sheet. Apparently, I have 2 Google windows open. Ooh. Crazy. Godly, right? They're both EU, and you look at the head-to-head, and it's like, okay, Godly has a 3-1 lead over Piery, and it's like, okay, that kind of makes sense. It's EU. This is kind of what we would expect. And then you look at the last time they competed, and that was Summer Championship 2023.
Yeah, there's very, very, very little about this player, which means we're gonna like more than double our knowledge of him after this weekend. I can't wait for that to happen. But before that, the first set we're actually starting off with today, like, obviously all of them are going to be really good. But for a lot of the people out there, this one could potentially be their favorite of the weekend. Definitely on paper, this is probably like a top 3 match of the weekend for the people out there. We're starting off with MARCKIEMOO versus Sandstorm. The storyline here is past versus present, although Sandstorm has done such a good job of sticking around and maintaining relevancy here through everything that has changed in Brawlhalla over his 7 years of competition. That is a long time. We're in Brawlhalla Esports year 10. He's been here for 7 of them. He's been a top player relevant for 7 of them. So like he's also the present as well, because he made it here. He had to like do really well to get here. It's the GOAT petting the GOAT. We got the GOAT petting the GOAT. Ladies and gentlemen, you're watching Sandstorm versus Vimtankilo right here, I believe, from
probably Max Mode?
From Max Mode.
Yeah.
Now we're seeing the Sandstorm versus MARCKIEMOO set. When MARCKIEMOO swapped over to that Nyx, which was an interesting choice that a handful of people have tried to deal with Chakram.
Yeah, but of course we can point out that Chakram isn't really going to be a big player in today's event, just because I think a lot of people have swapped off after the balance changes. But also, you talked about how Sandstorm's the GOAT. You talked about how he's been relevant for so stinking long. And we know the GOAT stands for the greatest of all time, and that is very true of Sandstorm because he has been the top player in North America for so stinking long. Of course, you're going to call him the GOAT.
Yeah, so one of the interesting things is like, what are the Chakram players going to do this weekend? Because we have a handful of them. It's like half the cast, maybe more qualified on Piery. So yeah, like we have Sandstorm here. He qualified on the Piery, but we know a little bit more of his legend suite that he likes to go through. He's definitely a Scythe player. He's a Gauntlet player. He might be bringing in the Tezca for this. I was asking him a little bit earlier. You're saying he's going to be playing Boots this weekend. For MARCKIEMOO, he's obviously a Gauntlet player. If you look at his core holo, look at his highest level legends, he's definitely a Gauntlet player. Even though like most people, when they see someone play Mordex, they're like, oh, that's a Scythe guy. And that's really because of Sandstorm's influence on the weapon and on the legend.
Well, you say that, but I was looking up again kind of the history of MARCKIEMOO, and if you look at his legends reported and played, it's been pretty Scythe heavy. It's the Mordex, it's the Mirage, and then you talked about in Spring Championship, busted out the Nyx, also busted out the Diana as kind of a counter pick to try to play against the Piery. Probably won't see it in this event, but for the most part, when it comes to competitive, MARCKIEMOO's been doing Mordex, and when that hasn't worked the couple of times, it'll generally be the Mirage as the alternate.
Yeah, he also played the Mirage previously in a set against Sandstorm when Sandstorm was playing Piery. I don't know if he wanted to like move away from the Gauntlets on that because he didn't feel confident enough in the Gauntlet into Chakram matchup, like trying to deal with that range. Something he was doing like quite a lot was like something into Spear Down Sig. He would either do like a D-Light into Spear Down Sig, or he'd do like a Side Light into Spear Down Sig, or he took a stock. I think he won a game. I can't remember if it was a game-winning stock take. When he did a weapon toss into a Down Sig, just kind of covering all directions all around himself on that one as well. So yeah, he does that, have that as an option as well. Man, I want to see the rise of Nyx, because there are like a handful of players who fit the archetype of person who would be playing Nyx in this tournament, and just generally in Brawlhalla Esports right now. Like we have Balloon Boy on the blasters. Like, just learn a little bit of Scythe there, brother, and I think you can have something. Well, so maybe we'll get to see that this tournament, but also maybe not.
I doubt it, specifically because I feel like a lot of the Nyxes that we've seen of recently, unless they are a hardcore Nyx main, it's been specifically to counter Chakrams. And again, I don't think Chakrams is going to be a major factor in this. But you did talk about, you know, the rise of Nyx. We got to talk about the rise of MARCKIEMOO, because he is kind of the newcomer of North America. If you're an old head, if you're somebody who like has been around for the past 10 years, you're probably not overly familiar with MARCKIEMOO, because his rise has only been this year. We got to talk to his dad, and I was like, can you fathom just how good your son is? And he's like, it's only been a year. Like we've only been doing this for a year, so it's still just kind of like amazing to see.
Yeah, so right now he's PR1. Some stats on him. He is currently second on the North American ladder. This is as of last night. Maybe things have changed. I doubt it. I haven't checked specifically today, but he was second on the North American ladder with a 6.125 win-loss ratio. Very, very impressive. We have some other players here who are a little bit higher than that. I'll let you guess which region they're in. It's a very easy guess. He got it. He spoiled it for you. But the 6.125 win-loss ratio with about 450 games, so a fair amount of games, that's definitely going to be the highest win-loss ratio of anybody in North America by far. So he's lapping everybody on the ranked ladder. He's lapping everybody in tournaments, which is why he's PR1 here. Like, you saw his name, like, he's the savior of NA. Where did that come from? It kind of came from last year. It's like Luna, took the step back from Brawlhalla 1v1s in North America, and it seemed like nobody was able to really fill that role. Those were very, very big shoes to fill. We've heard Luna is coming back. Maybe.
He was coaching on his stream recently.
He was coaching on the stream recently. Luna, I don't know if you're out there watching this right now.
You know what I want, Luna.
I'm waiting for it. I don't know what's going to happen. I'm waiting for it, but we're focused on MARCKIEMOO here. So, like, going into BCX, like, everybody was like, oh, dude. Everybody in North America was a doomer. For sure. Everyone was like, we don't got it anymore. Like, SA is the dominant region. EU has Godly to kind of hold up that mantle, at least for them. He's the very tall tent pole holding up the rest of the lower tent. No disrespect to anybody else in EU. But then MARCKIEMOO kind of came out of nowhere. Like, Stingray calls him the golden child. And he raised a lot of hopes in North America. Like, oh, we're still in this. We still have one. We still have someone that we can put all of our hope in to represent our region at the top level. And then he came into BCX, and he did so well. He got 3rd at BCX, and it wasn't behind Godly. That's 3rd place because we had an all-South American Grand Finals. So MARCKIEMOO came out. He also won the Autumn Royale last year. That was like a big stepping stone for him towards BCX. And so he really did. Like, the savior of North America is not just like a title that we pin on him. He absolutely earned that.
Yeah, like kind of the analogy that pops into my head as we talk about like kind of the power vacuum that happened with North America is like, and you're gonna hate this, is that like when a spider with a bunch of babies gets crushed, then all the babies scatter, and that was like all of the North American fans. They all scattered. Nobody knew where to go. You saw some people go to Raiders, some people went to Balloon Boy, some people still clung on to the Sandstorm, but it was really like nobody really had all of the attention and hope of North America the way that like some of the previous kind of tops of North America did. And then like even for a while there, like you said, like nobody really knew, because MARCKIEMOO, we saw him at CEO last year. That's when he first kind of showed up, and people were like, oh, okay, this could be cool. This is a cool new thing. Maybe we put some hope into that. But like you said, even going into BCX, people were still kind of like, I don't know. Is it still going to be? Maybe Sandstorm's going to be back. He's kind of still been on that cusp. He's still been NA #1 at that time. And then MARCKIEMOO showed him, 3rd place.
Yeah, I'm glad you pointed out CEO, because that was a moment where it was like everybody trying to figure out who their guy was going to be in North America. And it was like, yeah, we see this guy. He has a lot of potential. Will he be able to perform at the top level? And then he won the Royale, and it was like, okay, this is a little bit different. It's not a fully open tournament, and everybody knows that things change once you get to a fully open bracket. It's a totally different game. Obviously, here you're playing against current world champions. You're playing against former world champions. You're playing against the best people in their region. But things change when you have to go into that gigantic, however many player bracket and play across multiple days, across multiple game modes, instead of going into something like a Royale weekend where you can be like, I know who WESS plays. I can deal with the way WESS plays. I know how Sandstorm plays. I can look at VOD footage of Sandstorm. Whereas when you have this gigantic monster of a bracket, there are a lot more variables there, and that makes things so much more difficult. So we were really wondering how he was going to perform, and then he came out of BCX and got 3rd. Again, more renewed vigor in North America, and really made me excited again, and a lot of other people, to be a North American player. Yeah,
really exciting to be a fan of North America. And as much as I'm sure everyone at home loves hearing us chat, we've got some interviews. We talked about them earlier. Some players got to go to the zoo and talk about their feelings and things. I don't actually know who our first interview is. They just said,
I'm guessing it's MARCKIEMOO, but it could be Sandstorm.
Oh, it's Sandstorm.
It's going to be Sandstorm.
It's Sandstorm. Of course. We got to start with the GOAT. So let's see what the GOAT has to say.
I know how he plays, like how to beat him. The biggest issue is just like if he just like explodes like his advantage state. That's how like he like beats a lot of players, including me. Like if I just like guess wrong twice when he hits me, I can kind of just die.
In Sandstorm's favor, somehow MARCKIEMOO might be able to make the turnaround happen. Sandstorm has no options. He just gave it all off and went off stage. He threw game 1. MARCKIEMOO clutches it out.
And he's like really consistent at doing that. So like I just have to like slow it down against him. But like I kind of do know how he plays. It's just he's just tricky. He's just dash snapping across the place, and he's really accurate.
He said there.
Oh, there you go.
Okay. I love one thing he specifically said there, where he was like, if I guess wrong 2 times, I'm done. I'm getting knocked out.
That's everyone playing against Scythe.
That's the way we used to talk about Sandstorm.
Yeah.
Like we talk about past versus present, and we see like the two Mordex players, the two like titans of Mordex here, and it's not even just like MARCKIEMOO is Sandstorm Jr. You're having Sandstorm say the exact words about MARCKIEMOO that we used to say back in the day, and other pros used to say back in the day about Sandstorm. So he's not just like in Sandstorm's shadow. He's not little Sandstorm. He's MARCKIEMOO. He's earned his own spot here, and he's earned his name in the conversation, doing the exact same things at the exact same level that Sandstorm was doing them at.
Yeah, I mean, of course, the level of gameplay has leveled up as well, but he's still up there competing against some of the best of the best. Obviously, we've said that, but I had to look at the data, right? You got to look at what is the actual head-to-head between Sandstorm and MARCKIEMOO, because we talk about how much they compete against each other, and you're pulling it up as well. It's a 50% set win rate. They have gone 4-4. This is that opportunity to really change the narrative and say, okay, who is the true North American head? So it's going to be really interesting to see. Obviously, the last time they competed against each other was at Max Mode, where MARCKIEMOO outperformed Sandstorm, but still, they're pretty much neck and neck. Even like the game head-to-head, it's 16-18 or 18-16, MARCKIEMOO with the lead. So it is pretty close between the two of them.
Yeah, this is going to be a really interesting set, and again, I love that Sandstorm has been able to stick around so long and not just like be here, but like make his presence known and do things like qualify for the Spring Royale and still do very well in tournament against the players of today, because we get to see like MARCKIEMOO and a really, 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 really good Sandstorm. Not just like old man Sandstorm with knees that have been running up and down the court for 20 years, and so they're all like it's not LeBron versus Michael Jordan, current Michael Jordan, right? Like we're getting to see peak of both players against one another, and that's so fun to see. Like that's a narrative that most times we only get to dream about.
Yeah. I mean, who would win, Boruto or Naruto? We don't know, because Boruto's his kid and also has like crazy power scaling, but we kind of get to see right now, right?
Yep.
Boruto's like the new kid, and then we got Naruto, our old head, the guy that we know who saved the Leaf Village and the entire world from all sorts of craziness. And so it's just so cool that we got this head-to-head, and of course we're going to get to see it here at Max Mode. I'm not sure how much longer we're going to have to vamp, because they're behind us. I can't see them. But I will say Sandstorm's picks have been a little different. It used to be about the whole like Mordex v Mordex. We talked about how we play Piery coming in to get to this event. But then, of course, he was one of the most vocal, like, don't play Piery players.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say, is he openly tweeted about how, like, Chakrams are quote-unquote, like, unusable in current meta. I asked him a little bit earlier. He said he was going to be playing Boots today.
Okay.
He didn't specifically land on anyone. He said probably the Tesca, but there's potential for other things. I don't really know who else he would be playing. Would he be pulling out a potential Vivi? That would be awesome. I'd be really happy for that. Also, yeah, I doubt
it wouldn't be a Thea either.
I wouldn't see,
at
like,
most it'd be Raptor.
I wouldn't see a Raptor, but there's a potential for it, certainly. But at least there's a little bit of a question mark in his mind. So he's not just dead set on, I am going to be playing Tesca today.
It's interesting. Obviously, we have a lot of data about Sandstorm, and he's gone to many of these events, and almost every single time he has kind of a different mentality. Because I've talked to him at a bunch of these, and sometimes he'll be like, you know what, I'm sticking with the Mirage. The whole way through, I'm going to play the Mirage, not going to change no matter what, I'm just going to change my gameplay. And then sometimes he'll go to an event and he'll be like, you know what, if this character doesn't work, I'm going to swap immediately. Like, he loses one game, and he's like, okay, that's not the character. So I'm really curious today if it's going to be like maybe a blend of the two, like he'll stay with Boots specifically, or if it'll just be like, I'm going to change no matter what happens, just if I lose, I'm going to swap. I'm really curious where his mental's at right now.
Yeah, we'll be getting into this game very shortly for our first set of the round-robin phase of the Spring Royale. We're starting off with a big one. It's MARCKIEMOO versus Sandstorm. You can see Sandstorm on the screen right now, and we're getting into this one right away. We're starting here on Demon Island for Game 1 of our first set of round-robin.
Really good map for the, just a button
Actually,
check.
a horrible map, I think.
Yeah,
Definitely
might be
one of the worst maps
I've ever seen.
Yeah, it's probably a bad idea
that was
here.
Kind of a yikers map.
Not sure if this was a button check or a accidental map pick on this one. We're seeing him remove the earbuds, say a couple things.
Probably talking to a TO. Also, wild that he doesn't have gameplay. He just has his own earbuds. He's not listening to anything in the game, which, like, a lot of people are like, it's not that important, but I can tell you from personal experience, when you hear like a stuffed move, that is so valuable. That is so much usable information that you wouldn't have without it. But you know what? He's a better player than me. He's smarter than me. He knows what's up.
Yeah, there's definitely that subset of players. It's like we see it all across the board. We see like just game headphones. We see like earbuds with game headphones over the top, and then we see like MARCKIEMOO just earbuds. Okay, we are going into Demon Island. Wanted to make sure everything felt good. This is looking like a potential button check with the way people are moving around, but maybe not. All those like back and forth, straight up vertical movements. I think we're getting into this one here.
Yeah, spectator client obviously not the same as the one that they're playing on, but definitely seeing some kind of starting growing pains from this. Obviously, this is their first set of the day. I don't know how much practice they got prior to this, but right now, MARCKIEMOO might get the first stock, and yeah, taps that one in with a downlight ground pound.
Going in, he made sure to go like past his opponent and then did the D-light back towards the stage, making sure he could grab that ground pound for sure. MARCKIEMOO going to try and maintain stage control. He didn't have weapon control for very long. Sandstorm was able to come back in, grab the gauntlets. He's been kind of stuck over on the wall.
Ooh, good spot dodge there, reading the downlight immediately. Sandstorm was reading the jump, but MARCKIEMOO stays low, hits him with the neutral light. MARCKIEMOO just getting more and more damage onto Sandstorm.
If he can find those reactions on the signature kit, that's going to take like a very valuable tool out of the Tesca player's toolkit.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the big things for Tesca is he has a great signature kit. You'll see the side sig a lot of times. You'll see neutral sig as well. It's interesting, Sandstorm keeps trying to read MARCKIEMOO going vertical. That time he went for that up toss.
Okay, just a straight up side light. Going back on stage. Then the turnaround, the down air, another down air. This one sending under the stage.
Easy.
And another down air. That's going to be the stock. And this is a massive 2-stock lead here already in game one.
Really well done by MARCKIEMOO on that edge guard. Just played it really smart and safe, touched onto the stage, and then would come down, hit that down air, go back to the stage. Sandstorm struggling to get a single stock off of MARCKIEMOO. The neutral light is not going to do it.
This is also the scary part of the round robin phase, is because we have so few players. Oh, he's keeping it going. Nice little 4-hit there. Sandstorm does get the side air to get the KO, but like you kind of have to go. You don't have very much time to get warmed up. You can't just have an easy set early on and then like coast through the rest of the bracket until you get to around the winner's quarters or anything like that. Like you're already going up against very, very, very tough players.
Yeah, if your normal tournament is a marathon, this one is a sprint, and MARCKIEMOO clearly starting off the blocks a little bit better than Sandstorm. And Sandstorm is struggling right now. More than a full stock behind, MARCKIEMOO not able to hit that recovery.
See if Sandstorm can find his way back in this gauntlet mirror right now. It's not working. The 2 recovery juggle coming out from MARCKIEMOO. He's gonna like more or less easily take game one.
Yeah, MARCKIEMOO pretty unfazed. He's like, yep, that was just a standard day of playing some Mordex. I'm really curious what Sandstorm's adjustment's going to be, because once again, like one of the things I saw was he kept expecting MARCKIEMOO to go high, and MARCKIEMOO just would not bite.
3, 2,
all right, same picks, different map this time. It's going to be Small World's End. I don't think the map played that big of a factor. Like, I don't think that there were anyone like living way longer on Demon Island, but we'll see how this works out.
If Sandstorm wants to go for those vertical options again, catching MARCKIEMOO in the air. Okay, back-to-back neutral airs, or neutral lights, excuse me, into the side air, over now onto the edge. Being very careful. He was jumping around before actually committing with a gauntlet move. Now swapping back over to the boots.
It's interesting how Sandstorm played that edge guard. Like, he definitely hard focused on the wall and just kind of forced MARCKIEMOO to stay to the outside, because Sandstorm was constantly attacking towards the wall.
So one of the things Sandstorm talked about in the interview that we watched right before this was like the idea of slowing things down against MARCKIEMOO because of his explosive potential. We haven't really seen him be able to do that, and it's really tough to do on a map like this, unless you're just playing against someone who doesn't edge guard. Okay, can he get the first stock here? Setting up for the edge guard. GC in light. MARCKIEMOO stayed deep enough in the push-off column to not get caught by that.
And that was double exclamation points on MARCKIEMOO as well. Sandstorm really struggling to finish off this stock. Side air, not going to do it. Going left to right, lots of distance to cover. Recovery, not going to connect. Man, Sandstorm's just slightly off the mark right now.
Okay, there he gets the recovery KO off the top. I think if we were on Demon Island, that wouldn't actually have been a KO for him. So maybe he can't slow it down on this map, but he can find some KOs a little bit earlier, and then MARCKIEMOO's just instantly going to answer back with the unarmed side heavy.
Yeah, unfortunate for Sandstorm there. Wasn't able to get any extra credit, and now MARCKIEMOO's got that weapon advantage.
Ooh.
Reads that dash in, catches him with a neutral light, but the dodge was still up. On the edge, Sandstorm staying low.
Oh my gosh. Okay, the vertical neutral airs were saving Sandstorm from getting knocked out there. The weapon toss into nothing. He wanted to be very careful, hoping he could bait out a dodge in time and then punish, but there's a two-piece. He almost gets caught on the dodge through that recovery.
That was dangerous there for Sandstorm.
Nice.
Reads the dodge, gets him with the down sig. That time the up toss is going to connect, hits a down air afterwards. Sandstorm's starting to figure out how MARCKIEMOO wants to move, but he's still taking the brunt of the damage.
We're starting to see some of the Tesca flowchart coming in. We're seeing a lot of unanswered hits coming out from Sandstorm. We're seeing the signature kit. Oh, MARCKIEMOO was just far enough out of range of that, and he got the counter punish.
Nice.
The slide down heavy, and he gets in trouble.
Once again, Sandstorm just going early there. Goes for a gravity cancel, neutral light doesn't hit, gravity cancel down heavy, not gonna hit, and MARCKIEMOO, he's gonna play it smart and safe and put this away. He's going for the bread and butters, where Sandstorm's kind of going for some kind of wild options.
Yeah, a little. It's crazy that we've seen two side heavies or down heavies off stage. Like two break dances in one game is not something we regularly see on the unarmed kit. Starting this off, fantastic read with the down air, turning it around.
Unfortunate that MARCKIEMOO was able to dash out in time. Sandstorm wanted to extend it with that neutral light. Now MARCKIEMOO from below hitting those recoveries. Sandstorm not going to get the dodge read that he wanted.
He's not going to edge guard. He's worried.
Oh, little delayed reaction there. And there, okay.
Dude, they're just both like stacked on top of each other so much. You're seeing the neutral airs come out from both of them. Oh, just barely getting away from that ground pound. That could have been a guaranteed edge guard there. Almost, not enough off the top.
Sandstorm dodges. Nair needs more damage. MARCKIEMOO reads the dodge, and that time he's going to get the recovery. Sandstorm currently down 0-2 to MARCKIEMOO.
We saw a little bit of a physical reaction coming out from Sandstorm after losing that one. He even got up out of his chair. But then, like, we see the classic MARCKIEMOO here. He's really not a very expressive person, except if you look in the pictures that we took at the zoo yesterday of him in the photo booth where he looked like he was a hostage.
Not the expression I would have expected.
I promise, he did that voluntarily. I promise. But here, of course, in the game, he's cool as a cucumber. He's very stoic. You don't see a lot of emotion coming out of him.
Well, we're going back to Small World's End for game number 3. We'll see if Sandstorm can make those adjustments and clean this one up. Weapon toss helps him out there. Down light goes for the down air this time. Recovery, just getting extra damage.
This is huge. He's at 100 plus damage now. He's getting close to 150, and it's a KO there. First KO this game going towards Sandstorm.
Yeah, really just took away all the options there. Played it pretty smart, went back to the stage, and then would come out, hit him with that side light. Okay, dodges up through the ground pound.
He also made sure to touch the wall before that and not like dodge towards the wall and then lose his iframes with touching the wall. All right, we're seeing Sandstorm moving different now. Like his dashes are fantastic. He's snapping all over the place when he gets caught with the D-Sig and thrown over into the left blast zone.
Yeah, you saw him trying to swing on his way down, went for that down air, ended up getting caught on the landing. MARCKIEMOO keeping this one close. Side light again, just reading MARCKIEMOO. That's twice now where he's gone for that gravity cancel down light on wake up.
Oh, Sandstorm just completely disengages from that. Looking at the range of Nair and down air is so scary to deal with when you're a boost player.
All right, Nair recovery. Knew the dodge was down. No dodge, so Sandstorm just gonna wait.
These grounded approaches for MARCKIEMOO haven't been working. The last two hits we saw were a down air and then that side air. He got caught so many times in between that. This is big.
It's still wild to me, Sandstorm going for down air instead of side air off of that down light. Really surprising because I feel like the side air might have KO'd there, but you know what? It's gonna work out. MARCKIEMOO trying to deny the extra credit, but Sandstorm doing a really good job getting this damage in. Good movement, gets underneath that. Oh.
Man, he's just not able to use the signature kit.
Oh.
Dude, he almost got the fade on that side air to get behind MARCKIEMOO enough, or really to get stacked on top of him enough to pick up the side air. Dude, MARCKIEMOO's trying to chase him high. Now he goes low. Low enough to pick up the recovery, get the KO off the top.
MARCKIEMOO's still in a good position, could take this one away. Like Sandstorm said, that burst out that MARCKIEMOO can do. All right, neutralite into the side air.
Oh, this is so scary.
His dodge is down. Oh! Tried to turn it around, but the Nair, not going to be a KO tool. Would have just gotten for damage. MARCKIEMOO able to dodge past. Sandstorm, how's he going to do the edge guard? Oh, doesn't punish the recovery.
A 3-0 would be such a massive way to start this round robin. The block on that, the turn around the grab pound. The weapon toss goes up, but he still grabs it. Oh my gosh, I thought we were going to see it there.
Doesn't hit the recovery, just miss inputs there. MARCKIEMOO with the down heavy is going to 3-0 Sandstorm.
No way, man. In past versus present, at least here in set 1 of the round robin of Spring Royale. It's present, baby. New is always better. That's what they say.
We love the new. We love the fancy, you know? We have the attention span of children.
Like look at MARCKIEMOO right now. He even in like one of the clips. No, it's in the trailer for BCX that plays. Like you see MARCKIEMOO in there, and you see a celebration going on, but it's his teammate Future Bubble, the one that's doing the celebration because of how calm MARCKIEMOO is in these really tense situations, even after the clutch. Man, this was such a great start to that game, and MARCKIEMOO was able to just liquidate it.
It's just his ability to just stay calm and take it away.
The range on that D-Sig was wild. I think our mics are probably picking up what's going on in the background, but there is a lot of conversation going on. I know I hear Sandstorm talking, but yeah, there's a lot of conversation going on after that game, and that's a great conversation starter for the weekend of the Spring Royale, dude. A 3-0. You talked about how important that momentum is in round robin, and that's probably one of the biggest ways. I think the only other biggest way to build confidence on your side would be like beating Hughes because he's the reigning world champion.
Yeah. A win over Sandstorm, massive. Can't take that away. But a 3-0 over Sandstorm to start off the round robin is so much more valuable because like we said, in this round robin phase, game count does come into play. We've seen it happen more than a handful of times where like the difference between one person making it further or ending their run has been just like a game count.
So one of the things that we saw is Sandstorm is playing Boots, he's playing Tesca. What are the like most important things that we want to look for when we see a successful Tesca player? It's a lot of signature usage. Like if we look at WESS's Tesca, we see a lot of signature usage being baked into just the general gameplay. Wasn't really able to do that. He hit definitely he missed the majority of his signatures. I think he hit like maybe one.
I know he hit a Boots down sig on a read. And that's
I think that was it. He also wasn't able to use them very often because when he did use them and he missed them, he ended up getting punished afterwards. So that's an important part. That's an important pillar of the Tesca pyramid that crumbles. Then the other side is like, okay, you have Boots, so you want those extended strings. You want to be able to chase after your opponent, pressure off stage, things like that. He was able to do that maybe a couple times, but it wasn't something that he could rely on as part of his regular gameplay. So that's another pillar of the foundation that's cracking here for Sandstorm's Tesca. And that's why it was a 3-0.
I think one of the biggest things that I saw Sandstorm struggling with was following MARCKIEMOO's movement.
Yeah.
And that's a very like kind of general term, but we talked about it like in game 1, there was a lot of like MARCKIEMOO staying low when Sandstorm wants him to go high. And then even in that final game, Sandstorm wanted him to go to the right, but MARCKIEMOO went left. He was really struggling to really just like keep a beat on how MARCKIEMOO was going to move around him. And that's just like definitely going to be a struggle for him because that's what you need when you're trying to like burn out those dodges.
Yeah, it was so often he was like 180 degrees like out of phase. It's like he wants a grounded MARCKIEMOO, he's in the air. He wants an aerial MARCKIEMOO, he's on the ground. He wants him to go right, he went left. He wants him to go left, he goes right. So it seems like he's just a little bit out of phase, and every time MARCKIEMOO's ready for it.
Yeah, great reactions on the young guy. Doesn't have those old man knees just yet, but of course that is going to be MARCKIEMOO continuing on. Sandstorm's not done. Again, it's the round robin phase. But up next we've got AMGG, aka Piery, and who is he going up against?
He's going up against Hughes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, man, this is going to be really tough. We literally just talked about what's like the biggest way to get confidence and momentum on your side is like to beat the reigning champion. And that's not going to be easy for anyone. I think it's going to be extra difficult for Piery here. In difficulty lies opportunity. There's a lot of difficulty here, but there's also a lot of opportunity here for someone like Piery. Who is Piery going to play today? We don't even know, even though we deliberately asked him who he was going to play today, and he didn't even really know. Even Sandstorm made a joke about it. It's like we've asked him like 5 different times today, and he's given 5 different answers on it. But let's look a little bit at Piery here. Like who is Piery? And how can we learn more about it? So Piery is PR 14 in his region. So He's a David among Goliaths here.
Yeah.
He's ranked 41 on the EU ladder with a 2.327 win-loss ratio. He has like over 400 games, but like that's not a lot of games played compared to like some of the other players here, but still a decent amount.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it a little bit earlier, but Piery, aka AMGG, is kind of the odd man out here. He's the only one who has 2 top 32s to his name. He's kind of the only one who hadn't top 8'd before this event. He's really this enigma of a player. And what sucks for him is a lot of people are going to look at all of this information about like how he doesn't have a lot of history behind him, and they're going to be like, oh yeah, that's because he's carried by Piery. But
Yeah.
I don't think that's the case, because in 2s he wasn't playing that for Spring Championship, and he still did really well.
Yeah, exactly. Like we know Piery from 2s alongside Kimono. I even looked at my messages in the past with Polymonto, like definitely thinking Polymonto has said something about Piery, and the only real talk that Polymonto has had was really more about Kimono.
Okay.
As a 2s player, and like Kimono needing to find a good 2s player, and then Kimono was going to pop off. He found that great 2s player in Piery. But aside from the Piery, like what can we possibly expect from Piery today? It's probably going to be the gauntlets, but also maybe not. His 4 highest leveled legends are Rayman, Mordex, Teska, and Wu Shang. You see the through line there of being all gauntlets. So he could be coming in with gauntlets, could be coming in with Rayman. That's who we see him play a lot in 2s. He could be coming in with a Teska. I saw him playing alongside his Guardian earlier of Yito. He was playing like mostly Mordex, at least in the games that I saw. He was playing mostly Mordex in those games. But again, we asked him who he's going to play. He doesn't really know.
On the other side, I think Use, even though he's got a large character pool, might be pretty clear-cut. It seems like it's going to be the Fate for the most part. I think a lot of people are confident in the Fate. I mean, I talked to Godly earlier. I was like, hey, who are you going to play? He's like, probably the Fate. So I think a lot of people are liking the Fate right now. There isn't much reason for him to change off, especially because he's not feeling the Jaehyun Greatsword as much. Of course, he's our world champion. He's going to do well if he does decide to go with the Jaehyun, but I think for the most part he's been pretty clear-cut, gonna just be on that Fate.
Yeah, we see a nice variation in range coming out from Use, because let's think about his first BCX that he won. He was playing Jaehyun. Specifically, he was playing more Greatsword than Sword at the time. Then the second BCX, he kind of changed things up a little bit. He was still playing Jaehyun, but he played a lot more Sword-focused gameplay and like spot dodging, catching landings, coming in with a D-Light and then a recovery or a side air or a down air or whatever he wanted to do off of that. So it's much more Sword-based Jaehyun. And then kind of after BCX, he moved back over to the Fate in tournament, even before any recent balance changes. So he was kind of already on the Fate grind. He already put the time in, even before they changed Chakram, even before they changed Sword, even before they changed Greatsword. So he was kind of patch agnostic in that way, and he already had a lot of groundwork built up for a tournament like this, regardless of what happened in the recent patch.
Yeah, I always go back to this, is like South America as a whole has been really praising Orb. I go back to one of the Royales like last year, and one of the questions was like, what is the best weapon in the game? And they were like, Orb, 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 Orb. Orb is the best weapon in the game. And really, like, until now, it's mostly just been Radish who's been playing it, right?
Yeah.
Like, we haven't seen that much Orb, but now we're starting to see the Fate come out, like we said, for Use. I'm really interested to see how much he decides to lean on the Orb, because obviously today we've already seen a decent amount of Scythe.
Yeah, so coming in with Fate, a really strong Orb Legend. Obviously, Scythe is also a really strong weapon, regardless of pretty much any time you look at it in Brawlhalla's history. A lot of people will talk about Dusk as well, but really that's more of like a signature thing, saying that like the signatures are so strong, they knock out so early. And then he also has Orb, which is a good weapon, and then he has Spear, which is like pretty good. It has its biggest option is that it has like utility. It's a pretty safe weapon to use. But then with Fate, you have solid stats across the board. You have solid strength. Solid strength Orb is very, very scary to deal with sometimes. You'll get caught with a side air when you're coming in for a landing, and you'll get knocked out like maybe not a lot earlier than you think, but definitely a little bit earlier than you think sometimes. But some other stats I wanted to talk about for Use is he's PR1 in his region, of course, no surprise there. He's number 2 on the South American ranked ladder. Like, I talk about Kaina all the time. Kaina's my favorite player in pretty much all of Brawlhalla. But if you look at Use, he is 255 and 31, so he has almost 300 game played.
Is this
300
live?
games played? It might. I'm going to say yes, it's
I
probably
literally
live.
watched Sandwick walk over there with a camera, which is why I'm like, is this live?
It's probably live.
That's them sitting down. Sorry, I got distracted.
His win-loss ratio is 0.225. I think that is the highest out of anyone in Brawlhalla with, like, you know, a normal amount of games played. It's not just someone going 30-0 like Godly did.
I don't know,
and
look
just
at
like
SEA.
never playing ranked again. SEA. I also don't know if there are any shenanigans that are going on in some of the other regions or any of the other players like that. I don't have it pulled up right now.
Yeah,
Let's
that's
see.
fine. I just I always go back to like when Tiger ran SEA and was like 99% win rate in the region.
No
like,
disrespect to SEA. It's also a little bit different when we talk
it's the same.
about South America.
Big regions.
I pulled out South America. Let's see SEA right now. I think that's probably less. I'm doing a little bit of quick math in my head. So there may be a handful. Ooh, that's really good. Sager actually has a crazy win rate. None of that really matters. It's definitely the highest here.
Okay.
Out of
Yeah.
anybody
Yeah,
here,
yeah.
and probably one of the highest, if not the highest, in the entire world. So Use is grinding ranked. He's doing very well in tournaments. Like we all talk about Kaina a lot. We also talk about Loras, but that's more in 2v2 in this region. But like Use is still very much in control of the region. He won the past 4 online tournaments in the region. He's a world champion. Like that's why his name is the reigning champion here. There's not really a lot to say about that other than like, yeah, he just did it.
He is kind of that guy. And as was kind of prefaced at the start of this set is like, this is going to be a challenge for sure for Piery, but also if he manages to pull out this W over Use, that's going to be massive momentum. You talked about how like the only way to get more momentum in this round robin phase is to beat Use.
But also on the side of Piery, I don't really know what his expectations are going into this. I don't know if they're like sky high or if he's like more reserved on that. I would tend to guess that he's more reserved on that. So I think going in with that, especially when your first set or one of your first sets is against Use, you know, at least one loss, if it's against the current world champion, you can let that roll off like water off a duck's back, and it's not the biggest problem. You're not really losing a lot of momentum. You're just not gaining the massive amount of momentum that you possibly could have.
Yeah, I think I'm trying to say it nicely, but I think the expectations for Piery are not that high. But that's fine, because A, a lot of players will come into this and say, this is a good learning experience.
Absolutely.
B, I'm worried about the people at home because this is a great opportunity to get a lot of channel points.
Is it though? Because okay. If you bet on Piery and Piery wins, okay. Because otherwise, like the odds for Use, if you bet on Use, you're making like 5 channel points, and you bet $1 million.
Yeah. The profit is like 0.01 for if you're a Use better, but if you're on Team Piery, like the channel point numbers go up.
Sometimes you just got to play those odds, baby. Piery, of course, looks like another player, at least so far, that is just doing his own soundscape compared to the video game. We're getting into this one, and Piery starting off with the Mordex.
Okay, and it's going to be on Miami Dome here for game number 1. Use getting both of the starting weapons, and he's going to juggle. He really wants Piery to make that first move, but decides to go challenge him on that soft platform. Piery playing this really, really slow and safe.
Yeah, one of the things that Use is the absolute best at is slowing things down and being a very like risk-reward player, tending to be on the low-risk side of things. He's not going to do a lot of risk, and then off of that, over time, it's going to be knockout by 1,000 cuts, and he's going to be able to just take you down by not making any mistakes. If he never takes a major risk, he can almost never make a major mistake.
Man, this is incredibly safe the way that both of them are playing, which is like kind of reasonable. I wouldn't really expect Piery to go like full bore towards Use, but he's really like he's using a lot of movement, and then he'll come in and he'll do like a weapon toss to try to open up Use.
Yeah, I think we've seen that happen to Kaina in the South American region as well, is like kind of realizing that's how Use is going to do things. Being when Kaina goes a little bit too much ham, then Use ends up punishing him for it and coming out on top. So yeah, Use is just going to play super slow, super reserved, hold that center stage. He's going to do 2 hits there, but he'll probably be going back to center very soon. There's the side light. It's just 1 at a time, or maybe 2. If he has the orb, it's probably going to be 2 because he's going to be catching with a side light side air.
Yep, that's going to be what he's looking for already. Side light, side air from center stage. Not going to quite do it. Piery able to come back safely, but Use taking that opportunity to deny the next weapon spawn. Piery still picks up the side light, side air. That one will KO.
It is really interesting that we already saw him juggling the weapons to delay the weapon spawn very early for the extended period of time, like right in the beginning of the game. Having that as a focus so early in the game, I think shows that Use is really locked in on this slowing things down gameplay that we really have come to know him for. Yeah, dude, he's just going to sit in the middle of the stage, force you to come down. I wonder if that's going to change up the map picks here. I don't know if Piery like wants the soft platforms to be able to go to, or if he wants to like get them out of the way so he can land a little bit more safely. I'm not sure if it's going to change up map picks going forward.
At the very least, I would expect Piery to lean towards something with maybe like a slower ceiling, or a lower ceiling, excuse me, just because like Use has a lot of horizontal KO potential with that orb, whereas Piery is generally going to be looking for vertical recoveries.
Man, anytime he wants to go for something after the side light, he's going to have to worry about the Scythe neutral air coming in and grabbing him. Okay, he does get the recovery as Use went back over top of his head. Right there, side light gets punished right after with the neutral air.
Ooh, okay, gets just underneath him, hits him with that recovery. Piery doing a really good job getting this damage built up onto Use. Hits him with the dare.
Does Piery have the stamina and the endurance to deal with this? He's doing a fantastic job so far. He does get punished right after that. I wonder if he's going to want to maybe swap over to the Scythe for the signature kit for KOs, or if he's just going to hunt for those recoveries. He's already hit a few of them, but he gets punished on the landing for the neutral light. Oh, sent over to the wall. Uses right on the corner. He's going to dash back.
Dude, that's crazy how close Use was to that corner, and Piery just not biting, not going up with that recovery. I thought for sure he was going to try to challenge.
Nice, okay.
He's going to catch the movement of Use off that soft platform, and now Piery with the weapon control.
Dude, Piery's doing such a fantastic job of dealing with this pacing set forth by Use. Now, maybe this is like something that Piery's comfortable in. Again, we really don't know like anything about Piery and the like finer points of his gameplay because we don't have footage of it.
Strong side light will do it for Use, but man, that was a lot of damage he had to build up onto Piery. Deciding to stick with the Scythe here.
Oh, he snakes it away. He saw that Scythe floating around right around that weapon spawn, but he's able to grab it with the extended range of the grab.
Weapon toss. That's it, just the neutral light. Piery dodges the other direction.
Yeah, so one thing that Piery's able to do is when, like, Use wants to stay in the center of stage, and Piery's not really punished at all for going over to the corners because Use is not going over there to contest him there.
Yeah, it's kind of like Piery has, like, the other parts of the stage. Use has the dead center, and Piery's like, got basically everything else. Okay. Corner guard opportunity. That's a burn dodge, but Use with that down air makes sure that he can land safely.
You saw rare gravity cancel from Use off stage, burning that dodge. He's going to sit right in the middle and wait for Piery to come in. And another gravity cancel. He ups the pace like just a little bit. And Piery wasn't ready for it with those two gravity cancels on the right side off stage that came out.
Yeah, that timing that you talk about, right, where Use was suddenly being a little bit more aggressive in the offstage, I think that really throws off a lot of opponents just because usually when Use sends you flying, he'll go back to the center stage. He'll go for a weapon juggle. He'll try to deny the next weapon spawn, and that gives you a lot of opportunity to get back to the stage. But that time, Piery immediately dodging forward gets caught.
Yeah, so many other times we saw like a similar setup to that where Piery was sent off stage and then like you maybe saw Use stand on the corner for a second. Like that was one of his biggest quote unquote edge guards that we saw, which isn't really an edge guard. He's just kind of putting his presence there really on the corner. And then you saw him instantly backdash towards the middle of the stage right after that. That time you actually saw him extend off stage and not just like sit there holding the wall, figuring out whether you're going to go low, whether you're going to go high, whether you're going to go mid or anything like that, but actually throwing out an attack by using his dodge, expending that dodge to then gravity cancel it and get a move.
Use really taking his time here. You saw on that lock-in screen, I'm pretty sure that was the Tesca picked up by Piery, whereas Use is he's really taking this one in. I'm a little surprised.
All right, we're going back to the dome. I was wondering if we were going to see Use maybe force no platform maps so that Piery doesn't have like any safe space. Because Piery was using those soft platforms pretty well last game. I would love to see Piery at least take one game here. I think he deserves one game, at least after what we just saw. Him being able to deal with the pace so well.
Well, like you said though, can he maintain that? Does he have the endurance to go up against Use? He's going to generally kind of keep that pacing. There you see him. There's that dare, goes back towards the center of the stage, sees the dodge, going to go in with that side light, but not even going to do more after that.
So he did really well with the gauntlets last game, wants to keep that as the through line here as he's a major gauntlet player coming in with a Tesca pick. Wonder if the boots are going to be the solution. So far, he's struggled to find his way in. He's maybe about 70 to 80 damage behind here. The weapon toss was hoping to open up Use, but he just completely disengaged. Weapon toss goes up, immediate follow-up, and he grabs the weapon.
Yeah, great reaction there from you. Saw that Piery got caught by that weapon toss, so he ends up getting that recovery. Not enough to KO, but this should. No.
Yeah, there's the dare. Man, that's so scary. Is Yuz can effectively put out that down air as
punished.
the edge guard while staying on the main stage, being completely safe.
Like you're seeing again, dash back towards that center stage, neutral light. He's going to just chip away. Every single move with variable force will eventually KO. Down air, not quite enough. Side sig not going to reach. That won't do it. Goes under for the recovery.
So last time he did the side sig, I can't remember if he gravity canceled it
No,
or
it was a slide charge. He did it quick. It was the shotgun blast.
I knew that he did it quick, but I didn't know if that was forced because it was a gravity cancel, so you have like the limited number of frames to charge it up before it fires off or not. So yeah, that's him changing things up there. First going for the shotgun blast last game and then charging it up this time for the long ranger.
Ooh,
all right, nice catch.
Nice, into the recovery, not quite enough. There's that high ceiling again. Miami Dome not helping out Piery. He's going to go over to the boots, a little bit more horizontal KO power.
Yeah, he has true combo options. He already threw out the side signature off the stage.
Ooh, side light. Thought he was going to just go straight in with that down light. Once again, he's staying high. He can't get that down light, which is the general combo starter for boots.
Oh, I thought he was going to catch a side air there. No, he's still looking for the vertical. It's the middle of the stage. He doesn't want to risk a side air, not KOing. Still looking for the vertical here. That's what he was doing on Gauntlets previously with the recovery. Still looking for the recoveries here. Really feeling safe throwing those out. He hasn't been punished too often for him, but he needs to find the KO here. Again, back over to the Gauntlets. A side light recovery, not going to be true for him.
Easy punish. Yu's going to get that three-piece there.
Scary.
And the landing, neutral light.
Where's the dare? No, he didn't throw out the dare. He just kind of backed up.
Another neutral light, man. Piery's letting Yu's get a lot of damage here. He should be able to make it back safely. Unless Yu's challenges, that recovery will hurt Piery even more.
Almost got the second recovery. That one probably would have KO'd. Going back over to the scythe. Oh, dude, that range of throw, just a little bit above your head. It kind of hovers there in the air right over you, putting out a hitbox up there. He's clearly practiced that throw.
Okay, hits him with the side air. Piery finally gonna get that first stock off of Yu's, but he is behind.
He's going back over to the gauntlets. He had the option to swap back to the boots, but it seems like he wants to stick with these gauntlets here against Yu's scythe. Ooh, he pulled out of the ground pound. I'm not sure if that was a bait to try and get a dodge, maybe hoping he could catch something there. Charging it up again for the long-range sniper.
Yu's going over to the orb. Knows that he's got Piery in that KO percent. Likely going to just try to find a side light, side air. Piery once again utilizing those soft platforms, moving around Yu's, and it's a hard side light again to KO.
Yeah, even though that's not typically a KO option on the side, that shows up how much damage that he built up onto Piery, but that's not necessarily like sometimes it's a bad thing, but not here because like he still has such a massive lead. He's only halfway through this stock. Piery's back over on the boots, which seems the weapon that he's not favoring this game against Yu's.
Okay.
Nice 3,
Caught the
4,
dodge.
5.
Yep, Yu's going to get a lot there off that bad dodge from Piery. Oh, just a raw side sig, not quite enough, and Yu's might want to go off stage to challenge. Dare
nice. He felt safe on that dare because the dodge was burned for the gravity cancel.
He's punished.
Staying over it. Oh, nice one. Is it enough to KO or does he have enough movement? Nice weapon toss to balk him on the head. Secure that one. He's taking Yu's to final stock here. But I just worry about this game. I feel like the set's gonna really slip away here. Nice 3-piece, 4-piece.
Oh, goes off stage though. Falls pretty far there.
Dude, anytime I see Piery in the air, I'm just worried that a side air or a neutral air from that scythe is coming, that 45-degree angle. Piery just really can't contest that when he's playing against scythe.
You're seeing Piery start to throw out more side sigs, recognizing Yu's likes to go just horizontally away from his opponent.
He
That's the
delayed
reach.
it.
The side air is not going to KO though.
He went for the in-light into the immediate side air, and that didn't work, so then he went back over, delayed the side air, got the hit, picked up the orb, got the KO for the win. Now he's up 2-0.
Piery going to think about characters now. This is going to be the Rayman swap. He's got the gauntlets, like you said. He's got a pretty big pool of gauntlet characters.
We've seen those side 6 come out twice, and I think they're like mostly just a threat at this point. That one was like sort of closer to hitting, although Piery just like happened to go high, whereas like the previous one, unless he really wanted to charge it for a lot longer and fall down to kind of the level that Piery was at, it's more just like a threat. He has so much room to get back, maintain that stage control, either grab a weapon if he wants to, swap over onto the orb, or he can just kind of sit on the corner and wait for Piery to potentially move his hurt box up just a little bit too high.
Yeah, I think a lot of the time it's like, hopefully this hits, and if it doesn't, it's keeping the opponent out longer. It's not the biggest thing, especially with Piery with gauntlets. Like, he has that horizontal movement with the side air, but against a lot of opponents, like forcing them to stay out longer than they would normally want to can be really useful.
Yeah, there's essentially 3 factors there. There's the risk factor, where he's at essentially 0 risk of being hurt by anything at that moment. There's the reward factor, where if he gets the hit, then that's absolutely going to be the KO. It's really high reward for a very low risk. And then there's the reward potential. In that case, it's pretty much next to nothing. It's very low, but because the risk factor is also very low, it's completely worth to do.
Well, here we go. Game number 3. Piery went back to the Mordex. Yuz going aggressive there. Turnaround down air. Not quite enough. Plenty of movement here. Yuz gets underneath that ground pound. A lot more aggressive start here to game number 3.
Yeah, they actually had an extended offstage engagement there, and it wasn't just like one hit when he's in late orange, overtouch the wall, then another down air to send under the stage this time or anything like that. It was both of them going back and forth early on in this game, and now we've recovered back to our normal game state.
Ooh. I think a misinput there. Ended up getting a side air when I think that was supposed to be a gravity cancel side light. Don't think it would have hit, but unfortunate for Piery either way.
Man, the spacing coming in from Yuz here, just staying away from so many of these moves from Piery.
Okay. Oh, Yuz just staying underneath them. Ooh. Down there, not going to hit.
Dude,
dodges away.
Like, Piery's down 0-2, and that stinks for him, but he's doing such a good job of, like, dealing with Yuz and, like, chasing after him and finding a move here and there. The weapon toss seems to be his friend this game. He's been throwing it quite a bit to good success, and even when he's missed, he's been able to pick it up several times. He's able to get to that weapon quickly enough. Goes for the D-Sig, not able to find it.
Seeing Piery be a little bit more willing to throw out those signatures, throw out those recoveries, really just wants to finish the stock off. It's going to be a nair from the scythe. Once again, Yuz just totally fine, building up insane amounts of damage.
Yeah, he felt like Piery was going to at least move in for the landing on that right soft platform, so he's just a little bit below it. Did the gravity cancel inlight into the neutral air. Again, just starting a move with a gravity cancel when Piery expects him to just float around and not really do anything.
All right, Piery. Yep, gonna stick with those gauntlets. There's the weapon spawn. Piery not covering too hard. Nice, got the dodge there. Ooh, wasn't able to catch that fastball. Yuz has been fastballing when he doesn't have the dodge a lot of times, and Piery just not always getting the read on it.
Yeah, the weapon toss is really just one of his starters. Seems like when he gets frustrated going in with actual moves, he goes in for the weapon toss option. Yep, there it is.
Well, he did that safely, though. There's a second weapon spawn. Yep. Nice double side light. Goes for an extra recovery there, and Yuz already out of that one.
Oh, Yuz waited after that neutral air. Ooh. Another back-to-back nair.
Dodge is still down. Piery was sweat beating on his way back, and Yuz going to catch him. Side light into the recovery. Final stock here for Piery.
Man, it's a shame the potential here for a 3-0 is very high because we've seen the tools in Piery's kit to deal with this movement and this pacing from Yuz. He's done a fantastic job so far. He's starting to kind of fall behind here, definitely, as Yuz is really figuring out how to push his lead even further now that he has the orb. The orb is really scary. Yeah, he'll do nothing for so long and they get 3.
Ground pound not going to hit. Piery pulled out of it. Over the gauntlets.
Dude, he'll do nothing for so long! Dude, Piery just has to chase after Yuz so much. It's so tough. Anytime he goes for something, he just gets punished for it. If it's not true, he gets punished for it.
And that's one of the big challenges of gauntlets, right? Is like you get the side light, but if you don't get the read, you're not getting the most out of it.
Oh, that's
easy.
Yep, that's it right there. Caught him so high in the air with a GC sidelight into the side air for the KO, and it's going to be a 3-0 for the reigning world champion against the new kid on the block. That's a tough set for Piery to be able to play, even with some lowered expectations going into that one. The fact that it's so long, it's such a grind, the pace of the game is so slow and so defensive, that really weighs on you so early in the day.
Yeah, for sure. That basically just magnified how much longer everything's going to be for him. On the other side, man, Yu's is really, really good at punishing a whiff, obviously. We know that in the neutral, but really where it started to shine was like, obviously, you're doing the gauntlet sidelight and you're generally trying to hit a recovery afterwards. You're trying to get that read, and you so often, you talked about those neutral airs that he would hit, but also like at the very end there, that was the gravity cancel sidelight into the side air after a whiff from Piery. Like, he does such a good job of like, you have to do your option, now I get to punish you for it.
He's also so great at like spacing the orb specifically. Of Piery feels like it's safe to go in with a move, and he either is like already in the perfect spot or he'll fade back just a little bit to be out of the effective range of gauntlets or scythe and have the extended range of the orb. Like, he plays the orb probably safer than like any other orb player out there. I wonder if the defensive player's option right now, and for maybe a while, has been just to play orb. Like, that's what Radish does.
I guess. I don't know. It's really interesting to me because, like, whenever I'm playing Orb, I feel like the ground moves can be a bit of a commitment. The side light, the neutral light, like, if you whiff, they're pretty punishable. But I didn't see him whiff a lot. Like, a lot of times he was just kind of following the movement, not swinging too often, and then when he saw that opportunity, he immediately gets it and he gets a hit. I'm really curious, like, obviously we don't have the breakdown to that degree, but like, how often did his grounded light attack whiff? Because I feel like it's not a lot.
And unfortunately, like, we don't have this, even if the stats were up, like, we don't have this stat, but like, how many times when he whiffed an attack did he get punished for it? Because that's probably also extremely low. And if he whiffed an attack, his opponent probably wasn't in a position to even punish him. Like, he whiffed because there just wasn't enough range to get to his opponent, but because the range is so big, his opponent can't do anything, especially if he has the gauntlets in his hands like Piery did a lot of the time, then he just doesn't have the range to deal with Orb. We're going to be going to a short break real quick, and we'll be right back with some more of the Spring Royale.
Welcome back to the Spring Royale. We've already seen 2 amazing sets happen, but of course, we've got more round robin phase to come at y'all in just a little bit. We've already seen MARCKIEMOO 3-0 over Sandstorm, and we've already seen WESS 3-0 over Piery.
Now, our next set is going to be Sandstorm versus WESS. Wait, is that
Really?
true? Because I thought WESS was like, wasn't WESS like which side did he want me on?
Didn't we just?
I'm looking at.
Where did
Oh,
where
this is
did you
Godly
get
West.
your
I'm sorry.
information?
Someone clicked here, and I thought we were after that because I saw AMGG, which is Piery. My bad. I read the schedule wrong. It's my fault. It's my fault. We have the
Ooh, wait,
schedule.
do we have a scheduled
it.
graphic? Poggers? Ooh, there we go.
Oh,
MARCKIEMOO
okay.
and Sandstorm.
Look at that, man, right there. So yeah, we're gonna go into Godly versus WESS. This is gonna be a PR #1 Godly in EU versus PR #3 WESS from Brazil. Now the interesting thing here is like some people might be looking at this being like, WESS, huh? How did you make it here?
That's not Typh.
That's confusing because Typh was in grand finals against WESS at the Spring Championship. Typh was unable to make it, so WESS is the substitute for this. Think about a previous time we had a South American substitute, I believe it was Lores, right? At the Midseason Invitational, which was the first in-person event after the COVID online-only era, and Lores did incredible. He came out and shocked everybody. He did it in the crew battle, and he shocked the world that weekend. We'll see if WESS can do that this weekend. This is the run back of WESS versus Godly. I like the title of WESS being the people's champion. And let me explain why.
Okay.
Because we talk about Sandstorm being around the video game for so long, and yes, he's reached like the highest highs in all of Brawlhalla, something that WESS has been unable to do yet. But WESS has basically been around as long as a relevant top player in the scene also for 7 years, like Sandstorm has. WESS has been around just as long as Sandstorm. And my favorite thing about WESS is you can see the emotion on his face whenever things happen in ways that a lot of other players don't show. And that's my favorite thing. You see his passion, you see it in the losses, you see it in the victories, you see it everywhere in between. That's why WESS is one of my favorite players in the game. That's why I want to see, and a lot of other people want to see as well watching at home, a WESS in-person victory.
Yeah, WESS is an absolute delight of a person. But like you said, he's been in the scene for so long, but he hasn't even been like the top in South America, and it's such a tragedy because if you ever look at like, it's like one of those things where you like look at all the pictures of like the top players in South America, and then you like look in the background and you're like, oh hey, there's WESS as well. Like he's been so close to the peak, but there's always been someone who's just a little bit more established as that lead. But still, being able to be here, being such a strong player for such a strong region, it's definitely impressive.
Yeah, he's done really well in twos, of course, in South America. Like he was running the region at one time when he was playing with Power, and then also WESS and Vem do extremely well. They win tournaments in South America as well. But on the other side, of course, we have Godly. He's not been able to win a Royale, man.
Nope.
And I know it's one thing that he wants so badly because many people see that as one of the major stepping stones to becoming BCX champion.
Yeah, and for Godly specifically, he's kind of got like this mental checklist of events he's won, and a lot of the online events for EU, he's been running for a while. He's been winning all of those. Of course, he didn't end up being able to compete at the Winter Championship, which is why we didn't get to see him earlier this year, but he has kind of been winning all these things. But then you look at his kind of checklist, and Royales are one of the specific things that have not been checked off.
Dude. Terrace players, man.
Hey, man. Look, he's on the Knicks right now, though.
Yeah, he should be playing the Knicks today, but he's not going to play the Knicks today,
he said he was going to be playing the Fate. There
Go
you
back,
see it
go
on
back to your
screen.
point before we were rudely
I already
interrupted
forgot.
by that slight charge down saying,
Oh, yeah,
it's like
he's
winning
got
online.
he's got like a mental checklist, right?
Yeah.
And so like he's even on BCX 2v2s, but specifically like Royales are the one thing that he's not been able to cross off his list because EU's just never won a Royale.
Yep.
It's been Luna, it's been South America.
Now, he was able to add to the, like, often memed on, like, EU trophy case by winning Valencia, of course. Like, that was a massive stepping stone for him. Winning an in-person LAN was something he had never been able to do before that, and that was always something he was looking forward to so that he could finally grab that for his career. But he hasn't been able to do it at a Royale. This format has seemingly escaped from his hands so many different times. Will this be the one? They call him the Flamekeeper because he's keeping desperately by himself, keeping the EU 1v1 victory dreams alive.
He's like that the like monument. I think it's at the Arc de Triomphe, where there's just like that fire that's like the eternal flame, and that's him. He's just trying to keep this tiny little eternal flame burning for the European region, and so many other people have been around to kind of add to the flames, but he's been the one who's really been keeping that flame alive.
Yeah, he's PR number 1 in his region. If you look at like PR number 2, that's Bamya, who's never been to a BCX. I don't know if he's been to like any land whatsoever.
I don't think so.
And then PR3 right behind Bamya is Munir, who got like 9th at BCX in 1v1s and 13th at CEO. So like there's a huge gulf between everybody else in EU and then Godly at the top. And he's trying his darndest, man, and it's just escaped him so many different times. Something, I mean, you can also kind of say the same thing about WESS as well, although Godly's had a little bit more success, more than a little bit more success than WESS in 1v1s.
Yeah, I mean, at the very least, Godly has, like you said, won a DreamHack. He's won an in-person event, which WESS, it's kind of eluded him. He's done well, like you said, in the 2v2 space, but when it comes to 1v1s, don't think he's quite crossed that threshold in in-person events.
Yeah, because if you look at the last time they played together, it was at the World Championship last year, and that went all the way to Game 5. That's why it's called the run back here. It went all the way to Game 5, and unfortunately, that was like I can't remember if that was in elimination bracket or not. But if you look, it went all the way to Game 5. I'm sure it was very close, but you see the stark difference in their placements after that. With WESS getting 9th, that kept him outside of top 8, and then Godly went on to get 4th. So he was also kept out of the podium by his opponents at the time. So it's showing that, man, that one game, that probably final moment where they were both in last stock red, that final moment eluded WESS, and Godly was able to grasp it.
You're setting it up so beautifully, and then I look at their set history.
It's not great.
It's 0-4.
It's not great, man.
WESS has never won a set against Godly.
It's not great.
That's bad.
He's getting closer, though.
Oh, okay, yeah.
It's a positive trend line.
Okay.
Because if we look at Spring Royale 1 year ago, that one was in Game 4.
Okay.
And then at BCX he pushed it to Game 5.
Ooh.
So it's an upward trend. It's an upward trend. If we extrapolate that a little bit further and sprinkle a little fairy dust on it, that means a victory for WESS this time. People's champion, baby.
Potentially. He is the people's champion.
Champion,
There's
baby.
definitely people I know. Obviously, like, South America's kind of been like the people's region, right? Like, a lot of people love watching the South American region. So, of course, there's going to be a lot of people supporting WESS. I've been a big fan of WESS. He recently got a Squirtle tattoo, which I think is hype because it's like he got that a week ago. You're like, hey, when did you get the Squirrel tattoo? He's like, yeah, I got that like last week. And then he got on a flight and flew over here. But I like coming into this weekend, tragically, I think WESS is on the bottom half of the people here. Obviously, he's on the bottom half because he's in that second pool of like not winning their region. But like, I think like he's on the lower end of like the winners for this this event.
I would definitely put him there too, which is like that's why he's the people's champion, baby. Because the people are going to root for him regardless. We want to see that win from WESS. This could be the potential starting point for it here. He's going to be coming in with the Tesca. Now it says level 10, but he has a lot higher level on this legend in his legend pool. On the other side, it's the Fate that we talked about from Godly earlier. WESS putting a lot of thought into this map choice. We're going to go to Miami Dome. PR number 1 from EU versus PR number 3 from South America. It's WESS, baby.
Well, we'll see if WESS can change history books. Like we said, he's got a 0% set win rate over Godly, but like you said, went to Game 5 in the last time these two competed against each other.
So first weapon's going to go over to WESS. He's going to be coming in with the boots here against Godly's Scythe. We've already seen two different boots players. Okay, we're already seeing Tesca things coming out from WESS. He's already able to utilize the signature kit that Piery wasn't able to find success with earlier. Okay. Ooh, oh my gosh, neutral? Almost another one off the top as well. That's a huge opening statement. Yep, he's going to keep getting them.
Godly's like, okay, you got one SIG, I've got this other SIG that'll hit 2 times and do so much more. Godly getting a huge lead over WESS, and now WESS over to the Gauntlets. Likely was looking for the boots with this character pick.
Yeah, I worry about the KO potential of that Inlight Insig coming out from Godly, where he doesn't necessarily have to worry about the orb for the sidelight side air KO. You can also do the gravity cancel Inlight into the Insig, depending on where you are. Sorry, no, you can't actually, because those are 2 grounded moves, one after the other. But you can extend onto the soft platform with it potentially. There's the shotgun blast coming out.
the side stick KOing as well. I know Fate does have a lot more strength than people tend to think, but still, that's a little bit of a surprise. Godly already up 3 stocks to 1 now. Wes in a little bit of trouble.
Higher strength orb, higher strength scythe is very scary to deal with. Retreating back over onto the corner. Playing the spacing game, waiting for Wes to get impatient, throw out the D-Light, and he's going to come in and punish right after. There's the recovery KO off the top, but Wes is still behind, almost a full stock at this point.
Really good job from Wes there, spot dodging that ground pound reversal attempt from Godly. Side sig going to lead to a side light. Couldn't get much more after that. Godly still had his dodge up, so Wes not going to overcommit. Now it's back to neutral. Wes a full stock behind. He's going to break neutral with the side light, gets the down light, but Godly still got a dodge. Instead, he jumps away, and Wes not able to get the full KO.
Dude, the gravity cancel that came out was really scaring me from Wes there, because I was worried that Godly was going to guess right in either his jump or a dodge or something like that, and then just get a dare and then turn things around, and him being able to get back, and then Wes not being able to get back, and then that would be the game. Godly's also going into strength stance here, so he's going to have 8 strength scythe and 8 strength orb. That's terrifying.
Hey man, he played Terros to get to the Spring Royale. Might as well have Terros strength if you're going to continue the Spring Royale. Neutralite catches the landing of Godly, but Wes still needs to get another stock.
Dude,
I don't know what he was praying for there.
you just sit in the middle and you wait for the opponent to get impatient. They throw out their move. You've overspaced it, but you space correctly so that you're in the right spot to be able to throw out the move to get the KO.
Yeah, Wes has definitely been losing out in that spacing game. You talked about earlier, there was a moment where he went in with the boots down light and was just off the mark, got punished by Godly. And similarly, at the very end there, Wes reading some movement, even there, trying to catch with that side sig. He's just a little bit off the mark in the movement.
Now, I think we'll end up seeing it in a Godly interview a little bit later, but like Godly was talking about how Hughes plays and how Hughes slows things down. He commits very little risks so that he doesn't make a mistake. All right, Wes starting things off. Can he get any momentum going after it? There's the neutral air. Does he find anything after it? Okay, he doesn't. But Godly is now, like he's taking a page out of that book. Like he recognizes that and recognizes the power of Hughes' fate. And he's sort of using that on his side. But then he has moments like this where he can keep the momentum going. But here comes the ground pound from Wes. And he's going to get the first stock here. Maybe Godly's going to see that and be like, all right, got a little too big for my britches. I overextended a little bit too much. Let's go back to playing the safety game.
Great adjustments from Wes, leaning more onto the gauntlets here in game number 2. Goes in, hits the neutral signature. Godly goes low.
Oh, if he got the side air, that would have sent Godly under the stage. That was such a clutch weapon toss coming out from Godly.
Side sig gonna whiff.
The movement of the side sig, though, kept him out of the punish potential of Godly's side light.
There's the weapon spawn. Wes picks up immediate down.
Do it again?
Oh, okay. Doesn't go for the second one.
I think he wanted it, which is why he did the spot dodge there, and then realized, no, I'm not going to have the distance that I need to get the hit. But he still has a gigantic lead here up on Godly.
And this is a really explosive start on Wes's side. Fortress of Lions helping him out a little bit more. Godly now onto the orb. Down sig connects, will bounce and KO. Wes a full stock lead. Who's playing Teska in EU?
That Godly's going to be playing against a lot to like know how to deal with all of these signatures that Wes is throwing out. I don't think there's that many.
There really aren't.
He's going really high for this one, blowing everything. This could be scary. Okay, he didn't get caught. I was worried he was going to get caught with like a left area or a right area, whether it was a signature or whether it was a side air. And he was going to get sent while in orange, and that was going to be it for the stock. We need to do a guaranteed edge guard from Godly, but no, he's still safe after this one. He still has a solid lead here. Wes being very careful on how he gets back to the stage. Has the soft platform on his side.
Man, he's struggling, though. He has really not gotten to play this second stock. Godly stripping away weapons constantly and keeping Wes off the main stage. There's the weapon spawn again. Godly denying.
If Wes can just get a weapon, he's doing a better job of not being forced over to the wall now. All right, Wes.
Didn't want the weapon, though. Opted for damage instead, getting that unarmed. Jumps to avoid the Sarah. Still gets the wall touch.
He even kept the unarmed pressure up even though the weapon spawn was coming in. I mean, he still has the lead here. If he got knocked out in that moment, he'd be able to spawn back in with iframes, grab the weapon spawn as it came in from safety. Oh, almost got the neutral signature. It was so close.
Iframes just a little too long in favor of Godly. He'll hit the side air. Godly, though, bringing this back. If he starts this one off like he did that last stock, Godly could steal this one away.
Weapon toss goes high, and Wes dips down underneath it.
You can get the chase dodge for that nair after the side light. Oh, WESS did a good job ducking underneath, but just didn't hit with the recovery. That time it'll hit, not enough to KO.
Even does the exhausted recovery. There's the weapon toss, 45-degree down, but Godly was just a little bit above it. He has the boots. He favors his signature kit more than on the gauntlets. The recovery KO off the top. We're tied 1-1 here as we move into game 3. Now, everybody at home, keep in mind, almost every set, not every set, but almost every set from the round robin phase will be streamed here. So we're gonna get to see so much of this Brawlhalla content today. What a great ground pound, jumping up right before it. Charging that up as well, the reverse slide charge. Almost got the second one. That weapon toss kept Godly safe from getting hit by that almost certainly stock-ending side air.
I really like this final sequence here, though, is you're not going to see it, but WESS came in, he whiffed the neutral signature, but it kept him in the air, which is what led to that final recovery. So it was a really good kind of like twofer, right? Like he didn't get the hit because Godly had the dodge up, but now that Godly's dodge is down, hits him with that recovery. Now we're into game number 3, our first not 3-0 of the day.
So WESS's biggest detriment last game, and really Godly's biggest success moment in advantage state, was when he was like forcing WESS over onto the wall and Godly had weapon advantage. So he had stage advantage, he had weapon advantage. But now that, man, when WESS has a weapon, he's just not really stuck on the wall for very long. He does whip that side sig and get caught. No huge punish, though, right after it. He's going to be looking for the next weapon spot. It's right on top of Godly. He tries to go in, does grab it right after that. They're battling back and forth, trading 1 for 1, essentially.
Nice. Caught him with that neutral air. Not going to lead to too much. Godly able to dodge through that ground pound. Ground pound attempt from Godly, and WESS stays low this time.
Yeah.
Hits him with that recovery, but it's not quite enough.
WESS's movement over there on the edge was so good. He wasn't tunnel visioning back for safety on the wall. He knew exactly what he had, and even though the exclamation point started to come out, he was still safe after that. They are absolutely even here. He's going to be looking for the vertical KO, potentially with the boots recovery. No, he's looking for left
Side
and
airs.
right KO options.
Yeah.
He's looking for side airs. Even the GC side light.
Hits him with the recovery, still not enough. This is Small World's End, and Godly is living so long. Finally, the Gauntlet Neutralite will do it for WESS. Man, there were so many moments there where he was trying to hit Godly with just like the farthest edge of like a boot side air or the down sig. And I think if he just kind of goes a little bit closer, it might work out, but...
You see him doing that a lot with these fadeaway turnaround side airs as well, trying to catch Godly going back in. Ooh, no edge guard from Godly. He did dash forward to the corner, but no major commitment.
I like
Staying
that
above
weapon
these
toss.
neutral airs, too.
Good spot dodge. WESS trying to open up Godly, but like you said, Godly slowing things down a little bit, playing a little bit safer. He knows he's behind.
Nice.
Ground pound.
I think he probably saw WESS dip under the stage and knew he was going to have to commit some movement to get back on so he could actually touch the wall. And even with the recovery, he didn't touch the wall. He rode just alongside it without touching. Godly felt safe enough. Ooh, Godly's in the orange.
Oh, side stick gonna whiff there. WESS dashing, so it went a little too far. Taking his time to come back up. Godly catches him with the side light. These weapon tosses are helping WESS land. Side sig gonna whiff. Godly goes high this time. Might go for a neutral sig the next time he hits that weapon toss to open up.
Okay, still stripping the field, keeping WESS unarmed. Although WESS being a South American player, they tend to unarmed a lot more than the other regions, so it's definitely not the worst state to be in. Nice KO off the top with the recovery after the gravity cancel pickup.
Was reaching out there with the toes on that gravity cancel down light. Caught the movement of Godly. WESS with the stock advantage. Avoids the neutral signature.
Dude, the in-light insigs that Godly used several times in game 1, gone.
Just a neutral sig to get that wall touch. Godly cleans it up. This is close.
High strength there from Fate coming through on the unarmed recovery to get the KO off the top here. Also the low ceiling of World's End. Ooh, it almost Godly got that. Okay, he made up for it. He's evened up this game.
Big string coming out from Godly. There's a burn dodge, but Godly not able to capture it.
He's taking the lead in this
That's a
game. There's the
dodge.
recovery. Almost KO off the top.
Weapon toss gonna whiff, but the down air hits, and WESS running out of movement,
That's it.
running out of options. Godly gonna get game number 3.
The final stock for Godly was electric. He evened it up, then turned the tide in his favor. He kept the pressure up. You saw that side signature gravity cancel off stage.
Yeah, it really feels like he figured out what he needed to do with the scythe, because the scythe, I mean, you're seeing all these clips, lots of orb, and then in that final moment, the scythe was what really started to pop off.
That was such a nice D-light that came out from WESS. Setting things up, gravity canceling that side signature. He stays below the weapon toss, but by the time he gets over to the wall, Godly just shuts him down.
All right, Demon Island here for game number 4. Godly currently up 2-1.
Ooh, West was able to
they-
snake first weapon away after even committing with like a side arrow or a side light on the ground, or neutral light, excuse me, on the ground.
A little bit of a bigger map this time. Might be a little bit harder to get those KOs. Neutral sig will hit. Can West convert it? There's
Nice.
the down air, taps
Yup.
it in.
Yup.
Godly not able to get the wall touch.
Beautiful unarmed down air. West flexing that offstage muscle. Yeah, I think we're definitely going to see potentially the left and right KO options, left and right blast zones being utilized more here with the signature kit, or potentially the offstage down if we're looking from West's POV. Oh my gosh!
He's got movement though. He goes really high early, and that's
Nice.
going to be a... Wait, he touched? No, not
Almost enough. Godly going to strip the field here, waiting on that orb toss, and then waiting on the pickup of that scythe.
There's the weapon spawn. West with the boots.
Oh man, he punishes that landing.
That was a dodge.
Tried to get the landing side air, and he got punished for it. Huge.
West in a little bit of trouble. Not able to get the weapon spawn. Okay, 2-piece.
Oh, that's so scary. West was moving in for the weapon. Like he got 2 hits on the unarmed kit, but it's not a lot of damage being put out. And again, we're dealing with String Stance Fate here. So everything from Godly is putting out just a little bit more damage. Both of them playing a little bit slower here.
Flash out. Side light, side air, West. He should have the movement, but again, goes really high early, and that weapon toss is going to do it.
I think Godly potentially could stick with the orb here. He does grab a fresh one. I feel like that's definitely the safest thing that he can play for. He can play the super slow game. Doesn't quite space that in-light correctly. Dude, West getting the KO back here would be fantastic. Nice spot dodge to get through the weapon toss. Godly over on the wall. West doesn't actually commit
Nice.
here at all. I was waiting for it, and it never came.
Great patience from West there. Down 6, splashes
Wow.
on top of Godly to get the KO. Now West has his pick of weapons. It's going to be the gauntlets for the final stocks.
Even though that splash got the KO off the top on this high ceiling map, West did a great job of not taking too much damage in the process. I don't know if the same can be said now that I've said that sentence.
Yeah, he's starting to take a lot of damage now. Godly just catching out West. And even like, it's not like West is burning his dodge. It's more that he's like not dodging, and Godly just goes in for the immediate.
Dude, when the weapon toss comes out and Godly gets hit by it, he's instantly ready with the wake up neutral light. This is so
again.
scary, and he's disarmed, and he's stripping the field from Wesley.
The neutral light covers his body. West, no weapons. It's going to be the
Nice.
side sig from Godly to close it out 3-1.
One of the rare side signatures that we see from Fate players coming out, the turnaround side signature, gliding across the stage as Wes is moving back to center, and it's a 3-1, back to a repeat of the score lines that we saw of Godly versus Wes before the Game 5 at BCX.
Continuing that history of no set wins in favor of Wes. Godly, he just knows what to do against Wes.
Man, that was such a great start to the game, too. I was hoping he could ride that momentum a little bit longer, but he was just shut down so many different times against Godly. Even the unarmed kit that was working for him reasonably well the previous times when he was weapon starved, all of a sudden he got shut down so badly. The scythe range was just really difficult to deal with. The orb pressure was so difficult to deal with. Great game there.
Yeah.
Great game from Godly.
Really solid play coming out from Godly. That is going to be him continuing on. That's another W for our Flame Keeper, as they like to say.
So Wes has actually done pretty well today so far. Like, that was our first time seeing Wes, but off stream, Wes 3-0'd Hughes.
Okay.
And then he also beat Sandstorm, Teska v Teska, in Game 5. So something about Godly's Fate was so much more difficult compared to Hughes' Fate.
Yeah, looking at the overall for the day right now, it looks like Wes has the most wins. Like, he's currently sitting on the top side, whereas MARCKIEMOO, I think on this bracket at least, only has 1 win, and Hughes only has 1 win.
Yeah, Yu's win was at 3-0 over Piery that we saw, and then, of course, the loss to WESS. MARCKIEMOO's one victory today so far was at 3-0 over Sandstorm. So, yeah, that's – I'm pleasantly surprised so far by WESS. Hopefully that loss there doesn't take too much of the wind out of his sails because he still has really difficult sets against MARCKIEMOO coming up and against Piery. Man, this – like, round robin, you look at it, and it's like, that's a lot of sets. And then you realize that, like, okay – but, like, WESS has only played 3 sets, and that means he has 2 more left. That's not a lot left.
It's only 5 sets that they get to do, which, if you're looking at the sets so far, Sandstorm's currently 0-2. He has to win his next 3 sets if he wants to even have a hope of making it out of the round-robin phase.
He definitely doesn't want a repeat of his performance at max mode.
Yeah.
Like, he really struggled in that bracket against some of the same players that also made it into this bracket.
Yeah, definitely wouldn't want to have a similar situation happen. But, of course, somebody's got to take the L, right? Up next, though, we got MARCKIEMOO and Piery. That's going to be our next set. Kind of our 2 newest bloods, is that right? Yeah, I would say so.
Yeah. This is going to be really tough for Piery. It's definitely going to be a massive change of pace, and Piery hasn't played any sets other than like the one we saw earlier. So he's had his 1 loss for the day so far, and he's going to be going up against MARCKIEMOO. Running the gauntlet, they say. It's going to be very, very difficult to deal with the pace that MARCKIEMOO brings out. If Piery is not ready for that, like, I worry that MARCKIEMOO is just going to completely steamroll over him, though Piery is a gauntlet player. So he has a lot of experience against gauntlet players. Yeah, this is one of those situations, because it's still relatively early, that they can both potentially get a lot of momentum either direction, right? Like, if MARCKIEMOO wins this one, he'll be going up 2-0. If Piery loses this one, he'll be going down 0-2, and that'll just put a lot more pressure on him. But just kidding.
We're changing it.
No, we're just kidding.
This document is wrong. We wanted to see Sandstorm versus Hughes earlier.
The GOAT versus the reigning world champion. We have 2 back-to-back 2-time world champions going up against one another here in just a few moments on the Brawlhalla broadcast here at the Spring Royale at the Atlanta Zoo. We're bringing the beasts in. Well, everybody here is a beast, honestly. Okay. Everybody here is an animal. And they should all. Okay, champs collide. Sandstorm the GOAT versus Hughes, the current and reigning 2-time back-to-back 2023-2024 Brawlhalla 1v1 world champion.
Yeah, Hughes is our current world champion. He's kind of the favorite right now, but at the same time, he is definitely defeatable. Like you said earlier, WESS already got a W over Hughes, which is pretty massive. And guess what? Sandstorm is playing the same character as WESS.
Yep. Going in with a Tesco on this one that we've seen so far today, man, $257,000 in earnings. Though I looked at Godly's the other day, and Godly's earnings are actually very, very, he's at 187K, which is huge. Dude, 66 top 32s is crazy. He's been playing this game at a professional level for literally 7 years. Like, pretty much the only other person that can say that, who has been around this entire time playing at a level like this, is WESS. Like, he's basically the only other player that you can say that about.
On the other side, Hughes, I mean, he's not new, like you said, 2-time world champion. He's been in the scene for a hot minute. But doesn't just have, like, the history that Sandstorm has. Still an amazing player. Honestly, like, Hughes to me has always been kind of the person who really started to show that and North America can bleed, right? Like, he's the one who first kind of broke the bubble with his Vector, and then you started to see, okay, more and more South America starting to show up. And then, of course, he was the first non-American to win a world championship. So Hughes is a really big kind of opener for a lot of the regions in the scene.
We think about Hughes as a household name now, and, like, that's absolutely true. But the crazy thing is that his first top 8 was at the end of 2021. It was at the Brazil World Champ, or sorry, not the Brazil World Championship, the South American World Championship that was all online because we were still in the all online era. Like, that was his first top 8, not his first tournament victory. That was his first top 8. Everything before that was outside of top 8, and yet he is a mainstay of this game. So it's even crazier when he's looking across the table to his opponent of Sandstorm, who was like winning a tournament in 2018.
Yeah. I was like, oh, well, you know, that's an interesting stat. Let me scroll down.
Yeah,
his first top 8 was also his first win, which was in 2018 for a Brawl League event. And then since then, he's been pretty much top 8ing ever since. I mean, even like if you go back to 2018, his spring championship, he got 9th place. Like he
won the world championship that year.
He's been in the scene for a very long time.
His first Worlds win was at DreamHack Atlanta 2018. So it's not even just his first top 8 that year. Like he won Worlds 7 years ago, and somehow through all of the ups and downs of Brawlhalla, through all the different meta, maybe it's because he just like picked the right legend, and Mordex has just been really good for 7 years. Scythe has been really good for 7 years, but also like that longevity, that long staying power is like crazy.
It is. It's absolutely insane. Just how long he's been able to be at the top. Still hasn't won a winter championship though.
That's so real. He wants to win Worlds again, or he wants a LAN win again.
Okay.
I was talking to him. I'm sure they'll play it later. But I was talking to him when we were at the zoo yesterday, and it was like you've literally essentially done everything that there is to do in Brawlhalla. Like what do you still want? Like what do you still look forward to? And he's like, I want another LAN win. Not even just BCX specifically, but he wants another LAN win. I think this would be a nice one, but I think he means more like a mid-season versus a Royale.
Nah, man. Shoot for the stars. That way you can land amongst the clouds or whatever.
You shoot for the moon, so you land amongst the stars.
Well, aim a little lower.
If you shoot for the clouds, you're gonna land on Earth because like
shoot for the stars. You land
still,
on the.
We're talking about like the layers.
Well, the stars are further than the moon.
That's technically true, but that's what the phrase is, and the community is going to be getting really mad at us and say that we're talking about the troposphere and the stratosphere for 10 years and slow motion doing the Dougie on stream for 7 hours. So yeah, man, this is going to be an exciting one. I really like watching Sandstorm.
Yeah.
Pretty much everybody really likes watching Sandstorm.
Although I don't think the Sandstorm fans really liked that last set that they saw of him.
That's probably true.
You got a little beat.
Or I think they're just coping, and it's gonna be like it's all part of the narrative. It's all part of the narrative. Narrative's got to be this way because it'll be better narrative. If you just beat everybody, that's not as fun. And I agree. I 100% agree.
I'm the rare hater of that belief. I want to win everything.
Winning everything is nice.
Just winning is a good feeling. But yeah, waiting for them to get on deck. You saw earlier Sandstorm was playing on the setup. He was testing out. He was in the training room making sure that everything felt nice and good. And then on the other side, of course, yes, Use is also likely getting set up. It's interesting. We were talking about the character picks. We know Sandstorm is going to be on this Tezca, but when I was doing my research, his most reported legend is Loki.
I was looking at that dude, like, brother, when were you playing Loki, man? That's crazy. That's a really interesting pick. Yeah, when was he? It was Winter Championship. Was that kind of it? I mean, he's reported Loki 16 times.
It's more than Winter Championship.
So it has to be more than Winter Championship, and that's all this year.
Well, we're getting into it. You can hear the music starting up as it's going to be game 1 of Use versus Sandstorm on Demon Island. More Tezca, more Fate.
I really want to pick his brain about why he's going for boots, because there are a lot of people that are wishy-washy on boots. Like some people are like, boots are amazing, one of the best weapons in the game. And then there are other people who are like, don't really feel boots whatsoever here.
I mean, we do know Sandstorm likes to get those reads, right? Since the beginning, he's been on that Mordex. He's been on kind of read characters. He's never really shifted to something with just big hits or true combos that way. But that might be part of it, because a good read on the boots can get a good KO. Right now, Sandstorm over to the gauntlets. Use, gonna play it safe.
I think he did technically. Did he play Zuva at Plat Fight? I can't remember if he did. I think he played a little bit of Zuva at Plat Fight. Man, we just got to get Sandstorm on the hammer. We got to get Sandstorm on the hammer, Sandstorm on the blasters, and then everybody's having a great time on that one.
He also played the Magyar before too, so he's been thinking about it. But right now, weapon tosses not connecting. He's taking a little bit more damage, and Yu's gonna hit him with that sidelight. Edgeguard opportunity. Sandstorm just dips too low.
Oh, I think you see a little bit of unhappiness on his face after that, of knowing that he kind of threw away that stock, but also he was scared in the moment. You know how that small wall can go against Hughes, even though he doesn't necessarily extend off stage too much.
Nice.
It's a great way to answer back.
Ooh, I like that wake up gravity cancel down sig. Didn't lead to too much, but really well done from Sandstorm. I'm glad he went with the side air. He keeps going for the down air, and it's just so weird to me. But you know what? It's kind of been working out for him.
I think that could be potential like early game shenanigans. Like, okay, what can I get away with? I'm gonna. Oh my gosh. Sandstorm's high here, so he's going to be able to get over, but he gets caught. This is really scary all of a sudden.
He's still sweating, but he'll get back onto the stage. He'll be okay. Just took a little bit of damage for all his troubles.
Yeah, Hughes didn't really have the option to do like a downward reversal there because he was just below Sandstorm at that point. That he could go with a neutral air and send him high or go for the better option or the recovery like he did. Landing punish? Okay, just an in-light.
Just putting out that side air, trying to put a hitbox in front of Hughes. Hughes comes down. Weapon spawns in favor of Hughes. Sandstorm still behind in the damage department.
Yeah, it really seemed like he was going to find the KO a lot more quickly than he did. What's Hughes looking for here? Because we just saw him try to go for a landing side air. Is he going to stay grounded and just look for the sidelight side? Okay, there's the sidelight. I think Sandstorm's doing a really good job of knowing, like, what's the main KO thing that Hughes is going to be going for, sidelight side air, and he's been avoiding it. Like, a lot of times he's going aerial. Oh my gosh, dude.
He's going to eat all of that damage from the gauntlets.
Sandstorm fighting back on this stock, evening things up here while Hughes has been unable to find his KO options.
Scary spot dodge above Hughes. Sidelight side air. Finally, Hughes is going to find the hit and the KO, but Sandstorm got a lot of damage in that middle ground.
Yeah, his ability to come back after that huge first stock loss and then all of the damage that Hughes was putting out on second stock. Coming in with the boots here against the orb. Gets the KO off the top. The disarm didn't matter.
And he's sticking with the boots. His movement has definitely leveled up here.
Oh, like the final hits of the neutral light.
Oh, decides to pressure off stage. He was sweating, but he did get the ground touch. Down air hits.
Ooh, nice little bounce pass straight down to himself, so he's able to pick it back up. Also potentially force an option if Hughes is just instantly going off of the weapon toss for a reaction.
Weapon's gone, but there's a weapon spawn for Sandstorm. He already primed up a second set of boots.
It's the dash game, ladies and gentlemen. You know when these players slow it down, it's just going to be dashes all over the place.
It's the movement game. It's that footsies. Sidelight Hughes staying above it this time. Sandstorm over to the gauntlets. Damage relatively even. This is not secure for anyone.
Start. Man, he wanted the
air.
turnaround side air and use his recovery back to the stage.
Ooh, landing there. Hughes able to dodge out in time. Another dodge. Sandstorm dodges down, but he jumps up and gets caught. Does he have the movement? Gets over the side signature. He'll get back onto the stage.
He used his in-air options like jumps and dodges for the vertical game and then used the side air for the lateral game so he can move back. Okay, the weapon toss is going to hit him. He has side airs coming in. He has the dodge. He's able to touch the wall, and Hughes is just not anywhere near the corner to punish. He's playing it safe.
Both of them so close to KO. Percent avoids the sidelight spot dodge for spot dodge, but Sandstorm not able to get the hit onto Hughes. Burns his dodge, and that's going to be KO for Hughes. The one whiff gets punished.
He went for the in-sig as the option there to get the KO. Hughes. That game started to slip away from him. That second stock after that huge opening right there was where Sandstorm fell in late orange, and Hughes was only like halfway through his stock. Then all of a sudden, he got this turnaround pretty quickly. Even with that D-Sig, he didn't have enough movement to get back to the stage. And then on the second stock, man, Sandstorm really did a great job of turning things around.
Yeah, he really brought this one back. Just slight misread in that final moment. Committed pretty hard with that gravity cancel down light and got punished for it.
You saw the dodge come out from Sandstorm to gravity cancel the D-light. Out came the side light in Sig.
I wonder if that was a misinput, because if it went to the right, he would have been a hero. So I wonder if that was like a little bit of a misinput.
Could have been. That's kind of rude of Fate to be like in front of the word light attacks.
Yeah, I was very
girl, get in the back.
Distracted and thinking about like what is the layering here, because it's behind the numbers, but it's in front of the word light attack.
All right, let's see who gets first weapon here. They both jump high and don't throw out a move.
All right, catches the landing with the neutral light. Hughes challenges his way back up. Another neutral light. Hughes going to dodge off stage this time, so Sandstorm's down there, not going to hit. Where's the dodge? Uses it.
Sandstorm kind of starting this game off similarly to the last one. throwing out the down air, pushing Yus down over on the right side. Then we kind of get back onto the stage and go back to more normal gameplay that we expect. Nice punish there from Yus getting the sidelight side air.
Hits him with the neutral light. Downlight, side light. Still manages to hit the recovery. You see him spot dodge, hoping Yus is going to burn his dodge immediately so he can get another hit.
So one of the differences that we see from Sandstorm versus Yus here that we didn't see in the previous Yus game is like Yus was really nailing going back to center stage, like literally the center of the stage. And he's doing that as a focus here, but he's not able to do it as often because Sandstorm is also doing a similar thing. So Sandstorm is able to place himself in center stage a lot more than like Piery was against Yus in the previous set.
Yeah, I think Sandstorm's a little bit more willing to like challenge for that center stage, whereas Piery was like, I'll let you have that and then I'll just challenge later. Catches the movement.
Oh,
that's
nice.
the spot touch with the neutral light drops.
Oh, that's heartbreaking.
The wall is solid, and you can't send your opponent into it. Instead, Yus with a jumping side air. Not quite enough. He's unarmed.
I'm so glad that happened at the beginning of the game and not the end of the game.
Yeah, that would have been a heartbreaker for a way to lose a game. Oh, misses the neutral light, and Yus going to get that side light for the KO.
That's yet another side light from pretty much the center of the stage. That one definitely was the previous time he hit. It was also really close to the center stage in the Piery set. I believe they were playing on Miami Dome. KO off the top from Sandstorm. Tracking Yus in the air and throws out that recovery for the KO off the top. No edge guard coming out from Yus. He puts himself near the corner. He's there like in perfect D-light range, but he's not going to make a risk.
Just gets that two-piece. Sandstorm with a landing side air, but couldn't get more after it. Swaps weapons. Just kidding. Back to the boots. Priming the second set of boots this time. Nair recovery. There's the dodge. Sandstorm goes off stage for it, but doesn't hit the ground pound. Yus floating out there, but he still managed to get the wall touch.
Dude, I thought we were going to see Sandstorm get a hit there, and then we were going to get to see like a goofy stage spike off of the 45-degree angle.
Ooh, okay. Nair from below. Nice. That was a chase dodge forward turnaround weapon toss.
Juggle game coming out. Weapon start game coming out from Sandstorm. He's chasing after him. He's able to stay like really close to Yus a lot better than Piery was. Piery was doing a great job of chasing, but Yus, it seemed like he was just a little bit more elusive against Piery compared to Sandstorm. Ooh. Nice.
Uh-oh. Okay. Stars came out. Downlight recovery. Sandstorm going to get a stock lead. There's been a couple times off the boots. I think it's off of boots side light where Yus will do a back downward dodge. I'm curious if Sandstorm's going to start to get a read on it. Hits him with the neutral layer. Not able to get more.
Just waiting on that. I can't believe Sandstorm went for an on-stage ground pound like that right in front of Yus.
Oh, okay. Was trying to catch Yus's head. Oh, yeah, a little close there, didn't hit. Yus still needs to finish off the stock. Sandstorm didn't get the weapon pickup, but we'll still do it with the unarmed neutral light.
And I love that we got to see WESS's Tesca earlier, not specifically against Yus, but like we got to see WESS's Tesca that's signature heavy, and then we get to see Sandstorm's Tesca that is not signature heavy whatsoever.
Yeah, it's really interesting how they handle similar situations.
Dude, you gotta stop landing with the onstage ground pound right in front of Yus like that.
Okay, hits the side air. There's the dodge. Sandstorm not able to get that second side air. Okay, keeps him down there. Doesn't hit the nair.
Yeah. WESS goes for a gravity cancel neutral sig there. Ooh, no edge guard. He's at a weapon disadvantage, so you don't see him pressing off stage. Even with the weapon, you just see him dashing forward right onto that corner, dashing back, trying to bait Yus into throwing out the neutral air.
It's a neutral air.
Gosh.
Oh, tried to read the same dodge from Yus, but Yus changed it up this time. Side light. Sandstorm's in trouble. Doesn't have the range to challenge Yus. The weapon toss. Yus goes off stage.
They swap places.
That's a KO.
Yup.
Sandstorm going to close out the game 1-1.
You see him shaking his head. These are difficult sets. That's obvious here, but the pacing of these sets, it's a grind.
This is an over-distillation of the battle, the uphill battle that Sandstorm has to do, but it does feel like at times Yus has to do 2 hits to equate to like the 3 or 4 that Sandstorm has to do, right? Like you saw Use hit the orb side light side air like 2 times, and Sandstorm was in orange.
Yeah, it's like Hammer to a lesser degree, right? Like you get hit with a stomp side air and you take a gorillion damage, and then you're doing like boom, pow, hee-haw, hoo-ah, hoo-ah, hee-haw, get the read, boom, here's the dodge, cut the jump, here's the signature, and it's like 35 damage. Yeah!
3, 2.
Strength stance, baby. But we're going into the next one. Game number 3, Small World's End. Quick KOs abound. Sandstorm playing it safe this time. Doesn't opt to get the weapon pickup or deny. Doesn't want the boots immediately just yet. There's the throwaway.
I didn't catch on the timer how long last game was.
Same.
So I know, like, I think in the beginning of it, nobody was red at like a minute 15. So reasonably long game. Not, of course, not the longest in the world, but definitely the length of these games. If you have a used game, it's potentially going to be long, especially if you're in against an opponent that he just can't steamroll.
All right, 2-piece. Sandstorm jumps away. Neutral light not going to hit. Use able to turn this one around. Weapon toss, keeping that pressure going, and he swaps over to the orb.
Yeah, he's been starting to throw the weapon right down over the corner a couple times, doing that Zeus throw. We saw it like a couple times last game. We just saw it this game. Sidelight side air, sending over the edge, stripping the field, going back to the orb. Wants the consistent KO potential. Grabs it with a neutral sig KO off the top.
Yeah, Use a lot more willing. You saw him do that sidelight end sig to close out game number 1. He's doing a little bit more here as well here in game number 3.
Dodge up from Sandstorm. Kind of stops any momentum Use had after that string. Just barely missing the sidelight. No major punish coming out from Sandstorm.
Landing side air, goes for the down air, trying to just use that longer range.
Dude, he hasn't been using down air like at all. I'm trying to think back to how many times I've heard that noise, and I feel like I haven't. The juggle game coming up from the neutral air, the orb.
Yeah, usually he uses that down air on like a corner guard, if at all. Oh, okay. Use kind of recognizing the situation, gonna opt to throw away that stock. He still has a significant advantage.
Ooh, the weapon
Nice,
goes
caught his
high.
dodge.
Oh my gosh, this could be huge.
Oh.
Great answer back from Use, going in with the recovery, not just to move himself, but to hit Sandstorm,
dodge.
throw him away. Big strength potential coming out. He's going to need a lot more than that. He only has Use in the dark yellow after all of it. Exactly what we were just talking about.
Lots of movement, doesn't hit the neutral air. Sidelight gonna whiff, and Use comes down. Oh, that ground pound. Tries to utilize the bounce, expecting Use to try to punish with a sidelight, but Use just comes in with a neutral light.
I would still imagine a sidelight would still probably pick up off of that bounce, but I'm not familiar with the bounce.
I don't think it hits high enough.
I'm not familiar with the bounce enough on Boots ground pound compared to like Blaster ground pound.
Yeah.
But still, like, that's yet another onstage ground pound that's been punished by Sandstorm when he does it right in front of Use.
Ooh, that's a burn dodge, but Use not able to get the hit. Off-stage opportunity. Sandstorm doesn't hit the side air, and that's going to be Use with a bigger lead.
Unarmed, he does hit the jump nair. He saw the weapon spawn coming in, wanted to give himself a little bit more room. Oh, dude, the double inlight. When that gets a hit from a scythe player, I'm instantly so scared.
Sandstorm knows he needs the stop.
Nice.
There's a dodge with Sandstorm. Gets him with a nair recovery. A little bit delayed, but he still gets the KO.
He's bringing this back. Not in his favor just yet, but it's a much smaller deficit than he was at previously. There's the in-light from Use. He's running away all the way to the left side of the stage, turning around sidelight side air. D-light almost making connection. There's the jump side air. There's the sidelight side air. Dude, he's like already deep in the red almost. This is so scary. The weapon toss at the Zeus throw angle. The high weapon toss. Swapping back over to the orb. The fadeaway back to get away from that neutral air from Sandstorm.
Easy punish. Sidelight side air. Not quite enough despite this being Small World Zen. Goes for the down air over the corner. Sandstorm comes back onto the stage. That was a burn dodge, but Sandstorm doesn't go for more after the neutral air.
I gotta think a recovery's gonna do it, or one more sidelight side air, and that's gonna be from the middle of the stage, and that will do it. Use takes the game.
He's up 2-1 over Sandstorm. If Use wins this, I think odds are good that Sandstorm's run here at the Spring Royale is pretty much done.
Last time they fought was at max mode. It was a 3-2 for Use. That was against Sandstorm's Piery. Are we going to get the same line here now that Use is up 2-1? even though Sandstorm swaps over to the Tesca. Man, the sidelight side air. Dude, high strength orb is so scary. You're seeing 100% signature accuracy coming out from Use. That's going to be that in-light into the in-sig. Or wait, was it the sidelight and the in-sig? I can't remember.
Sidelight in-sig.
Okay, I can't remember whether it was orb or side this time.
I was looking at the accuracy, man. Uses was 66% light attack accuracy, whereas on the other side,
brutal.
Sandstorm had like 34% accuracy, and he's going to the Mordex. He's hoping that his classic, the Mordex, is going to be the thing to push him in over to game number 5.
Yeah, this is like his essentially last chance desperation pick. This is a round robin. There are more sets to play, but like you said, if he loses this, like it's over essentially.
Yeah, he's currently 0-2 in the round robin phase. Going 0-3 would be pretty hard to come back from. All right, nice neutralite into the recovery. Sandstorm starting off
That's
strong,
the dodge.
doesn't hit the dare.
The down air was so close to making contact after he got Use's dodge. Ooh, even his own spot dodge after that. Then he hits the next neutralite, doesn't go for the spot dodge delay. Oh, the
Good
fade
dash.
back from Use. His little dash back was just enough.
Neutralite in there. Use still has movement. Weapon toss. Use gravity cancel.
Yup.
Side sig and Sandstorm with the punish.
So Use had to do the GC side sig because that's
the
the
movement,
only thing
yeah.
that's going to potentially give him enough movement to get back over. Sandstorm's, of course, ready for it. He's able to punish the GCD light.
That is just a checkmate situation. You're
Yep.
forcing the moves out of your opponent, and when they have to do that final move, easy checkmate.
Two side players playing this spacing game, man.
Use though, playing it back. Doesn't punish the whiff down light.
Yeah, that's a rare just raw downlight coming out like that. Like, yeah, they were playing the spacing game, so you maybe want to go for the longer range move, but that D-light is absolutely punishable.
Opts for the orb. Might be looking for side light side air. Just a landing side air, not quite enough. Another orb.
Ooh, a lot of dashing coming out before any commitment whatsoever. It's a sidelight side air from Use. Gets the KO, but he's about 50 damage behind. Juggling his orb.
Side light down light this time. Side light down light again.
Oh, he almost caught that. No major attempt on the corner guard or edge guard coming out from Sandstorm. The second Use gets back, he puts out so much damage on a Sandstorm. Use actually in the lead. Oh, I almost thought we were going to see a ground pound coming out, but again, Use just does not risk too much. He's like one of the most risk-averse players out there. Like, he does it in such a scientific way that isn't just like, I'm going to play scared or anything like that. Like, he's so scientific with all of his commitments.
Dude, insurance companies love him.
Dude, he'd be so good.
Falling down air. Ooh, no recovery afterwards. Man, Use really hasn't gone for a recovery after an air. Sandstorm on the other hand will hit the recovery, or will attempt the recovery. Oh, nice.
Two stocks remain for Use to exit this with a 3-1 victory against Sandstorm. But Sandstorm has to take one stock to push this into a game 5. Even the GCD light just barely missing. And then the dodge comes out from Use, and then the side light for the KO.
Final stocks here. Sandstorm not able to breathe a sigh of relief just yet. He's got the edge guard control, but Use comes up.
Instant move back to center stage. The second Sandstorm peeks up with that gauntlet recovery.
He wants a side. Use knows it. Immediate weapon denial. Saw the spawn on the left side. Another
Weapon toss
weapon
up.
spawn.
Doing a great job stripping the field. There's a 3-piece. Almost got the nair.
Oh, now Sandstorm's the one with the pickup. Use comes down, hits that neutral air, but Use is getting damage.
Scythe coming in for Use. It's Scythe v Scythe here. There's the side light, instant backup. Now he goes in, another side light, instant backup. There's another side light. The
Goes up
shotgun
with the
blast
side
gets
sig.
punished. There's the down air, another down air. Oh! The GC side light, his dodge is burned, but he should have it back shortly. The dare pick up right over the corner.
Oh, Use has a dare of his own, though. Use gonna back up. There's the orb. Sandstorm thought he was gonna go high. The neutral light. Not gonna put him off screen just yet.
He stayed aerial,
Weapon
trying to
toss.
follow his own weapon toss and pick it back up, but he couldn't. He's disarmed, but he doesn't! With the unarmed down heavy, forcing the game 5. 611 damage needed before he found that final hit for the KO to push it to Game 5 on World's End.
What an insane finisher from Sandstorm. What a big commit. Dashes on the stage, throws out the down heavy, and if Hughes was able to react in time, could have punished with a down air, but ended up getting caught. And Sandstorm going to push this into a game number 5.
There's nothing in this game that shows like the difference in terms of like how willing these players are to risk things than Sandstorm going in with that down heavy unarmed against Hughes. Oh my gosh. Snapped right onto the stage, in with the down heavy. We saw the 100% signature accuracy coming out from Hughes before. It's now dropped to 0.
Oh man, but that every time you're in a situation like that and you have to make those big gambles, it is almost impossible to guarantee that, and you can't rely on it going into the next game, and that's so tough. Especially because like you look back on that game and you're like, dude, Sandstorm started off that huge. He had an amazing scythe start. He ended up getting that first stock so big, and then Hughes brought it back to final stock, final hit, and now we're going to Game 5 once again. If Sandstorm loses this, his round robin phase is basically done.
It was really that second stock from Hughes that did so much to bring it back in his favor. I don't know if the folks at home caught it on the graph, but it was such a long second stock. He spent so much of the game on that second stock that helped him bring it back. Brings it back on stage. We're going left, we're going right. We're going from the East Coast to the West Coast.
Got him on that roller coaster, mixing up which direction he's going to be going. Hughes taking a lot of damage to start this one off. Sandstorm yet to be hit. Oh, misses the neutral light, misses the side air.
Sandstorm feels confident enough, like he hadn't been hit so far when he threw out. That gravity gets over on the edge, and that cannot be said again now that Hughes has almost evened this up so far after the huge opening from Sandstorm. Sandstorm still has the lead, now swapping over the gauntlets. We haven't seen too much gauntlets from him.
Hughes able to dodge this time, not going to get caught by that recovery. Sandstorm. Downlight recovery, not enough. It's not small World's End.
Yeah, if we were on World's End, that would have been a KO for sure. But we're on Fortress of Lions. Dude, if that recovery not KOing, it gives Hughes enough time to bring it back even and then take it in his favor. Sandstorm going with the bold neutral signature as well, instantly punished. This time Hughes has movement, but he has time to throw that out and then get his dodge again before Sandstorm's in his threat area.
Sandstorm still gets that wall touch, but Hughes is making this one stay close. Misses the side air, side light, side air, gonna launch him far, but again, map's too wide.
This first stock could set the pace for the rest of this game. It's going to be Sandstorm taking first stock again, but if Hughes is able to do on a second stock and extend it just like he did last game, we're even. Ooh, we're in Game 5, and we are absolutely even between these two players.
This is what you would expect from two world champions, our current and our previous world champion. Sandstorm now with the edge guard opportunity. Scythe v Scythe hits the neutral air, keeps Hughes in the open air, but Hughes comes up safely.
Actually spending some time on the edge guard there, then going back onto the corner and actually throwing moves out over the corner. He even went for the GC inlight that we saw on rare occasion against Piery earlier. Look how much space is between him, dude.
Sandstorm getting a little nervous here, using a lot more movement. Weapon toss down, hits the neutral air, hits a down air. There's a dodge, but Sandstorm not able to keep that going.
I think we're really going to see Hughes attempt to slow it down here.
Ooh, miss the air. Miss the air.
He tries to run back to center stage. Sandstorm chases him with the side air, but then Hughes was able to turn it around and overspace it again. The weapon toss goes out. Oh, great spot dodge from Hughes, but he's still unable to pick up the weapon right after.
Yeah, Sandstorm able to get there in time. Still, he's behind in damage. That side light going to send him off stage. Side air's not even going to put him off screen. Weapon toss.
The weapon toss went so high from Hughes. Okay, now he's able to grab the orb. Dude, Sandstorm using that soft platform. There's the sidelight side air for the KO. Hughes has a nice lead here. He's in the later stages of orange, not even red just yet. Dude, how is Hughes is a second stock Samuel? I haven't said that in a long time because it just hasn't manifested in front of us. Hughes has done such a great job of turning these around. He almost has a full stock lead. Oh, again. Dude, Sandstorm wants to sit in the air. Get ready for a neutral light, brother.
Nair. Got the dodge. That's going to be a recovery, but Sandstorm is behind. He needs something big.
He's about 100 damage behind. The pacing so far has not been going enough in his favor to overcome that damage difference. He's positioning out there, but he doesn't throw anything out. He's trying to catch these landings with a sidelight. A sidelight side air will not do it at this moment. That's the dodge, and he gets the turnaround with the side air for the KO, and Hughes takes it in Game 5. A repeat of the scoreline from MARCKIEMOO 2025 here at the Spring Royale.
3-2 Hughes with a clutch dodge in that final moment, gets around, gets the turnaround side air, and is going to close it out over Sandstorm, making the hopes of our North American a lot more of a imaginary.
Yeah, this is going to be really tough for him. Sandstorm got 3-0'd by MARCKIEMOO. He got 3-2'd by WESS, and then he got 3-2'd by you. So we lost to both South American players and the only other North American player here. That means Hughes is victorious after that one. He needed that victory. It would have been a little bit tough for him. Definitely not all hope lost if he ended up losing that one, but especially after he got 3-0'd against WESS. He needed a victory there to kind of get the momentum back in his favor.
One thing I appreciate about Sandstorm, as we got to see him on screen, is like he's very accepting of whatever happened. Like 9 times out of 10, he does like the FTC nod, or he'll smile.
Funny,
he's like, "Yep, that happened."
He's funny. I mean, that goes back to the days of like him and Boomy playing together, and them just like absolutely smashing everybody else into the dirt
and then cackling. As it
yeah,
happens.
like you look at one side and it's just like they're just, oh my gosh, they look like they're going to the gallows, and then on Sandstorm and Boomy side, they're just laughing and having a good time.
They're like, "Did you see that end scene?"
Yeah.
Like, yeah. But yeah, that's going to put Sandstorm down 0-3 for our round robin phase. It's just going to get harder because he's only got 2 sets left to go. So his best possible hope is a 2-3, which if everybody else loses, maybe could happen.
Yeah. I don't know the likelihood of that happening. Sandstorm would have to get a victory against Godly, which is it's certainly possible. I don't know if it's probable, or a victory against Piery, which I think is more possible and more probable as well, potentially. But who knows, man? Piery might show us something here. That would be huge. Of course, Piery lost 0-3 to Hughes. He lost 0-3 to Godly as well. His next set is going to be up against MARCKIEMOO. That's going to be really tough. That could be a potential stage setter for his future set against Sandstorm, especially if Sandstorm maybe after that last game like abandons the Tesca, moves on to the Mordex, or he might just go back in with the Tesca, like kind of resetting back to what he originally wanted to go into.
Yeah, well, we will find out what happens with that set, who they end up picking and whatnot after this upcoming break. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, we'll be bringing you more Spring Royale action. You don't want to miss it, so stick around.
Rise up and show my some mother and a daughter, sister, brother, son, and father. You've been trying harder. 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 You've been trying harder.
You've been trying harder. Rise up and show 'em as a brother and a daughter, sister, brother, son, and father. You've been trying harder. Rise up and show 'em as a mother and a daughter, sister, brother, son, and father. You've been trying harder. You've been trying harder. You've been trying harder. You've been trying harder.
Spring Royale continues. Sandstorm currently down 0-3 for the day. But we'll see if anyone else decides to join them down there, because we've got still at least a handful of sets to go. Honestly, Markkiemoo, clearly they wanted to see every single set of his, because they're all marked for stream.
Yeah, he's absolutely one of the superstars of this weekend. A superstar among superstars, that is. He has only played one set so far, and it was the 3-0 against Sandstorm that we saw earlier. We just saw WESS versus Godly, and then right after that we saw Sandstorm and Hughes. We're about to see Markkiemoo versus Piery.
And then after that, we'll be watching Hughes versus Godly. Like Sparky said earlier today, pretty much every single set from here on out is going to be on stream. And the only reason why I use vague terminology is because I'm too lazy to look at this thing and actually acknowledge that all of them are marked for stream.
Yeah, also, you know, things happen every now and then.
True.
So you always got to add the plausible deniability in there. Running the gauntlet, baby! It is the newcomer, Piery, versus Markkiemoo, the savior of North America. Both of these players, gauntlet players, have spent a lot of time on the weapon.
Was that wordplay?
Potentially.
Running the gauntlet? Was that why they did it?
I mean, I would imagine.
Or is it because Markkiemoo's only played one set, so if they're just going to put him on stream for the rest of the day?
Those stats also are not all correct. Yeah, Brother Piery has not been in like 59 to top 32s or whatever.
I think the Sandstorm's numbers, because Piery's been in one
Toast,
top
you are
32.
so loud in my ear, brother. Can you turn that down just a little bit?
Background broke.
All right, there. Okay, that looks much better here.
Much humbler numbers.
Yeah, right?
For sure.
Which means just like the beginning, like a flower when it's just a bud, like it's a humble flower. And then all of a sudden you realize that like, oh, it's a beautiful flower waiting to bloom. Is this the time for Piery to bloom, or is he one of those types of flowers that like blooms one day a year?
Yeah.
And that was the spring championship.
Yeah, like the
I don't know what it's called.
Flower.
I don't know.
But you know, for peonies, to check a peony's like readiness to bloom, you can kind of give it a squeeze. It's a little squeeze test. And if it's too squishy, then it is not ready. And they get to harden as they get closer to blooming. And wait, is it the opposite? It's the opposite.
I don't know.
It's the opposite. They
I'm gonna
start
trust
off
you,
hard
whatever
and
you
they
say,
get
man.
softer. So the question is right now, Piery, is he softened up yet? Is he ready to bloom and open up? Or is he still too tense?
It's going to be really tough either way, no matter what state he is in, because he's going up against Markkiemoo, PR1 in North America. Meanwhile, Piery, PR14 in EU. And that is after the PR boost that he got from Spring Championship. So before that, he was even lower.
Man, I want Piery to do well.
Yeah, it would really stink if he just comes here and like essentially gets last or second to last place. At least like second to last is like not as bad because there's only like 6 people as opposed to like the 8 or 9 people that we had previously.
I want him to at least get some games.
Yeah, for sure.
Some game W's, because right now it's not looking too hot. Currently 0-6 for the day in terms of games, 0-2 for sets.
Now, one thing that is really interesting that we're not going to see it all here because like Piery is essentially out of the meta for most top players' opinions. But going into Spring Championship, he had like one of the highest leveled Priyas that like I had seen. Period. He had a level 50 Piery, which was like it was more than Vem. It was definitely more than Sandstorm. Like Vem at the time of like the winning Priyas was one of the higher leveled Priyas, definitely over Sandstorm, over Acno, over pretty much everybody except Frydazol. But even though Frydazol has a higher level Piery than Piery, Piery's still 3-0'd Frydazol in Elim finals to secure his spot in the Royale. So he's showing that he has a lot of experience on the Piery compared to like some of the other players who like, you know, spent a medium amount of time on the Legend, but he really put it in, and he showed that he really put in that work, and it paid off for him so well, which is why he's here in front of us right now.
Yeah, unfortunate that he's probably not going to be playing Piery.
Oh yeah, it's definitely not. No shot.
Dude, imagine though.
No shot.
Imagine he's like, well, you know, we'll run it back. One time for the one.
Are we getting Onyx?
Interesting. You did mention Piery, kind of an overall gauntlet player.
Definitely a gauntlet guy.
He's been playing, like you said, not the Piery doesn't have gauntlets, but we saw the Tezca earlier. We've seen, of course, he has the Rayman in 2s. So he's got a handful of Gauntlet players, to say the very least.
So the games that I saw him running against Yito earlier today, it was mostly the Mordex, and then like there were a couple Titan games, maybe like 1 or 2 Titan games, and I didn't know if that was just like, oh, I'm just playing against Yito, I just want to get warm, whatever, as long as it's a Gauntlet legend. Like maybe he just kind of got bored playing Mordex for the second, and then wanted to swap over to a little bit of Titan. But it looks like he's playing some Titan here.
Which is interesting. Again, we originally knew Piery as like kind of a 2s player, and that's generally where you'll see the Onyx succeed, is in the 2 space where you can get that N-Sig off of your teammate's setup. But now he's going to have to try to figure out how to play around MARCKIEMOO in the 1 space with this Onyx. He's got a lot more defense, could go for the edge guard. He's sweat beating, so is MARCKIEMOO. MARCKIEMOO's going to turn that one around. Oh, but he doesn't hit the ground.
He falls off of that. That's tough. But like everything that we know about MARCKIEMOO is, I feel like he's going to be able to like wash that away and not really worry about that. He's going to have he's going to be a goldfish with like 10 seconds worth of memory, and it's going to all of a sudden be gone from his mental.
I mean, I'm sure he's already forgotten it as he hits that recovery.
Yeah,
won't even matter now. There's a weapon spawn. His pick of what he wants going to be the scythe.
I do worry about the cannon coming in here against MARCKIEMOO. Like any whiff, I'm just worried he's going to be so punished. I worry about the range that Piery has going into the scythe right now. Dude, he's got nothing to deal with. And there's another dare right there. It's over. It's over, brother. Just like that. It's wow. Did he take any damage in that edge guard whatsoever? Definitely not on the edge guard. I don't know how much he took on that stock from the time that Piery spawned back in. It's going to be potentially utter destruction here. Hopefully this is just like game 1 jitters.
All right, Piery. He's got the cannon. Goods the N-Sig. Goes for a second one off the soft platform. MARCKIEMOO not going to get caught by it.
Yep. There's a whiff punish. I worry that's going to happen almost every single time. Does get the side air, but it sends too far away. Even if MARCKIEMOO like dodged back in right after that from hit stun, like I don't think he's going to get hit by that neutral signature. He's just too damaged.
Oh, just off the mark with a ground pound.
The blast. He knows the range of the blast, and Piery's done, and that's a 2 stock.
You know what? He's taking it well, though. Immediately after he got caught there, you saw him turn to the side. I don't know who's over there. I think some of the players are honestly just sitting by watching, and he gave him a smile. He's like, you know what? Yeah, that was kind of a goofy one. This is the tragedy of the first stock for MARCKIEMOO, where he hits the downlight, but just slightly misplaces that ground pound.
Now, I wonder if we get like an insta swap from Piery after that, dude. After all of those downer, yeah, there's the insta swap over onto the Tesca. Hoping those boots find their way in a little bit more often than the cannon did last game.
Yeah, I don't think the gauntlets. He'll still get caught if he messes up in the off stage against the scythe. But yeah, like you said, the cannon was pretty much a non-factor in that last game.
Now, one thing that he'll potentially have here with MARCKIEMOO that he didn't have with Use is like someone who's going to potentially be in his face at all times, really putting the pressure on him so he can catch with the signatures that he wasn't really throwing out against Use.
All right, neutral signature, but it's not going to bounce. So instead, trying to catch the immediate jump. He went for the side air. MARCKIEMOO not going to go for it. Neutral sig again. MARCKIEMOO with the punish. Nice.
Ooh.
Great patience from MARCKIEMOO. Went for weapon tosses and then waited for Piery to burn everything. Comes down with that ground pound.
Now, MARCKIEMOO has fought Sandstorm today, so he has fought a Tesca. He's fought Tescas in the past in the North American region. Not too many, but definitely some to be familiar enough with the legend. He hasn't fought WESS today yet. That's going to be an interesting one to see how it differs from the Piery game here.
Ooh.
Dude, he's just so ready.
Yeah.
Anytime Piery wants to overextend. Okay, the spike down. Yeah. That's going to be the stock. That's a nice way to answer back. That's why you saw him going for those neutral signatures on the corner so much.
It does really feel, though, that like MARCKIEMOO kind of knows the routes that Piery wants to take, so he's already preparing for a counter on him.
Yeah, so Piery may get one every now and then. Like, Broken Clock is right twice a day, but the rest of the time it's wrong.
All right, hits the recovery. Off-stage engagement. Piery not going to go for the gravity cancel neutral signature just yet.
Yeah, MARCKIEMOO seems to just want to do these recoveries. He's thrown like 5 of them out. Ooh. He's ready for it, ready with the spot dodge. No instant punish right after, but he just gets back onto the main stage, grabs the gauntlets. It seems like he wants a recovery KO. He was doing it on the scythe. He's doing it on the gauntlets. I'm surprised he hasn't got it yet.
There it is. Good patience from MARCKIEMOO. still gets that recovery, and despite whiffing a bunch of them, wasn't really getting punished for it, so ends up working out for him.
It almost seems like MARCKIEMOO's kind of on autopilot right now. He's just like, yeah, I'm going to throw out the recovery here. He's not going to punish me. Okay, here he's up there again. I'm going to throw out the recovery again, rather than like really tight gameplay.
Got the dodge. Doesn't hit the down air. Piery with the turnaround hits the weapon toss. MARCKIEMOO's going to fall again.
Yeah, dude, if he gets caught like just going on autopilot mode or like overextending like that, like there are definitely going to be times where Piery is going to answer back. I would say that all of the statistics favor MARCKIEMOO as the much better player here, but like still, Piery's not a bad player. You can get away with that stuff against me. You're not going to necessarily always get away with it against Piery.
Yeah, you got to respect the fact that Piery earned his spot here. He made it into the top 6 players to make it out to the Spring Royale. He's definitely not someone you can completely sleep on.
Yeah, MARCKIEMOO was ready to attack right out of hit stun with that.
Ooh. Thought he was going to dodge to the right. Ends up missing that neutral signature, but doesn't get punished for it. Side sig connects, throws him off stage.
Good movement back onto the stage with the signature. The weapon toss bounce off the wall. Doesn't hit.
Doesn't hit the gravity cancel side light. MARCKIEMOO starting to get caught.
Piery's got a lead here. He could snake this game away.
Piery with some good movement, starting to avoid MARCKIEMOO.
I was a little bit worried MARCKIEMOO was going to get caught all the way up there with a gauntlet recovery and get KO'd off the top.
Dodges down, turns it around. MARCKIEMOO with the edge guard, and the weapon toss is going to guarantee the KO. But man, I think MARCKIEMOO's got to recognize, might have to focus up a little bit more than he was doing.
Going to be changing up the song he's listening to. He mentioned this in his interview, and I'm sure we'll see it later, but he listens to vastly different music when he's like playing by himself versus definitely when he's on stream. He'll play like more like kind of chill, lo-fi stuff. He'll play like obviously royalty-free so he doesn't get cooked. But then like he'll play more when he's just by himself playing in like a tournament set or maybe in like really intense ranked games. He'll go for like really high energy stuff to get his adrenaline up.
Oh, interesting.
Which is interesting because you look at him and that does not look like a young man whose adrenaline is off the meter.
If you told me he just listens to classical, I'd be like, okay, yeah, that makes sense. Sure. All right. Goes for the down air. MARCKIEMOO going to turn it around. Goes for the side air. Another neutral air, down air, weapon toss. Piery's gone.
Great weapon toss there, interrupting the recovery from Piery. It's just going to send him straight down. Only about 50 damage on this stock. It's a 30-second, less than a 30-second stock here on Piery. I think like MARCKIEMOO can do all of the things that like he wants to do on autopilot mode, but if he just like dials in just a little bit, like I think there's real 3-stock potential from him on this. If he just tightens up a little bit, he can really go crazy here.
Ooh, side sig, not going to quite KO just yet though. Wall touch doesn't punish the second recovery. Ooh, he's sweat beaten.
Nice GCT light, there's the recovery. Yeah, he's not going to have enough to get high enough to then just float over back to the stage with the side airs from the gauntlets. We're seeing real 3-stock potential. I think probably we'll get a KO here from Piery. It's not going to take too much. Even the unarmed KO might do it, but he has the boots. There's a side stick. He just can't fish for those signatures, though. He has to find his spot. He has true combo KO.
Neutral
okay, all right, there we go.
He catches him, denies the 3-stock. But man, this is definitely a tall task for Piery right now.
Yeah, MARCKIEMOO looking to wrap this one up pretty quickly. I'm almost certain we'll see a 2-stock here unless Piery really comes out of the woodwork. He's finding some nice string damage. He's taking it to a 1-stock game, but MARCKIEMOO grabs the sight. It's going to give him the range that he needs. Oh. There's the neutral air. The weapon toss goes high. He's going to keep going in unarmed. The side air.
Side sig catches him. That'll KO. Final stocks here. Piery. Can he do it? Can he take a game off of MARCKIEMOO? Trying to cover the weapon. MARCKIEMOO catches him. Double side light into the recovery. MARCKIEMOO closes it out 3-0.
Same direction side light. MARCKIEMOO, no disrespect to Piery, but MARCKIEMOO made that look easy.
Yeah.
Like he made Piery look like a much less of a player than Piery actually is.
I think another way of phrasing that is it felt like we didn't have to unlock all of MARCKIEMOO to win that one. Like MARCKIEMOO, like you got like stage 1 MARCKIEMOO and you didn't get to like the second phase of the boss fight.
Yeah, he's like Super Saiyan 1.
He's like before Super Saiyan.
That's just Saiyan, I guess.
Yeah, he's just a Saiyan person.
Okay. Yeah, there you see, like it was almost all gauntlets too. Wait, that's Piery stats.
That's Piery stats.
Yeah, still also all gauntlets. Boots didn't do too much. Saw some signatures coming out. That was a really tough set for Piery. You see, like, more than half of the game was on MARCKIEMOO's first stock. It was like 2/3 of the game was on that first stock.
But also, like, the graphs. Piery's stocks did not get very high. Like, they were taken out quick. Here's that first stock of him.
That was a nice catch as MARCKIEMOO wanted to move off stage just a little bit. There's the side air. And then here was the grab, the reverse slide charge. Teska players do love, like, they love reverse slide charging that. They also love gravity canceling it into the wall. I saw WESS doing that while he was practicing, like, bot chase techniques earlier today on his warm-up.
I feel like we've seen 3 Teskas, and they're all kind of different. And I feel like Piery was kind of like the middle ground between the two of them.
Yeah.
Because Sandstorm is, like, very, like, all light attacks, almost no signatures. WESS a little bit more willing to do the signatures, but also a little bit more aggressive overall. And then you had Piery somewhere in the middle, like, does a couple of signatures, maybe not exactly in the same exact ways, and he's a little bit more reserved in how he's playing.
Yeah. He'll be more of a chameleon in the way of, like, matching his pace to his opponent, like what we saw against Hughes earlier, Hughes versus Piery. He slowed it down a lot. If Hughes wanted to, like, hover in that center stage, Piery was over here on the corner because he knew Hughes wasn't going to press onto him, and then eventually he started to press towards. But then kind of changing things around when he goes up against a MARCKIEMOO, like, MARCKIEMOO's in his face all the time. As much as he could deal with it, you were seeing moves coming out, you were seeing signatures coming out, trying to catch as MARCKIEMOO wanted to put pressure and overwhelm the opponent. Now, unfortunately, he wasn't able to do too much with it as MARCKIEMOO just ended up overwhelming him.
Yeah. Well, that is, again, going to be MARCKIEMOO continuing on, currently 2-0 for the day. Now we've got Hughes versus Godly for our next set of the day. The Trials of South America. What does that mean?
Godly gets bodied by South American players constantly. He loses to this region all the time. They always. Oh, he's right there. He's looking at me, man. I didn't look, man. I didn't mean it.
I made him say it's not me.
I didn't mean it like that, bro. It feels like Duke set me up on that one, bro.
Yeah, well, no, the production did. They're the ones who said it.
That's just the numbers, man.
Yep, 2-4 lifetime history. Use the one winning out over. Godly almost just unplugged everything. He's like, y'all gonna talk about me? Guess what? This plug's loose.
Dude, yeah,
it's fair. Godly he's struggled against South America,
and it's like, well, okay, but they're just like the best region.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, that just kind of happens. If we look back specifically, their history, like at the Spring Royale of 2024, that was a time that Godly came out on top. But overall, specifically Godly versus Hughes, it's 4-2 in favor of Hughes. If we look at the World Championship 2023, it's 3-1. If we look back at Spring Royale 2023, like 2 years ago, it's 3 sets, and Hughes won all of them. We're going to throw it to a quick video right now.
Well, Hughes is really good, but what's important when you're playing against Hughes is that he has a talent. He will take it to sudden death if he needs to. He will 8-minute you if he needs to. He will do what he needs to do to win. I've got respect for that. It's hard to deal with, which what makes him so good. But I'm confident. As long as I don't close my eye for a second or fall asleep or anything, it's all good. Do my best.
Mas com certeza, tipo, o boneco que o Godly está jogando, se ele for puxar uma Fate, então vou ter que jogar Ditto Match com ele, Fate contra Fate, e acredito que isso é uma dificuldade muito minha, de ter que jogar com uma arma. Já é difícil se eu tiver que jogar contra, igual no Jay eu jogava de espada contra espada, mas agora ter que jogar foice contra foice, orb contra orb, parece uma situação muito complicada. E além disso, o Godly é um jogador muito versátil, ele sabe jogar com vários bonecos, e além da Fate, que eu vi ele desempenhando na Spring, eu assisti um pouco o torneio, ele está jogando de Teros, e Teros é um boneco que no meta atual, na minha opinião, está muito difícil de se enfrentar, é muito recompensado. No seu jogo é muito recompensado o Teros. Então, com certeza, ele vai ser um jogador incrivelmente difícil, mas eu vou dar meu melhor.
Honestly, I really like how much respect Hughes was giving. Yeah. Like, as the top of kind of the world of Brawlhalla right now, he's our current world champion. He's still sitting there and he's like, you know what? I watched the run. I saw him play Teros. Teros is a challenging pick. Oh, he also might be playing Fate. Fate is is tough. Like, he gives a lot of respect where I think he would be totally in his rights to just be like, yeah, I'm going to body everyone.
I mean, we also kind of see the same from Godly and like almost all, like especially in that interview, but like also all of his interviews, like even about his fellow EU cohorts, that like he has shown time and time again that he can destroy every single one of them with hardly breaking a sweat. And he's still like, I go into every set looking at my opponent and I'm dealing with that opponent right there. I'm not looking at grand finals in winners semis. I'm looking specifically at this opponent and how to deal with this opponent. And that's exactly what he's going to do here against Hughes. He's not looking in the top 4. He's specifically looking across the table at the player that he's going up against right now, and that's Hughes. He knows exactly what the game plan of Hughes, you know, all the details maybe are a little bit difficult to grab a hand of, but like he knows the overall vibes of how Hughes plays, and he knows that, again, the risk versus reward. If Hughes doesn't risk a lot, then there's, if something goes wrong, then like he can't make mistakes that often if he doesn't risk a lot.
Yeah, and then on the other side, of course, we got to see the Godly interview, and like one of his win conditions was to never close his eyes.
Yep.
He's about to try to do
That's
an
hard.
8-minute staring contest with
Yeah.
the game and then do that at least 2 more times. That is a much harder thing to accomplish.
Yeah, being on for the entirety of a set is difficult. Being on for the entirety of a Hughes set, especially with the way he can slow it down, the way he can turn things super defensive, hyper defensive, all of a sudden, like, yeah, you have to be on it every single moment, because when you get impatient, or if you fall asleep, like he said, then Hughes is going to find every single moment where you do that. He is going to exploit it, and then all of a sudden he's going to come out on top.
Yeah, he's got to be careful how he approaches this. I'm really curious what they're going to do, what kind of picks. I'm feeling a Miami Dome.
Could see some dome coming out. We've seen several domes coming out today. We also could just see World's End, and they just agree to go on World's End. But yeah, I like that Hughes was talking about how he looked at some of Godly's spring championship run, because yeah, he did play a little bit of the Fate. That seemed to be one of Godly's options to answer to Chakram in the moment. The other one was the Nyx that we saw a little bit of as a preview earlier. But then ultimately, like, he moved off of the Fate and then back on the Taros and ended up winning the tournament specifically on the Taros. So that's probably why Hughes thought, and also pretty much everyone else thought, like, he was going to be coming in this tournament with the Taros, but no, it's going to be the Fate. It's going to be the Fate v Fate. I love that Hughes gives a lot of respect to both the Scythe and Orb and the idea of the mirror match here against this player.
That's absolutely a button check. I thought at the start when they both dash jumped, I was like, oh, I guess that's the best way to start. And then they're just like, nah. You know, it's good. Get those button checks out. But yeah, like you said, it's definitely going to be the Fate v Fate. You know, Hughes was kind of talking about, you know, Scythe v Scythe or Orb v Orb. I don't think a lot of people like to do that, like, direct of a mirror match where it's like same weapon v same weapon. I think a lot of times someone will try to go for the other one.
And especially when someone likes to slow things down, like, then that really grinds the mirror match to a halt, and you're both looking for the exact same things. When you're both looking to punish the other's landing or whiffed attack, what happens? The entire thing grinds to a halt, and you're waiting for the other person to act, the other person's waiting for you to act, and then just nothing happens. And that's why he makes the comment of, as long as I don't fall asleep, or as long as I don't get impatient and throw out a move, then, like, we're going to be in good territory.
I think another way of kind of describing that situation is like if you watched a Western movie, it's like it's high noon. They're both like standing on opposite ends of this really long dirt path, and they're waiting for the clock to tick down. But the entire time they're doing that, that's just tension.
Yeah.
That's them both being like nervous and ready to pull the trigger, but neither of them wanting to do it just yet. And that's basically what's going to happen here between Godly and Hughes.
Definitely going to be an interesting set. I think Godly has the greater potential to swap off of his Legend. If it starts going not his direction, there is the potential to pull out the Taros. But I don't know what the conditions are that would make that happen. I don't know if, like, Godly's more or less itching to switch, because he talked about that a little bit as well when I was asking him who's going to be playing today earlier. Is like he didn't want to just like, oh, I lose and I swap, I lose and I swap, I lose and I swap. All of a sudden, I'm just I'm panic swapping, because that never works out.
Yeah.
That's a bold move early on the side sig.
You know what? It's early in the set. Might be your opportunity to try out some of these more risky options, but so far pretty even. You're going to see Godly go for a recovery after that neutral air, something that Hughes has not done. Another one, this time catches the dodge.
I do worry if he goes for those a lot and Hughes just spot dodges through them, all of a sudden he's going to turn around, take a nair, potentially a recovery. Okay, we see Hughes actually instantly moving back to the stage, but he doesn't have enough in-air movement to get into the range of that side signature from Godly, who's going to take first stock. He only has 50 damage, and that was roughly a 50-second stock.
I really like that fake out Godly did right before that, where he did a dash dump ground pound right above, and then he ended up landing back down, coming in with that sidelight, which led to the KO. Really kind of baited out Hughes to come up. Oh, Godly gonna actually outspace Hughes.
Yeah, a little bit of the footsie game coming in here between the two. There's the sides, back-to-back sidelights. Hughes getting the first one, then Godly instantly throwing out the sidelight after being at a hit stun. Weapon toss up, weapon control still in Godly's favor. There's the sidelight from Hughes. No weapon spot coming in for him to move over. He actually did go off stage after that instead of just sitting on the corner.
Nice three-piece from Godly. He's been doing a really good job controlling the weapons. He knows all of his different win conditions, and Hughes is gonna come in, hit that side air.
Okay, he's going to swap back over to the Scythe. Wants to use this for the damage build here. There is the weapon spawn here. Doesn't put out too much to deflect Godly from it, who instantly falls down and grabs the orb. Man, a lot of damage coming out. Almost as even as up. There's about 50 damage between these two here.
And this is what I was talking about earlier with Hughes' orb, is like, he does not really whiff on his ground attacks, whereas Godly, he whiffed like 2 neutral lights, got punished each time, whiffs the side light, gets punished again. Like, he's got to be careful about that, because he's going to get punished.
Now, the one thing that's going to be potentially in Godly's favor there is if Hughes whiffs an attack, and then we see the sidelight side air punish. That's 2 hits. That's a lot of damage coming out. If it's on the other side and it's Hughes and he has Scythe in his hand, like, he can grab one, but if Godly jumps and dodges correctly and keeps changing things up, then it's going to be really tough for Hughes to find any follow-up attacks off of that. There's the down air, almost point-blank range. Godly with a huge lead here in game 1.
Really good positioning from Godly just outside of the neutral air from Hughes, and then comes down with that down air to get that stock. Once again, playing that weapon now. Wants every single advantage he can get over Hughes, but Hughes able to pick up an orb.
We are seeing it slow down. We saw essentially a 50-second stock from the first one that Godly grabbed, and then 2 minutes passed. Almost 2 minutes by the time he got the second. Oh, he went for the down air, bounce off the wall. Him and Hughes swap places.
Double exclamation point, but he lands down. Swaps over to the Scythe this time. Hughes with a side air. Not quite enough just yet.
We definitely see Godly more willing to edge guard here compared to Hughes. He'll put himself there, like he'll make his presence known right on the corner, but still, like we've seen today from Hughes so much, is he'll immediately backdash back to the middle of the stage.
He's staying out there. Godly once again willing to challenge it.
There's the dodge down.
Just gets a neutral air. Not going to get much
Dodge
else.
away.
Sidelight side air.
Ooh, I thought we were going to see a down air grab. Thought Hughes was really worried about that recovery potentially hitting on the top, leading to more juggle damage. There's a sidelight side air from the middle of the stage to Godly. He moves forward, but you instantly see him dodge back. In case like Hughes throws out a weapon toss there, goes for a GC side sig. Little too slow on that falling side air.
Godly, though, immediate dodge down. Oh, man, they both know. Final stocks here. You can see them really slow it down. They're playing much safer right now.
It's about a 50 damage difference between these two. Godly can just play the landing punish game. Here's his own landing side air.
He got disarmed, though.
Uses without a weapon. Any down air?
No, he's playing it safe. It goes for the neutral sig, but Hughes able to avoid it. Down like ground pound. Godly with a neutral air.
They're both red.
They're in the red, like you said. Who's going to go for the KO? Two
Oh
misses
my
the sidelight.
gosh!
Orb the orb. Who's going to get the side air?
Dude, Hughes didn't even make his presence known on the corner, bro. He stayed away from it. They're both sidelighting. The side air from Godly, not enough.
Oh, the recovery from Hughes almost does it.
Oh,
Doesn't
I
get
thought
the
we were
orb.
going to see it on follow-up after the weapon toss hit. The weapon toss goes up. Hughes, dude, the orb comes in at the perfect time for him. 1
2.
exclamation point. Hughes didn't even do anything, even that. Oh my gosh.
What a nail biter. Final moments there, and the orb v orb, both deep red, but Hughes able to utilize that stage control. That's what he wants. He wants so much space to back up, and that's what it worked out for him. Dash jump backwards, turn around side air, and Godly got caught.
Hopefully we get to see what the timer was on by the time that game was over to notice how long it was. Dude.
There's 3 minutes.
Oh my gosh, that was a 5-minute game, and that's exactly what we were talking about before this, is the endurance that it takes to play sets against a player like Hughes. Like, you kind of, like, you just, unless you're literally a computer, like, you have to play at his level. You have to play at his pace, and it's so grueling because he's always there, right? And you have to either be a tourist or figure out how to get some residency in defensive land.
Oh, okay. And
Yeah,
Godly,
here's the swap.
he's going to make the swap over to the Taros here for game number 2. Did not want to run that mirror match back.
So I'm pretty sure Hughes was playing strength stance earlier when we saw his fate, and he's actually playing defense stance. He played it in last game against Godly's strength stance fate as well.
Stuck on the corner. Godly not able to catch the landing there.
Yep, just play it slow, brother. You have hammer. You're dropping bombs every time you get a hit.
Neutral light. Stomp, side
Yup.
air. It's going to add up quick.
That's
Once
all
again,
you got to do.
cover.
That's the game you have to play.
Oh! Stomp into nothing. Ended up slipping off the stage. Hughes just gets that neutral light. Fall in neutral air. Hughes able to dodge. Another neutral air. That's going to disarm Godly. Going to look for his KO tool soon.
Dude, the neutral air is going to be so scary. If Hughes is floating in that 45 degree, Godly can just destroy him with neutral air. Oh, he didn't expect it to hit.
No, didn't get
Or didn't
go
know the
for anything.
follow-up.
Yeah. He's going to whiff there, and Hughes punishes. Side light, side air.
I wonder if that would have KO'd if he was string stance. That one should do it. No!
Still not enough.
Oh,
This
it's the second one of those we've seen drop this weekend.
Dude, the tension here, again, it's the Royale. It's the top players from around the world. The nerves adding up,
Nice.
but a good weapon toss from Hughes will get the first stock here in game number 2.
The high weapon toss either expected him to jump up there or instantly come out with the axe recovery like he did.
There's a weapon spawn, but Godly can't go for it immediately. This is the neutral light.
Is a raw nair going to do it? You saw him try it. Didn't make contact. He's afraid to commit to another one. The side air whiffs. I think a stomp down light will do it. I don't know if a raw air will.
Stomp, side air. That is
Okay.
going to be the KO. Godly going to juggle weapons here.
Even from the wrong side of the stage. That is just about 2 minutes into this game by the time the first stocks were taken away.
Staying to the side. Side light.
Oh,
nice.
nice
Turnaround side
one.
air. Gets that extra hit.
Love a turnaround side air like that. Oh my gosh.
That was his recovery.
Yup.
He's running out of options there. Hughes.
Certainly he's done. Yep. Massive lead here for Hughes.
Yep. Saw the situation there. Saw that Godly burned his options. Ended up committing big and getting that KO.
Godly blinked in that one moment. We saw exactly what happened.
Can't blink. Don't blink. Neutral light catches the movement of Hughes, but it's not a lot. It was just the second hit.
Oh man, Godly's not chasing after Hughes. You're seeing Hughes run away.
Nice.
Godly's having to chase after him, throw out the D-light.
He's waiting. No swings there from Godly as Hughes got close. Misses the stomp.
Oh my gosh, the commitment. The grounded commitment. Hughes is doing such a good
Nice.
job. Okay. Great bounce pass to yourself, hitting the side air for the KO. Hughes is doing such a great job of like staying just high enough above stomps or out of range of stomps like left and right so he doesn't get caught by them. So Godly's having to come in with these other things that aren't a true combo. He's playing a straight hit game.
I mean, if somebody's dash landing a lot, it can be hard.
Potential
but a good
setup
recovery
here. The dodge came out,
stays
but
above
Godly
him.
wasn't instantly able to find anything. He did find the down air. Hughes back to maintaining stage control. Oh, I thought we were going to see the recovery. Hughes actually just backing up, going to middle stage. Stop.
Not enough. Puts him off screen. Godly, currently unarmed, hits the recovery. Back to the hammer. No attacks thrown out, but Hughes with the damage advantage. Godly not able to punish with the dare. Stomp side air. Off stage. Side air.
Taros.
Godly gonna put that one away.
Oh my gosh. That was a close one. If Godly lost that game, going down 0-2 after the legend swap, that's when the panic has to set in.
sure.
You gotta be like, what do I do now, brother?
He did manage to close it out, but the results ultimately not that different from when he had the Fate Mirror match. Like it still came down to final stock red.
That game was basically like no axe too.
Yeah, it was 100% hammer, all about that stomp game. Great aerials though. Man, picking up that recovery for the side air was huge.
He was starting to use dare a little bit more towards the end. Kind of definitely uses dare, I think, more than a lot of other hammer players out there.
That's what I was thinking about at the beginning, was because his whole first stock, he threw out 0 dares, which honestly, I feel like hammer dare can be a really safe approach to like dash jump dare.
Yep.
It's pretty hard to punish.
It's so good. Potentially leading to juggles after that, but also like I understand the allure of playing the stomp game.
Yeah. The payoff is big.
I'm wondering, we have a higher ceiling map here, so maybe Yuz wants to play a little bit more vertically. Godly could also do the same thing. We could see nairs coming out from both of these players more, but especially hammer nair. There's the stomp dare. Okay. Playing
Nice.
more of the kind of game here.
Goes for the ground pound. Gets caught on the wall there, but not going to be too much.
Dude, he's hit him like none times, and he has like so much damage on him.
Scoop up. Godly in a great position to get that first stock with a big lead, but Yuz comes in.
I'm not sure if Godly whiffed the stomp side air because his timing was off, or it was like just that rare edge case where you're just a little bit too stacked for the stomp side air to hit, which is very rare.
Just the side light. You starting to add up that damage. Godly throughout the recovery, still out there, but he gets back safely. Stomp,
Nice.
scoop up, not quite enough. Higher ceiling, like you said.
Great scoop this time.
Can't catch the landing. Use side light, side air, disarms Godly. Where's the weapon spawn? Dodges down.
Wow, he dodged down through this off platform and was in sweat beads after that.
Neutral light, not going to be enough just yet.
Ooh, he throws
He's
it
going
away
out there.
very quickly. I thought maybe we were just going to see him do the axe neutral light, potentially down light game, but no. He instantly swapped back over to hammer. The weapon toss to open up a little bit, put Yuz on the back foot. In comes the in light for the KO. Godly with a lead. Minute 45.
But I mean, he had such a solid start, and even then, Yuz brought this one back. Yuz, I don't think a side light will be enough just yet.
We may see Godly fully opt for the stomp down airs when they're like any level of stacked.
Yeah.
Just so he doesn't potentially
It's
miss the stomp
safer.
side air again. Nice jump to get away from that weapon toss. That was bang on.
You saw him jump to the outside too. Like he jumped closer to the wall to make sure that he got away from that weapon toss. Comes back down. Stomp, scoop up. You see him chase up, maybe looking for a nair if Yuz decides to dodge down immediately.
Ooh,
nice.
Okay. Stomp nair. Okay.
I like that also afterwards he went for a dash land, tried to turn around side air, expecting Yuz again to come back down too quick.
Dude, the hammer's stepping it up. Massive lead here for Godly.
Too bad it's axe time for him. Comes in, hits that down air.
I don't know. Is
No
it too
down
bad?
lights?
Who knows?
There
We'll
it is.
see. Did get punished after that whiff down light. Okay, maybe it is too bad. Who knows?
This is a side air. Down signature
Nice.
will do it. Godly now with a very sizable lead over Yuz.
Now, he does have Roman Reigns as his skin here, but he was kind of looking like Taros from the graphic novel leak that we saw. Not leak, preview.
Wow,
Preview it was.
wow.
What?
I don't know.
It was a preview.
You say the magic word and I just go, wow.
Okay, what's the magic word? Is this Pee-wee's Playhouse?
Yeah.
Because these two players are not playing right now. Look at what they're doing, bro. Look how they just slowed things down. This is Yuz recognizing how dire the situation could be, and he's answering back with a lot of orb damage.
Godly still gets the wall touch. Again,
Nice.
Yuz getting these hits in. Weapon toss connects, but that's not a lot. There's an air. Doesn't go for a second one just yet. Stomp, scoop up. No nair. Again, Godly very patient. Stomp,
Love
nair.
it. Dude, his hammer gameplay's really leveling up here.
Uh-oh, that's the weapon toss.
Okay.
That's going to be the pickup from Yuz. Nair through the weapon toss into a side air. Yuz with the side.
There's about 80 damage difference between these two players. In comes the axe. That could be a little bit worrisome. There's the in-light creating space. There should be a weapon spawn coming in the next few seconds. Maybe a little bit of an underestimation by
okay.
myself here.
Throws it away. There's
There
the
it
weapon
is.
spawn. Over to the hammer. Not quite in stomp side air territory for a KO, I think.
Ooh.
He dodged up.
Oh! Great
dodge is
in-light
still down?
punish. I
Yeah.
know Godly was looking for a landing side air.
Okay, no dodge
Ooh,
this time.
Dude, Godly's not throwing out like anything, and then he throws out that stomp and he gets punished.
He's getting caught. Yuz bring this one back.
Ooh,
There into
my
a recovery, the
gosh.
rare option from Yuz. Neutral signature! Catches him on the soft platform, and Yuz gonna steal away game number 3.
Oh my gosh. Committing to the neutral signature so late in the game, bringing that back is massive.
It's insane because, like, we talk about how safe Use can be. You talk about how risk averse he can be. But when he does it, it catches people off guard and it pays off big.
He misses that there, like, Twitch chat is laughing at him.
Yeah. Use don't miss, though. He does not miss those.
Boom. The weapon toss for a little bit of the mental
stun,
stack
yeah.
interruption, a little bit of hit stun as well. Out comes the neutral signature after picking up the orb. Dude, 100% accuracy for both of them. Both of them were KOs. It was Godly's Axe D-Sig KOing off the top, and then it was the game-winning in-sig from Use.
Yeah, but a 50% light attack accuracy on the side of Use.
So crazy. What's the limit of the top of the rectangle on the bar? Because it's 426 and
Unlimited.
it's really close to the
We can
top.
test.
This is probably like 450, right? It's got to be 450.
It's unlimited. It can go off the screen, just like how Fate's orb can cover the letters. Here we go. Game number 4, though. We're over to Miami Dome.
Or Sandstorm's top 32s. Just goes off the screen. The bar's too big now. Ooh, Godly. No attempt at an edge guard there. Just kind of making himself available around. Okay, there's the sideline in the neutral air.
Seeing some more axe play coming out from Godly. It's the classic sideline air.
It does so much damage.
I mean, he's strength stance. He's coming in with 9 strength, coming in onto Use.
One thing I do love about watching both of them fight for center control is, like, Use. Oh my gosh, Use is putting like a ton of respect on a Godly for obvious reasons.
No nairs.
Where's
no
the recovery? There it is.
is.
Use waiting for it. Is that the stock?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the stock. Is when they both go hyper defensive mode, neither player has center. They're both centered around the center, where they both have like equidistant from the center, and that's not happened for really anybody else that Use has fought today. Use has been like boom, bang on that middle line, but against Godly, things have changed.
Again, back to the axe. This might be his counter to the orb of Use. Soft platform got in the way. Good dodge through. Use starting to throw out a couple more orb recoveries. Oh, no punish.
I really thought he was going to get punished on that. I think that was either a misinput from Use doing it the wrong direction, or you expected maybe a little bit more drift coming out from Godly.
Maybe, but that's an easy punish.
Yep.
Use sideline into the end sig. Cleans up that stock. Didn't take too much damage. Where's the weapon spawn?
He's only about 50 behind here. Weapon spot comes in. It's directly right on top of Use. It comes in right as Godly moves over the left soft plat.
Yeah, you saw the flames start to come down as Godly was moving away from it.
That's Counter-Strike timing right there.
Nice 2-piece. Yeah, man, sometimes you got to walk through the smoke. Side side air.
Oh!
Another side air. They're going blow for blow. Godly over to the hammer. This is what worked so well for him in the last game, but it wasn't enough to win it out for him. Misses a stomp.
I really thought that down air was going to hit. Dude, Use is keeping it up. He's keeping up the pressure. He has the lead. Oh, almost had the range for that. The down might have the range for that. Weapon toss, but Use stays high.
There's the axe now.
I thought we were going to see a D-Sig instantly. Yep, there it is. Okay.
Catches him. Dash down signature, moves in towards Use. Can he get enough extra credit to force the game? 5. Use comes in, immediately hits him, but the hammer's still in his hands.
Dash D-Sig is so good. Or a dash dodge D-Sig.
Not enough. Are you talking about for axe?
Yeah.
Dude, he's so damaged that nair sent him very high.
Ooh, Use
punish.
very nervous here. No major punishes coming out. We're seeing Godly actually back up and force Use to chase him, but Use isn't really chasing him. It was only when Godly moved forward there that Use got the punish and the KO.
Yeah, Godly's trying to bait out actions there with that dash forward, toss straight down, expecting Use to kind of do something and get caught, but Use not really falling for it, ends up just hitting him with that side air.
Yeah, something that Use was reacting really well against Piery earlier is Piery was trying to open up with like gauntlet weapon tosses, and Use was like spot dodging a lot of them. So Piery had to change things up, either do like an up toss to himself or a down dodge bounce or a down toss bounce pass to himself. Godly's gonna have to do the same thing.
Hits him with an air, goes for the ground pound follow up, but Use gonna punish it. Misses the sidelight though, so Godly gets a 3-piece. That's some good damage. Sidelight, that was a dodge. Over to the hammer. Still even. Dare. Godly dodges up.
Man, okay, Use is in the lead here. He's heavily in the lead.
He's swinging. Over to the orb. No, he had primed a second scythe.
I bet he wishes he had an orb here. Ooh, the spacing game, the aerial spacing game between these two. Not enough range on the sniper blast.
Gets him with the scoop up.
That
high
does send
ceiling.
off screen.
There's the orb.
Oh,
Another
I thought we were
falling
going to see
there.
the down air.
Doesn't hit the down light. Oh, misses the
Stop
down
the
light. Misses the
runway.
neutral air. Misses the neutral air again. Godly needs this for the game 5, but he's not going to get it used with the side air. Wins it out 3-1.
Oh my gosh. The swap to Taro is obviously the right choice for Godly to make there. But still, dude, they all went down to like the final moment that they possibly could. I want to see the clock at the end of that last one. Dude, look at the post-game stats here for Use. 57% accuracy. That's his consistency in over 50% accuracy. Like, he's got to be one of the highest in Brawlhalla.
For sure. He does not attack unless he's very confident it's going to hit. And that is going to be Use closing it out there 3-1. But maybe we'll see that timer. Here's that first stock.
Boom, there's the recovery. Didn't have enough after that. There's the weapon toss that Use was able to get above. Use the recovery to get above it. Nothing, and then the dash desig. You just get that classic Brawlhalla wiggle and then the commitment.
Man, that falling Sair, I know he wanted to be still in the air next to Use.
Yep. Man, that's tough. I really wish we got a. I wish. I wasn't paying attention to it either. I wish we got a game 5. No, throw the last one up. I want to see what the time was.
We'll watch Godly lose again.
We got a second.
Come on, production.
I don't want to watch Godly lose. That hurts, man.
Man, that was a tough one. See it like cool. Look at the clock, man. Another almost 5-minute game there.
Dude, I wish we had a game 5 against them. That would have been so sick. Yeah, 4.5-minute game there. Long games coming out from these players. Again, we talk about that grind. Anytime anybody goes up against Use, that really tests your endurance. A tournament like this, of course, is going to test your endurance, but then you go up against someone like Use, and it's just like that's the next level. That's the evolution of like needing the stamina to be a player that can compete at this level.
Yeah, I mean, stamina is definitely one of the tools he's got. He's also got consistency. He's got accuracy. But either way, that is going to be Use continuing on his run here in our round-robin phase. We are going to take a short little break. When we come back, we've still got more action. We still have to figure out who ultimately is going to be making it into our top 4 here for the round-robin. You don't want to miss it. Spring Royale coverage continues on. We've still got a couple more sets to figure out who is going to make it out of our round robin phase. We've already seen more than a handful of sets happen. Currently in the lead, I believe it is, well, I have to do the math actually. Wait, no, hold on. Here it is. U's currently sitting at 3-1. We've got MARCKIEMOO at 2-0, Godly at 2-1, and WESS at 2-1. And then it's Sandstorm and Piery both at 0-3.
Yeah, that's an interesting spread. Dude, Piery and Sandstorm at 0-3. We haven't seen Sandstorm versus Piery yet.
Nope.
Have we? Ooh, that's going to be an interesting one. Yeah, Piery's faced everybody except Sandstorm and WESS, so those are his last two, and Sandstorm's last two are going to be Godly and Piery, which we talked a little bit about earlier. Both of those, or all the rest of the sets today, will be on stream, which is going to be really exciting. So we will get to see every single moment of the Spring Royale from here on out, streamed on the broadcast, live and in living color. I'm having a great time so far today.
Same.
Loving seeing the hammer from Godly last game after he swapped onto the Taros from the Fate that he was playing previously. Couldn't handle the mirror match against Hughes. I don't blame him. There's probably not anybody out there who could, though I bet Frydazol is like sitting at home right now being like, I was one game away. I was one game. My Fate could do it. My Fate could do it.
Man, I feel so bad for Godly, though. He looks so dejected.
That's tough.
That was such an incredible set. So many, like, last-hit moments. But, man, he looked so defeated at the end of that. And that's kind of what happens when you got those 5-minute games. But up next, we got WESS versus MARCKIEMOO.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this one because, like, WESS has been doing really well today. We only saw him lose one set, which was to Godly. It was a 3-1. But we mentioned briefly earlier, he 3-0'd Hughes, and he 3-2'd Sandstorm. So this will be his fourth set of the day out of 5, with Piery being his final enemy to face up against. WESS versus MARCKIEMOO. I mean, I think it just is.
Okay.
It's just like, yeah, man.
You know what? That's fair. Not every set can have a cool, like, little title or something like that. But, like, I don't know. Maybe I'm just too much of a hater because
you're kind of being a hater right now. You're 100% being a hater right now. Yeah, WESS is the people's champion of South America. Everybody would love to see a Wesley win today for the Spring Royale. I just show me the player cam on his face. That's all I want to see at the end of today. After an in-person win from WESS, is I just want to see the camera on his face. That'd be incredible.
Yeah, I mean he's
1-0 lifetime.
Such a delight.
What we got here for that? Is that real?
Hold on. It happened once. I do know that happened. Pulling it up. It's got. It was 1-0 at CEO 2024, where WESS was able to beat out MARCKIEMOO.
Okay. That was like the beginning stages of MARCKIEMOO's rise. He ended up placing 13th at CEO. So that was before he really popped off. That was before he won the Autumn Royale. That was before he went crazy in the like second half. I think is it called the summer circuit? What was the second half circuit?
Yeah,
was it summer or was it autumn?
Summer.
Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, that was before he really popped off in the summer circuit, qualifying himself for the Autumn Royale that he then took home the victory and then got third at BCX, which really just like absolutely solidified himself as like a top player, not only in North America but in the world as well.
Well, probably no surprises on the character picks. We've been seeing them across today, pretty much playing with the same character throughout. It's been MARCKIEMOO on that Mordex. It's been WESS on the Tezca. We talked about it earlier. WESS's Tezca tends to be a little bit more signature happy, a little bit more signature friendly, and it's one of those things, high risk, high reward. It pays off really well if it can connect a lot, but if it doesn't, can be a little bit of a struggle.
Yeah, I was really interested in WESS specifically this tournament because I felt like he was in the most interesting spot out of all the other players because he was one of the players, there were several, who played Piery in Spring Championships, and obviously like Chakram got nerfed. So what is he going to do? Maybe look at who he played like previously in Winter Championship, right? Before that he played Val in the Winter Championship, but then Sword got nerfed, and all of a sudden nobody's playing Sword anymore. So he could be going back to the regular like Gauntlet bag of tricks of playing like Tezca or potentially a Petra that he reported towards the end of last year, and obviously like the Rayman, specifically the Thalsim that we've seen him play a lot of. But going into this, like we know a lot about him, but like some of his recent placements, like he didn't fight Hughes at the Winter Championship, so we don't have recent placements to them. He was at max mode for the last chance qualifier bracket, but got sent to elimination by Vim, who isn't here, and then Money Holla knocked him out. Then he fought Hughes at Springs that got 3-0, but he was on Chakram. So he was just a very interesting player going into this, despite like us knowing a lot about him as a player.
Yeah, despite being a long-standing player, this year hasn't really competed, hasn't played against any of the people in the bracket. The last time he ran into anyone was at BCX 2024, but right now he's going up against MARCKIEMOO, goes in with that weapon toss, picks up the boots, utilizing that soft platform, but MARCKIEMOO just playing that ground game, catching those landings.
Oh, tried to go in with the ground pound.
Touch?
He touched like the bottom pixel of the wall and instantly got caught by a down air from MARCKIEMOO. Anytime he wants to press off stage, which like your boots, your gauntlets, you probably want to pressure off stage. Like you got to worry about the down airs, you got to worry about the stage spikes, you got to worry, like that's part of the area that MARCKIEMOO built his career on. These just triple side lights coming out.
Okay, another neutral light from WESS goes in for the NSIG. MARCKIEMOO misses, and WESS gonna hit that ground pound onto him.
So we could potentially see with MARCKIEMOO kind of what we saw against Piery. I think he's gonna be like less on autopilot mode
for sure
than he was against Piery. But he can get caught
on stage.
The splash, it moves him back onto stage.
Yeah, went a little too far forward for that one. Unfortunate, because I'm sure WESS wanted that offstage engagement. MARCKIEMOO with the turnaround, gravity cancel sideline recovery.
KO off the top here on Fortress of Lions, going back over onto the scythe. Doesn't have that vertical KO potential, but it does have, of course, the send over into the edge guard, and we have potentially like a repeat of what we saw in the first stock.
You saw WESS hoping for it. You saw that ground bound attempted, but MARCKIEMOO covers himself with his own recovery. Neutral sig not going to connect. I wonder if WESS is going to start raining those in, as it's been about 50-50 on those.
Dude, I really worry about WESS's ability to just get in on top of the scythe that MARCKIEMOO has here. Now MARCKIEMOO's over on the gauntlets.
Nice.
Oh, the double.
Not enough. Side light. Oh, good dodge, but WESS able to get away. Side sig, going to throw back. Yep, that's going to be a KO. Weapon spawn. WESS likely wants to stick with the gauntlets here.
Ooh, that's going to send away. Get plenty of room. He instantly throws the scythe away. He felt like after that disarm that he would have plenty of time to get over to the weapon spawn. Now it's double gauntlets.
Hits the nair. There's the dodge. MARCKIEMOO gets away. Just pulls the trigger on it. WESS not going to dodge immediately, and MARCKIEMOO knows it, gets the first game.
Yeah, I feel like you could take the MARCKIEMOO camera from like any victory he's ever had and probably almost any loss as well, and they would all look identical. Whether it's him getting like third at BCX or like him losing a single game here or like anything in his past, and every single one of them, aside from the background behind him, is going to look exactly the same.
You know, that's kind of tech. Like, you could just like, it's like having we could just put a cardboard cutout of MARCKIEMOO at events, and we'll just be like, yeah, we got our player cam.
All right.
Here we go. Game number 2. No character swaps. It's going to be a closer map, though. I don't think there were any KOs that were like a little too difficult to get, but won't matter.
Dude, MARCKIEMOO's just chasing after WESS here.
Much different pacing than the last set we saw.
Giving a little bit of space, though. There's the down air, sending over to the WESS goes really high, grabs the D-Sig, doesn't turn this one around like we often see.
Oh, good dodge from WESS, though. Got away from that neutral air. MARCKIEMOO likely would have put WESS back off stage. This time the recovery's going to do it. WESS narrowly avoids MARCKIEMOO.
I don't know if he was looking for the side air or side light as like a potential KO tool. I don't think there's enough damage on him. I'm surprised we didn't just see an end light.
You can do side light into recovery. You'll see that happen a lot, and especially when you go off stage with it.
Yeah, that's
likely
what
he was looking for. Down light, ground pound. What a turnaround from WESS. Oh. The down heavy from MARCKIEMOO immediately cleans that one up.
Complete weapon control here for MARCKIEMOO. On World's End, even does a little bounce pass to himself. Weapon spawn coming in. He's able to grab that one. Grab his own weapon toss even after WESS picks it up. Is he trying to get a little cheeky here?
WESS backs away. Ends up letting MARCKIEMOO come back up safely. Weapon still active.
He keeps going in with these interesting weapon tosses here. Nice ground pound. We're going to see weapon toss down. No, he's going to dip down low. Go for the nair. There it is. Got up just in time before WESS was able to find the neutral air. Swap places and potentially get a chase dodge up and save his own life.
Okay. Neutral signature. Maybe expected MARCKIEMOO to panic jump there. Double nair. Ground pound bounces up, and MARCKIEMOO with the NSIG.
Dude, a rare gauntlet NSIG. Ooh. Dude, what is this weapon toss business that he's getting into here? Because this is a complete divergence from like anything we've seen so far from MARCKIEMOO today. Like, he wasn't even doing something like that against Piery.
Yeah, it's interesting because, like, on one hand, it feels like it's cheekiness.
Yeah.
It feels like playing around with the opponent. But at the same time, like, with how much WESS is moving around, maybe he's just cutting off options. Ooh, another recovery, and MARCKIEMOO going to close it out 2-0 right now. Looking really solid. Ooh, might be a little cold here for WESS. I feel like,
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, I feel like on the second stock, right, like around when this one started off, there was the offstage engagement, and then WESS went back on stage and then went for a neutral signature as MARCKIEMOO was coming up. I feel like I wanted WESS to just stay off stage and go for the offstage engagement in that situation, because that's ultimately where it wound up. But it was just like WESS tried to play it safe and was like, I think, almost a little indecisive in that moment.
Okay. I could definitely see that. I wonder if we'll go back to World's End, or if WESS is going to be looking for somewhere where he has a little bit more room to run around and not have MARCKIEMOO necessarily in his face. Maybe a dome coming out. Let's see where we're going. Oh, no, we're going back to World's End.
Yeah. I think what I'm starting to recognize is,
okay.
Okay.
We're seeing the Rayman swap here. Now that WESS is down 0-2, he's swapping over to the Rayman, hoping that the Axe will find something here. Maybe he can just play the big zoning game. So far, it's not necessarily working. Okay, it's not going to take too many hits. Like, maybe one more hit, and they're basically going to be even.
Backs away. Putting a lot of distance between himself and MARCKIEMOO. The recovery helps him out. Gets a side air. What's the edge guard option?
Is it going to be a
ground pound charged up. MARCKIEMOO with the turnaround. Punishing WESS on that ground pound.
The trade 1-for-1. Oh my gosh. Holding that ground pound, like just sliding along the vertical wall with it.
Okay.
Okay, yes sir.
WESS's axe coming alive. Ooh, but he's getting caught. Still above it. Yep. Okay.
Yeah, he wasn't burning jumps that entire time, so he was still able to have enough to get back. And he didn't use his like recovery or anything. You didn't hear it get interrupted or stuffed at all. Nice dodge there from MARCKIEMOO to spot dodge, and then neutral. I follow up. That's, yep.
Yeah, yeah. The dodge was burned by WESS in that up air movement, and then they came down. You saw the double stars as WESS was throwing out recoveries.
What is that? Where is that coming from? I've got to ask him, man.
Down sig, trying to cover that corner.
We don't see too many like vertically up weapon tosses like that aren't like to cycle out your weapons, or when you're over on the wall and you want to put some type of hitbox over your head so you can safely get back to the wall.
I don't know. I think I've seen, like, honestly, I've seen Sandstorm do it more than a handful of times, specifically with gauntlets with Mordexes. He'll like hit like a side light recovery, and then he'll just do the up toss and then go back down towards the stage, and he's just like put a hitbox in the air.
Okay. I've seen it with blasters where people will throw it up and then go for a recovery pickup, but obviously that's extremely, extremely rare. That's when you're getting cheeky.
Yeah. Good dodge through from WESS. Currently down 0-2. Needs to get on the board here. Oh, doesn't get that neutral air.
Yeah, you see him, the immediate follow-up after the down air, and then like he backs away right after that. Once they get back down to the main platform, and MARCKIEMOO's gonna take it just like that with the vertical KO off the top. The Rayman swap was a good idea. You saw how close the end of that game was. A stock could have been stolen by WESS there to keep himself in that and force it into a game 4. But unfortunately for WESS, it's going to be a 3-0 victory for MARCKIEMOO, and a very happy day so far for the MARCKIEMOO enjoyers out there.
Currently undefeated in sets for the day.
3-0s all the way across the board, too.
He's having a fantastic time here at the Spring Royale. On the other side, I feel like WESS is going to be replaying that ground pound for like at least a couple days, because that right there, like, it came so close in those final moments that if he had the entirety of that stock, I think it would have been a completely different game.
Dude, look at his accuracy too. Like, that high of an accuracy on string weapons is like really scary, because if you hit a side light on gauntlets, your next option is not a true follow-up.
Yeah, it is not a guaranteed follow-up for sure.
And if your opponent has a dodge, chances are you are going to miss that attack. Oh, man, that's tough. MARCKIEMOO is in sweat beads. Even if he dodged up instead of burning it for the gravity cancel, like, he wasn't going to be able to get back. So, dude, that's such a tough way to lose that stock. At least he technically traded it out 1-for-1, but man.
I'm really curious. I don't know off the top of my head if that was X recovery frames, like he did the ground pound. He let go of it at the bottom of the wall, which makes sense. I don't know if he was just stuck in recovery frames or if he just didn't expect anything, so he just kind of let it fall.
Yeah.
But man, that's tough. Because like the ground pound along the wall is a good idea. It covers the entirety of the wall. It forces MARCKIEMOO to go down. I just don't know if he got stuck in recovery frames and ended up losing the stock because of that, or if he just misplayed at the end.
Because even if he didn't have that, let's dig into that a little bit deeper. Because like if he didn't have a dodge there, he still has the potential to hit a side air and essentially like the same vectoring and the same range and all that. Although if he didn't have the dodge to then gravity cancel and stop his movement down, would he have been able to hit, or would they both have just ended up falling at a similar rate, and then he potentially couldn't hit the side air?
I mean, there's also like the threats of like Nair and things. Like there's a lot of different threats that gauntlets have in that situation. I don't know, man. It's tough. It's tough. But either way, that is, again, MARCKIEMOO going to continue on. I think our next set is getting set up. Is it going to be Piery versus Sandstorm? It's got a little yellow bar on my little graphy thing. Does that mean it's next?
I don't know, because Use versus Godly is gone, and Piery versus Sandstorm. You just clicked on it, which made me that put some dopamine in my brain.
Yeah.
I just quit clicking around. You're distracting me.
It gives me dopamine.
Yeah, but you're distracting me, man. Yeah, because Piery versus Sandstorm has not happened, so that could be our next one. I see Use and I see WESS, so they're not going to be playing. Yes, it's Piery versus Sandstorm. Thank you, Giovanna. Thank you so much.
Yeah, because MARCKIEMOO and Godly is like the other potential option that would just watch MARCKIEMOO, so that makes the most sense. It's going to be Piery versus Sandstorm for our next set, and this is
This is a battle of the potentially last place.
Yeah, this is the fight to not be in last.
Yeah.
That's what this is basically, which is a little bit of a tragedy. But against all odds, we've got our double Priya, which has now become double Tezca.
Yeah, that's really interesting. Wow, both of them having similar mindset, despite being like radically different players. Although Sandstorm like also is a gauntlet player. Like he's a scythe guy, but he's also a gauntlet guy for sure.
We're scythe guys. We look for dodge reads off a neutral lane.
You freaking got it, man. You're right. Good one. Ooh, those stats could not be more different, man.
What is this?
Nah, it's just the beginning.
That's unfair.
Because it wasn't that. Well, actually, if it was long ago, it was like 7 years ago that Sandstorm stats looked exactly like that. And then look where he is now, man. The journey of 1,000 miles starts with a single step.
Yeah, and this is that first step for Piery. Or I guess his first step was Spring Championship. This would be maybe that second step. And hopefully it's more than 2 steps forward and less than 2 steps backwards.
Yeah, I feel like this is more of like it's like a second first step, like on an independent path that he's following here. Now that he's not going to be on Chakram.
Well, we'll see how the mirror match works out for them, or if they even opt to do it. Because, again, both of them have a relatively large character pool. They've got other options, but I expect them to at least start with. Actually, Piery started off with Onyx, so I don't know what he's doing. Maybe he's just having a good time.
Piery, I think he has a pretty highly leveled cross, and I was really hoping we were going to get to see some cross. I would love to see a gauntlet player pick up cross, given obviously Blaster's really strong place in the meta right now. Just give me a gauntlet player on cross. I'd be really happy.
It is really funny to me that like Blasters are kind of like the they're like the forbidden weapon. Like it's good and people will sometimes bust it out, but you're seeing like everyone here, nobody's touching Blasters.
Yeah.
We've seen like a lot of weapons.
Guys.
And
what are we doing?
Nobody's touching Blasters. It's like it's the cursed weapon that we're not allowed to go near it.
Guys, what are we
doing? And that's
doing?
really funny to me.
I saw like Experience play some Blasters. I think he was just like queuing ranked games on a stream the other day. Like, guys, come on, it's right there, bro. Nyx is right there. Cassidy is right there. I'm telling you, play either of those legends. Maybe
Vivi,
cross.
man, bring out the Vivi.
Maybe bring Vivi out too.
Bring back the Vivi.
That's what I said to Sandstorm
Shout out
earlier. He was
Texo.
like, I'm playing boots, and I was like, bro, Vivi, man, come on, please.
Although I don't ever remember Sandstorm playing Blasters.
He definitely did back in the day. He was one player who, like, I think this is his tech. I could be wrong, but he would do like Nair, and then off of that he would chase dodge up and he would do like Nair, get the dodge, Nair, chase dodge up recovery, and KO people off the top with Blasters.
Are you sure that's not Boomy?
I'm pretty sure that's Sandstorm Tech.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure that's Sandstorm Tech.
Because, like, I know that he would play 2s with Boomy where Boomy was on the blasters, but let's hear what Sandstorm has to say about maybe this upcoming set, or at least this event.
My name is Sandstorm. I'm a top player in NA. Player for Luminosity. I remember going into that tournament thinking, like, if I don't win on this broken weapon, I'm like, I didn't do well at the Royale, so I was like, all right, I have one more chance before this is patched out to just like abuse it properly, and that's exactly what I did. I mean, like, weapon aside, I thought I was playing pretty good. Like, I was pretty like cognizant of my opponent's like options going on. It's like a mix. It's like, I mean, you're at a disadvantage if you're not using it, right? And like, I always play the broken stuff, but like, I did think it was fun. Like, it's killing people off the top with 3 moves. That's fun to me, at least. No, I'm not. She's done her job and she's gone until TWK brings her back in a couple months. I mean, like, when nerfs happen to weapons, like however big they are, I'm always like optimistic about it. And I go and see what I can do. But like when Greatsword was nerfed for the first time back in 2021, I was like, I still thought the weapon was great. It was just like a little bit harder. And come to find it was still broken because this guy showed it years later and it hardly got any like buffs. It was still in its nerf state. Anyways, no, I went to try Chakrams again. Nothing. It has nothing. Dare is negative on hit at all healths. Recovery never kills. It's slower. It's like the worst weapon of all time in Brawlhalla, by far. I'll probably play like Boots again. I've been having a lot of fun with Boots since the patch came out. Vivi's really good, but I don't know if I'm like confident on blasters. But like Tezca's safe and still really good. But I'm like 90% sure about what I'm picking. Like 100, I'll be 100% like by tomorrow.
Man, he said it. He said what we're thinking. Vivi's, she's right there.
I haven't even seen that. I'm not even going. I didn't pre-watch that. It's right there, brother. You play blasters. You're a great player. Joining us on the broadcast desk here is Walter.
He's got his bracelet.
Hey, dude, you like my bracelet?
I told you to give it to Junebug, bro.
Oh, I'm not even supposed to be here right now.
That's true.
I
this
just
is
thought you guys
volunteer
were
work for
doing
you.
a lot of work today, and I just wanted to help out wherever I could. What's happening here?
Okay,
give me the
That's
scoop.
cool.
Thank you for complimenting my shirt. Yeah, what's going on? So Sandstorm character crisis. What's happening here?
Yeah, Chakram got nerfed.
He's in more of
Obviously,
a crisis than just character crisis.
Yeah, he's potentially going to be last place here at the Spring Royale.
Yeah.
Just like he kind of was. I can't remember. Did he get last place? I can't remember if he got last. I think he got last at Winter Royale.
Like close to last at max mode. He
Interesting.
Also,
okay.
So he's definitely.
It's a bad day for the Storm out there.
What's like resulted from all of this? Like you guys have done a lot of sets clearly, as I can see from here so far.
Yeah.
So like what is actually like going on with Sandstorm and then I guess like the rest of the bracket?
Well, I guess the easiest way to distill it down is right now Sandstorm and Piery are at the bottom, very likely not making it out of the round robin phase, whereas everybody else has at least a handful of wins. We've got MARCKIEMOO, who's currently undefeated for the day, so he's very likely making it out, and then Use 3-1, Godly currently 2-1, and WESS is 2-2, all of them in a much better position to make it out of the round robin phase.
Okay. Let's get into it then.
Yeah, we're going to get to see Piery and Sandstorm. Surely, dude. Are they going to do this? Got to be the bun check. This got to be the bun check.
Sick.
No.
This is either bun check or gentleman's agreement.
I put the headset on during the interview, and Sandstorm was saying that this was never going to happen.
Yeah.
So what's going on?
Well, Piery is also the other person in danger of getting last place.
Okay.
So
They're doing it. They're running. That's real.
I think this is a gentleman's agreement. We even saw like the grin on Sandstorm's face as we got into this one. Piery's PR 14 in EU.
Right.
So like he's sort of the odd man out in this tournament.
Yeah, I mean that crazy showing at Spring Championships most recently, the silver medal there was pretty insane. So I'm looking forward to seeing this, despite the fact that probably everyone here thinks that this is unplayable at the moment.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, Sandstorm has been very, very vocally open about this weapon being unusable. He's used the word unusable, which like maybe it's usable when your opponent also has it.
So it's good.
No.
Well, I mean, it
Definitely
takes away
not, dude.
all of the weaknesses because you both have the weaknesses. Right now, Piery actually looking really solid. Sparky talked about this earlier, is that Piery had the most experience on Piery going into Spring Championship, and it's kind of showing.
Yeah, Sandstorm between Max Mode and Spring Championship, like, more than doubled his practice time on Piery. So he
Really?
definitely
Okay.
put in more time with it, and it showed.
So very bullish on Chakrams making their way back.
No, dude.
But I think so much of it pre-nerfs, though, was like predicated around like split Chakrams just being this complete menace, like combo string weapon from like down to top blast zone, right? But like, again, I think the theme is still the same. We're really not seeing Fused use that much, if at all.
Yeah, that's still the same. You might see it a little bit more from the deep lore Chakram heads out there, but yeah, for the most part, it's still the split game. It's just like worse in every single way.
I mean,
you can't just spam it for free
You're
anymore.
definitely seeing the Fused a little bit more. Like you saw Sandstorm go sidelight into the downlight, fusing up for that hit, and you're seeing Piery also stay fused. Like he was using the Fuse to finish off the stock. So I think they're starting to acknowledge kind of more what it feels like the Chakram was meant to be played like.
I think that's probably due to the nerfs, right?
Yeah.
It's like, well, you just can't get the same things that you used to be able to do with Split. So you're like, yeah, like exactly like you said, is like the way it's supposed to be played.
Look, I'm gonna go out on a limb here and say Piery also has a second weapon. So
yeah, also
you
not
know,
a great
like-
idea, brother. Also a bad
like,
idea.
come on.
Just gonna say it. Notice we haven't seen any other sword
I don't
legends
know.
this
I mean,
entire
come on,
tournament, man.
Uh-oh. All right, off stage. We
He's
get the
sweating.
dare.
Yeah,
That's
not going to
enough.
get the touch there. Piery currently in a really good spot there,
Yeah.
2-1 with a decent amount of health.
Showing his experience with the character. That was something like after Maximum I really wanted to hammer home in a lot of people's minds. It's like, yeah, Vem won, but also like Vem was the highest level Piery. He put the most time into the legend, into the weapon compared to everybody else.
Let's see the little string start here. Okay, tries to get the weapon pickup. That's split. No follow-up off the GC.
Oh, going for the juggles there. Charged up signature Piery with the easy punish. Goes for the down air read. Oh, he's going for
my
more.
gosh. Dude,
Wow, that's
Sandstorm
swept
going
beats
in
too.
with that ground pound. He moved in so quickly. Oh, nothing.
Yeah.
Recovery.
I mean, yeah, how do you follow up from there, right? Like, I think the switch to the sword's actually fine. Like, I don't know. Okay.
There's a Chakram.
You know, Sparky, I can finally ask you.
Yeah?
How many holes does a Chakram have?
Dude, we don't need to get into that right now. I'm going to lose my mind here.
Go later.
I'm going to lose my mind, and then we're going to get in trouble on the broadcast.
okay,
As Sandstorm
we'll
is
save it for
juggling.
later.
No, I'm not talking
We'll
to you
save it
about
for
this,
never.
bro.
You're right.
Okay, neutral light. Oh, you've
Nice.
seen the fuse up. Yeah, and as they get closer
Yep.
to KO percent, they're going to fuse up more.
Yeah, and it does create a little bit of an awkward like positional thing, right? If both players want to opt for fuse, when do you have time to actually go for the D-light to get that? Nice.
Nice.
Getting KO.
Okay.
Really
Surely,
good.
like, are we going to play the whole set like this?
I hope so.
I hope not.
Look at the cheeky smile. They're like, I know.
I'm gonna be honest,
They're
bro.
like, run it back?
I would appreciate if we swapped the real characters.
It's called the gentleman.
No disrespect,
What
man.
do you mean real characters? They're just gonna, even if they swap, they're both gonna play Teska. Like,
I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that.
it's just mirror matches, no matter what happens.
3, 2,
We're
back,
just gonna
baby.
run it.
We're back, baby.
We're gonna run it.
More Piery action here. Game number 2. Piery again. That experience helping him out.
Dude, if Sandstorm gets last and Piery beats him, that'd be so sick. That'd be so beast mode.
So this is what we're doing, just so I know, right?
Well, yeah, man.
Okay,
we're
all right,
having,
cool.
we're
Yeah,
having,
yeah,
they're
you're right,
having
you're right.
fun.
You're
Like, why
right.
can't
Yeah,
we
we're
have some
having
fun
fun.
here, right? They're having a gentleman's agreement to play double Piery at the Spring Royale here at the Atlanta Zoo, man. This is a fun time.
So, like, why can't you answer the question?
I'm not doing that, man.
All right.
I've already answered the question.
Ooh, ground pound.
Okay, let's see the offstage. Just sends it.
Nice. I like the weapon toss. Good coverage.
Ooh, nice shutdown.
Okay, that time you could go for GC, but didn't really have the window to push.
Nice. And sick. I really like what Sandstorm did there. You saw him go for the split juggle, right? He hit the neutral air, and then he went for an up toss. Why? Because if you pick it up, immediately it's fused, and then you can start looking for that KO, because he had Piery close to KO percent. There's the Ensig, not enough.
Both unarmed. Okay, just barely tap it. Should be
He's gone.
GC delay
Yeah.
or just anything off the wall. That's
Yeah,
funny.
I want to see him hit that weapon toss up so I can
Yeah,
see what comes
for
after.
the pickup fuse.
Yeah.
Ooh.
It is crazy, like, how many Piery players go for the insig. They're just, like, willing to throw that. Oh, my gosh! KO off the top. Big one from Sandstorm.
Still able to do it with the Piery, with the chakrams at the top of the map.
Yeah, I'm
see,
with
like,
you
they
on
just,
this.
they
Let's
really
go back to that
rip
for a
it.
second.
Dude, they
Nice.
really rip it. They are not afraid.
Oh
my gosh! See, we're having fun here. You can see Sandstorm in the bottom right-hand corner. He seems to be having a lot more fun. Like, maybe Piery just is more of a reserved guy in general.
Hang on.
Whoa,
Once again,
whoa.
caught it.
Good
Sweat beating on
dodge.
top, but gets out.
Ooh,
Goes for it
Piery,
again.
okay.
Ooh, okay.
Back down.
Good damage.
It's a pretty awkward position for Piery as he get back. I don't know if you do. This is rough. Okay, touches wall.
Okay, there's the split. He was playing Fuse before, and Piery kind of did the same thing. Now he goes back.
Recovery.
Almost not
man.
enough. I really thought it. Does he get the KO with the sword? Does he do the unthinkable? Oh, the bounce off the stage. He does interrupt the recovery, though. Still not enough. Man, that was a nice sidelight, but also a great spot dodge.
Nice.
That'll
Catches
do.
him with the recovery. Despite him saying recovery won't KO, it did KO.
I want to know the point in which they decide to go fused. If it's like more or less the same point every time in terms of damage, or and if they have like independent thoughts on that, or if it's like, oh, he just went fused. I got fused mine now.
Oh, like call and response of it. I feel like there's something to be said of what like Duke brought up too, like the weapon toss into pickup and then you have it fused. Like that might just be like a slight optimization that Chakram players, if they're holding out for the buffs to come back, can maybe hold out for.
Because like that time, we definitely saw a moment towards the end where Sandstorm went fused, and they were like maybe halfway through the stock. And then like right after that, we also saw Piery go to fused mode as well. So I wonder if it's like tech companies doing layoffs, and when like one does layoffs,
Oh, no.
it's like, oh, Meta did layoffs,
Something's bad
I
here.
gotta do layoffs too.
So you're saying you could bait fusing?
I'm maybe,
imagine.
man. I don't know.
That's insane.
Look, if
We gamed the
Sandstorm
game.
swaps over to fused, I'm swapping over to
I'm
fused.
also doing this.
Nice.
Gonna
Good.
get something that I don't. There's the first strike.
I do really like how Sandstorm sets up for it, though, is he goes unfused, he'll do the side light into the down light, and then he's like, all right, now I'm in my fused state. I'm going to go for my fused combos.
Oh, my gosh. 50 damage just real quick for Sandstorm. Even gets the D-Sig over the corner. So Piery's playing fused right now, of course, because Sandstorm's in later stages of damage.
Right.
When is Sandstorm going to swap over?
Now. Oh. Slid up a little too high.
We saw sword signature.
I can't believe it.
The rare signature coming out from Piery works out for him.
They said it
Stock
couldn't be
count
done.
evened up.
A KO with a sword in 2025.
You know, sometimes you just gotta believe. Maybe the nerfs aren't that bad.
Okay, bro. All right, man.
Look, if everybody's
Believe.
nerfed, nobody's nerfed.
Go play some sword, man, and tell me. Go play some sword right now and tell me.
Are you
Alright,
becoming
Seraph.
Sword's #1 defender? What is
No,
this?
I just understand
is
reality.
this?
I understand reality.
Oop, Sandstorm going to swap over to the sword. Hits the side air. What's the edge guard?
Hang on. Let's see.
Nice.
Oh, nice wait.
Okay. don't point at the screen and look at me, bro. He's like, see that sword KO?
The rare no-hitter with the chakrams.
I did like as much as I would love to see other characters as well. It is like really cool that they're doing this. Like this is really fun. This is like a cultural moment.
Yeah.
Nice ground pound, unarmed from Piery. Both players' final stocks here. 1-1 in the set.
This is also like one of the rare times where like this is kind of fine for them to do this like weird pre-mirror match,
Right.
Because it's a round robin phase in the Spring Royale where like at the end of the day they're not getting knocked out of the tournament by doing this.
Yeah, it gets you. I don't know if they're seeking information or just, you know, again, like more of a cultural thing, like you said before. But look, I'm just gonna say it. Whoever gets sword first is winning this one.
That's Sandstorm.
Sandstorm. Oh.
All right, never mind.
Wait. Okay.
Ooh,
Hang on.
nice. The beautiful
touch up.
three-piece. I just looked it up. Sandstorm's Piery is level 40. And Piery's is 50. So that's a noticeable change.
Okay, the split versus fused.
Ooh, missed the neutral light.
Yeah, okay, there's a
fuse up
swap.
for the damage. Oh, okay.
Oh, never mind.
Unless.
See, that's why I'm confused.
Swap.
It's like, when do you make the swap? Because Piery was only like halfway through when he made that first swap.
Oh, covers the angle.
Pinball! He went pinball mode! Oh my gosh!
That was sick.
Converted off the weapon toss, hit, ends up getting the KO. Sandstorm's up 2-1.
Let me watch that back. Hey, you know what happened though?
Dude, shut up.
You know what?
The second it happened, I was like,
Was I ever wrong? Have I ever been wrong?
They shouldn't
There's
let
a
you in
reason
here.
why I wear this
Why
bracelet
did they
every
let you
day
in
that says
here,
June
bro?
bug on
I
it.
wish you weren't here, man. I'm just kidding. I love you, man. All right.
Triplat.
This is going to change a lot of things up dare-wise.
Yeah, I mean, like, we saw platforms such a good tool pre-nerf, right? Like, just being able to reset your resources, like land on stage, maybe get another chase dodge, go for something off the top KO. With the chakrams being a little bit worse here, we'll see some damage, we'll see some extended strings, but will they result in KOs is the
Dude,
question.
the dares coming out from Piery. He's just been drilling them in.
Oh, the side six still going to hit there.
Didn't disarm, though.
Almost thought that was going to KO. There's the weapon
Nice.
toss, but it still makes a connection. There's GC Insig, though, from Piery.
Good coverage from Piery. I do like, again, Sandstorm, like, he talks about the nerfs that happened to the chakram, but you can still do that dare float, and that's something that he's doing to help get himself closer to the stage.
Reminiscent of, like, Orb Ground Pound, where it used to stall you back in the day.
Okay, hang on. There's a bit of a whiff on the dares. Like, Sandstorm is clued into Piery's landing patterns, at least so far.
Nice.
Don't stop, dude.
Exhibit D. How many stocks has this been?
I'm gonna put in my contract next year that I can't work with Walter
you just
anymore,
can't.
bro.
That's it.
They're just not doing it, man. Okay. A little bit of the interruption there. Some juggle coming out from Sandstorm. I can't believe Piery got away with that ground pound.
Oh, Sandstorm was gravity canceling there, trying to just fight out.
Right in there.
Oh,
Use
nice!
the soft platform. You saw him chase dodge up, wanted that dare to hit. Unfortunate that it didn't connect. Neutral sig, easy punish for Piery.
Off stage, splits it, okay.
Dude, the beautiful dare off stage. Sandstorm's so quick with that.
Dude, I think that weapon throw into finding a fused hit is such a like little optimization that these Piery players can go for a little bit more often.
Sidelights over the corner.
Yep.
Dude, it's crazy how much of a corner guard that sidelight is. And you don't even have to like angle it perfectly like an orb dare. Like there's no like vertical aspect to it, but still, you have a lot of range. You can do it pretty safely.
Yeah, I mean, it's a whole projectile that you can just kind of throw out over the corner. Nice.
Nice, he did it again.
Dash jump down air, gets KO. Final stocks here in game number 4. Is this going to go game 5?
Dude, Piery started this one out with a huge lead, this juggle.
Yeah,
Could give
scary
Sandstorm the
position.
momentum he needs.
Took a little bit more damage picking up that weapon as well. Sandstorm, the mix.
Didn't touch on the south platform, so we can't keep it going.
Nice!
Oh, wait, the wait from Piery was pretty sweet also.
Woo.
And that dare covering underneath the soft platforms is just so scary to just position yourself around.
Dude, it's so even between these two. You got like we got to get a game 5 double Piery. Okay.
Oh! The turnaround from Sandstorm. He's going to take it out in game number 4. Wins it 3.
That's how it ends?
Bro, that. I wish that happened in game 5, but that was such a cool way to end. They were only, I think, like 14 damage between the two. It was like 492 to 506. Oh my gosh, what an ending to the double Piery there for Sandstorm over Piery. What a silly game, man. I'm glad that's the game that you,
thank you for letting me have this one.
That's awesome. That's so cool, man.
Oh, that's fun. That is real fun. Hey, hold out for Piery making the comeback.
I mean, who knows? Maybe.
Maybe. Wow, that accuracy.
I mean, like Hammer, when Hammer got nerfed, when Hammer D-Light got nerfed, definitely wasn't as heavy a nerf as like the Chakram nerf was. I feel like that was more a cultural nerf where players were like, oh, I got a nerf, I'm getting away from it regardless of what the nerf was. So yeah, but then like obviously Hammer is a nightmare right now. Boom.
Pinball? Bop.
Yup. And he goes in, boom.
What a champ.
They're both having fun on that one. Love that.
So that was a pretty like low to no stakes set is what we're getting at here.
Other than
right?
like prize pool difference.
Gotcha. Okay.
That was essentially like I think Piery's guaranteed last. He has one more set against WESS.
Ooh, okay. This you guys have had some interesting sets though. The
it's been
3-0
great.
WESS over Use is pretty insane.
Unfortunately, we didn't get to see that on stream.
Really?
Yeah,
Oh,
I
man.
think that happened right over there off stream, and we only got to react to that like on the bracket.
Interesting. Yeah,
as we
and
saw
close
it.
sets with Use and Sandstorm as well. So it's not like I don't know. It's not like a phone and in sort of situation. It's like these are real close.
Yeah.
Competitive so far.
Little bit of a hope and a prayer for the North Americans, though. If Sandstorm beats Godly, that puts him at 2-3 with potentially like a 10-0 if he 3-0s. And if WESS loses to Piery, that'll put him at a 2-3. And if Godly loses to Sandstorm and Markkiemoo, that'll also put him at a 2-3. So there is a world where Sandstorm ends up getting into the top 4.
Are there tiebreakers, or is it just based on?
It's based
game
on
count?
sets than games, I think.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's one thing I love about Round Robin, and that we're able to get to do that at a Royale, which is like the only place it's logistically possible.
Yeah.
Is you have like Rube Goldberg machine
Yes.
instances where it's like if all of these things happen to line up in the right way, then a miracle can happen, and that potential is always fun to think about. We're going to be going to a short break here for just a moment, and then we'll be getting right back with almost the end, not quite the end, of the Round Robin phase of the Spring Royale.
Bye, guys.
There's no plan, and I'm a stranger in your land. There are no signs and there's no plan, and I'm a stranger in your land. There are no signs and there's no plan, and I'm a stranger in your land. There are no signs and there's no plan, and I'm a stranger in your land.
We've got, I think, 4 sets left to determine who our top 4 are going to be. Right now, we've still got Markkiemoo to go up against Use and Godly. And then, of course, we've still got Sandstorm to go up against Godly and WESS to go up against Piery.
We got some really good ones coming up for you. Ones that I'm definitely looking forward to. MARCKIEMOO versus Godly is going to be really interesting. Both PRs for their respective regions. MARCKIEMOO's been on a tear through this bracket. 3-0ing Sandstorm, 3-0ing WESS, 3-0ing Piery.
Yeah, looking at the stats, MARCKIEMOO and Godly have only fought once. That was BCX 2024, where MARCKIEMOO was able to get the W.
Yep.
So he does have a 100% win rate right now. Who's looking in the mirror?
I think this is because like they're both like Godly is like the savior of EU.
Okay.
But we have to give him a different name because you can't just be the savior of North America, the savior of EU, because that's boring. So it's like they're looking in a mirror at each other as the top players of their regions, far above everyone else. And so the mirror, I guess, has to shatter here.
But if there's like a mirror between the two of them, they can't see the other person. They just see themselves.
They're them looking at each other is like looking at a mirror.
Oh, okay. So they see them. They see each other in themselves.
Yeah. They see themselves in each other.
In each other. Okay.
And then obviously they're fighting here, which is going to break the mirror.
You know, a wise man once said, "I'm talking to the man in the mirror. I'm telling him to understand." I think was the lyric.
I'm asking him to change his ways.
Yeah, there you go. You're smarter than me.
I just know some references. Nah. You know ones that I don't too.
Like what?
A lot of anime ones, which really resonate with the people out there.
Yeah, people. What's up with the One Piece?
So I'm wondering what Godly's going to be going into this one with. We asked him as we were doing a break earlier before Walter came, and we were asking, who are you going to play? Are you going to be going in with the Fate? Or are you going in with the Taros? And he said he didn't know.
It's the Fate.
It's the Fate?
Probably.
Did you see it on the screen? Or?
No.
Okay.
But I just that's what my gut is that start with the Fate. Depending on how it goes, he's going to swap over to the Taros.
Okay. I would say the opposite because he doesn't want to do the Scythe mirror match that he struggled with earlier when he was playing against Yuze's Fate. Yes, it was Fate mirror match, which is even more of a mirror match than Fate into the Mordex Scythe. But still, I think he's potentially going to lead with the Taros, or if he leads with a Fate and something goes wrong, I think it's going to be a very quick swap.
Yeah, that's what I'm expecting. On the other side, I don't expect MARCKIEMOO not to go with Mordex.
I would agree.
That's kind of been the pick, and obviously he hasn't lost a game today, so
yeah, I think there
would be insane for him to swap.
There are pretty much zero reasons for him to do something like that unless he has like forbidden knowledge that like no one else other than him knows. It's certainly possible. If there's anyone that could keep something close to the chest and not leak it out, it's potentially him.
I was about to leak something.
I'm really glad you didn't do that.
I thought about it.
We were about to have an Axe Gauntlets at Low Tier City 7 issue again.
That wasn't Low Tier City 7.
It was.
That was DreamHack.
Nope. That was on the couch at Low Tier City.
No.
Yeah.
It was me talking to Agzo at DreamHack, because I remember, because afterwards.
I don't think it was.
It was.
We'll look at it on the break because there's a clip of it. It's like one of the most viewed clips on Brawlhalla's Twitch channel.
Why?
And because you leaked something.
Yeah, well.
You leaked forbidden knowledge. We got Godly versus MARCKIEMOO, Titans of their own region. Titans who are taller than all of the other players in their region, despite having also really good players in their region. I almost thought this was some clip from earlier, but obviously we haven't seen the two of them play.
MARCKIEMOO looked like he was looking at his phone. Okay, they're just in it.
All right.
All right, this
is leading with the Fate.
Game number one. Yeah,
He's leading with
the
the
Fate to start it off for Godly. On the other side, MARCKIEMOO, of course, with that Mordex, Gauntlets, V Scythe, so Godly doesn't have to worry about that mirror match just yet. Gonna go over to the Orb. Doesn't have MARCKIEMOO in that KO %.
Dude, MARCKIEMOO already put so much damage. It was like 20 seconds, and he already had Godly in the red. That's super scary.
What's the edge guard? Goes for the ground pound.
Oh my gosh.
Whoa,
that was a really telegraphed ground pound too. There's a gravity cancel down heavy. I really thought he was going to get punished for that ground pound.
Yeah.
Or at least like a weapon toss would come out from MARCKIEMOO to like interrupt a little bit, at least put a hitbox out there.
Yeah, I didn't think Godly was going to get away with that ground pound the way that he did. MARCKIEMOO still cleans up the stock though, down heavy.
Dude, the down heavy stock takes that we've seen this tournament, it feels like we've never seen so many, despite having like, compared to a regular tournament, like not that many sets. Oh, okay.
Okay, that's good.
Bro,
that's
you
good.
just let him get back like that?
Yep. Would rather have the stage control. He's got the lead, doesn't want to risk anything too big right now. Meanwhile, MARCKIEMOO catching him with 2 side lights.
I almost feel like he's going a little bit use mode here, and Markkieemoo's just stepping all over him.
Got him with the recovery. That should be it. Yeah, Godly gonna fall there. Didn't even go for the gravity cancel down sig. I don't think he had enough movement afterwards anyways.
Yeah, super weird pacing towards the end of that stock for Godly. He threw out like 2 separate neutral lights on the side that did nothing after. Even whiffing that into the ground, I doubt it was a bait. I probably wanted to just throw it over the corner.
Ooh, see, there's that up toss to kind of cover above him. Godly finally comes down. Can he get this stock?
I'll have to go back and watch old Markkiemoo sets to see if he was doing that before. He certainly wasn't like earlier today, at least I feel like until we started noticing it. But I'll have to look back at old sets. Ooh, that exhausted recovery I thought was going to get punished.
Look at him with the side air. He's got the weapon advantage. Markkiemoo, though, has so much space that I'm actually a little surprised Godly managed to get over here and get that weapon spawn.
Yeah, even though they're both on final stock, it feels like Godly has been playing catch-up most of this game, and he's been, like, on the back foot. Okay, he's finally going to... Okay.
Stuffed out the recovery.
The attempt at the second ground pound there, but Markkiemoo had a dodge. Yeah, see, like that.
Yeah.
That was crazy.
I mean, it, like you said earlier, it could be just mental stack, right? Like, Godly had to worry about the weapon spawn up as well as Markkiemoo. Weapon toss to open up. Neutral light, side air. Both of them in the red now. Who's going to get the final hit? That neutral sig's going to whiff.
Yeah, see, before he threw out, he did like the exact same double neutral light setup, but then he didn't throw out the side air after. He just did the 2 neutral lights and then nothing. Oh, wow, okay.
Tough for Godly there. He went for the weapon toss, and Markkiemoo went underneath it, and I think Godly just wasn't ready to react in time, so he just got caught.
I would say, given how close that game was, I wouldn't necessarily expect the insta-swap on a Teros. But there is the possibility of it.
I mean, he swapped when it was final hit mirror match against Use, so
yeah.
it's kind of vibes, I feel like. It's like, did he feel like that was a good enough set? And if you had to ask me, probably not, because Markkiemoo had him in the second stocks.
Yeah, there's the dodge away, there's the weapon toss up, and he gets punished for it.
Player 2 wins.
Ooh, 37%, pretty low. Probably it maybe around evened out between the two, given that Markkiemoo threw out fewer attacks but hit more of them, and Godly threw out more but hit fewer of them.
I'm so confused.
What?
Because Godly played Fate.
Oh.
So whose numbers are on the left and right?
Interesting, yeah. I was going based on the legend pictures and not the names on the bottom. I would say Markkiemoo probably threw out more attacks than Godly did.
Do you think Godly missed, or do you think Godly hit any signatures, or did Markkiemoo not hit any signatures?
That's a good question.
I don't remember any sigs hitting.
I remember a neutral signature from...
I know Godly missed a neutral sig.
Yeah, that's the one I remember. On Spear.
On Spear? What?
Not Spear. Side. Dude, this is one of those things where, like, it's the word red, but then it's written in blue ink, and it's one of those brain teasers. Okay, Godly did not swap.
Okay, sticking with the Fate here for game number 2. Looks like it took him a little bit because we had plenty of time to talk about nothing, but now we're into game number 2. Orb starting off strong for Godly.
Yeah, I want to see some more Orb this game. And then based on how the Orb does, then if I were Godly, I would be potentially looking at making a swap over to Teros. Because if the Workhorse Orb doesn't work for him like it is so far, Markkiemoo went really low after that.
Oh,
he went for the gravity cancel down heavy just a little bit too early, but he went with the down heavy, still got the stock in the end, but he went with the down heavy for all of the active frames, which is why he ripped it so early.
Markkiemoo with the big commit, went for that down air down there. Godly, though, he managed to get that stock, didn't take too much damage for it, so his Orb definitely being kind of that carry right now for him.
Oh my gosh, okay, yes. Now we're seeing return to form for Godly. He looks much more confident in this Orb gameplay.
Nice, good spacing there, got that side light, side air. Ooh, down sig, a little bit of a risky move there, locks you in place, and Markkiemoo gonna ultimately get the KO because of it.
No juggling coming out from Markkiemoo, just swapping over to the scythe, not the spear, as we've come to learn. Ooh, that's a big pickup.
Oh,
chasing after.
Jump into it.
He almost got the hit with the weapon toss. He could have picked it back up. This is going to be weapon star for just a little bit. There's the recovery, giving Godly plenty of room. Weapon toss goes over his head. Nice. GC and light again opting basically in the exact same spot that he did the unarmed GC down heavy on the right side, opting for the active frame option.
That was such an interesting gravity cancel neutralite, just because like I don't know if, because he was holding onto the wall, I don't know if he let go immediately gravity cancel neutralite, or if he let his character slip till it wasn't on the wall.
Oh,
and then did
yeah,
gravity
that's a
cancel
good
neutralite. Because he was like right on that bottom corner. Side light, side air. Down air, not gonna get him. Nice two-piece though.
Dude, that's so scary. Getting hit by that two-piece when you're this far behind against high-strength orb.
For sure. It adds up quick. Oh, Markkiemoo's disarmed. Another
Ground
edge guard
pound?
opportunity,
Okay.
but a good recovery from Markkiemoo.
I think he was going in with the down air, but it didn't come out in time. Markkiemoo was too ready for it. Another recovery, sending Godly all the way to the right side. Oh,
dodge
man. Oh, my gosh, that was so close.
The rare down heavy not working out, and it's going to be Markkiemoo with the gravity cancel down light. Final stock here, but Godly very healthy.
If Godly would have been flipped 180 degrees the other direction, he would have gotten the right swing at the right time in those legs to get the hit. He's going to be really careful here. There's the side air. Oh, that was enough to KO.
Yeah.
I thought he was going to have to pick up a side light side air or two individual side airs just like he did.
There was
Before he got
a
the
decent
KO.
amount of damage on Markkiemoo, but still, like with the speed that he was launched, I didn't think that was going to KO.
Must have been just enough, showing why he opts into the strength stance. All right, let's see, slow it down.
I think he straight up slid off.
Yeah, he slid off just enough.
That's crazy. I don't know how you, because that's like, I swear that was like frame perfect.
Yeah.
Here we go. Game number 3 though. Godly tying things up. Ooh, no turnaround attempt there. I thought Godly was going to go for an air.
When there's another weapon spawn, is Godly going to move over onto the orb and opt for that right away?
Likely. You see him positioning for it, but
Okay.
instead it's enough to make Markkiemoo swap.
Yeah, I think he's fine on Scythe, but like maybe if he has the option, we'll see when the next weapon spawn comes up. But yeah, Markkiemoo wanted to make the immediate swap over. Or maybe he just wanted to deny Godly and didn't feel like he could swap things out and get his weapon back in time. Oh, okay. Recovery, same direction.
Ooh, Neutralite catches him off the weapon bounce. He's
Nice!
swimming, and Godly covers it, hits the down air.
Really smart to go for the down air there instead of like a ground pound, because obviously the ground pound goes straight in one direction, whereas like the diagonal can cover a lot of different places that Markkiemoo might be, especially when you gravity cancel a move that has movement in it like it does.
I also like, because I feel like it's got more range. Like it puts the orb further away from you, so it's a little bit safer, especially because Markkiemoo is going in with that gravity cancel neutral sig.
Yeah, you're going to catch a lot more, especially at that damage. You're going to get the KO no matter what. Nice string coming out from Godly.
Decent damage here. Markkiemoo catches him. That was the dodge, and Markkiemoo still got that recovery.
Dude, the low damage gauntlet nair pickup, I'm always scared what's coming after.
Especially when you're close to the stage, there's so many different follow-ups they can do.
Nice maneuver from Godly to get away.
Ooh, Markkiemoo gets past the weapon toss, catches him with the Neutralite. Godly back to the scythe.
This has mostly been a gauntlets game so far for Markkiemoo. He started this one off side, but ever since he's made the change, they've been going much more even here.
Ooh, shotgun blast not going to hit, but the Neutralite actually comes out quick enough. Another Neutralite.
Nice.
This time leads to the side air. Not enough to KO, but the weapon toss might do it. Oh,
nice.
Good coverage. Man, Godly's so good at recognizing, you know what, he's got one more option, and I'm going to cover it with his down air.
Yeah, his gameplay, especially this game, but also last game, but especially this game, has really been super smart. Ooh. Nice neutral signature after the end light from Markkiemoo. Evening up the stocks here, going back over to the gauntlets.
Ooh, dare. Okay, Godly stays low this time. Avoids that side air.
He completely disengaged after that. Did not want to deal with the weapon disadvantage over on the edge against Markkiemoo.
Yeah, definitely not against gauntlets. You do not want to be off stage unarmed. Side light, side air. Backs up, hits it down air.
The like 3-piece potential from Godly, and then the potential extension to like 2 more hits after that without getting any hits on himself. It's like so scary. There's the double side airs. Setting up for the ground pound.
And he didn't
Nice.
touch. Markkiemoo able to close that one out. Takes game number 3 up 2-1. All off the back of those gauntlet side airs.
And a super low damage game coming out from both of them. It was like 508 by the time things were all said and done for Markkiemoo. So really great KO efficiency from him.
Now do you think he swaps?
No.
No? All fate?
Yeah. I think he's locked into that. Yeah.
Okay.
I think he's locked into the fate and doesn't want to do the panic swap, have to start, not from ground zero, but like, you know.
Yeah. All the reads that he had would be thrown out the window. Right now, Markkiemoo looking solid with the gauntlets, though. That's what he swapped to, like you said, in game number 3, and his gauntlets were pretty much the main carry. Sidelight side air puts him off stage.
Godly only has 2 victories so far. He still has this set to finish and then 1 more against Sandstorm left in this round robin. So a victory here would go a long way, at least setting up the game 5.
It's a side air weapon toss, avoided by Godly with that gravity cancel. Got that sidelight side air as a result. Nobody's going to get the hit, and Godly with the falling side air after the whiff neutral sig.
Something that Godly hasn't really been able to find anymore on Scythe, or like the end light insig or the side light insig when he's using orb. Not that that was like necessarily the thing doing all of the work before for any of the Fate players today, but still, it's something that's just not in his toolkit anymore.
Went for a risky play there with that Scythe, went for that ground pound. Marimoo was able to punish it and get that stock. But yeah, like you said, like Godly earlier today, he hit like 3 Scythe N6, and since then has not connected. Oh, Godly chose right, went low, and Marimoo read high.
Most of like the signatures period that he's been throwing out are just like gone. Like we saw the D-Sig like over on the right side of the stage. I think it was on a previous Miami Dome game. That's totally gone. He's not throwing the snipers out anymore.
Ooh, good spot dodge there from Godly to wake up into the gravity cancel sidelight.
Oh, okay.
Man, he went for the down sig, Marimoo with the weapon toss.
Like every single one of those he's been punished lately. So I don't blame him for just not going for it anymore. Unfortunately for him, that means he has to rely on other stuff. Oh, what was that sidelight?
He's got his pick of weapons.
Oh, that was so close.
What? The down heavy from Markkiemoo. Dash onto the stage, down heavy. That's going to take out Godly. Godly's down to his final stock here.
Dude, what is it with the break dancing today? Okay. Typically, we see the D-Light or the gravity cancel neutral heavy. Like that's a very South American thing, as they're not afraid to go in unarmed instead of waiting for the weapon.
Springs for dancing. Neutral light, neutral air, recovery. Markkiemoo getting some good damage built up. He is sweat beating. Godly with the stage control still. Ooh. 2 hitboxes, neither of them covered the stage.
Dude, I thought he was going to cover like a little bit more to the left side. So he had a little bit of overlap. Oh my gosh! He tried to steer away from it, and you know how that story ends. The ground pound steered all the way to the left from Markkiemoo's gauntlets, taking it 3-1 over Godly here. Markkiemoo still undefeated in sets. He has 1 more remaining. Probably his toughest enemy of the day, and that is current world champion WESS.
Worth acknowledging, though, Godly did give Markkiemoo his first loss in terms of games, because he had been going 3-0 throughout the day. That is his first loss. But Markkiemoo only has 1 more set to go, so I think it's pretty much a lock that he's going to make it out into the top 4.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think anyone else can. Yeah, no one else can knock him out of the top 4. Dude, the double side airs are so scary. The jump up for the ground pound to get away from the orb recovery that came out from Godly.
That's so tough, because it's one of those offstage situations where like you have to choose right so many times, otherwise you get caught. And like that time against the side airs, he didn't choose right, but earlier he chose correctly against the Scythe, and he ended up going low. But man, Markkiemoo just able to keep that offstage pressure.
And that's sort of like the same story with gauntlets as well, especially when we're talking about the sidelight, is you as the gauntlet player also has to choose right on your dodge read in the direction, whether you go for the double sidelight, same direction, one direction, the other direction, one direction recovery, one direction delayed recovery, one direction fade back recovery. So it's like, there's definitely a give and take there where it feels like a truly risk-reward situation where like you're risking a lot, but you're also rewarded so much if you actually get the right guess.
Well, Markkiemoo able to get more guesses correctly. That is going to put him up currently 4-0 for the day in this round robin phase. Up next, I think we've got Piery's last set of the day, if I'm not mistaken. It's going to be WESS versus Piery. At least that's what I remember on the graphic. There it is. Forced adaptation. Do you
so
think
this is because it's double Priya. And so they have to, like,
yeah, but
adapt.
they didn't say that for the Sandstorm one.
Well, it's because it was different.
Why?
Yeah, it's because it's double Priya.
This time it's double Priya. There was double Priya last time.
Okay, but, like, they also have a different storyline.
Okay, yeah, that's fair. Who's being forced to adapt?
Both of them.
Okay.
Because it's double Priya.
Is that not true for everyone?
No, because everyone didn't double Priya. Everyone didn't qualify on Priya.
Oh, adapt to the meta.
Yeah.
I thought you meant like adapt to like your opponent.
Oh
like,
no, that's just video games. That's just video games.
Okay.
Also, it'd be really funny if they set up forced adaptation for Sandstorm and Piery, and then they just play double Priya anyway.
But we have a nice little interview here. Of course, we've gotten some interviews with all the players. Time to see what I believe Piery has to say about the current meta.
I am Piery. On the Royale, I qualified as AMGG, but yeah, I always played in tourneys as Piery, so that's how people know me, I guess. I haven't really been placing that much in tourneys ever, but now I made it to Royale, I guess. Yeah, it was very like unexpected, because I never really practiced for one tourneys or anything. I always only played in two tourneys. But yeah, with Chakrams, I just decided to actually try for this tourney because I felt that I had potential to place well. And yeah, I just got second, which is cool. Challenger mode, the leaderboard was very good for me. I enjoyed it a lot. It was best of 3. People took it seriously. Yeah, it was good practice. So, yeah. Priya is absolutely useless right now. It got nerfed so hard. It's probably worse than unarmed. I mean, Chakrams. No one is gonna be playing it. I have no idea what I'm gonna play. Like, I haven't practiced at all since the tourney. Lots of other Hungarian Royale players really wanted me to be here. I want to like thank them. They supported me and wanted me to come. They are gonna be watching. That's pretty cool.
Hello, my name is Yuto. I am an EU player, and I'm shouting out Naria to play. That's all I want to say. You're the best guys.
One thing that's interesting about Piery as a European player is he's a Hungarian player. We haven't had many of those. I don't know if we've really had any majorly known Hungarian players before. Who? Are you shaking your head
I'm
in
nodding
agreement?
because I agree. Because I was like, coming out of the break, that was my thought.
Okay,
was like, name a Hungarian player.
Yeah, because like Pavelski is
Bulgarian.
He's Bulgarian. What's his flag is Albania though, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
And then
obviously
Agno's German?
Agno's German. And then obviously Sweden ran EU Brawlhalla for like a really long time. Godley's from Great Britain. So yeah. Excuse me, a Hungarian player is interesting.
Yeah.
I'm glad we get some Hungarian representation. Obviously we've had a lot of like really good French Brawlhalla players as well.
Yep. Big French scene. Who
is Spain? Who's from Spain? I forgot who's from Spain.
Swerved.
Not him. I don't care about him.
Where's Munir from?
He's French, yeah?
Is he?
I think he's from France.
Oh, okay, that makes sense because he's friends with all the French players.
I can't remember who was the Spanish player. I don't know why his name is escaping me right now. I'm sorry.
Shout out Swift. Here we go. Ooh, okay, so we're not going to gentlemen's to the double Priya this time.
Okay.
It's going to be WESS on the Tesca, and Piery actually mixing it up over to the Mordex here.
Yeah, this is what Piery was playing some earlier today. Who knows? He may swap. Usually we don't see people swap onto the mirror unless it's like literally the final game and it's more like a salty swap.
Or disrespect.
Yeah.
Like you win so hard, you're like, I can beat you with your character. Okay. Neutral sig, not going to connect. Piery taking his time, coming back down. Who tried to dodge in so we could get that down air. WESS hits him with the ground pound, goes for the end sig. Piery with the side air will get back up safely.
Nice weapon swap. Snaking that one away from WESS, but again, WESS not afraid to go in on.
Ooh, doesn't hit the down sig.
Just throwing that one out like that. Nice spot touch from Piery to get through the neutral air. Oh, he went for the GCD light. Didn't have a dodge after that. Got KO'd off the top.
Yeah, that was a burn dodge. WESS bet big on that gravity cancel down light. You know he would have gone for the recovery if he connected, but Piery got past it, got that stage, and then got that side light recovery.
Ooh, recovery off the top, not enough to KO just yet. He goes for the side light into the delayed recovery right above his head. There's the weapon toss. Tries to catch on the recovery, but Piery was down on the ground. Now he's disarmed. There's the in light, giving him room for the weapon.
Side air.
Okay.
Doesn't go for the active input, went for the most force possible.
I was worried that because it was from the wrong side of the stage, even though we're on Worlds End, that it wasn't going to be a KO and Piery was going to be able to find even more damage. But they're pretty much even here. WESS did a good job of not taking too much damage, even though he didn't find a KO move right away. But all of a sudden, things are changing.
Whoa.
Big dunk. Weapon toss. Bonk on the head. He's going to be done.
Piery with the burst out, able to get the stock off of WESS. Piery looking the best he's had, or looking in the best state he's been in throughout the day.
All of a sudden, the damage was equalized, and then Piery just took off right after that. Great gauntlet string, ending with the signature and the weapon toss bonk on the head.
WESS, though, with the stage control, weapon advantage, going to keep Piery locked down onto this left side wall unless Piery can get past. He does, picks up the side.
Yeah, one thing that was good for WESS there was the weapon advantage that he had, so there's not a lot of range that Piery has to throw over the corner. Oh, I thought we were going to instantly see the dare to punish the D-light to punish the neutral air from Piery.
Yeah, WESS opted not to go for an attack. Goes for the down
Nice!
Nice. Gravity cancel downlight into the ground pound. Clean this up. Didn't take too much damage either.
Yeah, WESS either saw a weapon toss incoming, which is what happened, or he saw a potential like neutral air incoming from the site that Piery had, so he spot dodged through it, gravity canceled that into the D-light. Fantastic timing from WESS.
Once again, keeping him on this wall. Has the weapon advantage. Piery goes back, but he doesn't want the weapon pickup immediately. Ooh, almost got him with that side air. Ooh, good spacing from WESS.
Oh, WESS is going to get so much, and he KOs off of that. No way!
I did not know you could go down air into ground pound that quick. WESS able to get that KO on Small World's End.
Man, I feel like that GC side sig was like also really good.
Yeah.
Hopefully we get to slow that down to see how close those icicles were. It really felt like it was overlapping, man. I really thought that was going to be a hit. There's the beautiful timing on that to get through the weapon toss.
Oh, won't have time for
Game
it.
starting. I'm sure we'll get to see it later.
Jumped right into the next one. WESS versus Piery. No character swaps. Piery's still sticking with the Mordex. It looked good in game number 1, so I don't blame him for this one. Ooh, saw the stars come out. WESS is still sweat beating. All right, he gets back down safely.
Two gauntlet players. There is a weapon spawn on the field. Neither player wants to go for it. They just want to go for these gauntlet options until Piery wants to strip the field. Keep WESS off a weapon.
Okay, recovery into the nair. WESS very comfortable to go in unarmed. Now he's over to the boots, throws out the side sig. Piery with the punish.
Dude, Piery was so high in the air when WESS threw out that side signature. What was he aiming for?
And maybe it was just trying to get Piery to come back down towards the stage. Either way, Piery getting some good damage in. Nice. Oh, went for the down sig. Ground pound to turn around. And WESS going to get the stock.
He pulled out of the ground pound, and it looked like he was trying to get below WESS to maybe reach up with a neutral air after the ground pound whiffed, or maybe it was a bait ground pound to like freak WESS out for a second. Man, WESS does love those fadeaway turnaround side airs.
Gets the down air, goes for the ground pound there. Instead, going to hit that neutral air for the damage. Side air bounces him off the wall, but he can't get the down light. Piery still manages to get the wall touch.
Oh, that would have been
Bounced.
the stock there. WESS is
Yeah.
going to survive off of that because of the bounce off the stage. That's so tough for Piery.
Wow. The down, oh, okay.
Oh, I got him.
Nah.
Beautiful pickup.
Dude, WESS does so many goofy things that work out for him just because he's got amazing reactions. Because he hit like the on-stage boots ground pound, but he ended up getting a Sair off of it because it bounced him up and he was still in the air.
The instant response after that signature. The low damage signature, so it's not going to send you that far.
No. Charged up, Piery. Yeah, he's just going to wait it out and get that punish. He's like, I also play Tesga.
Yeah.
I know this doesn't hit here.
He knew he could stay stacked.
All right. Gets in with the side air, gets in there.
Oh, almost got the second one. Dude, WESS has a huge lead here. He already's up 1 game. I like that he's changing up the juggle opportunities because sometimes it's double nair, sometimes it's nair recovery. That time it was a nair side air.
Oh!
Yup.
Immediate gravity cancel down sig, catches out Piery. WESS looking really solid. And yeah, I love that call out from that you made, which is that like he's definitely changing it up a lot. He'll go for like nair recovery, nair sair sometimes as well. He really keeps changing up the routes, so it makes it really hard to adapt to what he's doing.
Yeah, Piery 100% knew that was not going to hit in that area. Oh, man, the timing on that. Dude, it has so much movement. You saw he didn't really have to do anything after whiffing the first one because it sent him so far.
Dude, he threw out 10 sigs.
Teska, like
Yeah.
he's just playing Teska, which is like playing Teska correctly.
It's kind of funny because that, like, to me, is like a WESS thing, is to just be a little bit more sig happy, because like also I remember like when he played Volkov for that one tournament, he like only did sigs.
Gosh,
he is very comfortable using a lot of sigs.
Yeah,
looks like a reset.
I remember like the Volkov era. Oh my gosh, it was heavy button time. We love the heavy button after that. He's wearing his gorilla shirt at the zoo. I don't think it's on purpose.
Probably not. I think one of the things asked was like, what's their favorite animal? Do you know what his was?
I don't know if this is like really his favorite animal, but we did our interview in front of the Diamondback Terrapin. So those were the turtles that you saw in the beginning that had the writing on them. Yeah, that was them, because there were so many turtles in that tank. It was crazy, which is why they had the numbers painted on them so that they could like keep track of all the different. They were like, I mean, they had numbers up to like 111.
Wow.
I doubt there were 111 in there, but we could at least like in full view see like 30 turtles. It was pretty cool.
Are those the ones that like do the face slappy?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know.
I
don't think that was on the little like information card.
Yeah, that they slap each other's faces.
Although probably one of the biggest threats to them is humans destroying their habitats, which was the biggest threat to most animals in the zoo, by the way.
That's pretty accurate. Also, shout outs to the zoo. I had to look it up. It's AZA accredited.
Oh,
so,
cool.
So it is.
I
like
learned about that like just the other day from a Maya video.
Yep.
Yeah. They also had what was the other thing that was on the card from the Maya video? It was like species survival plan or whatever.
Yeah, they changed names.
Yeah.
Because it was like space or something like that, and then it changed up.
That thing.
But anyways, huge shout outs to the zoo for also letting us be here. We're in the giraffe room. You like giraffes.
I love giraffes.
Yeah.
They're so cool looking.
Is plural of giraffe giraffes?
I don't know. I say
giraffes.
I think it's just giraffes.
Okay. Here we go. Don't have to buy time anymore. Piery looks like he's set up and good to go, and it's going to be the Rayman for game number 3.
What was his highest leveled legend? I can't remember.
Well, his gauntlet's still looking solid. I want to say it's his Mordex, if I remember correctly. All right, Nair.
Oh, no, Rayman's his highest level legend.
Okay.
It's Rayman, Mordex, Teska, and then Wushang in that order from highest to low. Whatever, you know what I mean.
Yeah. Okay, good patience from WESS. Catches him. Down 6 onto the stage, so Piery's going to get that 3-piece.
So yeah, I really want to see his axe against WESS because the gauntlets are going to be, potentially similar. We may see some more signatures coming out, like we did with that down signature after we just saw the side signature as well. That could be just his like easy mode corner guard option where it's like I'm not really going to commit anything off stage. I'm just going to throw my D-sig.
Oh, goes for the dare there. Surprised. I think a side air would have KO'd. Goes for the neutral light, but he whiffs. And WESS is high in the sky. Doesn't hit that second recovery.
Oh, that was enough to KO. Yeah. That's a lot of damage that it took for that to KO. Let's see how long he can survive on this stock before he gets knocked out by WESS. WESS doesn't have a weapon yet. I don't know if a D-Light and a Gravity Cancel neutral heavy will do it at this point, but now he's over back onto the boots. I'm going to say it wouldn't because that recovery from the boots didn't KO.
Yeah, might need a little bit more here. That down sig will do it, though. Lots of force behind that one. Juggles weapons here. Ooh, he wants to stick with the boots this time. Nice, caught him. Wasn't able to get more, though.
Ooh. Ooh, just kind of sitting on that corner, forcing WESS to like move over to him, kind of in the way that we saw a little bit against Hughes, except Hughes didn't do that. Hughes just stayed in the middle, and then Piery just started to move towards him.
Ooh, That was a burn dodge from WESS, but Piery not able to get a lot off of it.
Man, all these potential Sig follows from WESS just look scarier and scarier as the stocks get more and more damage on them. Okay, now we're gonna get some Axe gameplay. Did hit the dare into the D-Light, the KO off the top. Overextension, and WESS steals the KO off the top.
Dude, I feel like WESS is really good at overwhelming opponents that aren't ready for it. Like, that's kind of what's happening. Is like, he's just so often in Piery's face, throwing out so much. But Piery does manage to hit that recovery. These are pretty even stocks. There is a world where Piery ends up closing this one out.
Yeah, he definitely feels like a mental stack player.
Yeah.
Where it's just like all of these things that you constantly have to think about. And all of a sudden, if your brain skips like one beat, all of a sudden you're getting hit by a signature in orange, setting up for an edge guard.
Down sig catches. Ooh, neutral sig to turn around.
Exactly like that.
Weapon toss, good coverage. WESS stays low, ground pound. WESS is still there.
Oh, he got around it.
He got the touch, goes for another ground pound. WESS for the end sig. Piery gonna disengage, and WESS can't get the wall touch. It's gonna be Piery on the board.
I thought the Sair was gonna be able to get him over, but it didn't have enough movement in the air. He couldn't barely touch that corner, and he ended up falling.
So close, but not enough. That is enough, though, to get Piery at least a game win.
Yeah, that's the second game that Piery has won today. He won one against Sandstorm, and then he just won one against WESS.
3, 2, 1, brawl.
All right, here we go.
Ooh.
Okay.
Interesting choice there. The side light into the neutral light.
Might have been a misinput. Didn't get that jump out.
Ooh, look at that. Look at how many dashes are coming out and 0 moves being thrown.
WESS opting to break the standstill there. Got in with that side light. Got a neutral light afterwards as well. But this one might be a little bit of a slower paced game. Good dodge from Piery. Avoids the downlight. Tries to turn things around, but WESS able to get that wall touch. Side sig connects.
Nice.
This is a good map for the Dulcims out there. WESS still has enough movement, and he turns it around. Side air.
Yeah, so far we just really haven't seen too much. Despite this being his highest leveled Legends, that like Piery is much of an Axe player at all. Even all the signature usage has been almost all in the gauntlets.
Ooh. Yeah, it definitely feels like he's a gauntlet player who just likes Dulcim's stats and sigs more than he's like a Axe and gauntlet player. Two-piece, goes for the recovery. WESS able to dodge down. Side air. Yep.
Nice. Drifted a little bit too far to the right with that side air, so WESS was able to get behind him out of the effective range of the Axe there. This could be scary. He was able to get away with it.
Oh man, dude, Piery has been doing a good job of like getting out, right? Like he's dodging, he's avoiding that follow-up, but then he just immediately gets put back into the blender by WESS.
Yeah, how long? He's been without a weapon for like 15, 20 seconds while he was just getting pummeled by WESS's boots.
Second set of boots. Piery sweat beating if WESS can keep him from touching down, but Piery comes down, hits that neutral light.
He let the sig rip just a little bit too early rather than waiting a little bit longer to punish the landing. Nice ground pound from Piery. Gonna even up the stocks, but he's like 100 damage behind. He's gonna wait as long as he can to throw that axe up before he picks up the gauntlets, but doesn't want to get lost without them.
Patience. Ooh. Can he convert this? Ground pound.
Oh my gosh.
WESS can't touch Piery with the steal out.
Dude, Piery almost dipped down. I mean, like he was definitely in range for WESS to find an attack. He just couldn't find the right one to get the hit and then get the chase dodge up after that. WESS like felt way too confident going for the like turnaround slide charge side sig.
I mean, he had such a health lead. I don't think he really expected Piery to have all of that behind it. He's didn't expect Piery to have that much game. Ground pound will hit.
Doing that when you're in red is a bold move, Piery.
Neutral light.
A lot of space between the two before WESS decides to go in with a turnaround neutral air. Ooh, chasing after him with that one, holding. Not chasing after that. Nice!
Caught him with the side sig. WESS doesn't have enough there. Piery gonna take another one. He's up he ties it up 2-2.
We're gonna go to a game 5 here. Piery hoping for his first set win of the day. Wesley hoping for his third with the potential to qualify for top 4.
Like I said before the break, if WESS loses this, which at the time did not seem that potential, if he loses this, it opens up the door for Godly or Sandstorm to make it into the top 4.
Man, we saw WESS dip under the stage just a little bit, but he still couldn't avoid the weapon toss down from Piery that led to that stock loss. That's so tough. Dude, if WESS loses this set after that, that's going to be heartbreaking.
Absolutely.
He's going to forget about the ground for the axe ground pound real quick.
He's got new nightmares. And it's going to be WESS sticking with the Tesca here for game number 5. I thought for a moment maybe he swaps to the Rayman for the mirror, but no. He wants those boots. Doesn't hit the end sig. Piery with the punish. I'm curious if WESS is going to play a little bit more conservative. We know that he kind of threw away his second stock there.
Yeah, looking at the damage split last game for his weapons, he did 401 on the boots, so it's no surprise that even if he wanted to play the mirror, sticking with a Boots Legend is definitely a great idea for the way he was playing last game. All those little silly mistakes notwithstanding. Nothing.
Patience. This is game 5. This is important. Piery could potentially break his loss streak here.
Yeah, Piery's kind of like a major gatekeeper at this point. He's the newcomer, but he's also the gatekeeper. WESS was ready. He floated above it. It's absolutely reactable, and he had the timing.
Yeah, that's the second time Piery goes for that gravity cancel side sig, and WESS just comes down, hits him with that ground pound. WESS is damaged, though. Don't sleep on Piery just yet.
He's going to have to find the right axe move, and there it is. I thought he was just going to hit the nair juggles and put, some more damage onto an already knockoutable stock, and it wasn't going to lead to much until later. But no, he hit the 2 nairs and then the axe recovery, got the KO off the top. It's about 50 damage behind as WESS starts this string potential. Does get the end light, sends Piery back over to the wall.
Oop, his recovery got stuffed out there. Piery with that down air helps him get back onto the stage. The dodge down from WESS gets him past. Ooh, okay. Goes for the turnaround there.
The dodge did come out from Piery too, so he was almost bang on with the idea of that turnaround sig.
Ooh,
okay.
Double, not enough.
Oh, the down air dropping?
But that side light into the recovery, not going to drop that one. WESS now very healthy.
He's a solid lead. He's back over on the weapon that he does most of his damage with. Picks up the recovery, but the neutral air after is punished by the side air from Piery.
Good dodging. There's the weapon spawn. Piery needs to get the stock off of WESS. He's got the axe, but you're seeing him slow things down. This could be his final stock of the day.
Dude, WESS has just been juggling so much with the neutral airs, also juggling with the recoveries.
Ooh. Piery getting aggressive there.
WESS not really worried about starving the field of weapons until now. Now swapping over to the gauntlets. There's the in-light, catches the recovery. Can he send over?
Good dodge. Piery's avoiding the SIGs, but he's not really getting too many hits in. WESS is finding these hits.
Piery can't find a weapon. It's been so long since he's had one.
He picks up some gauntlets.
And he throws them away. Oh!
There's the weapon spawn. He wants the axe. That's why he did it.
Does he? I don't know, man. I don't know.
Neutral
oh
sig
my
away.
gosh, what are you doing? Dude, betting a lot on that neutral signature in the middle of the stage when he's almost at KO damage. Ooh. Recovery on the top, does get the KO.
Can he do it? Can he make a miracle here? Game number 5, deep red. Can he take this stock off of WESS and get himself a win for the day?
Dude, getting a set win here for Piery is huge. Also, he just messes up so much of what's happened in the round robin phase so far. He would be the disruptor after this. Can he play perfect Brawlhalla? Playing around the weapon, staying grounded, doesn't want to get caught. WESS clearly wants to bait him into the air for the nair juggles, potential recovery juggles.
Another recovery. Piery can't afford too many more of those.
I think one more might do it. I'm not sure.
He's got to be careful. You see him giving a lot of room here. Wes, he's coming up higher.
Dude, he's creeping up there. They swap places.
Piery's below him. Lot of room,
I thought that side air was going to get punished, dude. He's staying
waiting.
over on the
He's
corner.
Waiting. He's waiting.
Oh
There's a
my
spot dodge right in the
gosh.
face of Wes, but it doesn't hit. Oh my god, nobody is hitting. Oh man, dude, the recovery right in front of Wes, he's crazy.
Dude, this is so crazy.
Oh.
Wes is like just as nervous. Oh my gosh.
Oh, the side air. Piery still lives.
This is last chance.
Oh no, okay.
Wes is too afraid.
Oh, that'll do it.
That'll do it. And Wes in game 5 gets his victory. Unfortunately for Piery, that is no set victories for the day. He's going to go home without a set W in his pocket. But he was the newcomer here, man. He went up against so many of the giants of Brawlhalla. And in this case, Wes was victorious.
That was much closer than I think a lot of people would have expected,
Yep.
but ultimately it is Wes who goes home with the victory here with that 3-2 over Piery. I think that basically guarantees his spot in the top 4 alongside the likes of MARCKIEMOO and Use.
Yeah, because Sandstorm is 1-3.
That was that side sig.
Okay. Sandstorm is 1-3. Show me again. Show me again. Later.
No, I want to show other things.
Later. You can show me again later. Just barely missing that with a side air. Yeah, he charged that one up. That gave Wes all the time in the world to figure out what to do. Dude, that was the downer drop.
Yo, but he still made it.
Yep.
This is that final hit.
Boom.
Yeah.
There's the end light. Dude, that final game was so close. So yeah, MARCKIEMOO is obviously in it, even if he loses his next set against Use. Use is in it for sure, I believe. Godly has the chance for 3 victories if he wins his set against Sandstorm, which would put him in there. And then WESS, I believe, is top 4 because he also has 3 set victories. So it's going to be Piery has played his final set of the day, unfortunately. Yep. He's going to be in last place. Sandstorm, I think, is second to last, kind of no matter what. Because he has the potential to win 2 sets. Or I guess it's between Sandstorm and Godly.
Yeah, Sandstorm and Godly are going to fight for that final spot. And it will come down to the numbers because if Sandstorm 3-0s, that puts him at 2-3 set count with a 10-10, and that'll put Godly at 8 and 10. So Sandstorm would actually be able to be in that top 4, I think. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, we'll be bringing you those final 2 sets of the round robin phase to figure out who is going to make it into our top 4. Things are heating up. Stick around.
You almost died from a broken heart, so I installed a new one. I'm also working on a moral compass. It's like I always say, necessity is the motherboard of invention. Someone's waking up. Good morning. Failure is not in my programming. When life gives you lemons, build a robot to throw them back. I never break a sweat, literally. You may be fast, but I'm overclocked. Your moves could use some debugging. I don't let power go to my head. I use it everywhere. All I need is a wrench and a plan and a power source. Welcome to Brawlhalla.
Are you ready to dance with danger? You don't wanna samba with me. My kicks are a bit over the top. Vambora, this fight is about to get funky. Tá bom, let's dance. Ah, you can't dodge boots and bullets. My pistols make the best dance partners. You need a little splash of color. My bullets leave a lasting impression, but my dancing will take your breath away forever. Boas-vindas a Brawlhalla.
2 sets left to determine who is going to be our top 4. We're here at Atlanta, Georgia, the zoo just around the corner. The players got to see their favorite animals yesterday, but today they get to be the animals because they're really strong competitors, not because the human is the most dangerous animal or anything like that.
I needed to go to the bathroom when we came back off a break, man.
Well, you know.
This next one's going to be electrifying. Because we have Godly versus Sandstorm, we have MARCKIEMOO versus WESS. We have like major stakes on the line.
Yes.
Like we've been sowing all day, and now it's time to reap what we have sowed and see the actual ramifications of our actions in this bracket so far. Godly versus Sandstorm is a very important set because they both have. Godly has 2 set victories. Sandstorm has 1 set victory. So if he beats Godly here, he has 2. Excuse me. And if Godly wins here, he has 3, but if he loses here, then he also has 2. And then it's going to come down to the head-to-head between them.
Well, that just puts the pressure on, well, I guess both of them. Sandstorm definitely wants to get into this one, but this is...
You get this one,
like
right?
It says, yeah, I understand. This is the battle of our legends because, of course, it's they're playing Piery and Terrace, the legends in the game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Everybody's a legend.
Yeah,
everybody's a legend. All the characters are legends in the game. That's what they call them here.
But no, it's Sandstorm, our GOAT, and Godly, kind of the GOAT of EU. Like they're 2 who have hit their peaks in their regions. And when I was doing my research again, coming into today, honestly, like when it comes to like who has been a real rival. In a lot of ways to Sandstorm. Obviously, you have MARCKIEMOO with the 4-4 set, but also I think sometimes Godly has kind of been that like counterpoint to him.
Yeah, because, I mean, Sandstorm's been like a top guy in North America, but he hasn't necessarily been the top guy like MARCKIEMOO has. So he's been like up there in the top 4 and the top 3. Obviously, he won Spring Championship, but that was on the Piery patch. So everything was different there. So that's not necessarily something that you can paint with broader strokes on like the rest of it, because like the rest of the time, MARCKIEMOO is doing better than basically everybody else in the region. So yeah, you have essentially like the top guy of the region, MARCKIEMOO. You have like another top guy of Sandstorm. Meanwhile, you have Godly as the top guy in the other region. So that's a diagonal line down towards Sandstorm, implying that, you know, Godly is the quote-unquote stronger player here.
Well, we'll see if he can prove that to be true. On the other side, Sandstorm, man, he really doesn't want a repeat performance of Max Mode. Like, he really does not want to be, like, he's not going to get last place. I'm sorry, Piery, but he still also wants to, I'm sure, make it into the top 4. He wants to continue on, and it requires beating Godly.
Yeah, Sandstorm did get last at Max Mode.
Okay.
Just because there was a little bit of a question about that earlier. It was him in 10th place with Acno in 9th. I couldn't remember between the 2 of them which got last. So yeah, technically he's not getting a repeat performance in that way, but it is potentially a similar repeat performance and like not achieving what you wanted to and what you expected to achieve in this tournament.
Definitely. I feel like both of them expect a lot more out of themselves.
Yeah.
Like both of them really hold themselves to a high standard, and unfortunately only one of them can continue on. We've already got 3 of our top 4 pretty much locked in place. Like we said earlier, it's going to be MARCKIEMOO, WESS, and WESS in our top 4 of things, but who's going to get that final spot? This is that decider.
Yeah. And it's crazy that it's not necessarily that crazy that it's Sandstorm that may not make it into top 4 here. I think it'd be more crazy if Godly doesn't make it into top 4. I think that would be the wild one here.
You know, that's totally valid and true. In my head, I'm just busy thinking about how, like, man, I really underestimated WESS coming into this.
Yeah, dude, that's what we were talking about.
I really
like,
underestimated WESS coming into this.
He was the substitute for South America going into this, and now both South Americans made it in. He's made it into the top 4. Like, the potential, I don't think it's going to happen based on everything that we've seen today so far, but there still is the potential for WESS to get an in-person victory here at the Spring Royale. He's made it in the top 4. That's huge.
Yep, he is the people's champion for a reason. But there you see in the head-to-head, Godly has won over Sandstorm more often than not. Looks like the last time these two competed against each other, it was the Spring Royale, 2024.
How
so
is
it's
that?
been a bit.
I mean, that's probably mostly because like they tend to be sometimes on like opposite sides of the bracket, right? Like at the World Championship, like Sandstorm got 13th, Godly got 4th. At CEO 2024, is anything gonna happen here? Okay, I don't want to miss anything. Okay, Sandstorm, he is starting out with the Mordex here. We can look at that. But then at CEO, like Sandstorm got 3rd, and dude, Godly got 25th. So it was a rough weekend. So they just like didn't make it deep enough in the bracket to run into each other.
Well, they're running into each other here now. Like you said, Godly, I think, has a little bit more expectation to make it into the top 4 of things. Of course, everybody wants to see at least some EU representation because we've already got the North American and South American representation. But right now, both of them in the red. Sandstorm pegs him with the weapon toss and is going to get the first stock.
Yeah, I wonder how long until people are like resident sleeper on South America because they're like, yeah, okay, we get it. South America wins again. All right. And EU and North America become the underdog that everybody roots for that.
Good patience there from Godly. Doesn't hit the side light, though. Neutral light, side air.
Same idea is really coming from both of them, although probably Sandstorm wanted to hit the neutral air instead of that side air.
Over to the orb.
D-light over the corner. Yeah,
Ooh.
That's why you see people not really throw that out in the way, like in the beginning days of Scythe, like that was the go-to, right? Like that was Scythe brain taking over, is you throw the D-light out over the corner, and then like you see Godly was so ready to punish that.
I mean, it used to be safer for sure.
Yeah.
Is that downlight connection, but Godly had the dodge, so Sandstorm not able to get more. Okay. Oh, he saw the dodge coming out, ended up neutralizing the wrong way, just read wrong on that 50-50. Nice. Weapon toss to keep it going.
Slow down here coming from Godly. Sandstorm meeting him. Ooh, Sandstorm broke. He threw out the move first and he got punished instantly by Godly.
Ooh, side air pulls him down off of the stage. Sandstorm not able to convert that into a KO just yet as Godly does get that wall touch. Nice, the side air to punish Sandstorm. This goes off stage.
Ooh, okay.
He threatened the gravity cancel downlight but didn't go for it.
Yeah, unfortunately, after he did that, the weapon spawn came in all the way on the left side. He wasn't able to get to it in time because Sandstorm and him changed places. There's the sidelight. It's too close to the middle of the stage to get the KO there like we saw Yuz do so many times earlier today.
Ooh, spot dodges and Godly was ready with the reaction. Hits him with the side air. Stock lead for Godly. Side light, neutral light into the recovery.
Yeah, he got the dodge and it was over.
Sticking with the side.
Coming up on 3 minutes in this game. Nice little jump sider there to try to delay Godly from getting over the weapon. He does get it. Ooh, instant string coming out from Godly. Even that falling sider in the down air. Good setup for the edge guard. No, Godly backs up.
Yeah, wasn't able to hit him with that side air. Tried to space it out. Was just a little too far on it. Ooh, okay, weapon toss, but was able to spot dodge in time. Godly still with that damage advantage. Down sig gonna miss.
Man.
Sandstorm doesn't get a lot on the punish though.
One of these days he's gonna hit one of those down signatures and he's gonna feel good, but we haven't found that moment yet. He's thrown out a few of them and they've been punished almost every single time.
Hey man, like you said, you gotta sow before you can reap, and he's putting out those down signatures so the payoff feels so much better. Right now, he needs to get this stock because Sandstorm has brought it into the red and Godly's gonna hit the down heavy. Sigh of relief.
You see the jump over, the jump back, goes to pick up the weapon. The spot dodge comes out, instant punish with the jump side air.
Okay.
They're getting into this one really quickly.
Right on into the next one. Same characters, same map. Game number 2.
So there's the potential for Sandstorm to go back over to the Tesca, although he's leading with the Mordex here. I wonder what are the conditions that would make him do that, whether it's just going down 0-2 or whether it's a horrible loss this game. Not sure just yet. Oh, he interrupts the ground pound from Godly with the recovery.
Currently unarmed. There's the weapon spawn.
Oh, he chooses to go back in with the side light. He's also able to grab the weapon after he threw his away.
Neutral light goes for the end sig. Godly's too high above it. Side light goes for the strong hit instead of soft side light into the recovery.
Nice. He was at like the perfect height after coming over that corner for Godly to punch that landing with the D-light, get the KO off the top. It's like the second time we've seen him go for the D-light into the gravity cancel neutral heavy, or was that someone else?
I don't remember.
Okay.
Neutral light, though, will put Godly off screen. Sandstorm off to the gravity cancel side light towards the stage, did not connect. Oh, caught him.
That could be a huge setup.
Oh.
Oh, no.
And he doesn't touch either. He hit him, got that gravity cancel neutral light, wasn't able to get that recovery, and then didn't come back to the wall.
Sandstorm even smiled after that one. So he was happy he was able to get the stock there without having to do too much work. Like
Nice
lions like to
3-piece,
scavenge their KOs from other animals rather than hunting themselves because it's easier that way.
Did you read that on a plaque?
I learned that on the internet.
Oh, nice. Edge guard opportunity, side light, side air, and yeah, Godly gonna put that one away. His orb has been on point once he gets it working, but it opts for the side. Why?
I'm not sure. Maybe you can just do that little wiggle back and forth. The classic scythe wiggle that we've seen so much today. He was doing a lot of that earlier. Sandstorm didn't feel confident like going over on the wall and doing anything while Godly like dipped under the stage and had to come back. I mean, this is kind of why I think he just like feels really confident in the ability to just neutral light and then get whatever he wants afterwards, whether that's a nair, whether it's recoveries.
Doesn't hit the neutral signature. Godly comes back down. Weapon toss, gonna whiff. Sandstorm over to the gauntlets.
Godly's put himself in a really good spot here. He's already up one game. He's up a full stock. The weapon spawn comes in. He didn't even really jump to try and grab it. Sandstorm plucked him. Gets the KO. Okay, Sandstorm's going to have to give us something huge here. He needs a lot of unanswered damage. Weapon spawn coming in while Godly still has iframes. He grabs it for free.
Yeah, he's got to read right. Hits him with that recovery. Goes in, hits the nair. That's a burn dodge. Goes for the nairs and snares. Recovery connects. Lots of good damage, but it's not enough to lead to a KO.
Can he punch the landing? There's the dodge. The weapon toss comes out and Sandstorm backs up.
Hits him with the down air. There's another dodge from Godly.
Dude,
sideline
no
recovery.
way.
Godly. He's got to make his way back to the stage. He's sweating. Weapon toss from Sandstorm. Neutral light. Godly still unarmed out in the open air.
That in light didn't send off screen just yet. There is a weapon spawn on the field. He runs for it. Oh, the shotgun blast. Oh my gosh, dude. Sandstorm stole that game away from Godly. The last stock from Sandstorm. He started that in red, and he ended it with Godly done.
Yeah, managed to jump over that side signature from Godly, came back down, hit him with the recovery before landing, and that was Sandstorm putting it away.
Dude, the massive string that he got high and right, that was like 80, maybe 90 damage that he got in the blink of an eye. Godly was talking about like not blinking against Hughes, like he just blinked against Sandstorm.
Got to get those eye drops. Can't blink against anyone right now. Goes for the side light. Godly able to dodge this time. Ooh,
nice.
Good timing.
Yeah, being able to throw that like early D light down, then they come over the top and you hit him with an in light. Dare? Oh, okay. I thought it was just going to be a dare over the corner. I didn't think he was going to bounce it off the wall.
In touch.
Wow. Big early stock. Sandstorm not happy with that one. Put his hands up and said, what?
I think he thought his head was going to touch, but ended up kind of bouncing off of that corner. Dodge for dodge. Side light. Oh, was a little early there. I think he missed the timing on that one.
Still unable to find the KO move until he gets the recovery. That's going to be it right there. He didn't take too much damage. Not even fully yellow, so he maybe has probably under 20 damage on the stock right now. We're about a minute 15 in.
Yeah, he's in a comfortable spot. Godly comes in, hits, picks up a scythe of his own. Ooh.
Nice.
Ooh.
Dude, it's like he did a ground pound and like rode it with his momentum over the corner.
Oh, man. Ooh,
oh,
just under the, just over the corner there. Godly hits that ground pound. Man, they're taking like full-on stocks.
Yeah.
They're not like going even. It's just like someone gets a whole stock, the other person gets a whole stock.
Sidelight, inlight, and there you go for the backup. Then you see the jump neutral air. The neutral air misses again. Falling neutral air again. Okay, this time he goes to sidelight in the same direction. The second one. Ground pound again? No.
Nah.
Surely he's not going to go for it the third time. Especially not when there's like nair opportunity from gauntlets.
Ooh, charges it up. Godly with an easy punish there. Keeps him off stage.
I bet he goes for it. At some point, I think it's coming. Ooh, okay. He goes for a little bit of the shotgun blast there in case Sandstorm wanted to flinch, expecting the long range.
Neutral sig, gonna whiff. Godly's got plenty of room here to throw out these signatures.
Nice little bounce pass to himself. Nice shotgun blast from Godly, and that's a 2 stock for him. Now up 2-1 in the set.
He's in good position. Godly could guarantee a spot in the top 4 if he wins this next one. No swaps?
No swaps.
No swaps. That's what I'm betting. What is that? What's on his wrist? Is that a bracelet?
It's a bracelet.
Okay. I didn't know if it was like a smartwatch that I didn't understand, like those rings that can measure heartbeats or whatever.
No, it's a bracelet.
Okay. Game number 4. Sandstorm goes in. Was expecting the jump there. Nice. Oh. Nice. I like the weapon toss to keep that pressure going.
Yep. Man, I can't believe that D-light hit. What's the vertical on that? Falling down here. Godly at least like shuts down a little bit of the momentum with the neutral light. There's another neutral light into the nair.
I like that move from Godly to just kind of go off stage and kind of slow things down for a moment. Didn't quite work out as Sandstorm does find that side air.
Yeah, this is a big lead for him. That's scary. Definitely going off stage like that against like a scythe is like not necessarily the worst idea in like the way that Godly did it in that moment. But I think if Sandstorm has gauntlets, like I'm worried about like an instant ground pound, like a super unreactable instant ground pound from Sandstorm because he sees that coming now.
Side light side air, yep, that'll do it.
Yeah, it's been mostly scythe gameplay. Obviously, you just did a lot of work with the orb to end that first stock of Sandstorm, but it's really been that scythe coming out from Godly. He's been using the side lights really well. Mostly the end lights as his starters, too.
Yeah, looking at the numbers, he had the orb for 5% of the last game.
Yeah.
Godly over to the orb. Side light, side air. Disarm Sandstorm. Godly's in a good spot.
I wonder what that neutral signature was, because there's no shot Sandstorm could be like anywhere near there, but that could be just like moving yourself up. Sandstorm thinks he can come back on the platform, then all of a sudden you turn around, hit like a down air or a ground pound or something. Once you bait out that movement from Sandstorm, weapon toss goes high. Down air, he didn't touch, okay.
Still manages to touch. Godly did hit him with that recovery. Sandstorm playing a little safe, but Godly hits him with that side air. 1 stock left for Sandstorm.
Yeah, after that early lead from Sandstorm that Godly completely liquidated, now Godly's the one ahead. There is a weapon spawn on the field. Does he throw up? Yes, he does. Ooh, the weapon swaps are looking good from Godly. Couple side lights here from Sandstorm to knock Godly away. Gives him the room to pick up the scythe. Damage still coming out.
Down light. Yep,
okay.
That'll be the KO. Sandstorm, pick of weapons, gonna be the scythe here. Final stock, he needs to get the big play again.
But the play doesn't need to be as big as it did last game, and we saw what he did last game. Like, he's getting close, because Godly's finding so much unanswered damage. He's in the red. Okay, now we're about where we were last game.
Oh,
neutral air, disarms 2, and the weapon spawn goes right to Godly, who steals it. There it is. Finally, we're getting a neutral signature KO off the top. And unfortunately for the Sandstorm fans out there, he will not be making it into top 4. That final slot is reserved for Godly.
The EU dream is still alive here for Godly. He hits the neutral air, which leads into the neutral signature, and that is going to be Godly qualifying for the top 4. So once again, our top 4 is going to be none other than Use, MARCKIEMOO, WESS, and Godly.
That is a great top 4. We have representatives from every single region. And Godly did it on the Fate. He was like, I'm going in today with the Fate. I don't want to be the guy that like loses on my first character and I swap to the next one. I lose on that. I swap to the next one. Lose on that. Swap to the next one. So on and so forth. And he did it with the Fate. There's a little bit of Taros that came out, but that was a dire situation that he had to try against Use. It was very tough. So I don't fault him for that at all. But right after that, he went back to the Fate. He's the flame keeper, man. He's keeping the flame alive.
He is. He went out and found some more kindling in the bush, and then he came back and put it all on the fire.
Going to make sure, because you need oxygen for fire to burn. So you laid out our top 4. Man, what a great round robin. And we still, wait.
We got one more set.
We still got one more set. We still got MARCKIEMOO versus Use. It's been a great round robin so far, though. I really like this round robin. I do like the 6-player format. Obviously, more players is usually just like it's more content. It's better. But I do like 6 players because we can all watch so much of it, and also especially in a round robin, it makes like the final situations a little bit more mentally understandable. Where if this person wins and this person loses and this guy wins and this guy loses,
there's less dominoes that have to fall into place for a 6-person. I, like you said, appreciate just how much more visibility we get on it, right? Like we get to see a lot more of the tournament and the round robin phase, just because like when we had 3 from every region, or even like 4 from every region, I don't remember, but either way, like we can't reasonably show every single set the way that we can here with this 6-man round robin. So I do really appreciate that.
And even with the 6-man, it's still tough because you can't see everything. So we didn't get to see WESS 3-0 Use, man. How brutal is that we didn't get to see it? Maybe they have some of the replays on the computer, and maybe I can somehow poke Toast enough to upload that, because I really want to know what happened there.
Would be interesting for sure. But like we were saying, one more set to go. I think you talked about how if it's a tie, it comes down to the head-to-head, which basically means if Use wins this next matchup against MARCKIEMOO, he'll be our top seed going into the top 4. Whereas if MARCKIEMOO wins, he's our top seed.
Yeah. Right now, MARCKIEMOO has only lost 1 single game today, and it was to Godly. I would not be surprised if Use added a couple more, maybe even 3 losses to that record coming out of this, man. Use's fate. It's been nasty today.
It has been definitely a dangerous threat. I thought that said Clash of Clowns for a second, and I was like, what?
No, man.
What?
Maybe if they both played Caspian. Maybe.
But, of course, that is because Use is our reigning champion, our current 1v1 world champion, and MARCKIEMOO has the crown as the king of North America.
Oh, we're going to throw it over to a quick video real quick.
Ooh, video.
My name is MARCKIEMOO. I'm a professional Brawlhalla player. I like to create content and stuff, and some of my hobbies I like to do are read. I like to lay down. I like to do track a little bit. And I'm mainly like a keep to myself type of person. I didn't really feel like anything about it. It was kind of just like every other tournament. I played in it. I tried my best and I did what I could. It wasn't a surprise. I was kind of expecting shockers, and I kind of knew that I probably wasn't going to win. So I wasn't surprised or anything. But I just knew that if I ever like wanted a chance at winning, I'm just going to have to try my best. But sometimes you can't always win. So I just played with it, did what I could. Whether it be you're trying to improve at a certain game or a certain hobby, or you're trying to achieve a certain goal, just remember that along that way, there's going to be a lot of negative thoughts, and like it's going to make you think like whether I should do this or not. But if you're able to get through that, that's how you're going to know it's for you, and you just have to kind of keep pushing. So if you ever feel discouraged about like something, just know that that's a part of being the best at it, and it's a part of the process. And you'll never become the best at anything without going through the pain.
Price coming from young guy, but man, He's got a mature mentality when it comes to being a competitor. But on the other side, him saying that one of his hobbies is laying down
he likes to lay down. That's
destroying me.
Dude, that's beast. That's awesome. I love that. As someone who likes to lay on the floor a lot, I respect that. We're the same. Me and MARCKIEMOO are basically the same.
Y'all are basically the same.
We both have champions mentalities.
Twins.
I mean, we're both titans in our fields.
Yes.
Obviously, he's a savior in North America. I'm a world record speedrunner.
Little bit different competition.
Well, yeah, I'm the absolute best in the entire world. Maybe he might get there.
Yeah,
and when he's there,
day.
I mean, I'll be waiting, man. I'll be waiting with open arms.
Yeah, you'll be up on Mount Olympus waiting for Hercules to make his reach godhood.
Now, on the other side, we do have a guy who has achieved world championship, and that's Hughes. It's going to be really difficult. I'm really curious on the pace of this game. I think it has the chance to be really, really interesting.
Yeah.
Let's see. How much have they played?
It is kind of fascinating because, like, Hughes notoriously likes to slow things down. We've been seeing him play out 5-minute games throughout the day. And then on the other side, MARCKIEMOO has a lot of explosive potential.
Yeah, that's exactly what Godly was talking about in the interview from him that we played earlier today. Was that explosive potential? Oh, no, it was Sandstorm. About how explosive he is. And if you mess up, guess wrong once or twice, and, you're going to get cooked. So in their head-to-head, it's going to favor Hughes from both sets, but the last one they played was at MAXIMO. Now, there wasn't any chalkroom shenanigans between these two because this was MARCKIEMOO playing Mordex and playing Mirage as well, and then on the other side, it was still Hughes playing Fate. But also, MARCKIEMOO still outplaced Hughes in that tournament, coming in second compared to Hughes' fifth.
Yep. Looking at the overall game count, it is 2-6 in favor of Hughes. Hughes winning 6 more games, so he won maybe 3-1, 3-1, or
yeah, it was 3-1, 3-1,
3-2, 3-0. Okay, 3-1, 3-1. So Hughes does seem to tend to win out over MARCKIEMOO, but again, anything can happen.
And that's also Hughes essentially going into both of those sets with MARCKIEMOO with years more of experience compared to MARCKIEMOO. So it's every time they fight each other, it's Hughes is getting a little bit more experience from a long career. So how much does that really add compared to MARCKIEMOO, who hasn't had that long of a career? So if you get one more game, that's a significant portion of your career and experience that you're adding on to your overall experience. So you're getting much more from each individual game, each individual set, each individual tourney, maybe than a player like Hughes has, who's been around for a long time, at least in terms of your tournament maturity and experience.
Okay. Big agree. But now we're waiting on the players.
Is this the first time we've been down here?
I think so.
Okay. This is the first time I noticed it.
Yeah. I'm whoa, that's us down there. Now I have to think about how I look, but I guess MARCKIEMOO was also thinking about it because he gave a look to the camera and was thumbs up.
Dude, MARCKIEMOO is the king of weird looks. Of just
Are you saying he's a weird looking guy,
no!
or that he makes weird looks?
Obviously, I'm not saying he's a weird looking guy.
I'm just
he's a normal looking guy. He just looks like a guy.
Okay.
But you'll catch him giving a weird look so often.
Okay.
If you just see him in the background of pictures or the rare times that he does emote on his face, he's just giving he gets caught making weird looks probably more than other players out there.
Not what I would want to be known for.
Like the pictures of him petting the goats.
Oh, yeah.
At the zoo, he was so nervous around the goats, dude. It was so funny. And then especially him in the photo booth as well.
I don't know how much experience how any of them have with interacting with petting zoos and things like that.
I don't know.
But we're getting ready to get into the game. That is going to be Hughes versus MARCKIEMOO. I love that Hughes' name, the umlaut or the double dots. It blocks out his PR and everything.
Almost covering MARCKIEMOO there for a second, but we're getting into this one. And so many times we saw the previous Hughes games. Okay.
Button check.
Yeah, because I was wondering, Hughes went in and did a hit right away.
Yeah.
And normally that hasn't been the way that a lot of these games have been going, is they'll both go towards the weapon and then someone will grab it and they'll disengage for a little bit while they kind of recombobulate everything and regroup. I wonder who emoted after.
Yeah, you heard the sound, but can't. You don't even know what emote it was.
We'll never know.
What if it was the watch saying hurry up?
You know, I don't think either of these players would be the type of person to do that.
I don't see either of them really emoting in general.
Also, yeah. No, I expected GG.
Okay.
I bet it was Yuzu GG'd.
Maybe. We're getting into it, though. Game number 1. Our final round robin set here. Use getting both of the starting weapons.
Dude, the weapon starving all the way out of the gate, like straight away. Yuzu's doing that before. That's like a lot of players do not do that. Some players will just like completely ignore weapon starving, period. Some of them will only do it in like when it's really advantageous to them. But like Yuzu has been doing it throughout his sets today.
Yeah, that's definitely been part of his game plan. Marimoo, though, goes over the gauntlets here. Got that dodge, hits that nair into the side air, but couldn't continue it.
And back-to-back in-lights. Fortunately, he wasn't able to find a side-light Sair after that, or like a D-light nair, or D-light recovery, or anything like that. Over on the edge, out comes the recovery from Yuz. Then a neutral air, pushing Marimoo away. You see him running, and Marimu's like right on his tail.
Yeah, looks like Marimoo not going to play too hard into Yuz's game. Instead, he's going to try to play aggressive, try to stay on top of Yuz. Manages to get onto that wall safely, throws out the gravity cancel down light, but Yuz knows the dodge is still down, so he's going to get the side light into the NSIG.
Dude, that's something that's... We haven't seen a lot of that today. Despite having so many players like really focusing on gauntlets, we really haven't seen GC D-light recoveries coming out.
Yeah.
Nice dare. There's the weapon toss.
Gravity cancel down heavy, hits the recovery still. Not enough to KO.
There's the 3-piece.
Nice.
What's he want?
What's he want? Oh,
he wants the gauntlets, all right.
Okay. Had the same question I did.
Yuz not coming in with the sight. There's the falling down air. Oh, he sidelights the wrong direction. Ends up getting punished by Yuz after that.
And Yuz dodges through that side light.
Dude, if I was a gauntlet player, I'd be so scared to sidelight at all against a scythe.
For sure. I mean, that neutral light is such an easy punish.
It's right there, brother.
Ooh. Good position here for Marimoo.
Nice!
Jump, ground pound. Yuz did get the wall touch, but then there will guarantee the KO.
Dude, the ground pound is such a scary tool on the edge. Because, like, yeah, you can just, like, use it normally. Obviously, you can steer it left and right. But just how fast a jump ground pound can change everything.
Okay, Marimoo goes in. Ooh, okay, just raw sidelight NSIG.
Oh, Marimoo came back over really quickly. I don't think Yuz was ready for him to do it that fast.
Yeah, I didn't expect him to not sit on the wall for a little bit. Side light.
He's just going to dodge away or dash away and wait. Dude, Yuz has not been sticking to center like he was in a lot of his previous sets today. That's got to be because of like the pace that Marimoo wants to play the game.
Yeah, I don't think Yuz has had a lot of chances to sit in the center.
Oh, I can't believe he didn't get the side light there. He went for the in light instead. Maybe expected Marimoo to like side light in unarmed.
All right, final stocks here. Game number 1. Marimoo seems to really want to play out the gauntlets against Yuz.
The funny thing is we saw the weapon toss up and then he did the neutral heavy. I think if he hit the neutral heavy, he would just send Yuz like into the weapon toss.
Yeah.
Although I guess he's not looking to KO right now, so maybe he wanted the pinball opportunity. Just over his head! And after that weapon toss that Marimoo was able to quote-unquote like duck under, he's able to take the first game.
Side light into the recovery. Marimoo looks like his strategy has found a solution against Yuz, because like we were saying earlier, Yuz has been slowing it down and a lot of people have been kind of playing to that gameplay, whereas Markiemoo's kind of just been sticking onto Yuz. He's really just been trying to chase him down.
We obviously just saw the replay of that KO that happened off stage. Most other players haven't been able to like force Yuz off stage like that or keep him over there long enough to turn it into anything before Yuz disengages and goes back onto the main stage.
Well, here we go. Game number 2. We'll see if Marimoo can do more of the same. Now there's a soft platform to potentially give Yuz some more room to survive.
That was a crazy sidelight from Yuz.
Yeah.
Marimoo wasn't anywhere near. I mean, he just threw that one out. Maybe it was a bait. Oh my gosh, dude!
Nares and Stairs coming out from Markkiemoo, puts Use into the orange.
I think, man, that was a quick 60, brother. Yeah, man, Marky's the one holding middle stage and Use is the one over on the corner.
Nair, side light, side air.
What is he doing?
And another side air from Markkiemoo.
He's going crazy, man.
He knows exactly what to do against Use. Use is in trouble, man.
Oh, okay. A Surgeon's Inlight. Another one, just waiting.
Just a quick poke with the scalpel.
Another one, dude!
GC Sidelight, or sorry, GC Endlight into the recovery. Hits another recovery. Use starting to run out of options here. Gets back onto the stage, but the recovery still hits.
Use just straight up does not know what to do.
Where's the weapon? Marky doesn't want it.
And like Markkiemoo can, he's still playing slower than he normally would. He's not playing super slow. He's not playing at the same pace that uses, but he's playing just slower enough to really be like surgical with everything that he places, especially on the scythe.
Ooh, okay, a little bit of a risk there. He's got room for it. I mean, he's already got more health than Use's second stock has. Oh, throws that away. Might want to go in unarmed. Use comes down, hits the side air.
Oh, the bottom side. Weapon toss goes just a little bit low. He has the dodge. Just barely gets him up so he can touch the corner, reset jumps. Sidelight side air, but it's from wrong side of the stage.
GC's sidelight gets him a little bit closer, but it's the recovery that gets him onto the stage. Gauntlets in hand again.
Okay, Use is still going in defense stance. So maybe that's why the sidelight side air didn't KO. We didn't know if he was doing that earlier just because he was going against Teros or not. There's the sidelight, gets the KO. Almost full stock behind. See if Markkiemoo can get in, grab a weapon, or if he goes for like the, yeah, there's the down heavy.
Ooh,
oh, there's another one. All right.
Goes for it again.
Dude, come on, chill. You're playing against Use. He's not going to really push onto you that hard.
Yo, but imagine clowning the world champion like that. Hits him with the side air at the top of the map. Will actually get a vertical KO, and he's back to the gauntlets. Off stage. Ooh.
Yeah,
He's got away.
And there we go. That's what we see so often. It's like Markkiemoo wants to push this off stage, wants to spend some time over there, get to know Use on the edge, but then Use is like, nope, you have the advantage here. I'm backing up completely. Dude, even after that spot dodge, Use has nothing. I love that weapon toss too, because even if it missed, there was the spawn right behind him. Dude, Markkiemoo's got so much aura here.
Sidelight side air. Use just struggling to bring this one back. This is our world champion, and he's been behind a full stock basically the entirety of this game.
Oh, and Marky snaps on the stage instantly, dude. He's so good.
Downlight doesn't hit the recovery. Didn't get the chase dodge for it. Side air. Not even going to put Markkiemoo off screen. Dodge pass. Different dodge this time. Markkiemoo not able to catch him.
Oh, the double D-lights coming out.
Yeah.
We don't see a lot of D-lights coming out. He wouldn't even really get the strong D-light as the option. He'd have to do the turnaround, but he gets another game. Markkiemoo is up. That was a JV2.
Full stock on the side of Markkiemoo, untouched on the respawn, and he hit him with the neutral heavy. Man, Markkiemoo, you can see why he only lost one game today. Like,
yeah.
he is on point.
Yeah, like his pace, especially with Scythe, when it's like him against Use's Scythe with Scythe, like his pace is very much like, oh, I'm doing a couple things, and then like now we're kind of spreading out, and it feels like Use gets comfortable enough to that, and then he's like, oh, I'm coming in to do 2 more things, and then he thinks more things are going to happen, and no, we slow it down just a little bit. So it's this really cool ebb and flow, especially from Markkiemoo's Scythe gameplay when Use has Scythe.
Well, here we are into game number 3. Use going to see if he can at least take a game off of Markkiemoo, change up what has been happening, but Use really picking how he's going to go for an attack.
Yeah, dude, it's like Yuz gets used to like the movement game, and then all of a sudden that's when Markymoo wants to throw out an attack. The number of sidelights that Markymoo has thrown out, like he's hit a lot of them, but also he's like whiffed a lot of them because that's just what happens. But he hasn't been punished on so many of the whiffed ones. Like, yeah, he does get punished there. Like, it's, you know, of course, that's gonna happen. There's the side air. Does he get the stock off of this? Yep. Yes, he does. Not even close to enough movement for Yuz to get back.
Yeah, they were low and already had burned some options there. Markymoo hitting that side air, and once again, he is in a massive position over Yuz.
Yeah, dude, look at all those sidelights that just like don't get hit instantly after while he's still floating in the air in recovery. Like, sidelight is definitely not that strong of a move, and it is very punishable.
Yo, but he's getting away with it. Yuz really just letting him go unpunished on those sidelights. Side air coming out from Yuz. Neutral air. I think he needs more damage before he can even think of the KO.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, he completely has Yuz on the back foot. And even, dude, even that side air, like he landed right in front of Yuz, but was still able to hold it right enough to fade over and around and get on the wall. He still hasn't fallen in the stock yet. The lead that Markymoo has been able to secure against Yuz, he did it last game, he's doing it this game.
Sidelight. Oh, you saw the dodge down, but he didn't go for the fast fall recovery.
Yeah, dude, he's whiffing sidelights right in front of Yuz. No way! The cheekiness coming out. Yuz is done.
Markymoo, dude. Again, I gotta point out, this is our world champion.
Yes.
Yuz he's getting clip farmed right now by Markymoo.
Finally gets the KO. Yuz is gonna have to find his way back in with this. He thinks he can do it on the scythe. We'll see if that's the right choice or not. I don't know if there's any way for him to find himself back in. He's going to have to play some insane Brawlhalla because the same game plan, Markymoo's found a way to take it apart.
Yeah, it is just not working against Markymoo. Tries to get a three-piece there. Markymoo able to dodge and avoid that neutral air.
It's just single hits so far.
Neutral lights the wrong way. Markymoo able to punish. Still a full stock in favor of Markymoo.
Dude, they both sided this same direction so far apart from one another. That just shows how well Markymoo's been able to meet Yuz on sort of his own common ground.
Hits him with the side light. Ooh, gravity cancel neutral light, but not able to hit that recovery. Side sig. Okay, opportunity here for Yuz, but he doesn't pick up the other weapon. Instead, Markymoo gets the gauntlets, doesn't hit the ground pound.
Oh, Yuz just barely dodging through the neutral air. There's the side air, sending over to the edge, but Markymoo recovers high.
Yuz backing away.
Dude, no down air over the corner, but a great spot dodge. Sidelights there, punish. Gonna toss that one up, go back to the orb, hope for the instant recovery pickup.
Nice.
Okay, is that gonna be the KO? Yes, it is.
Yuz bringing this one back. Final stocks here. He's in the red. He cannot afford to eat too many recoveries from Markymoo. Markymoo with the scythe. He doesn't want it. He wants gauntlets or unarmed.
We're 4 minutes and 20 seconds into this game. Oh my gosh! And we barely go a second longer before Markymoo secures the 3-0 victory against the reigning world champion.
Markymoo. He is undefeated in sets for the day. He's only lost one game today. He is on a tear. We talked about the momentum that you need to get at the start of a round robin phase. Well, Markymoo got all the momentum coming through that round robin phase.
Dude, if he wins Spring Royale today, his next laydown is going to be the best one.
It's going to be such a good laydown.
It'll be the best one until he wins BCX. And the BCX laydown is going to go crazy. Incredible work from Markymoo, completely dismantling the current world champion.
Just not even letting Yuz get to his game plan. This was insane. The up toss catches him with the neutral air and hits him with that weapon toss for the KO. Like, that's insane.
One game loss all day, and it was to Godly's fate. One game loss. That's insane, man.
He's so good.
What a competitor.
He's so good. And that will solidify his spot in our top 4. That is definitely going to be Markiemoo on the top side in our top 4. And then did he beat Godly? Yes. So it'll be, I don't know, someone will figure it out. It's Markiemoo at the top. And then you got the 3 people with 3 2s, and you got to look at their head-to-heads.
Yeah,
and I don't understand
yeah.
if A is bigger than B or B is bigger than C. Uses 4th?
Uses 4th.
Okay.
So who's second?
Godly's second?
Okay.
But Use beat Godly. I thought the head-to-head mattered. He's shaking his head. Markiemoo,
Godly. Use. Nope.
WESS,
Markiemoo, Godly,
Use.
WESS, Use. Okay.
Okay.
Markiemoo, Godly, WESS, Use. That is our top 4, according to Pingu. So if that's wrong,
blame him.
Direct all
Blame
of your
the Germans.
fury and
It's
anger
his
at
fault.
Ice Pingu. We're going to be going to a short break, and then we're going to be coming back with our top 4 here at the Spring Royale.
long does it take to eliminate 2 players from a tournament?
Well, it depends if they're playing like double Piery or if they're playing Taros. 2 minutes.
Well, the actual answer is 6 hours, because after 6 hours of grueling competition, we've whittled our top 6 players down to our top 4.
Look at that bird! Look at those birds! We saw those birds.
What bird is that?
One of them, the one on the right, was a king vulture.
Okay.
Markiemoo's dad looked that up and told us.
Oh.
I don't remember what the other one was, but the king vulture was looking at mirror, because birds love mirrors.
Uh-huh.
If that was anything I remembered when my dad had a bird, his bird loved mirror.
That, that tracks.
It's like they're smart enough to recognize that like there's another thing there, and like they want to interact with that thing.
Okay, that's cool. Also very fitting that we show a king vulture here, because of course our winner will be crowned a monarch of some sort.
True.
So
that's so true.
It's very fitting. I don't know how much they thought about that when they picked that B-roll. Like, I don't know if B-roll picker was
probably
like,
not at all, because like the vulture aspects of it is like a vulture will pick through a carcass that has already been knocked out,
which Vem's out.
What?
Vem Tenkilo, the current monarch, is not.
Yeah, but they're not like
here.
they're not like picking. That's like gross.
Okay.
And we probably shouldn't talk about that.
Actually, it's part of nature. It's very honestly sanitizing, because you need carrion creatures to help clean up carcasses.
Yeah, but like the people here are not like picking through a carcass. They're like they're actively knocking people
Someone's
out.
gonna be so mad about this, but it doesn't matter, because we're in our top 4 of things. We talked about it before the break. We got used. We have Godly is actually in second place, despite the fact that he was very potentially not going to make it into the top 4.
He was in danger of being knocked out, and then just like the way that math works for a round robin bracket, which is one of the reasons it makes it so interesting, is like he's second.
And of course, that also after him will be WESS, and then it is Use as our 4th place spot here for our top 4. Sandstorm and Piery are out of the bracket.
Yeah, man, that's tough. That's really, really tough. Sandstorm having a less than stellar performance again. Similar thing that he had in max mode, even though like obviously everything changed between max mode and this tournament with all the Chakram nerfs, with the sword nerfs, with the great sword nerfs. Like a lot of things changed, and yet the performance is still relatively the same coming out from Sandstorm. So that's going to be really disappointing. He's still looking for that in-person LAN victory, and I know that a Royale victory wouldn't hit as hard as like a CEO victory. Of course, not the same as a BCX victory, but this would be like a nice way to kind of get back into that LAN winner mode that he wants to get back to.
That's what I'm thinking about, is like, obviously, this is important, this is valuable. You want to win this. They want to lift up the trophy and whatnot. But in my head, I'm thinking about CEO. That's the next big event.
Yep.
That's a week away, and unfortunately for Sandstorm, his amount of practice that he can get in person right now, it's done. He cannot get more practice, and unfortunately, it's like he's not going to have the best momentum going into CEO as a result, because he's on that bottom end.
So we're going to have Godly versus WESS coming up next. But before we get into that, we have a WESS interview that we want to play for you right now. Let's get to know WESS a little bit more.
Então, sou Wesley, mais conhecido como WESS. Sou jogador de Brawlhalla. É isso. 1v1 was better than the 2v2. I just played Piery, so I didn't have to practice another character like 2v2. And it was pretty good. I defeated the currently King. So I got third, even though it wasn't second, I could go to Royale. And I think that's it. It was like a really good tournament. I lost to the guys in grand finals. So in my perspective, it was pretty good. I was really insecure about the legend I will play. And I really tried like 5 to 10 legends to see like what I would like the most. And at the end, I was like, yeah, okay, I'm just going to play what I think is like most fun for me, even though it's not the best. And even though it is in a good spot in the meta. So it's like my favorite character. So I'll just play Tesca. Valeu aí, galera que me assiste, toda a minha família, meus amigos, meus fãs. Obrigado aí pelo apoio. E tentar aí, né, não ficar 0-11 no Royale. Agora é só 5 partidas, então eu tenho que tomar mais cuidado, mas eu vou tentar. E é isso. Obrigado aí por assistir.
How come they didn't put subtitles on that one?
Yeah, I don't know. I would have liked to know what he said to the people at home.
I want to know what he said to the people at home. I heard pollo, and I know Spanish. That's chicken, but I don't know.
It could be different in Portuguese.
Yeah.
Bro, don't get that wrong. They do not like that.
I know.
They get really mad at me every time I do that.
But I'm
trying my best.
I have been learning some Portuguese. Spoiler alert. Obrigado.
Yeah, it means thank you.
But at the same time, like, there are some things that are kind of similar, like omem and like whatnot, or masa is apple. So things like that. So there is some like kind of similarity. Obviously, they're not the same language, but it is just. I'm just interested if he decided to shout out chicken.
What we need is we need the SSL guys. To do full Portuguese interviews, because that's the problem. Like when I talk to Hughes, he loves to talk. He has a lot to say, but obviously when he's speaking in Portuguese, I have no idea what he is saying. So I can't ask follow-up questions. I can only ask the questions that I've been told to ask. But we're getting into this one. We're not talking about Hughes. We're not talking about anything else. We're talking about WESS versus Godly. WESS has, dude. Again, it's so surprising. Because WESS has been around for 7 years. That is so long. Like, even though Godly's the guy, right? Like, look at the other side. 48 top 32s from WESS compared to Godly's 30. 41 top 8s compared to Godly's 26.
Honestly, huge shout-outs to WESS's consistency. 41 out of 48. Like, he's gotten into top 32 48 times, and he's gotten into top 8 41 of those 48 times. That's not the easiest thing to do.
That's massive. Absolutely massive for him. And then you look at the medal spread, and that's where a huge difference is, aside from the earnings, obviously. It's 85% chance if he gets into top 32, he's making it into top 8. Thank you, Toast, for that math. But you look at the medal difference, and that's where things start to change a little bit, because you have, Godly is a gold medal guy. He's been doing that in EU for so long. And then you have kind of WESS being more of a silver medal guy. He has a 50% chance to podium. I'm assuming that's if he makes top 8, or is that if he makes top 32?
I don't know.
Toast got up, so
he got
it's
off
fine.
the headset. But like you said, Godly has been kind of running EU, which is one of the reasons why his earnings are so high. Also because he got that World Championship doubles victory.
That helps.
On the other side, this is what I talk about with WESS, is like he's so often right behind whoever's the peak of South America. And that's such a frustrating position to be in. But at the same time, he's taken it so well. Not everybody will be such a consistent second placer and still be okay with that, the way that he's still pushing himself. But here we go, game number 1.
Yeah, I think that goes into what Marckiemoo was saying earlier in his interview is if something is for you, you have to push through the difficulties. You have to push through. He's talking about more the entry-level difficulties compared to getting second place and seeing almost being able to touch the gold medal and not being able to reach it, how mentally defeating that can be for so many different players, but not WESS. WESS perseveres through it.
Well, so far, pretty decent start for WESS. He is sweat beating, so Godly knows all he has to do is catch that landing.
Man, I'm just scared of WESS's ability to find his way in with the gauntlets against the side. Maybe he won't even have to worry about it if he's got the boots on.
Gravity cancel down light.
Yeah, I was waiting for the D-light. You saw him go with the dash D-light, hoping to pick up over the corner. Godly giving him some room, disarming himself with that weapon toss. WESS moving forward, not fully going into his zone.
Another side air, not going to KO just yet. Weapon toss catches him in the head. Wanted to follow up with that pickup gravity cancel down light. He is sweat beating. He's got to be careful. Turns it around instead, and WESS is going to get the first stock.
So Godly just picked up that orb, got knocked out, so his next weapon is going to be the scythe. I don't know if that's his preferred weapon in this matchup compared to the orb. He's going to have to wait for a second as WESS grabs the pair of boots, keeps him weapon starved. Weapon spawn coming into the right side. It's going to be that scythe that we talked about earlier. The weapon toss into the turnaround. I love to see it from WESS.
That's something WESS has been really, really good about throughout the day, is just going for those turnarounds. You'll see it happen a lot. We'll do side light turnaround, side air, things like that. He's just been really good at reading when the opponent wants to get back to center.
Especially he'll fade away with the ground pound. He'll fade away with that turnaround side air. So even if his opponent goes through him and the side air maybe misses, his opponent's not anywhere near where he can actually punish off of that whiff side air.
One thing he does have to be careful of is he's already hit sweat beads, I think, at least 3 times in this game alone. And Godly's starting to recognize that. I think he's going to start punishing WESS a lot more for burning all of his options. There again, he's sweat beating.
Dude, yeah, he went over to the soft platform to touch and get those sweat beats to go away, and Godly knew exactly where he was going because of his current situation. Throughout the neutral air, was able to punish that landing instantly.
Ooh, Neutral six the wrong way, side six the wrong way. Godly misses with the downlight.
The dead zone of that D-light. Blasters players know that one so well, and West just lived in that safe zone.
He ends up getting that KO off of the gauntlet recovery. Final stock here for Godly. Miss the unlight, miss the side air.
Yeah, the in-air movement that you have on the side air, that really gives you some creativity and sort of like some safety room or wiggle room there to get away from attacks with choosing which direction you fade. There's the side air, sending West over to the edge. He's not going to be able to get back, and Godly knows that, so he's not going to go over there, possibly getting hit, giving West a chase dodge and a way back to safety. But West, he's holding the lead here. Dude, if West beats Godly, I might lose my mind. I love this. Is tough because I love both of these players.
Well, Godly definitely making West work for it at the very least. Pretty even coming into these final stocks. Godly a little bit more damage inside Sig. Gonna throw him off screen, not quite enough, but one more hit could do it. Godly gets back down safely.
I definitely saw Wes. Okay, there's like a recovery KO off the top. I definitely saw Wes practicing the side signatures into the wall exactly like that earlier today. He was just chasing a bot around, trying to force the bot into that area so he could practice the GC side sig.
Well, obviously that practice has paid off as he has been pretty consistent at hitting that, and that is going to give him game number 1. Another thing he's been really good about is you're both floating in the open air, and he goes for the gravity cancel that reaches outward and hits the opponent, right? He did that gravity cancel downlight earlier. That time is a gravity cancel side light. Like, that's a thing that not everybody is really used to practicing or playing against because, like, you're not gonna see an expert player do that.
Yeah, he's the driver who knows exactly how big his car is, and like doesn't even really have to look very much or directly see or have someone help them park in a tiny parking spot because he knows exactly how far that like GC D-Light especially ranges on the boots. Like, oh my gosh, he's so perfect with it. He's finding GC D-Lights that like no other boots player is finding.
Well, here we go. Game number 2.
Oh my gosh! Just like that, the GC N-Sig KOing off the top.
Godly hit a GC N-Sig earlier in the last game. This time it's going to lead to a KO. Small World's End, it is a smaller map.
That's what's so crazy about Brawlhalla is like you have openings like that, like everything that happened right before the GC N-Sig, and it's just like that can happen and then it all ends there and you go back and reset to neutral, or you can have that single moment where it turns into that GC N-Sig and that's a stock off the top.
Now, sometimes all it takes is that one moment, that one right decision. Right now, Wes going to try to make the right decision here against Godly in the offstage. Godly going to turn things around again.
Yeah, I think that ground pound was a bait the way Wes pulled out of it so early. Okay.
That was such a fast jump side air from Wes. Another one, and yeah, that's going to be the stock.
Going back over to the gauntlets. Haven't seen too much of the gauntlets so far, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, I'm mistaken.
Yeah, 50% of the last game he was on gauntlets.
I was just so stoked on the GCD lights that he's picking up that I was really focused on that compared to the gauntlets.
Well, this time definitely feels a little bit more boots heavy so far.
Oh
There's
my
that turnaround side air into the recovery. Man, he's so good at that turnaround.
Nice!
What a wake up from Wes, not enough to KO.
Dude, the mental perseverance that we were talking about from Wes throughout his career. He loses that first stock to the GC Insig right off the top, and look at where he is now. He's now back in the lead.
Yeah, shook off all of that. Now it's the offstage engagement, goes for the side air. Not able to get more. You saw Godly with that dodge down.
Okay,
Another
dude, I'm
one.
telling you, he picks up D-lights. Oh
He
my
still hits him.
gosh. 6 side sig from Godly. Oh, the weapon toss was so close.
Didn't chase dodge
Dodge
after
up.
the
Okay,
nair.
now. Godly doing a great job fighting his way back in this as well after that second stock. Just barely got that neutral light after the final frames of spawning back in from Wes.
Godly playing a little bit back here, as that he's behind here in game number 2.
He's like 50 damage behind right now, but it's so scary because he's playing Strength Stance Fate.
Another side air. Downlight side air. Wes gonna take game number 2.
Dude. Wes taking a well-earned sip of water after that one. Dude, Wes is up 2-0 on Godly. He was a substitute for this tournament, man, and it was supposed to be tight here, but he couldn't make it.
Dude, we might have WESS in our winners final here. All he has to do is win one more game over Godly. What's Godly got? Are we going to see the swap?
No swap.
All fate. Small World's End. It worked out for Godly at the start of game number 2 where he was able to hit that Scythe end sig.
Dude, all of the movement that WESS has, all of the movement that is baked into the Boots kit, WESS is using it so well.
Okay. Godly hits a side light. Nice neutral light into the side air. Keeping that momentum going, but he disarms himself with that weapon throw, and WESS
nice pickup.
Gets caught.
Oh, nice down air.
Oh, the weapon toss gets interrupted, and Godly.
Oh my gosh.
He's gonna get in there, gets that down air, and that's gonna be Godly with the first stock.
Another super early stock in a completely different set of circumstances. I thought he was gonna start to go out there for like maybe a GC side light into the side air. Dude, he's adding so much damage on the side now. Great ground pound.
Not so great second one, but he still manages to get that recovery into the neutral air.
Decent amount of damage added up by that. Swapping now over to the gauntlets. Being careful on the wall. He knows Godly doesn't have a weapon. Now he has it. WESS was able to play high on the wall because he was at weapon advantage. Oh. Nice ground pound just like that. See if he can even it up like he did previous stock. Or previous game.
Trying to make another repeat performance. Goes in with the boots towards Godly. Dodge for dodge. Ooh, just out space there. Godly gets caught. Doesn't get hit by this turnaround side air. Still manages to land down.
Dude, the two-piece and then Godly dodges through the GCD light from WESS. Now picking up the gauntlets. Did hit the neutral air. Second neutral air, turnaround down air. Then the spot dodge. Gets punished.
Godly still catches him with that neutral air. WESS definitely not stealing the stock the way that he did in game number 2. He's real low. Still gets the wall touch.
He prioritized the weapon over going for something like tapping it in there with the GCD light into the ground pound.
Good spacing from Godly. He'll hit that side air. Potential here for Godly to get on the board.
WESS still hasn't been able to even up the damage difference between these two players. He's now on final stock. Coming in with the gauntlets. There's the side light. Dodge backwards. WESS dodges down over onto the wall. He's playing high on the wall. He's not really worried about the threat of the D-light. Oh, Godly keeps it going. He was perched for another down air. Goes in with a turnaround ground pound. Is there going to be the dare into the stage? It's the ground pound. Gets the KO. We're evened up on stocks. WESS is 80 damage behind.
Good on WESS staying close to the wall. Godly's weapon toss went a little bit wide there, and so WESS was able to skirt past, get that ground pound. There's that dodge down again. Godly likes to go low out of that side air.
WESS has got a lot of ground to make up. He's staying really low on the wall, like the bottom 50% before coming back up.
Triple exclamation points. Okay, I'm glad he touched back down.
Oh,
the
Wesley!
dodge up this time from Godly. WESS was reading down.
He felt safe enough to do that because there wasn't the turnaround potential of a scythe.
Still gets the wall touch. 1 exclamation point, 2 exclamation points. Touches back down again, goes for the turnaround. Going real high this time.
Gosh. Oh, the down air. This could set up the end of the game. Yes, it does. The weapon toss to finish it off. Dude, I'm worried because I'm worried for WESS.
Okay.
Because I'm worried that Godly is going to get the reverse 3, and it was like it was so close. There's so many times that Wesley has been so close, only for it to be ripped away from him by his opponent. I'm worried that's the case here.
Well, we talked about WESS's mental fortitude, his ability to shake off all those losses, all of those pains. That's a situation where it'll definitely play a factor. Man, he was so close to getting this in the final stocks too. Like, he was hitting those side airs. And like we said at the beginning of game number 2, where it's like just that one moment can determine everything, and WESS just was picking slightly wrong, unfortunately.
See if he can find his way in on this scythe from Godly. Godly giving him plenty of room.
Nice.
Dude, I'm just going to forever fear the Godly scythe insig. Like, if they're anywhere near orange and up high, like, I'm worried about the scythe insig.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it can come out so quick. Orb insig also comes out quick. WESS currently disarmed. There's the weapon spawn, won't matter as Godly hits a sidelight side air and denies the weapon pickup.
West struggling to find his way in.
Nice.
Oh, he does get the unarmed Sarah to send Godly over to the right side, but then he pushes further off stage.
Ooh. Went for the jump, ground pound, was just off the mark, goes for it again. Godly back up onto the stage, the side air.
Exclamation points were getting a little scary for West there, but he found his way over and behind Godly. There's the sideline side air. That gets the KO.
Yeah, West was looking for the side air to the right. You saw him positioning, but Godly just stayed a little bit further to the left. Good dodge down from Godly, avoids that recovery. Time for extra credit. Ooh, side air gets him over the corner there. Weapon toss not gonna land. Can he get the ground pound? Nope. Respects the recovery from Godly.
Recovery off the top, evening things up in terms of stocks. 50 damage difference between the two going back over to the boots. Hoping that string potential can shrink that lead, do 50 damage real quick. Godly picks up the scythe, starts it off with a strong D-Light chasing after him. There's the ground pound. Oh, what happened? Wes was unhappy with that.
Yeah, even he's reacting because he just fell after that ground pound landed on him.
He's gonna have to shake that one off really quickly. He's a full stock behind.
All right, down light, stays grounded there, hits that neutral, hits the sidelight. Gets 2 down airs,
dude.
Not quite enough ground pound.
No way.
Steals the stock. That is mental fortitude. His brain is the Fort Knox of mental.
That's Big Boss Man running the show, Big Boss Man Wes. If he can get through this orb, he can take it 3-1 here. Otherwise, Godly answers back, pushes it to game 5.
Reads the dodge through, goes for the down sig. Godly gets away from it. Another side air. This time doesn't active input chase.
Oh, the backside. I feel like he faded back just enough for that to hit it at just enough lingering frames.
Throws it away. Different set of boots. Ground pound. Godly gets past it, turns it around, going for the down air. Ooh, jumps over. Another side air from Godly. Can he force the game 5?
Where's the down air over the corner? No, he doesn't even commit to that. There's the down air from the middle of the stage.
Wild signatures. Ground pound bounces him. Doesn't hit the down air. Side air from Wes. Ooh, misses the second one. Godly gonna send Wes off stage with a side air of his own.
I think a sideline side air from like a normal spot on the stage might do it. That disarms the weapon toss. The dodge is down. Can Wes finish it off here? He goes in on arm to pressure. They're both going on arms off stage. Wes grabs the inlight. It's not gonna be enough just yet. The weapon toss goes low.
Great reaction from Godly. Recoveries above the weapon throw.
Brother!
Stays below.
No! Wes, what did you do?
He went for an end-sig, praying that Godly just panic jump 3 times or something. Might have just been a misinput, but either way, that gave Godly the opportunity to come up and hit the recovery and force a game 5.
Oh my gosh. I hope we can get a replay of Wes's reaction after that, dude. That's brutal. He brought it back. Then he disarmed Godly. Oh no.
And this is where things get dire. This is what you were worried about. The game 5, Godly potential reverse 3s. It is going to take everything in Wes's Fort Knox to keep his mental straight here.
Godly looks bored, but we obviously know that he's not.
He's not. He's locked in. Maybe that's just his resting face.
He's trying to keep himself laser focused on what he has in front of him.
3, 2, 1.
We're going into game 5.
Here we go.
First weapon goes over to Wes, gonna be the gauntlets.
Small world's end for game number 5. Wes trying to get that neutral air, but it was actually a wake-up gravity cancel sidelight from Godly.
Ooh, Godly starting this one off really strong so far.
Gets the nair, doesn't get the down air. Ensig, a little bit wild there from Godly, but it ends up leading to a side air. Down
He
sig
finally got it!
KOs
He
for Godly.
finally did it! No way! And he's gonna get the KO there to open this one up with only 50 damage on his stock. Massive lead here for Godly.
Fantastic position for Godly. Wes, no weapon spawn to his name. It's all the way on the left side. Gonna have to dash jump over there.
Man, Wes has already got a mountain to climb. The game just started. These inlights from Godly.
He's
They're
sweating.
just adding up piece by piece. Another inlight.
The weapon toss in
and
the
he
face,
picks
too.
it back up, man. Another
weapon
one,
toss.
he picks it back up.
Oh, misses the nair. West starting to fall apart, misses the Sair.
Dude, all of these like really
Misses
close
the
whiffs.
sidelight.
Godly's just ready with the in lights. That time he picks up a sidelight side air. Almost hits the neutral signature. Probably would have been a
Punish.
KO off the top.
Where you going?
Godly's feeling good.
Disarmed.
These signatures coming out. It feels like he wants to play for the mental damage. He really wants to shut West down right now. And that's exactly what he's doing. West shaking his head.
Final stock here for Wes. He was up 2-0, and now he's down to his final stock against the 3 of Godly.
West needs a miracle. Godly just needs to keep doing what he's doing.
Side light. Oh, the dodge up from Godly. Side air, not enough. Okay. He hits 1, denies the 3 stock. A miracle play here from Wes, and suddenly things could be even.
2 minutes in, finally finding that first stock off of Godly. The recovery, he just kind of does it in place, straight up. Godly's able to grab the weapon, coming back with the orb. The orb that's been tearing Wesley apart this game.
Ooh, okay, the wake up, gravity cancel, down sig.
Only in the yellow, so it's not gonna send Godly too far off of that.
Wes still taking a lot of the damage here, gets up, gets that recovery.
More recoveries coming out from Wes. Another insig from Godly, this one gets punished.
Still no dodges coming out from Godly, so Wes can't continue the pressure. Goes into
He's
the
in it
down sig!
again!
And Godly gonna close it out 3-2.
Dude, the signature usage from Godly, that final game when he felt like so much mental damage had already been inflicted and he wanted to do more, you saw that signature usage go up.
Yeah, he was feeling good. I mean, being up 3 stocks to 1, he could get away with a lot. He could afford it, and he obviously managed to make it work. That is Godly continuing on. He's going to be in our winners final. We got an EU player in our winners final.
Dude, it's so brutal. What were like the 3 moments, the 3 nightmare moments for Wes? It was the axe ground pound on the left side. It was falling in that game on the left side here, where he just like fell in orange. That he would have, if he won, he probably would have won that game if he didn't fall there, and he would have won the set. And then what was the one in between that?
No, there's the one at the end of that game where he also was like, he did the end sig and he got punished by Godly's recovery.
Dude.
Yeah, that was his reaction.
That's brutal.
Just knowing he made that one little mistake. And this is that final game where I think the mental was boomed, unfortunately.
Yeah. That's such a tough spot to come back from, because he had that stock where he fell, and it was like that would break almost any other player. That would break 99% of players out there. And then Wes came back from that and almost instantly deleted the stock from Godly, but it wasn't enough, dude. That's so brutal. But congratulations to Godly. Dude, look how long that first stock lasted.
Yeah. He took almost no damage to get the first stock off of Wes. Godly played incredible. His orb looked immaculate. 436 damage was put out. He was on it for 77% of that game. It's all about that orb on the side of Godly.
Now Wes still isn't out, right? This is
it's double elimination.
This is a double elimination tournament.
They all started on the top
and
side.
And everybody started on the winner's side of things. So he will be going down into the elimination semi-finals. He is going to fight the loser of our next set of MARCKIEMOO versus Use. Godly, of course, moving on to the winner's finals. So he's in a fantastic spot. He's going to be feeling good. The next set we have coming up is going to be MARCKIEMOO versus Use.
Set we've seen already.
Yep.
MARCKIEMOO was able to close it out with a convincing 3-0. Was clip farming Used at one point.
Yep.
It hasn't been that long.
It really hasn't been that long.
It's like, oh, maybe you can make an adjustment, but like not really.
I don't know how you come back from that so quickly, because this isn't even like a traditional LAN where you have like your cohort of homies, because like, who's the homie from his region? Like, it's Wes. And Wes was worried about the set that he was about to play right after MARCKIEMOO versus you. So he can't sit there and be like, oh, here's the things you were doing wrong. Here's the things you were doing right, blah, 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 this and that analysis. I'm going to help out my friend, because he's staring down the barrel of the fight against Godly that he's about to do. So this isn't a normal LAN. So everyone's, especially in the top 4, it feels like everybody is like their own little island, and that's really isolating, and you really got to be on your stuff.
Yeah, if you're in that situation, you're hoping that you've got enough internet connection that the boys at home can help you out. You know what I mean? Like you're hoping that they're watching the tournament and they're like, yeah, man, you gotta start dodging to the left a little bit more, things like that, or you know, you gotta get more aggressive to counter, or maybe just they'll be telling them change up character.
Potentially, but I doubt that's going to be happening. I think he's going to be going in with that Faith for sure. I don't think he's going to be coming in with the Jae Yun. Some people have their thoughts on how Greatsword fits in the current meta, but given that we didn't have many Greatsword voices before the nerfs, I doubt we're going to have that many Greatsword voices after the nerfs, so I think he's going to be coming in with that Fate for sure.
Yeah, most likely. I'm curious if he'll lean a little bit more Orb, because I feel like in his previous set against MARCKIEMOO, he tried to do a lot of Scythe and didn't really work out for him.
Yeah, maybe he tries to play that like micro-spacing game that Godly was doing against WESS, where like he's whiffing these side airs, and then all of a sudden you just follow up with an in-light. You just overspace it just enough, and then you follow up with that in-light, find the in-light, then you can catch the landing with the side-light side air, and that's just kind of how you live. You live in in-light territory, or you live in side-light territory.
Yeah, I think another way to boil this set down is like, how is Yuz going to deal with kind of the chase down that MARCKIEMOO's got?
Yeah.
Because a lot of times when Yuz starts to back up, people respect it. But MARCKIEMOO, he's not giving it 100% respect. He's just chasing him down. He's like, I'm going to figure out a way. I'm just going to keep following after you. It's not over-aggression. He's not holding down the gas pedal, but he's still going forward and trying to take down Yuz.
What's Fate's move? Dude, she's so fast.
Yeah. High strength, high speed.
Yeah, I forgot how fast she is. She has 7 speed. How much speed does Mordex have? I always forget speed stats.
Yeah. I only know my character's speed stat.
Okay.
Or like the ones that are extreme.
He also has 7. So
Okay.
yeah, that was something that I think is really helping him really stay attached to Yuz, is that sort of equal movement speed stat. So he's physically able to chase down based on his movement speed stat, whereas some of the other players said they weren't able to do that because they're playing Legends that have a lower movement speed.
Totally viable, totally valuable. We're getting into the next one. This is still winner's side. Winner of this goes on to fight Godly. And like we said earlier, MARCKIEMOO already won in his previous set in the round robin phase, which really wasn't that long ago. It was theirs was the last set of the round robin phase.
We're going Yuz versus MARCKIEMOO, the savior of North America versus the reigning champion. Was this Clash of Crowns?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, here we go. Game number 1. MARCKIEMOO getting aggressive there, but not actually throwing out attacks. Instead, moves towards Yuz, and again, it's a fake out. They're just doing button checks.
These are going to be the characters that we're seeing from them. Yeah, I would like to see him lean a little bit more onto the orb. I think his potential to just like slow it down and like straight up just play the Radish game. Play the Radish game and find your side-light side airs. Play like the old school like simple hammer game, but instead of side-light side air, it's hammer, so it's D-light side air. Really slow that down. But again, like slowing down MARCKIEMOO is like slowing down a freight train. Like it's very difficult. Even trains aren't very good at slowing down.
Yeah. They have a lot of mass behind them, so the momentum is definitely there. MARCKIEMOO does a really good job of just maintaining that pace, and it's like a cross-country runner, right? Like they don't go in and they're not running like they could be, but they're not just the whole time running a 5-minute mile.
Yeah.
Instead, they're like, okay, we're going to pace this out a little bit because we know this is going to be a bit of a long one, and so that's what he's doing. Is he's going forward, but he's not running always sprinting forward.
Yeah, that's I think you're exactly right, because it's like Yuz will go kind of at one speed the whole time. Whether sometimes that's if he's gonna like run all over his opponent like he did like against Piery, he's gonna play things faster, but he's gonna play the similar speed the whole time. If he really wants to slow it down, he's gonna play slow the whole time. Whereas MARCKIEMOO will have that like, now I'm jogging, now I'm walking, now I'm jogging, now I'm walking, now I'm sprinting, now I'm jogging, now I'm walking, now I'm sprinting, and that's really difficult to try to like find a comfortable area to live in.
Well, right now, he is walking towards Yuz, gets in there, gets that side light into the recovery, another side light into the recovery, another recovery attempted there, but Yuz avoids it.
I can't do his side lights, man. If I was a Gauntlet player, I'd be like, how does he side light like this? His side light has to be better than mine. Like, there's no way he's side lighting with the same side light that I side light with.
He does a really good job. Okay. Oh, doesn't chase dodge again. Maybe you talked about earlier how the Gauntlet players haven't been doing gravity cancel downlight recovery. That might be why. I guess it's gotten a lot harder.
Dude, D-light recovery is like gone from Gauntlet lexicon.
It's like how people can't read in third person anymore or something like that.
Yeah.
All right, there's the Nair. Off stage.
Gets back on with the side air. There's the in-light. Ooh, dude,
Okay.
how did he build up enough damage for a gauntlet in light to KO just over a minute into the game?
Because he was hitting multiple sidelight recoveries. You talked about how he's able to catch U's. A lot of times, like I was trying to say, is that he's like catching U's in the air. Like he's catching them with that second half, which a lot of times that's where you want to be punishing a gauntlet player. You want to outspace it and hit him with your anti-air like U's would do with like a Scythe Neutralite.
You see MARCKIEMOO just staying on the wall for a moment, then he gets back onto the corner, then he starts to move towards the middle of the stage where Yuz feels more comfortable. He hits the in-light, sends Marky over to the wall. Marky comes back on, he hits another in-light, sends him back over to the wall.
Down sick thrown out there, taking a page out of the Godly book, but MARCKIEMOO able to avoid it. Sidelight, side air, that will KO.
Gonna be Yuz's first stock of this game. Just over 2 minutes in. Both players have lost one stock. Marky's able to grab the scythe very quickly. Okay, little bit of a burst, but then he backs up so quickly. Even after that in-light, does nothing, and then waits, and then dashes forward, then hits another in-light.
And then again, a disengage. Doesn't opt to continue the pressure on the off stage. Could have gone for a ground pound, instead wanted the stage. MARCKIEMOO gonna go more aggressive.
Oh, I can't believe he got the in-light hit on that. Hurtbox peeked over just a little bit too much. Had line of sight, got the connection.
Side air. Goes for the ground pound there. It's going to be the neutral light. MARCKIEMOO adding up that damage, and that'll do it. Side light into the recovery.
How does he do it?
One more stock left for Use.
I'm telling you, his side light is not the same as mine.
I mean, his Mordex is probably not the same as yours either. Side light, side air, not enough.
You ain't seen my Mordex in a while.
Okay, that's true.
I've been in the lab. I've not been in the lab.
Side light,
side air. There you go, evening it up. But MARCKIEMOO's been just a little bit ahead of him.
Yep. Game of horseshoes. It's all about those inches. MARCKIEMOO maintaining just the slightest bit of a lead. Although, looking at the damage, looks a little bit in favor of Use now. Yep, as he's getting more neutralites. Another neutralite.
Okay, he's starting to punish some of these side lights, catching them in the air with the end lights.
Ooh, okay. Used with that spot dodge, able to avoid the second side light, so he gets a second hit.
He's starting to get a little bit too overzealous with these neutral airs. Use is starting to find more and more punishes.
Spacing, side light, side air. It's going to disarm MARCKIEMOO. Use. Not going to try to weapon deny.
He happened to punish the landing in the wrong direction with the side light. Marky landed sweating right behind him. Yeah, nothing on that spot dodge because Use was in the middle of the stage.
Dodges down. Side air to punish the whiff side light. Use one hit away. The neutral light not going to be that hit.
Dude, MARCKIEMOO recovers low, lower than like anybody else in this video game. Nice pickup.
Catches the head, peeking over the corner. That's going to be Use. Taking game number one.
We've seen so many scythe downlights come out over the corner today compared to like kind of usual. It seems like people just like don't do that as much anymore. A lot of them have just been like, they've been like warning downlights like, hey, don't go there.
Yeah, stay over there.
But that time, peaked up just a little bit too high. Use placed it perfectly. Bink.
Yep. That's twice there where Use was able to catch MARCKIEMOO just peeking over, right? Like he hit him with that neutral light, and that time it was the down light. Use, he is changing up what happened though, because this time he's on the board, whereas the last time they ran into each other, MARCKIEMOO just swept 3-0.
Yeah, it seems like MARCKIEMOO isn't able to find that like 180 degree out of phase where he's just like, okay, I'm going to attack you 2 times. You're going to get hit, get sent away. You're going to like feel comfortable with where you are. All of a sudden I'm in your face. I'm going to hit you 2 more times, send you away. All of a sudden you feel comfortable, like I'm not going to engage. Here I come again.
Well, here we go. Game number 2 over to Demon Island. Weapon spawn on the right side. MARCKIEMOO going to deny.
A lot of grounded moves for a very aeriable Use. Whoa.
Caught him.
Oh, this could be huge.
That was that dodge up recovery. Gets him over the corner. MARCKIEMOO gonna get more. Ground against the down light. Weapon toss not gonna hit. Ground pound, but he doesn't find the hit. MARCKIEMOO keeps the pressure going. Side air. Where's the weapon toss?
Oh my
Use
gosh.
can't find the hit. MARCKIEMOO with basically a 0 to hero. Only a little tap on his name.
What a cool opening. Charging up the D-Sig, knowing that the hurt box was going to creep right over the corner that he could grab. Awesome. Then the extension off stage. Man, what a cool game.
I mean, like you said, a great start here to game number 2 for MARCKIEMOO. Use backing away.
Yeah, dude, okay, now he's hitting his stride so well now.
Ooh, went for a recovery there, but now it's the downlight ground pound. Dude, MARCKIEMOO might just straight up 3-stock. He's so healthy.
He's in flow state right now. He's absolutely nailing everything he's going for.
You saw in the swap between games, MARCKIEMOO changed up the song pick. Whatever song he's playing right now, that's the song that he needs.
Great spot dodge to get through that recovery. He didn't instantly punish anything right after that.
Ground
another
pound
ground
goes over
pound.
the corner.
Dude, he can go for these crazy options off stage now. He can be so creative.
Use right.
It's over, right?
He got the touch. Gets back up safely. MARCKIEMOO can't continue it, but he's still got a lot of damage there. Use side light, side air. MARCKIEMOO gets past the down air.
Again, these low recoveries from MARCKIEMOO are working out really well, especially here on Demon Island. There's the ground pound. That's a 3-stock for the savior of North America against the current world champion like it's nothing.
Our North American dream is real. Our world champion just got 3-stocked after winning the previous game. MARCKIEMOO with a fantastic adjustment.
He just couldn't steer that ground pound far enough to get that hit to get the KO, but he still secured it. The distraction of the weapon toss, the hitbox as it comes down. Dude, MARCKIEMOO is getting really creative here in this set against Hughes. Destruction is right.
Dude, he got hit once and then took the entirety of Hughes' stock.
Yeah, you see a lot of long, flat areas, even beyond that first part, where he's just taking no damage whatsoever. He just absolutely nailed everything. Everything he was going for felt like it hit. Anything he missed, he wasn't getting punished for.
And that's brutal for Hughes because none of his weapons broke into triple-digit damage. All of his weapons were in double digits. The most he got was 78 damage on the orb. Fortress of Lions here for game number 3. Hughes really taking his time to pick up that initial weapon, but MARCKIEMOO starting off with the aggression again. Hits a ground pound. Hughes gonna fall.
Dude, he does it again. I'm telling you, man, that movement speed really helps him stick to Hughes.
He's doing such a good job getting aggression on someone who is very hard to get aggressive against.
Anytime Hughes wants to like jump up high and shark away and disengage, MARCKIEMOO is right on his heels. And Hughes isn't able to do like what he was doing earlier where it's like, oh, I'm gonna run away and then all of a sudden I'm gonna turn around and throw out a side. Like, no, he's just on the back foot the entire time. And it's not to set a trap. It's not to bait the opponent. He's just like literally running away.
A little bit of a slowdown there as neither one of them willing to swing. Oh, again, MARCKIEMOO wanting to get aggressive, wants to go off stage with that ground pound. Hughes this time managed to get back onto the stage, but not for long. Dude, nairs and stairs. I thought he was going to go for the nair reversal so that he could keep Hughes off stage.
He feels confident enough to go off stage like that, throw out a GCN light.
Not enough. There's that low recovery like you were talking about.
Yeah, that's going to stop those D-lights from coming in. As you recover back to the stage, you peak up just a little bit too high. The low recoveries, and Hughes is almost certainly not going to engage with it. He hasn't done it all day. He's definitely not been a huge edge guarder for most of his entire time here at the Spring Royale. Does punish that landing with a side-light side air. In a better spot certainly than he was last game, but he's about 100 damage behind.
Ooh, was trying to deny that weapon pickup. Unfortunately, couldn't get down to it in time.
Nice pickup.
There's and stairs.
Can he punish the landing again? Nope. He actually moves off stage for that one.
Gave a lot of breathing room to MARCKIEMOO. That down air from MARCKIEMOO puts him off stage, but he was sweat beating. He's still got the wall touch, so he should be good. And yeah, that's going to be a disengage from Hughes.
Then he goes back in, at least to throw that weapon toss down, then goes back to the main stage to pick up the orb. The unarmed chase from MARCKIEMOO.
Ooh, okay. Hughes starting to get aggressive, knows that MARCKIEMOO has no weapon. There's a good spot for him. Continuing the denial.
Versus down heavy. Oh! Yeah, there it is. Knew that one was coming for sure.
Saw it coming, and it will connect. Yu's down to his final stock here in game number 3. Where's the weapon spawn? Because Yu's is not going to do it down heavy of his own.
Man, Yus is just able to grab an in-light. He's done a pretty good job of making the lead a lot smaller. Like, he has MARCKIEMOO and KO damage. Ooh, it's close.
He's trying to get away from MARCKIEMOO. Still gets that wall touch, doesn't hit the nair.
Dude, like MARCKIEMOO will be in sweat beats, and he's still chasing with neutral airs. He's still looking for everything he can get. He's wringing Yus out like a washcloth.
It's crazy because, like you said, he'll be in sweat beats. He'll go for like a gravity cancel neutral light miss and still be pressuring
yeah,
Yus.
Right? Dude, he's a golden child. Stingray was right, he's a golden child.
MARCKIEMOO currently up 2-1 over Yus. He won 3-0 in the round robin, might win 3-1 here in our double elimination phase.
Oh my gosh. Then the touch, then he goes back in. Here's the down heavy, yep, there it is. GC Inlight into the recovery. That one was a 2-stock. He went from a 3-stock to a 2-stock. Wild.
Amazing plays coming out from MARCKIEMOO. You can see again like how long he was able to extend each of these stocks in comparison to Yus.
And look at the damage that he's losing them in compared to Yus. Like the peaks are so much higher on MARCKIEMOO's stock compared to all 3 of Yus's.
Definitely a tough spot for Yus. Currently 2-1 in favor of MARCKIEMOO. Yus likely wants that game 4 to win, so he can go to game 5.
3, 2, 1. First air temple we've seen this weekend, I think.
Yeah. I think that's true. We've seen a couple of Miami domes, but I don't think we've seen a Western air temple.
Dude, he's already
MARCKIEMOO
going in like this. And that's what I'm talking about. He's able to keep the pressure up so much on Yus that like any backing up Yus wants to do isn't just like him playing defensively or like goading his opponent into like a bad spot. It's him being like, please get away from me. I don't want to fight you anymore.
Yeah, he's just trying to get that breathing room, and MARCKIEMOO not allowing any of it.
It's pure survival instinct coming out from WESS. The weapon toss, then the side light in. There's the neutral air, the GC in-light pickup.
No recovery, not going to connect. Weapon spawn on the left side. Downlight misses the recovery, man. That's why Gauntlet players aren't doing it anymore. Neutral light, not going to KO.
MARCKIEMOO looking for a way to land. Yus completely shutting him out of all of it. Anytime he gets close to the ground, he's catching a side light, he's catching an in-light.
Nice. Not quite enough, but the weapon's
weapon toss. Yeah!
Dude, that's a play from MARCKIEMOO. The up toss, neutral air for the KO off the weapon toss.
Dude, he's Twitter clipping as consistent KO options.
Yeah.
Like, he's different. They actually don't make them like him. They broke the mold when they made MARCKIEMOO.
Just built different, goes off stage, gravity cancel, neutral light into the recovery. Spot dodge over the side light. MARCKIEMOO just looking for more damage here as he's already gotten a stock off of Yus. Side light, side air. That'll KO.
Good answer. Just about 100 damage behind. If he can hopefully keep MARCKIEMOO weapon starved, that at least like lowers the damage output potential that MARCKIEMOO has. That, oh, okay, he's just gonna grab that right out of the air real quick. Yus didn't have even a single second to deny that weapon spawn.
There, downlight. Okay. Went for the downlight follow-up, looking for more damage instead of control. Side light, side air. Now he wants that stage control.
Oh, got the bottom side of the D-light. On the grounded MARCKIEMOO. Okay. Uses all of a sudden turn this around. He has
Side
just
air.
a bit of a damage lead, and now he has the stock lead.
Can he get more?
Stick with the orb.
MARCKIEMOO started off strong. In the last game, used the orb for 49% of it, was able to put out 231 damage versus the 178 he took.
Playing around the soft platform, then the retreat back to middle stage.
Ooh. Okay, Yus goes for the turnaround, doesn't get the second. Neutral light, down air. Yus finding some good taps. Just off the mark, and MARCKIEMOO gonna hit the recovery after the sidelight.
The footsie games between these two are so intense. Even like some of the moves are hitting so late that the player doesn't think they're going to hit, and then they make the connection, and they're not even really able to follow up off of it because they didn't expect it to hit. Okay. Yu's getting some momentum on his side, has MARCKIEMOO in the orange, sending him over. This could be huge. This could be the start of this game.
Yu's not going to go for an N-Sig or anything to punish that soft platform landing. Instead, just lets MARCKIEMOO come back down the neutral light. The side air. Yu's ties things up. It's going to be 2-2.
This could be the start of what Yu's needs to pull this game of tug-of-war between the two back in his favor. And in this set, we're going to game 5. Let's check out these replays. There's the down air. Here's the Twitter clip setup. Boom, boom. Neutral air locks him in place. He's right up against the wall. And then comes the, I can't even remember what they're called, but it's when they shoot like rods down in like sci-fi. I can't even remember what they're called.
You're talking about, not a Gauss cannon.
Nope.
It's the thing with the magnets, right?
No, it doesn't matter.
Okay. Or like you're talking about like the gravity, like the the metal rod is so heavy.
You just drop like a rod of steel.
Yeah.
From space.
Game
and
5.
It impacts.
MARCKIEMOO versus Yu's. No character swaps. Yu's was able to use the orb for 70% of that last game. That's likely going to be the main pick here.
He's got to stick with the orb. He's doing so much better with the orb compared to his scythe. And he's able to deal with both weapons with it.
Dodges through that down air. Could have been bad if he got caught. MARCKIEMOO swaps over to the gauntlets. Just off the mark.
So much time before that commitment from MARCKIEMOO, and even then, it required Yus to throw out a move. He went all the way from the right corner, over Yus, all the way to the left side.
MARCKIEMOO finding more hits, gets that neutral light off the neutral air. Goes a little low there, expecting Yus to be a little bit underneath him. Red wrong. Yus hits that side air. Once again, just going to try to tap away at MARCKIEMOO.
His ability to go from the wall, snapping to the stage, and then sidelighting. I don't know if he's sidelighting to use it for the movement to like get away and into the air without like burning a dodge or anything like that, or if he's like expecting Yus to be back in center stage. Because I think both answers aren't bad. I think potentially both are good.
Could just be both. Maybe built like that. Recovery, going to be the KO onto Yus. Got the juggle. He wants the gauntlets. That seems to be the play. It seemed like his scythe wasn't as good. He used it only 34% in the last game, where he was only able to put out 95 damage.
He was setting up some good potential edge guards on it, and he was doing a good job of sending MARCKIEMOO over to the wall, but pretty much everything on stage, it really felt like he was doing so much more with the orb, which is why, dude, you see him on the soft platform floating above, not wanting to engage against MARCKIEMOO with the weapon disadvantage. This could be huge. This could be the stock here. Oh, he got barely missed the down air.
Oh, Yus decided to go a little aggressive there. Tried to catch MARCKIEMOO coming back onto the stage. He is in the red. Yus does want this stock off of MARCKIEMOO. Side air. Okay, Yus able to tie things up.
He finally got that first stock. That was like 2 minutes and 15 seconds into this game. MARCKIEMOO's able to grab the gauntlets. He's trying to dash in and then jump, go for these neutral airs. He takes back-to-back inlights from Yus.
Yus likely was trying to go for a dash back, turnaround downlight, just didn't hit the downlight in the right direction. Yus missing some neutral airs. Okay. Oh, man.
Oh, you heard at the start of it
He
come
wanted
out.
the ground pound. His side light not going to hit. MARCKIEMOO finding more connections here onto Yus.
MARCKIEMOO has just the smallest lead right now.
What a crazy ground pound on stage, though. Yus goes a little over aggressive. Side lights off stage. There's no weapon spawn for either of them, but it's going to be MARCKIEMOO who picks it up.
Yeah, see these weapon tosses coming in from MARCKIEMOO, and I'm worried that like one of them's going to hit and he's going to find a KO move. Yus might shut him down before that happens. The low recovery's coming out.
Yus starting to recognize he knows MARCKIEMOO's been going low. Yus is trying to be a little bit more aggressive here. Backs up as MARCKIEMOO's coming in, hits another side air, still not enough. Neutral sig not going to hit. Side air not going to KO. Weapon toss not going to hit. This is second stocks.
He just needs the right weapon toss into recovery option. I feel like it's coming any day now.
Misses the dare.
Oh, this is one of the first time users really going in that deep.
He doesn't swing on the whiff neutral light use. He's so scared. It's just another side air. Finally gets the stock. It's going to put MARCKIEMOO into final stocks.
You really are seeing Yuz recognize the MARCKIEMOO really low recovery. Before, it was just like a free recovery for MARCKIEMOO because Yuz was not going to press off stage. He's definitely not going to press that low. But now he's starting to do it just a little bit more. He got away with the last one.
Ooh, misses the sidelight. MARCKIEMOO not able to punish. He doesn't go to the soft platform. That recovery will do it. Final stocks. Plenty of health on MARCKIEMOO's side. This can go either direction.
Game 5, it's all coming down to this one for the winner's bracket life of both of these players.
And this is winner's semis. Like, this is a qualifier for winner's final. And it's coming down to the last 3 minutes. Both of them last stock game 5. MARCKIEMOO finding a little bit more hits. Yuz not going to go for the neutral layer after the recovery. Gets past it.
Yeah, now you just saw that like turnaround ground pound where he like bounces off the stage and then goes down. He's doing that with Scythe earlier. Now we're seeing him do it with gauntlets.
Oh, Yuz. Finding some more momentum, throws out the sidelight, gets himself disarmed. MARCKIEMOO's got the gauntlets.
If he can play the weapon starve game, that could be so helpful for Yuz. He's not able to get it.
Doesn't hit the sidelight. This time he will. Sidelight again. Neutral light. That's a burn dodge. Doesn't hit the sidelight. Side six gonna whip MARCKIEMOO.
No.
Sidelight drops. Or his side air drops.
It sends him over and he got stuck on the wall.
Oh, there's the weapon.
He grabs the weapon.
Down Sig, he's crazy.
Oh, the double sidelight.
Just reads slightly wrong there.
Yuz is too afraid to punish these. He just wants to get away. No way. MARCKIEMOO did it in game 5 against Yuz, sending him down to the elimination bracket.
Hit him with the weapon toss, gravity cancel, downlight, recovery. MARCKIEMOO clutches it out. What a sigh of relief. The most emotion he's shown all day.
Dude, if he was gonna, how many D-Light recoveries did we see him with?
He goes straight to the bathroom.
He's gotta leave
like, I gotta
the room,
get this out of me.
Oh my goodness. Oh my gosh.
He dipped. He's like, I'm done.
Wow.
Oh my goodness. You know what? He deserves it though.
If there
what
was
a nail biter.
If there was one D-Light recovery for him to hit, it was that one off of the weapon toss. Oh man, we got to see that last one slow down. There's the recovery KO. Dude, he was hunting for those weapon toss KO follow-ups, man.
He went to catch his breath is what we're being told, which is totally valid. I'm sure he was holding his breath. Many people at home were likely holding their breath after this one.
Yeah, there's the air dodge. Dude, oh my, it was so fast. He got it so fast. Are those numbers correct? He threw out 90 attacks and only hit 28% of them?
Yuz only hit 40% of his 104 attacks.
Yeah, but like that means he hit 40 plus attacks. What's 0.28 times 90? Or sorry, 0.9 times
what? You're just saying numbers.
How many attacks did he throw out?
Oh, 90.
He threw out 90. Yeah, it was 0.28.
Yeah.
0.28.
He landed 25 attacks.
How did he win a game in 25 attacks? Like, that's why I'm really surprised.
Well, those attacks hit really hard. They're really good attacks.
I guess, man. That's
all of it on the
gauntlets.
That's
Crazy.
Had it for 452 damage, was able to hold them for 72% of it. A lot of it, I feel like, was gauntlet recovery.
Yeah.
Like, you just come in, hit a gauntlet recovery.
Wow. After an extremely confident 3-0, somehow Yuz is a different type of player. Even though he lost that game, like, he's a different type of player. For the amount of time between round robin end and that set that we just watched, figuring out how to do everything he just did and take it all the way to game 5 last stock red like that, that's a different type of beast.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we talked about it at the start of the set. It was like MARCKIEMOO just 3-0'd Yuz. Like, it was like maybe 15 minutes in between the two events, and Hughes was able to make that adjustment and force this into a Game 5 situation. Like, that is some fantastic adjustments coming out from Hughes.
What a great set. And we got more coming for you. We're going to be going to a short break, and we'll be right back with the rest of our top 4 here at the Spring Royale.
Do you know where we'll go? You've always been home to me. No, what am I to do? I'm in love with you. Open your heart, you'll see. You are all I need.
of a breather after that incredible set, incredible 2 sets, both of them going to game number 5. You know we're going to have a banger of a day. I mean, the round robin phase has been amazing. Now we're in the double elimination side of things. It's been banger after banger. I don't know how much more bangers we can handle.
Well, there's only 4 more sets.
Okay.
Unless there's a grand final reset, and then technically there's a total of 5 more sets. But the max amount of sets that can happen for the rest of the day is 5. We're going to be moving into our winners finals. On the elimination side of things, right now we have U's versus WESS. That's in the Elim semis. And then one of them will move on to the Elim finals to face against the loser of our winners finals match that we're about to see. That is going to be MARCKIEMOO versus Godly. Going to be really interesting.
Insane.
It already happened before. MARCKIEMOO, obviously, in a short amount of time, someone can start to figure out what to do against MARCKIEMOO. Maybe not the full solution of everything with your work shown step 1 to step X to actually beat him, but Hughes figured out something that he did not know during the round robin phase. We'll see if Godly can do the exact same thing and maybe push it a little bit further, because Godly was the only one to take a single game off of MARCKIEMOO all day.
Yeah, in the round robin phase, Godly was the first and only person to get a win over MARCKIEMOO. He's likely going to be thinking about what he's going to do when he gets into that winners final, but for now, we've got the South Americans battling it out to figure out who. Wait, which one are we going to actually?
According to the schedule, we're doing winners finals first.
Okay, well then, just kidding. I don't know why I'm segueing, because we're having that match.
Yeah, they're setting it up right now for us. It's MARCKIEMOO versus Godly.
I was wondering why Hughes has just been vibing out. I guess he just doesn't, like, he's not in a hurry to get up on there.
That's been his spot,
yeah,
like, all day. He's been going over that. That's been his centering zone where he wants to focus. But yeah, we have MARCKIEMOO versus Godly coming up. Obviously, we saw them earlier in the round robin phase, and it went 3-1 in favor of MARCKIEMOO. Godly was playing Fate. He played Fate the entire time. The only time he swapped off of the Fate was in the set versus Hughes, because it was Fate versus Fate, and his Fate clearly wasn't working, so he wanted to swap over onto the Terrace, hoping that the Bull would be the solution that he needed.
Almost worked. Almost, but wasn't quite enough. Still made it into this winners final after all things were said and done, and it's predominantly been off the back of that Fate, like you were saying, and that's what he's going to be starting it off with. We got the Fate versus the Mordex, and this time, don't think it's a button check.
We're starting things off here on World's End. It's going to be a high-strength orb on World's End. Now, one thing MARCKIEMOO was able to do against Hughes is stick on top of him like glue with the high movement speed stat that he has, but also his ability to try and predict movement or react to movement that he can't predict.
MARCKIEMOO gets behind Godly this time, hits him with that neutral light. Godly already starting off pretty strong with his orb, hits him with the side air, offstage opportunity, doesn't go for that dare towards the wall, instead stays high and close to the ground.
Godly coming in again, starting off early with the D6. He finds the KO. Dude, he has 50 damage on this stock. He's got to be feeling really good right now so early in game 1.
Yeah, he's in a great position here. Side light into the down light. Wanted to get that recovery follow-up, but MARCKIEMOO able to dodge through. Movement coming out here, hits that side air. The neutral light actually catches MARCKIEMOO as well. Another neutral air. MARCKIEMOO trying to get that turnaround with that gravity cancel side light, but right now MARCKIEMOO just looking for anything that'll stick onto Godly.
Now we'll see if Godly's able to figure out something to do against all of these side lights that MARCKIEMOO has thrown out so well earlier today against Hughes. Oh, I was expecting the ground pound. I think he was a little bit too scared to throw it out, especially with how low MARCKIEMOO's been recovering.
Dare off the nice. Wall. Eats the recovery, and that's going to be a KO.
Dude.
Godly sitting on 3.
Starting this one off so strong, so confident. It's just game 1, so regardless of what happens here, the pace could be changed, the momentum could be changed. There's the recovery from MARCKIEMOO. The weapon toss goes high, but it's still a little bit too low for Godly.
He was looking for that ground pound on top of MARCKIEMOO. MARCKIEMOO ended up getting underneath it, getting in there. Hits the neutral light, will KO. It is small World's End, so it's totally fine. Where's the weapon spawn? Left side, Godly able to pick it up. It's going to be the Scythe this time.
Yeah, they're both going to go for a side light, one after the other. Godly's starting to get the better of this here, of the side mirror match. There's the side light, no follow-up there except for the D-light that whiffs. Another follow-up he's not able to get. Godly's staying too close to MARCKIEMOO.
He's going to throw away the Scythe. He knows the orb has been the main tool to play against MARCKIEMOO. Ooh.
Nice catch.
Oh, and the weapon toss as well. Gravity cancel side sig. Godly.
Dude, no way. The stage side of that ends up hitting him, and the ground pound to finish things off. Markkiemoo still very much in this game. Only about halfway through this stock. Sandstorm talked about the explosive potential of Markkiemoo. It won't take long for him to find the 100 damage to start bringing this back in his favor. There's 50.
He's finding that damage. Gets another side light. Godly dodges down towards the wall. Gets the touch. Markkiemoo.
Nice. Dude, what a great dodge after that weapon toss hit. Okay, just gonna hit him point blank, shotgun blast.
Yeah, that's no country for old men. He sits in the room, aims at the door.
Yeah.
Somebody opens
He's
up
ready for him. Boom.
Gets caught.
Low key, when Godly is playing, the look on his face, he's very Anton Chikar like.
Okay.
But then, like, the rest of the time, he's not like that at all.
Yeah. I feel like Godly when he's gaming is very different from Godly when he's just like
100%
out and about.
100%.
All right, here we go. Side light, neutral light. Godly playing a little bit more sight this time.
Love that little fadeaway with the neutral air after the in light. Whereas that time he's going to favor it forward a little bit with the side air.
Playing that denial game. Side light catches the landing, the neutral signature. Not going to be enough to KO, though.
That side air sends off screen is going to be the dare off the wall.
Nope, backs away.
Just the attempt over the corner, but it was right over the corner. That's going to do it.
Yeah, side light, side air. He's going to juggle. Likely will be sticking with the orb. That's been the main weapon in his matchup against Markkiemoo.
Dude, if Godly comes in and deals with Markkiemoo quick style, that'll be wild, okay? Just a little one-hit punish off of the whiff neutral signature from Markkiemoo. I don't even know if that would have KO'd, even if he hit it.
Godly able to get down underneath that recovery.
Ooh, this time the weapon toss goes a little bit too high.
He is disarmed, though. Side air. Edge guard potential, but instead Godly back onto the stage. Nice, the weapon toss to keep that pressure and then able to pick it up for another neutral light.
Yeah, nice little orb sandwich there. Oh my gosh, dude, he's still doing it.
Gets another stock, top of the map. Markkiemoo comes back in, immediately tries to hit him with the unarmed neutral heavy.
Godly even tried to play off of that weapon toss.
Yeah.
Not in the same ways that Markkiemoo was playing off of weapon tosses earlier, but still. You see it as a weapon in his toolkit. One more thing you got to worry about.
Okay. Hitting the down air. Can't discount Markkiemoo's explosive potential as he chase dodges forward after hitting the gravity cancel. But Godly.
Okay.
Ooh.
Markkiemoo stays just deep enough in the push-off column. Can he get the down air?
Still
The
there?
turnaround? Oh!
Denies
okay.
the wall touch.
Went for GC side heavy.
Godly could have touched there, but he thought Markkiemoo was coming down. You saw him go for a nair, where I think a down air would have definitely gotten that wall touch. So just a little bit of a misplay on the side of Godly, expecting Markkiemoo to come at him.
Just gets over that side light from Godly. There's a neutral air, sending him over to the edge, trying to search high with the recoveries.
Again, Godly throwing out these side sigs. Wants to finish it out like he did in game number 1. Over to the orb. Turns it around, and that'll be Godly, currently up 2-0.
Just a simple nod. That's all we get from Godly.
The adjustments coming out. It seems like the Fate players came together and are like, we know what we need to do to beat Markkiemoo. Together we can do this.
I don't know what the Fate players were doing in like the last 20 minutes or so, but whatever it is, man, it worked.
That was such a wild play from Markkiemoo too.
Yeah.
Gravity cancel, side heavy towards the wall.
Goes for the side heavy, not the down heavy. Dude, Godly's up 2-0, man. Very impressive. That means Markkiemoo is going to have to come through with the reverse 3.
Definitely going to be a tall task for him. In his matchup against Hughes, he used gauntlets a lot. And that's like in that final game, he put out like 500 damage with gauntlets. There you can see this time pretty much all scythe.
Very different.
363 damage put out on the scythe. He held it for 62% of that last game.
And on the other side, you see Godly doing like similar damage to the main weapon that Markkiemoo was using, but the off weapon, the Scythe, he's putting out like almost 4 times the damage that Markkiemoo was putting out on Gauntlets.
Well, here we go. The swap from Markkiemoo.
Okay.
It's over to the Mirage. This has been that pocket pick for him. Whenever the Mordex stops working, he goes over to the Mirage. Usually that pays out for him, but right now, Godly looking real good.
Oh my gosh, he even catches that too. Dude, that's like 120 damage, 130 damage, just like that. We're not even 20 seconds into the game, Godly. Relax, brother.
And Sig not gonna land. Markkiemoo needs to find his bearings here. Chase dodge up, wants that positioning, but Godly with the landing side air, hits another side air. Markkiemoo gonna lose that first stock.
Only 50 damage on Godly's first stock as he takes the first KO this game. Doing a great job keeping Markkiemoo weapon starved so far at weapon disadvantage as long as he can. Yeah, the weapon tosses here on the spear. I'm really looking forward to seeing that with how long that hitbox is.
Yeah, can definitely get a lot off of it. Godly, though, really not respecting Markkiemoo. Like, he's just in his face.
Oh, dude.
Neutral light to interrupt.
Oh,
Neutral
dude.
signature. Markkiemoo about to be on his final stock. That recovery's going to do nothing.
You cannot on stage ground pound against Godly like that, dude. He has neutral light. He's ready for it.
Whips the Sig, whips the recovery. Godly. He's sweat beating. Yep, that's going to be another stock. Godly might just 3-0 Markkiemoo.
The down heavy was once something that Markkiemoo could rely on. At least that one. Didn't make contact, and he gets punished for it, but the spear recovery. KO off the top. Throwing his weapons up. What does he want to stick with? He wants to stick with spear.
I mean, that's why he made the swap. Wants the spear. Gets the downlight. Gets the recovery.
Do the dares over the corner. That first one complete shutdown.
Doesn't hit him with the recovery. Godly not going to turn it around. Misses the side light. You see the dodge come out, but Markkiemoo not able to connect.
Man, they're just like, he's not able to find any real major spear momentum. It's like one hit at a time. It's a side light. D-light recovery drops.
He doesn't hit the recovery. Godly with the ground pound. Markkiemoo on his final stock here. Game number 3. Godly's one hit away from going into the grand finals.
Oh my gosh, he did it with a 2 stock. Holy cow, dude.
Godly is something different. From almost not making it out of the round robin phase to now sitting in the grand finals, Godly is built different. He is holding the flame of EU, and he is putting it as high as he can.
Dude, I gotta know if endurance is coming into play here against Markkiemoo, because he did so well throughout the day. All of a sudden, he runs into use, starting to run out of fuel in the tank. That one goes all the way to game 5. Then he's really on empty, running on complete empty at this point, on fumes. Godly 3-0s him. What does Markkiemoo have left in the tank? He does have a little bit of time. We know what really good players are able to do with just a little bit of time, but the swap to Mirage ain't it. He had no momentum on the spear. He was able to find like one hit here and there. Even the side light that he got a follow-up off of with the D-light, he then dropped the recovery right after it. Man.
A tough set for Markkiemoo. After playing almost perfectly all day, ends up going down 3-0 to Godly, and now he's going to sit on the elimination side of things to go up against the winner of both Hughes and WESS.
What has Hughes got for us, dude? What is Hughes and WESS? We finally get to see this, right? Because this was something that happened off stream earlier. I think we probably saw it literally happen right there, and I saw Hughes get up, and it was just like a simple nod, or it was very nonchalant about the whole thing, and I think that might have been disappointment, potentially getting 3-0'd by WESS, but we're gonna get to see it again. We're gonna get to see this run back and see what Hughes has done differently in the meantime. He already started to figure out how to deal with Markkiemoo. Godly did figure out how to deal with Markkiemoo in commanding style. We'll see if Hughes figured out how to deal with WESS.
Well, he's had a lot more time.
He has had a lot more time.
But also, that could be not helpful because he's
bad?
learned a lot of things.
Yeah, I don't know
about
if it's
a lot
bad.
of different things.
Like, who knows
he could have
anymore?
just forgotten. He could have completely forgotten his set against WESS with how much time has passed in between the two, that set and now.
You can see the message at the bottom of the screen. Only one South American has the chance to go into our top 3.
We got a European.
Yep.
We got a North American in our top 3. We got to figure out who our South American is going to be and look at the head-to-head. Dude, they have an insane lifetime history, 36-31. Like, I was looking again. I was trying to do my research and be like, okay, what are all the players' lifetime histories? Everybody else is like, oh yeah, like 2-2, 4-4 at most. And then you've got Houston West with 36-31.
Dude, look at their earnings too. Look how similar their earnings are. And Hughes has won 2 world championships. That's what I'm talking about with the longevity that WESS has had in this scene. Even with 2 world championships, they're I can't do it. It's a little bit of math. It's 125 dollars of no, it's not. What doesn't matter. We don't need to sit here while I do math. 36-31 lifetime history is crazy. All the South Americans have crazy numbers.
75?
75? Yep, you're right. I was mixing up some numbers. Good for you, man.
We did it.
We did it together.
We did it. But yeah, you can see kind of a testament to, again, the history that WESS has under his belt. He actually has a better top 8 percentage than Hughes. Like, when getting into the top 32, he has a better chance of making it in the top 8 than Hughes does.
Very interesting.
Despite Hughes being our multi-time world champion.
Yeah. All right, man. What has Hughes got for us here to deal with WESS's Tezca? That's the like fun little mystery. Is all we get to do is like theorize on what happened before and what might have changed in between then and now. Was it just like the beginning of the day? Was he not woken up yet? Was WESS like hyper awake, going super crazy mode? I don't know, man.
Who knows? I will say, I have nothing but love for Hughes, but I really want WESS to win. Otherwise, we have 2 Fates and a Mordex in our top 3. I'm sorry. I would love to have a Tezca in that. Mix things up a little bit.
Dude,
put some chocolate chips in that cookie.
Everyone was worried about Chakram, and like we knew something was going to happen to Chakram, and you're forgetting about the real scourges of this video game, which is Taros players.
Name one who
Scythe players.
We didn't even play. We had one game with Taros.
Scythe players. And
you're just
Gauntlet
adding
players.
things to the list that
Gauntlet
aren't even
players,
relevant.
Bro. Gauntlet players get away with so much in this video game, man. People are like, oh, Lance is broken in 2s. We can't make it good in 1s. Look at the gauntlets.
Well, waiting for them to lock in and also waiting for you to lock in. Guess what? Y'all can still sign up for CEO. If you weren't here at the beginning of the day, you got to give a huge shout out to Jabali. Shout outs to Toast for making it possible for you Brawlhallers at home to sign up for CEO specifically for Brawlhalla. It is still available. Registration is not done. We opened it up for more. So if you think you're going to come to Orlando, Florida, sign up.
It's next week in beautiful sunny Orlando, Florida. It's June 13th through the 15th. I can't wait for it, especially after this amazing Spring Royale that we've had so far, and we will finish up here with shortly. But make sure you go to CEO. If you're interested in Brawlhalla Esports, make sure you go to CEO. It is the second biggest tournament of the year, second only to the Brawlhalla World Championship in November in Atlanta, Georgia.
CEO has always been one of my favorite events that we get to go to, and it is always a fantastic time. It's always so fun, and something that's special about CEO is where you'll see a lot of people start to make a name for themselves.
Yep.
This is where MARCKIEMOO started to show up. This is where we saw Future Bubble start to show up. This is where we saw Balloon Boy start to show up. This is just one of those places where you start to see North Americans really kind of make a name for themselves. CEO is an amazing event. Highly recommend anybody, if you can make it out, sign up.
Yeah, CEO is definitely like a proving ground for a lot of Brawlhalla players because we have so few open lands throughout the year. Like it's the midseason and it's the World Championship.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, we had max mode with the last chance qualifier, but that's not something like we typically have. And obviously, tournaments like this, like the Royale, are really only hyper-specific to a very tiny upper echelon of players. The people like MARCKIEMOO at the time of CEO last year who are going to place for their first top 16 ever on LAN, they're not typically the type of player that makes it into this Royale. And so that's why CEO is that proving ground But this is also a proving ground here with the top players of their regions. WESS, he wasn't even supposed to be here, man. This was supposed to be Typh, but he's shown by fighting through the round robin bracket all the way into top 4. And now he's up against Hughes.
Yeah, WESS has been making the run. He had an incredible time in the round robin phase, came out swinging, and now he's going into the elimination side of things to play the set that he started off the day with. It was against Hughes. He won 3-0, and now we're back at it here on the elimination side of this double elimination tournament. WESS starting off, hits a neutral light.
Man, you just kind of let him have that weapon too.
Yeah.
Really slowing things down, giving him all of that stage here on Small World's End.
Throws away the gauntlets, picks up the boots immediately.
Okay.
Off stage, double down air, and Hughes is gone.
I was gonna say, all right, Hughes, he's quickening up the pace here. Like he's chasing off stage. He might change his mind on if he wants to do that after what just happened.
I think that was a lesson learned, and he will likely not challenge WESS in the off stage again because WESS really just took him out. Doesn't float out there. Thought he could have gone for the gravity cancel neutral sig. That's something that Godly definitely would have done in that spot, but Hughes instead opts back for the stage.
Hughes throwing out nothing. He's not even like standing on the corner like he was previously. He's not dashing forward, dashing back. He was staying like a full like 1.5 hurt box lengths all the way back. Even backing up there like that. That's where I'm talking about, like the backdash, trying to goad your opponent in. Backdash it again, trying to goad your opponent into making a move, as opposed to like him just running away from MARCKIEMOO because he needs a moment of respite.
Off-stage situation, though. WESS not able to continue it. Okay, just a side air. That'll put away WESS's first stock.
Nothing after that. After the spot dodge call out and then just completely landing at weapon disadvantage. Absolutely nothing from Hughes. Now he wants to move it along.
Yeah, maybe just wasn't ready to react on that one, because that's wild. WESS just spot dodges in the face of Hughes while unarmed and got away with it. Okay, 3-piece coming out from WESS. Couldn't get the side air.
Unfortunately, doesn't get the Zeus throw there. It bounces off the stage. There's the sidelight side air. WESS recovering high. Hughes backing up. Doesn't try and catch the landing.
Dodge for dodge. Hughes able to get away. Nice little side air from WESS. The neutral air from Hughes into a recovery. 2 nairs. Hughes getting some good damage here. How's he going to KO, though? Oh! Manages to avoid it.
Yeah, good side sig from WESS, though, because where he ended up was, like, below the stage. So he was able to stay safe. If he did it, like, on the stage, that side sig... Okay. Oh, he goes for the weapon toss down at that 45-degree angle. It's a little bit too steep.
Down toss from WESS. Hughes with the side air from deep will still be enough to take out WESS.
That was enough to do it.
Just a neutral light.
That's why you heard so much movement coming out from WESS before he actually committed. He knew all he needed was that in light. Didn't need to go for anything crazy. Didn't need to get hasty with it.
Ground pound. Doesn't hit the side air.
He's playing high on the wall. That's why Hughes went over in with a dash in light.
Ooh, weapon toss. Disarms himself. Immediate pickup. Hughes not able to deny. An air. Doesn't hit the recovery. Same for WESS. He's sweat beaten, though.
Dude, the on-stage ground pounds against some of these players today have just been very unsuccessful.
Hughes able to dodge through that ground pound.
Oh, I thought we were going to get behind him perfectly in time to get the sidelight side air.
That was a burn dodge. WESS, sidelight recovery. Doesn't get the second one. Hughes trying to get that turnaround neutral air.
Even the high strength on Fate isn't going to be enough. He still is in defense stance.
What's the corner guard? Hughes with the neutral air.
Weapon toss goes straight down. Not sure if that was to like bait a dodge or anything.
WESS gets past the neutral signature. Both of them in the red. Final stocks here.
Oh, Hughes backing up.
But it's going to be a recovery from WESS. He's going to take game number 1.
4 minutes and 12 seconds. Sigh of relief breathed by WESS. Someone who does have the endurance, does have the stamina, is someone who has gone up against Hughes.
66 times?
Yeah, 67 total time. Yeah, 67, sorry. Because 36, 31.
Yeah.
That's so many sets. That's crazy. And I'm sure their like ranked history is like even crazier. The numbers in South America for head-to-heads in both like tournaments and ranked would just like blow the mind of everybody else.
Well, right now you're seeing WESS currently up 1-0. Neither of them able to connect with a lot of signatures. WESS definitely a little bit more willing to throw them out, though. Threw out 5 in that last one. I remember the side sig that whiffed, and then he went for the down sig to go back towards the stage.
He also did that. How much damage total did he do that? It was at 420. Yeah, it was 426. Which is just like, that's under 150 damage on average per stock, which is where you turn red. So his KO efficiency is fantastic. That's partially due to there being a smaller map. Yeah. So I think things are absolutely going to change now that we're on Fortune of Lions.
Yeah, this is where you'll probably see more standardized numbers. Okay, Use getting some good strings here with his orb. Side light, side air. Once again, WESS taking a lot of damage here. Swaps over to the gauntlets.
Man, WESS came back up on the main platform and then finds that string. He was able to come back, okay. Again, going for that reverse slide charge. Oh! He was looking, him out. He was looking for that like kick blast at the end to make contact with Use, but it was a great dodge from Use to get through it.
Yeah, Use got past, also managed to turn around. Side light, side air. WESS gonna lose that first stock. Use, though, very damaged. Could easily getting taken out here.
Probably going to be the recovery coming out from WESS.
Okay, Use went high.
Not sure if he wants to keep going for sidelights after that or if he just wants to float above, then get the fall with the recovery.
Goes for an on-stage ground pound. It's going to be the wake-up gravity cancel side signature. WESS gets the stock, but he actually took a decent amount of damage there.
Yeah, he's probably around at 60 or 70 right now. Does still have weapon control, weapon spawn coming in. Is he going to strip the field right away? No.
Wants his boots more than he wants the weapon control. Doesn't hit the downlight, though. Use comes down, picks up the orb. He's sitting back. Use catches that movement, hits him with the side light. Oh, with side air, Use again, catching him.
The side light, side air, a little bit of time goes by, and then another side light, side air. That's why playing against Orb is so tough. Because he can just play that waiting game, play that footsie game, and then grab 2 hits. Play the waiting game, play the footsie game, grab 2 hits. And you can just, like, you can live off of that.
Nair, recovery. Tries to chase up for the second recovery.
This is scary. I can't believe WESS got that side air.
WESS could be sweat beating, but he'll still swing.
He
Goes
really
down.
will, man.
Can he deny it?
Oh my gosh, dude!
That's so sick, man.
How does he
Playing right
do it?
behind him, trying to force out these options and making sure Use doesn't get that wall touch, all just by being right next to him. That's so sick.
Aura.
Goes for the ground pound. Side light, side air should do it. Yep, we're going to final stocks here. Game number 2.
You still maintaining weapon control, but out comes the spawn to the left side. WESS disarms himself, throwing it away. Spawn comes in on the right. He's able to grab that too. He's back over to the boots.
He's floating, utilizing that soft platform. WESS with a little bit of a damage advantage, goes for the side light. He really likes to do the not active input so he can land on the stage.
Dude, all these whiffs coming out from WESS, and Use just isn't able to punish any of them.
Yeah, WESS is being incredibly mobile. Use does catch him that time with that side light, side air. Ooh.
Oh, was that a bait down air?
It might have been, because he was able to jump out in time, Use whip that side light, and let WESS get a hit. Unfortunately, can't lead to more. Hits him with the side light, can't lead to more.
Okay.
Oh,
chasing
just off
high,
the mark.
Again in sweat beads.
Side light, side air.
He's got to be the sweatiest player in terms of like spending time in
sweat
sweat
beats the
beads.
most.
Oh, they both are.
Recovery not going to hit. Use comes down. Neutral light going to put him off stage. Not going to KO. Misses the side air.
Dude, they both did their attacks the wrong way. Wes having to do his first. There's the sidelight side air is enough to KO.
Weapon toss helps him come back down.
The
down
dare.
air. He just needs to get that one hit. Use. 2 nairs.
I'm worried we're going to see like an insig come out from Use.
I'm worried Wes is going to throw an insig.
I believe we did see confirmation on Twitter that the insig before was a misinput. Oh, gosh.
Oh, man. What are you going to do with Scythe? Neutral air? Recovery from
my
Wes.
gosh.
He's going to get it. Game number 2. He's up 2-0.
Dude, if Wes beats Use 2 times.
3 O's as well.
Dude, that would be so crazy.
Or if Wes gets reversed
Stop,
shut
up, dude.
Man, that was so sick. I love that. Being right behind him, forcing out all these options, making him worry, and they don't get the wall touch, and then coming back safely. Really well done from Wes, and he's 1 game away.
Yeah, like look at how he throws out more attacks and he hits fewer of them in terms of accuracy compared to Use, but so many of them go just completely unpunished because exactly what you said, he's so mobile. He really uses the in-air mobility that Boots has to like fade his side airs, move his neutral airs, move his recoveries as well. He just needs to be using the 4 mids. By far the best Boots in the game.
All right, Use comes down, hitting some good damage. Wes with that falling side air. He will get that wall touch, so reset those jumps, come back down. Nice, that was a burn dodge from Use, but Use able to jump out from the follow-up.
Yeah, I don't understand how Wes is able to seemingly put so much pressure onto Use. I don't know if this is just because like they've played against each other so much that like there's just a different mental game that they're playing compared to everybody else in the video game that they'd be going against, especially here at Spring Royale.
Yeah, I mean, they're playing a whole different meta between each other, but the neutral sig will hit. The side sig will hit. Wes is up. Down sig gonna whiff. Sidelight.
There's the weapon toss down to interrupt the recovery.
He did get the wall touch.
Yeah.
Weapon toss away. Wes gets the wall touch again. Use went for the downlight away from the wall.
There was that insig I was so scared of last game. It's a little bit delayed. D-light into the neutral air. The turnaround ground pound. This could be the setup he
Misses
needs.
the nair.
Oh, just barely missed that nair. Are we going to see it down over the corner? No. You instantly see Use hopping back all the way to the right side of the stage. The second Wes comes over the corner. Sidelight into the side air. That gets the KO. Evens up the stocks. About 90 to 100 damage behind for Use.
Use will likely be sticking with the orb for the entirety of this game. He used it for 80% of the last game.
Ooh, inlight dare. As opposed to going for multiple inlights.
Mix things up a little bit. Wes comes down. Ground pound. Use is in trouble. Still gets the wall touch there. Wes not going to challenge. Maybe respecting the potential of a gravity cancel Ensig. Oh.
Dude, neither player went past the middle half of the stage until Wes chose to go in with that.
That's so weird that he went with that, though. He went with the downlight, ended up going for the active input, so he lands on the ground and goes for a neutral light. I feel like 9 times out of 10, you should just do the regular one into a side air or recovery. All right, reads the movement, hits the dare, hits the ground pound, hits the ground pound. No way! He's gonna close it out 3-0 over Use.
It's not a fluke. You can't even say, oh, it's just the beginning of the day. He's not warmed up yet. Any excuse that anyone could possibly put on the first set that went 3-0 of Wes versus Use earlier today, given that we didn't see the footage or know what happened, like all of those excuses are just evaporated. They're gone. Wes is just nasty.
He's just that guy. Now he's in the hot seat, though, as his next matchup is going to be up against Marckiemoo. There you see in the damage he was able to put out in that last one. 51 on the light attacks. He was able to rein that one in a lot more.
Dude, he like cut it in half while still keeping his accuracy about the same. Dude, what a performance from Wes today. Made it into top 4. did initially get beat, but then all of a sudden, the revenge of Wesley. Dude, he 6-0'd Hughes.
Yeah.
That's so crazy.
He 6-0'd him for the day. Gotta remind people at home, Wes was an alternate. He was a fill because Typh was not able to make it. And now you're seeing him in the top 3 of things, being the final representative for South America.
So that means we're going to be moving into our elimination finals. We have 2, potentially 3 sets left if we count the grand final reset. It's going to be MARCKIEMOO versus WESS. And how did this go the last time? I think everybody, like, it doesn't take a really difficult memory because, like, everybody was a 3-0 for MARCKIEMOO except Godly, who was a 3-1. So it's pretty easy to remember. Don't even have to check the bracket for that one. We just saw what WESS did against Hughes. We're going to need a short break before we move on with some of the final sets here, the Spring Royale.
We're back. If you win the whole set, maybe. Whole day? Two sets remain to find out who is going to be our Spring Royale champion, who is going to be the one holding up the trophy, who likes rhinos? I don't. know what to do with this information.
And, you know, Rhino's a really thick skin. It's kind of like armor. And I feel like a lot of these players today need a lot of armor to get through all of the fighters and warriors that they've been going up against and beasts in the bracket. You need to be able to take your licks and move on. You got to be able to lose games and move on from that and keep the mental up, like WESS was able to do after he caught a tough loss on the winner's side of the bracket after qualifying for top 4 and then moving down onto the elimination side and still keeping that mentality high.
Well, we did talk about how strong the mental of WESS has been. It's now going to be challenged as he's going up against MARCKIEMOO, someone who's had an amazing day so far, only lost 1 game during the round-robin phase. Then we come into the double elimination side, and he takes an L in the winner's final against Godly. Still, WESS is currently 0-3 against MARCKIEMOO.
Yeah, they haven't really fought very much other than today. Like the last time they fought was at CEO 2024, which as of next week is essentially a year ago.
Yeah.
There's a lot that has changed since between then and now, whether that's legends, whether that's meta, whether that's weapons, and of course, MARCKIEMOO has changed a lot since then.
He has definitely leveled up as a player since CEO 2024. It's going to be different for sure. Very excited for that as well. But now we got WESS again. He's kind of in the hot seat right now. He came in out of elimination semifinals. Now he's going to elimination finals. If he wins it, goes into grand finals where he has to reset and go for another set. Like, he's going to have a tough run if he wants to be our champion.
MARCKIEMOO is going to grab that first weapon. It's going to be that scythe. WESS is able to grab one shortly after with the gauntlets. In like turnaround neutral air. I feel like we haven't seen a lot of reverse nairs coming out from the scythe players today.
Yeah, it's generally been like to put them off stage. You haven't seen too many on stage with that pressure. Instead, a lot of times you'll see that like nairs and sairs. Nice side stick from WESS, but he couldn't get more off after it.
Dude, he's like already in red.
Yeah.
Just barely 30 seconds into this game. The sidelight misses. Ooh.
Man, he's bringing a lot of movement.
Dude,
he's sweat beating, and he's swinging around.
If you get nervous anytime someone is in sweat beads as MARCKIEMOO gets that first KO, this is just, you just shouldn't watch right now. I don't want to turn a viewer away, but you just shouldn't watch. You're not built for this.
I wish there was like a game state like counter where we could see how much of the game he spends sweat beating, because it's got to be like a third of the game.
Pranav, get on it, brother.
This is that down air. MARCKIEMOO really dismantling WESS here, gets the gravity cancel satellite into the recovery.
This is scary. Already starting off this way. 2 stocks up against WESS. Barely over a minute into this game. The scythe is just completely dismantling him. The back-to-back sidelights. He's just able to back up. WESS lands with a move. MARCKIEMOO dashes in, finds the punish.
Sidelight comes out from MARCKIEMOO, goes for the gravity cancel downlight, but WESS is far enough away, hits the side air, not going to KO. Not going to KO. Oh, it will. MARCKIEMOO just doesn't have enough movement.
Dude, I'm still flabbergasted by what got into Godly. He 3-0'd MARCKIEMOO, man. Winners finals was wild. And then what got into WESS, man? What got into all these players?
Spring Royale definitely bringing out a different kind of thing from these players. They saw the animals yesterday, and now they're playing like animals. WESS comes in, tries to hit MARCKIEMOO, but MARCKIEMOO is untouched on the second stock.
There's the sweat beads. Oh, MARCKIEMOO ripped that just a little bit too early. I feel like with those really high recoveries from WESS, like MARCKIEMOO can probably just bide his time.
Yeah.
Strong D-light.
Yeah. That'll be MARCKIEMOO putting away 2 very healthy stocks.
JV3 against WESS in the elimination finals. Dude, I don't know how WESS gets past this.
Yeah, this is a tough spot for WESS to be in, because obviously it was a challenge to get through U's to 3-0 U's, and now he's immediately going into MARCKIEMOO, and he kind of got dismantled, man. MARCKIEMOO really just had his number.
Yeah. He's going to have to figure a way to turn it up. And typically, like what we see from WESS is like he turns it up in the beginning. Sometimes he's able to maintain that, and then he comes out victorious. But other times, he just starts to peter out little by little. Dude, he's hardly did any damage whatsoever. None of his weapons breaking into triple digits.
I feel like, kind of like what you said, WESS generally starts off strong, and then oftentimes will kind of fall out. I'm trying to find his first stock, because look how tiny
it's little.
it is,
He almost
man.
can't find it.
Oh my gosh.
some of those, I don't know if the labels might be wrong, so the graph might also be wrong, because it does say WESS and use. It has the fate. I don't think that's the right graph. Even if the labels are wrong, I don't think they're just incorrect labels. I think the graph is just wrong.
Ooh, the Orion
Dude,
swap.
old style, old heads in the chat, rise up, all the 40-year-old Brawlhalla players. We're
back,
excited
baby.
right now.
This is the OG. This is what WESS came onto the scene with. We talked about his 48 top 32s. Well, guess how many of them came from the Orion? At least one. I don't actually know
Dude,
how
he's
many.
playing Lance in 1v1s. I don't know about this one, man.
Trying to get those neutral airs. MARCKIEMOO
Yeah,
gonna catch him out. Gravity
oof.
cancel side light recovery.
I think you go for a different pick. Lance is going to be so difficult here. Like, one, any weapon is going to be extremely difficult because it's MARCKIEMOO, and you add Lance on top of that, you're really going to struggle. Maybe he can just guarantee himself Spear as much as he possibly can.
He's sweating. It's a neutral air. Oh, big attempt there with that gravity cancel end sig. MARCKIEMOO not going to fall for it.
Maybe he can get some, that's what I was thinking. Like, maybe he can get enough reads that MARCKIEMOO is not ready for, like an Insig out of hit stun.
Hits him with the neutral air. Oh, charged up a recovery there. MARCKIEMOO still finding hits onto WESS, though. Nice.
There you
Pick
go.
up down
That's
sig.
what we need. You need the D-Sig.
Taking a page out of the Stingray book, but he's going to swap over to the Lance here. Still behind in the damage department.
Nice movement off stage. Here's the recovery. Yep,
Gone.
there you go. And
Yeah.
he's just ready. You know exactly where it's going to go. There are very few places for it to go after that, and MARCKIEMOO's ready for it.
Yeah, all you can do in that situation is try to change up the timing to the best of your ability, but MARCKIEMOO did a fantastic job staying behind it. Uh-oh. Okay, good nair. WESS going to secure his grand.
Yeah, so many of these moves are just instantly getting punished. I'm surprised that side air didn't get punished.
Missed the side light there. MARCKIEMOO's still finding more and more hits, though. Like you said, every whiff from WESS just gets hard punished. Just a down light. Okay, dodge is passed.
Charging it up, interrupted.
Ooh, he still touches. Goes for the ground pound.
The ground pound? I don't know. It might KO at this point on Lance. Yeah, there you go. He was ready for like the jump side air attempt coming in.
Double recovery there, coming out from WESS. Hits him with the side air. Still behind, and it'll be MARCKIEMOO with the recovery. Final game
Not
here
the
for
play.
WESS.
I definitely don't think Lance is the play against him. You want to play Spear, play a different legend.
It's tough because, like, with how long WESS has been in the scene, there was a period in time where people were like, yeah, play Lance into Scythe. Like, that is the counter to Scythe. And I don't know if that's, like, just him pulling out the dusty playbook and being like, okay, this was supposed to be the counter.
I mean, neutral air does give you a tool to deal with where a lot of Scythe players like to hover in that 45-degree angle, especially like at the closer to my level of Scythe player where they're just like really jumping and hunting for dare. You can just nair juggle them all day. But like MARCKIEMOO is engaging on the ground, and WESS just didn't have it on the ground.
Well, now he's got to think back into his Rolodex of legends. He's got so many from his history as a player, but what is it going to be? He did more damage.
That is true. I mean, he did pretty much even damage on Spear and Lance. Although it really didn't even feel like he played Spear. Like he hit the D. So, okay, back to the Tesca. Yeah. We just needed the palette cleanser here.
Well, now it's on WESS to try to reverse 3 MARCKIEMOO. Otherwise, MARCKIEMOO is going into the grand finals to challenge Godly.
I'm really surprised he went in with like the Orion and then back to the Tesca instead of like Rayman and then Tesca.
Yeah. I mean, it's not a palette cleanser if it's too similar in palette, right?
I guess. Orion was just for the fans, I guess. Oh, they were just staying stacked right on top of each other.
There's the weapon spawn. It's on the left side. WESS not able to get it. Going in unarmed, finding some good damage. Hits the side air. This time active input to chase forward onto MARCKIEMOO. There's a side air.
Gonna be a D-light over the corner. What is it?
Ooh, a little delayed there as MARCKIEMOO went up.
Oh
nice.
My gosh.
Puts him into the stage. That's going to be KO in favor of WESS. Ooh, he's
That's
sweating,
tough. Back to back. Yeah, caught him on the landing. Completely evening things up. A minute into this game. Going back over to the scythe.
Just dash jumps in the face of Markkiemoo, and he has no weapon, so Markkimoo's like, okay, swings, hits him with that neutral light. Off stage now.
Oh,
this could be bad. That's 3 dares. Goes for a 4th one. WESS stays above him, but catches him with the recovery.
He just really has a priority at that angle. Like, WESS, the neutral air isn't going to hit forward enough. The side air isn't going to hit up enough.
Oh!
Dude!
This is a stock, yeah.
Dude, they spent so much time off stage, and Markkiemoo just deletes him.
WESS, he got that opener, he got that side air, and he went for a big play with that gravity cancel. I think it was a gravity cancel downlight, but Markkiemoo was below him, caught him with that neutral air, and then it was basically curtains. Now we're on the final stock here of WESS. Potential tournament stock here for WESS.
Okay, there's the 2-piece. He tried to get off stage by holding to the right. Markkiemoo's just going to chase him. That high movement speed on Mordex. Oh, he navigated around the weapon toss.
Okay, he will deny. Goes for the ground pound there. Markkiemoo manages to get to the side of it.
Yeah, WESS went for the kind of like delayed ground pound. Instead of delaying the timing of the ground pound, he jumped up first, so it had to travel longer, hoping he could get like a spot dodge to come out from Markkiemoo. By the time the iframes were done, he could get the hit. There's one ground pound. Weapon toss goes a little bit deep.
Wasn't able to cover it. Markkiemoo manages to get back onto the stage. Now WESS has to try again. It will be the recovery. Final stock here on both sides, but this is WESS's tournament stock.
See if he can make a miracle happen to fight back and push it into a game 4. He's going to have to do it starting with these gauntlets. Does get the falling nair. Oh, gets interrupted in that recovery by the recovery from Markkiemoo.
Stays low, doesn't eat the neutral signature. Dare, side light. He's finding a couple hits here. Needs more momentum. Has to avoid it, but he can't. Markkiemoo with the recovery, and he's going to 3-0 and go to the grand finals.
WESS caught in the air by the gauntlet recovery. Congratulations to WESS, who was a substitute for this weekend in place of Typh, finishing on the podium here, top 3 in 3rd place. Congratulations, WESS, but that's Markkiemoo. Moving on, back up into the grand finals. He's going to have to fight Godly again. Hopefully he figured something out in between the winners finals and what's about to happen.
Yeah, it's been an amazing run on the side of WESS, but it ends now. It's all down to Markkiemoo, and it's going to be Godly. And the crown's not going to South America.
Yeah.
For once in a while, crown's not going to South America, and Godly has probably his best chance to get the crown, considering he just 3-0'd Markkiemoo.
And he did it by beating a South American player. He did it in winners semifinals by sending WESS down. That guaranteed him into the winners finals. And then he moved on past Markkiemoo into grands.
This is going to be history, to say the very least. Both of them, neither of them have been crowned the Monarch. Neither of them have won a Royale.
Markkiemoo has.
Okay, sorry.
He won Honor Royale last year.
I have no memory of anything.
It's okay.
existing.
It's not even in the stat tool.
Yeah.
You can blame Creed for that
Okay,
one.
yeah, there we go. See, I don't remember it. If it's not in the stat tool, it didn't happen.
Yep.
But Godly's never won a Royale.
That is true.
EU's never won a Royale.
That is true.
Could happen.
It could happen.
It could happen.
Hopefully Markkiemoo figured something out so the crown can remain outside of EU. Sorry, guys. Sorry, guys. But before that, we're going to be going to a short, very short break, and we will be right back with the grand finals, the ending after a very long day of competition here at the Spring Royale.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Spring Royale. What a beautiful
that shot
shot.
rules.
That's so
that
sick.
shot rules, man.
That's so sick.
Dude, they even got the elephant in the background. He came out to look at that beautiful trophy that's going to be going home with our Spring Royale champion here. That's awesome, man. I've had such a great time here at the Atlanta Zoo. We got to see the animals yesterday. The pros went all through the heat. They were troopers through all of it.
They were.
And then they had so much combat war today they went to against all of these other players in the bracket. It's been a very long day of competition, and it's starting to come to a close right now as we head into our grand finals.
It's been an amazing day of amazing competition. You can see earlier, this isn't even the round robin phase. This is just the double eliminations. And you can see the banger sets that we had. 3-2, Markkiemoo and Yuz went to game 5. Godly WESS went to game 5. WESS 3-0'd Yuz. Markkiemoo 3-0'd WESS. And wait, that's wrong. Godly 3-0'd Markkiemoo.
Yeah.
It's
all right.
fine.
Been a
Either
long
way.
day. You know how it is.
Yeah.
You know how it goes. Godly versus Markkiemoo. I love how we went from like the 36 to 31 lifetime history between
To
Yuz and
0
WESS
to
to
1.
like 0-1. And it was the World Championship last year. And it was a Mordex v Mordex fight. And it was to move on. And it was Markkiemoo moving on over Godly to then place third to Godly's fourth.
Yeah, the last time these two ran into each other before today was in the elimination semifinals of BCX 2024. It's been months since then. And like you said earlier, the game has changed dramatically. But at the end of the day, they're both two incredible competitors. Right now, Godly, with that winner's side favoritism, he's got that advantage where Markkiemoo now has to win 2 best-of-5s if he wants to win. And the last time they ran into each other today, Markkiemoo was having a little bit of a character crisis. You saw him make that swap over to the Mirage. I don't know when the players were asked who they think's going to win, like if it was before that set or after that set. But we did get to ask the players who they think is going to win here today, and it looks like most of them are giving the favoritism to Godly with that 3-1 or 3-2.
Yeah, because it's like this small group of people who are here. Like it could have been at any point during the day, so we don't know exactly when it was. But 3-1, 3-1, 3-1, and Yuz the bold one out here saying it goes all the way to game 5, but all in favor of Godly.
Everybody expecting Godly to be the victor here, to be the Royale champion, to be our monarch as well as our animal king here at the Atlanta Zoo. I don't really fault them for it. He was the only one to get a win over Markkiemoo in the round robin phase. Obviously, we saw him completely destroy once we got to the double elimination side of things. I don't blame them.
Yeah, I definitely don't either. Godly going into this one, this would be his first Royale victory, which would be a stepping stone to a potential BCX 1v1 World Championship. But in order to do that, he's going to have to go through Markkiemoo, who has won a Royale before.
Yeah, like you said just before the break, it was Autumn Royale of 2024. I don't even know, man. It's insane. Like, there's so little but so much history between the two of them. Like, they've only run into each other once, but on an amazing stage, the World Championship, and the last time they did it, Markkiemoo won 3-2 to go on and get third place at the World Championship. But also today, Markkiemoo won 3-1 in the round robin phase and lost 0-3. Like, again, they haven't run into each other that much, and yet there's still so much there.
So the cool thing is like this is adding more to that history. Like increasing it by quite a bit because there's like nothing. So if you add even one set, like you're adding one set to nothing, which is a huge increase. And then we're probably, no major predictions here whatsoever, but probably going to get to see it again next week at CEO. That's right, start.gg/CEO. You still can register for the event. It is happening next weekend in beautiful sunny Orlando, Florida. Start.gg/CEO to register for the mid-season championship. Don't get caught out saying, oh, I missed the deadline, because if you missed the deadline, you already missed the deadline technically once, and then the deadline was extended specifically for Brawlhalla players. Guys, the deadline is the 11th. I swear, if one person complains, I'm going to lose my mind.
Hold on, but like for those of you who are bold and brash and confident, it's going to be really funny if you're the one who does it, especially if like you're like, especially if you're like if Godly does it, that's hilarious to me.
No one
that's
is
so funny. I'm not going to let him get like, I'm going to be like, he shouldn't be allowed to play. Like, don't give him that. But also, it's really funny.
It's not funny.
It's hilarious.
Guys. I'm going to let you know, it's actually not funny. Guys, it's really not funny. And I was voted second funniest in 8th grade.
Behind who?
Some guy who's not as funny as I am. We don't need to get into that because that's going to crank me up. And I'm already excited enough as it is. That's going to put my blood pressure through the roof. And we need to at least start the grand finals here on a reasonable level. I would say his name. I'm very close to saying his name right now, but that would be doxing, and that's not right.
Yeah, we don't dox here. But we will also talk about the fact that we are going to get into our grand finals in just a little bit. It's been, again, I want to say it's been bangers all throughout today. We've had some amazing sets. If you're at home and you're watching and you're like, this has been a wonderful experience, I want to go to CEO, highly recommend. Once again, make sure you sign up before it's too late because we gave you all the hookup June 11th.
That is your deadline. The event is June 13th through the 15th in beautiful sunny Orlando. You've seen some of the clips previously of Godly versus Markkiemoo, a set that was just absolute destruction in favor of Godly. His fate was just a nightmare for Markkiemoo to deal with.
Yeah, his orb was just on point. His scythe also amazing, but really what it came down to, Godly just being able to put out so much with the orb, threatening so much. And we talked about it after that set is like how much did the kind of weight of playing that previous set that Markkiemoo had to do against Use, how much did that play a factor into that set against Godly?
Nice ground pound there. And then a neutral air just to send Use packing. Dude, there have been so many good clips today from like Markkiemoo's vertical weapon toss up and then hitting the neutral air. Did he do that on Use?
Yes.
Okay. He hit the neutral air on Use and then falling, hitting him on the head and sending him down. But it's time for the grand finals. We got Markkiemoo versus Godly. We're going to be getting into this one very shortly. Here, this is it. We're in it, baby. We're starting the grand finals of the Spring Royale. It's Godly coming from the winner's side of the bracket and Markkiemoo from the elimination side, already putting out about 60 damage that quickly.
Great start for Markkiemoo. Got him with an airs and sares. He's going to need that because once again, he's on the elimination side of things. He has to win a best of 5 and then win another one. Godly, he's got a scythe of his own. Sidelight.
I wonder if we're going to be on World's End for every single game in this set. Godly just retreating back to the stage, going over Markkiemoo's head as the recovery came out from the gauntlets. Recovering low, hitting the gauntlet recovery, KOing off the top.
Incredible plays. I did not expect Markkiemoo's recovery because he went straight into the ground pound of Godly, still prioritized over it and ended up getting him that first stock.
Now coming in with the scythe. There's the sidelight, sending Markkiemoo over to the edge. There's the he just instantly tries to wake up out of whiff lag, or really out of hit lag there, with a GCD light from Markkiemoo.
Weapon was still active. Godly with a wake up, gravity cancel down light. This time it's going to be the down light, gravity cancel, neutral heavy. He's going to tie things up a little bit.
What's he sticking with? It's going to be that orb. You're talking about all of the orb work that he was doing earlier with this weapon from this legend. Sidelight, nice. The turnaround recovery that gets through the spot dodge from Markkiemoo.
Dodges away, trying to disengage against Markkiemoo. Ooh, dodges through that recovery there. Now Markkiemoo unarmed after that weapon throw. Swapping orbs.
Just a little bit too high for that side air, or that sidelight to pick up. Markkiemoo gets above it. There's the punish.
Oh,
nice stuff.
He still dodges.
I can't believe he didn't get it with the swing from the ground pound. Godly now going to take the lead after that.
Godly now, like you said, with the lead. Pick of weapons, tries to follow up off that weapon throw bounce. Throws up. This time it's a scythe. Ooh, was expecting Markkiemoo to go above him. That would have been an instant KO.
Oh, he's still able to pick up the scythe after that. The point-blank weapon tosses. Godly is running this game. There's the recovery, sending Markkiemoo off screen. The weapon toss goes high, and that is it. Game 1, starting things off big for Godly with a 2-stock.
Convincing finish there for Godly. Man, whatever happened between round robin and double elimination, Godly, he figured out everything. Was able to put out 504 damage in that one. Markkiemoo, I mean, neither of his weapons were that big of a factor. What's up?
I really thought he was going to get like the bottom swing or like the back swing
of that ground pound.
of the gauntlet ground pound to make a connection. In light nair, tries to follow up with the Sair. Meanwhile, Markkiemoo does like the same thing, but he just gets the in light.
Oh, caught that dodge down, tries to keep it going, doesn't hit that side air though. Ooh, dodges through the neutral signature. Okay.
Still hasn't really found where to use that neutral signature. He obviously missed the one in the previous game, and then this time Markkiemoo was able to get through it, got around it, punished it as well. Markkiemoo just fighting his way back to the stage. He dodges through that D-light coming out from Godly. There's the in-light, goes in for the weapon toss.
Godly gonna dodge up and away. Markkiemoo was expecting the down dodge, so he went for the double side light. Godly with that stock advantage.
On-up side light from Markkiemoo. Oh, okay.
Not gonna work. This will down light into the ground pound. Markkiemoo gets the hit. Didn't take too much damage.
Going back over to the scythe. Godly going to be looking for the next weapon spawn. You see him retreating to the right side. Oh, he gets caught with double in-lights. Oh my gosh.
That one wrong dodge from Godly, and Markkiemoo got so much off of it.
Dude.
Even had time to swap weapons. Keeps the pressure going, hits the side air. Godly off stage, but he still gets the wall touch. He's going to keep the stock alive.
Dude, it's like Godly spawned back in. It's not technically a clean stock, but
weapon.
Godly spawned back in. He did the same thing, man. When you can farm Twitter clips as consistent KOs in a tournament at this level in grand finals, come on, man, you're different.
Just built different. The golden child himself, Markkiemoo, currently sitting on 2 stocks to the 1 of Godly. Godly rips him off the stage, hits him with a side light recovery.
Oh, that's
clash out. That's big.
That's tough for Godly, and that's a 2-stock going the way of Markkiemoo. Answers a 2-stock with a 2-stock.
That's a good way to shake off that game 1 loss, is to win with a 2-stock in game number 2.
And we're back to seeing those low damage numbers. 328 from Godly and only 437 from the winner of that game, Markkiemoo. Look at that. Godly losing that stock in orange because of it.
3, 2, 1.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot more scythe play coming out from Markkiemoo.
Yeah,
he held it
definitely.
for 52% of that last one. Was able to put out 282 damage. If he can find that scythe momentum, that's what is going to help propel him into a reset.
Dude, in-light, try to hit the turnaround. He got the turnaround side light and then went for another side light. Almost got 4 unanswered moves real quick.
Yeah,
once this game started.
He's being very patient, trying to get that dodge out of Godly so he can go for that big extended string with the nairs and sairs. Swaps over to the gauntlets for the edge guard. Misses the sair, though. Disarms him.
Dude, he hasn't been touched yet.
Oh, can't get the second recovery. Misses the downlight.
He was on the verge of a clean stock before he whiffed that downlight and got punished by Godly, but still, the in-light's gonna KO. He got hit by a single unarmed move from Godly.
Markkiemoo in a great position. Okay. Oh, went for the wake up there.
Nice backdash, dude.
Markkiemoo was ready for it. Dodges down through that recovery. Godly, I don't think he's going to hit too many more recoveries unless he changes up how he's doing it. Those reversal recoveries just aren't hitting against Markkiemoo anymore.
Weapon control still in
down a
Godly's favor. He's able to take away that weapon spawn, grab the orb, again stripping the field.
Okay.
Try to play a little bit of pinball there.
Optimum
Again,
damage.
Still hasn't found the neutral signature connection that he wants to get a KO.
Markkiemoo gravity cancel haymaker to get the wall touch, but Godly with the punish, going to take that stock away, but Markkiemoo got great damage onto Godly.
Yeah, you're going to be stuck there for a while if you do a gravity cancel side heavy. Again, with the down heavy off the stage, Godly is not falling for it, but by going for the side heavy and just using it for movement and not getting a hit, that's going to be a free punish for Godly. Like, he's absolutely ready for that.
Ooh, caught him dodging down. Markkiemoo still manages to dodge away, though, because he landed down. That time, he'll hit the recovery.
Markkiemoo still definitely in the lead. Only about halfway through this stock as Godly grabs the next weapon spawn in. Comes in with the orb. There's a 2-piece, 3-piece from Markkiemoo. Dodges through the side light from Godly, hits the turnaround side light of his own. There's another side light. Goes for the GCD light again off stage. It didn't get stuffed this time, but he does get hit by the ground pound. Evening it up.
The ground pound caught him out, and that is going to be a stock, like you said, evened up. Final stocks here. Godly didn't take too much damage before he was able to close that one out. This is actually a really good spot for Godly.
the dodge. D-Light over the corner or no? Nothing.
Sidelight recovery, gonna whiff the recovery. Godly with the sidelight.
Inlight, not enough damage to KO like he did last game, but another one that's gonna get the interruption.
Sidelight recovery, not enough.
One more recovery's gotta do it. No, I lied.
Misses the downlight. Godly gonna back away. He's got the orb.
Oh, this is
not
scary.
quite in sidelight side air territory just yet, but he's close. Doesn't get the recovery.
Markiemoo's not gonna waste his dodge. He risks the sidelight into the neutral sig.
Misses the sidelight. Godly with the turnaround side air. Doesn't even put Markiemoo off screen. Markiemoo though, double exclamation point. They're playing that footsie. Oh.
Yeah, he wasn't in range. He did the spot dodge and he wasn't in range. Did the D-Light. Markiemoo now up 2-1 on Godly. One more game, he gets the bracket reset.
He wants that reset. He's gotten the momentum right now. Can he achieve it?
Godly looks no different from any other set in any other moment that we've seen him today. There's the inlight that KO'd. Yep, we're going to stay on Small Worlds in. Oh, Godly's dropping over to the Taros.
This is what he did against Hughes. It almost worked. Now we'll see if it works here and now against Markiemoo. Can he deny the reset? Gets in, gets that nair. Stomp, sidelight. A little too early for the stomp.
It's so
there
much
gets the
damage.
recovery.
He's already put out so much damage.
Nice recovery, but wasn't ready for any follow-up off the bounce. Nice. That's a great punish for a whiffed sidelight. Ground pound guarantees the KO.
That was a signature that he basically didn't use earlier when he went up against Hughes and swapped over onto the Taros.
Ooh, missing the down airs though. Nice. Oh, okay, goes for the N-Sig. Godly stays low.
Insig a little bit of a bold move, like you're in perfect D-Light punish territory. If you're going into Axe, but there's the ground pound to send him packing on the bottom. Oh, he almost got the backswing of the dare. Didn't come out in time. There's the D-Light. Juggle potential. There's the in-light catching the landing, the weapon toss.
Ooh, went for a sidelight there, but Markiemoo with a fantastic string just putting Godly into the blender.
The inlight sends Markiemoo over. He knows Marky's going to recover low.
What's the edge guard? Downlight, the weapon toss. Markiemoo still picks it up. Godly, stomp, side air. Markiemoo down to his final stock here in game number 4.
And that's the weapon toss that I was previously talking about. Like, that's the one that players throw up above their head, like, just for safety.
To protect themselves.
And if it falls, it lands on someone and interrupts them. But, like, Markiemoo, the way he was using it previously was, like, so cheeky compared to that.
A little bit of a misinput there. That neutral light on the ground likely should have been a neutral air.
Godly with a nice lead. He's chunking with the axe. Is there going to be weapon toss down? No, he actually recovers to go even higher. Actually going off screen.
Dude, Marky is 0 for 4 on those gravity cancel downlight recovery attempts. He still managed to get the stock off of Godly, but he's hurting right now. He needs a big string. Gets him off stage.
Is he going to get it?
Down it!
No way!
Oh my God!
He did it!
Oh my God!
Dude, no way. How many hits was that?
That was like 4.
It was like 4 or 5 or 6.
It was like sidelight, gravity cancel, downlight, dare, maybe a second dare.
Oh my gosh, dude. I don't care about the rest of the game. Just show me that part, man.
Markiemoo with the reset off a fantastic scythe play.
Dude. That's literally what Sandstorm was talking about in his interview. We don't get to see it, unfortunately, because we're getting into this after that 3-1 grand final reset in favor of Markiemoo. Holy cow.
I don't know how, if you're Godly, how you go back to this map. Like, how do you not just ban this map out and say, you don't get to do that?
I mean, he's still Taros on this map, right?
Okay.
We very well may see some Taros shenanigans on this map.
Bounces. Ooh, doesn't get the recovery there. Downlight, sidelight.
Oh, he moved away just to get away from that GC sidelight after the weapon toss. Weapon toss goes high for Godly. Is going to be a ground pound.
No,
it's just a down air. Yeah. That's enough to do it.
We are in our second best of 5 now. Both of them on elimination side. Whoever wins this set will be our champion here for the Spring Royale.
Godly swapping his axe for another axe just to keep MARCKIEMOO weapon storm. Wow, he actually went off stage with a D-Light rather than committing to the weapon spawn. That means Godly's going to be able to grab it.
Stomp doesn't get the scoop up there, MARCKIEMOO. And just to get away, hits him with the down signature, throws forward. It will KO.
We've seen a lot of forward throws on that signature today, specifically from MARCKIEMOO, way more than we normally see. Normally we see them like use it like right on the corner and then they turn it around and throw it behind him for the KO.
Nice. Caught him with a neutral air. Doesn't hit the down air, though. Doesn't hit the down air. Godly's got down airs of his own.
She's going to be on that platform. There's the dash in D-Light.
Oh!
Yup!
He was looking the wrong direction. That axe toss in his eyes, and it's going to be the hammer side signature to put MARCKIEMOO down to his final stock here in game number 1.
MARCKIEMOO pressuring off stage, then going really high. There is a weapon spawn. He grabs it. There's the side light. He goes for the jump side air after, but Godly stayed grounded.
Good spacing there coming out from Godly.
Yeah, you see him hit like that side air and then immediately retreat, so MARCKIEMOO can push forward. He can punish with like a D-Light or something.
Ooh, misses the stomp there. MARCKIEMOO with a fantastic jump gravity cancel over it. Hits him with a neutral light. He needs to get this stock. Godly sweat beating, but he swings on his way down. Hits him with the down air.
And there's a side air! 2 stocks for Godly.
Man, Godly responds back in kind. Like you said, yeah, MARCKIEMOO's got some shenanigans, but so does Godly with the hammer. Gets him with stomp, side light, and then falling side air.
Dude, the falling side air in that position is so devastating. Like orange or later, and you're evaporated. Like you're gone. They're gonna knock you right out of your shoes.
Okay, MARCKIEMOO not wanting the shenanigans. We're gonna go to Demon Island here for game number 2.
Man, I feel like you can still get like Taro shenanigans here, just because his strength is so high.
I feel like you can say that about any map.
Yes.
Okay, just double checking.
When your strength is that high, yes.
Recovery coming out from MARCKIEMOO. He is getting the good buildup of damage here onto Godly. Oh, a little bit of a clash out there.
Man, there's a lot of runway here for the movement legends to play around. Nice catch on the land. He gets the 3-piece and the KO off the top. Less than 40 seconds for that one.
Throws away the gauntlets. It's all about the scythe play here against Godly. Ooh,
nice pickup.
Yeah, downlight pickup, side air. Ooh, okay. One for an air the other direction. Didn't quite work out for him.
Yeah, I don't know if he meant to like get over more to the right and then fast fall down and hit the nair. I don't think there's time to really.
Recovery.
Okay.
Because if he hits the recovery, then he goes down after that chase dodge. Or like yeah. Especially because he pivoted it. Side light. Stomp, side light.
Dude, stomp, side light into the turnaround side air. Omega damage so quickly. Stomp, side air, sending over to the edge.
Marky's low.
Yep.
Godly respecting it. Stomp, side light again. He's chunking.
Just the backdash there. He knows it. Nice. I feel like the first time over on the right side where he did nothing, like he wanted to hit the neutral signature, but he was like, no, by the time I recognize the situation, it's too late. So then he goes and tries and force it on the left side.
Side light. Can MARCKIEMOO get this down to final stocks? Oh, side
Gets
six.
over.
Godly's above it.
He wasn't able to punish it, though.
Nice. Okay, chase dodge up. Doesn't swing after it. Weapon tosses from Godly.
Dude, the complete weapon starving. He's not able to get that turnaround dare.
Oh!
Oh, this is scary.
He's swinging. Okay, MARCKIEMOO got the weapon pickup. That was a dodge down from Godly, but MARCKIEMOO was not able to get that recovery. Wasn't in position. Hits the nair. Oh, the clash out after the dare from Godly.
Dude, that's what's so scary about down air. It's just throwing that out, wake up at a hit stun, and catching people with it is so frustrating if you're playing his hammer.
Another miracle moment needed for MARCKIEMOO. He's got the scythe. Godly currently unarmed, but he picks up the axe.
The weapon toss to get in and nothing. Normally we'd see an in-light there or a D-light. There's the in-light catching in the air. A little backdash, letting MARCKIEMOO get back on the main platform. Godly more focused on maintaining center stage.
Got him with the recovery, got him with the side air as well. Sidelight catches Godly out. Gravity
Oh, he
cancel,
catches him
sidelight.
hard.
Hits him with the weapon toss. Godly with the gravity cancel. Sidelight can't get
my
close enough.
gosh.
Markiemoo, he gets the miracle play. He is going to tie things up.
Dude, you gotta worry about that GCD light when it comes out. You know what he's looking for, and this time he tracked high at the end, caught Godly jumping.
Here's that final moment. Yeah, gravity cancel down light. I hit him with the recovery. When the weapon toss hits, Godly's like, okay, maybe gravity cancel side six got the movement, but it's not enough.
3, 2.
All right, going to game 3, currently tied 1-1. Who is going to be our Royale champion?
After World's End, we've been moving around on maps. Now we're over on Fortress of Alliance. We typically haven't seen that much difference of maps today from some of these sets. Nice.
No dodge from Godly, so Markiemoo not going to do much more after that sidelight. Ooh.
Oh!
Hit him a little too low there. Markiemoo dips really low after that whiff recovery. Oh, side sig, and that's going to KO.
So scary.
Godly got enough damage onto Markiemoo before throwing that out there. Stomp nair.
Nice.
Another nair.
Double nair and the
recovery.
recovery. Dude, the vertical game is so scary from Hammer. Nice! Using the soft platform as an extension.
Couldn't get
landing
that
on it
final
again.
nair.
He wants it again.
Stomp. Ooh. Yeah, he hit that stomp weird. Wasn't sure what option to go for. Ended up going for nothing. Stomp side air this time will hit.
Dude, Godly's playing so grounded. He's really playing around that stomp game. Yep, backing up, catching the landing. Now 2 stocks up on Markiemoo.
Juggles the weapons here. Another weapon spawn. He is in the red. Markiemoo could close out at least this stock. Ooh, down sig and a whiff. Oh man, Godly's finding more hits. Okay,
Dude,
side sig.
Low damage Hammer hitting with a neutral air.
Nice.
Okay, finally get it. I feel like it's been a minute since
Yeah.
we've seen a down heavy KO, and Markiemoo's attempted it, but he hasn't actually found purchase. Finally did. But low damage Hammer, they don't keep you in low damage for long, okay? This time he goes down instead of
Ooh.
jumping up because he didn't want to get hit by the Scythe recovery. High weapon toss. Markiemoo just runs under it. Still gets the KO, and that's a 2-stock for Godly. He's 1 game away from winning in grand finals here and becoming the Spring Royale champion, becoming the king, baby.
This is what he wants. This has been on his checklist of things to accomplish for so long. He has not won a Royale. Europe has not won a Royale. Godly's 1 game away from doing it.
Markiemoo taking a big breath. Putting on whatever song could potentially be the final one of his Spring Royale run here if he loses this game to Godly.
It's going to be Miami Dome. There's the weapon spawn. Godly still picks it up. Markiemoo, immediate offstage engagement, doesn't hit the side air. One, two, got that dodge. Markiemoo chase dodges up, expecting Godly to go high.
Already got Godly in the orange. There's the weapon toss. Now we're swapping over to Hammer. Won't take too many hits for go. Okay.
Yo, he's willing to challenge Hammer off stage.
He really wants this. Pressuring as hard as he possibly can. There's the sidelight. It's not going to take too many more hits for Godly to even this one up, but Markiemoo
going in, trying to get that recovery. Sidelight, Godly able to dodge out, avoid that recovery. Markiemoo going to miss his dare on his way back down. Ooh, nice dash land into the sidelight. Didn't connect though.
playing it carefully.
Oh, that's an easy punish, and Godly's going to get it with the side heavy.
That was great recognition from Godly in that moment to realize that his side sig does reach up high enough for where Markiemoo gravity canceled that. I don't know if Markiemoo saw that side sig coming and tried to do it high enough, but it wasn't high enough. But yeah, if Godly went in for the jump gravity cancel, oh, dude, he just does it like that.
He's so consistent with that.
He just does it like that.
4 for 4 on that up toss into the nair for the KO. Evens things up for Markiemoo. Sidelight looking for that nair hit. Goes for it twice. Godly able to dodge away both times. Dodges away that time as well.
Okay. Oh, he even finds the third.
That's a burn dodge.
Dude, this is huge. So much unanswered damage.
Goes for the ground pound there. Godly dodges away. Markkiemoo hits him with the side air. He's unarmed. Can Markkiemoo convert this?
He goes back to grab the weapon. That's what he cares about more than the offstage. Because when he has weapon advantage, he can grab the sidelight into the recovery and grab the KO.
One stock left. Can Markkiemoo get that game 5? Sidelight, nair, recovery. He's getting good damage. Godly with the axe in hand hits him with the downlight. What a mix. Ooh, doesn't get over the corner there.
Oh, man, Markkiemoo's spacing against all of these axe moves that are coming out from Godly. Just immaculate. Dude, he gets away from that too and gets the dash in light. There's the neutral air. Godly whiffs the side air. Okay, there's the stomp side air, potentially setting up the offstage.
Okay. Does Markkiemoo have the movement? Nope. Nope. The weapon toss will guarantee it. Final stocks here. This is the decider. Will Markkiemoo get a game 5 or will Godly be our champion? Starts off with a dare. One. Ooh. Needs more. Ooh. Good dodge down. Nice follow from Markkiemoo. He's going to force the game 5.
Dude, Markkiemoo's timing is so good. He's getting 1 or 2 hits, backing up for just a second. Out comes the move from Godly, and then he's right there to punish it. There it is, yet again. And there's the weapon toss to clean that one up. Those low side airs are devastating.
And good patience on Markkiemoo. I mean, you know you got to mix it up when you're playing Gauntlets. He did 557 damage with Gauntlets and 0 with the Scythe. That was all about his Gauntlets.
And he was playing a lot of Scythe earlier against Godly. Like, we pointed that out several times where he was doing the majority of his damage on Scythe, and now he's like, I'm going to switch it up a bit right here.
So many of his clutch moments were on the Scythe as well. Like, so many moments where I'm like, okay, Markkiemoo's going to need a miracle. He finds it with the Scythe so often, but that time he's like, I don't even want to touch this thing. He had it for 1% of the game and did 0 damage with it.
52% light attack accuracy on a weapon that doesn't really have true combos, or at least the true combo options, he's not using them. That's crazy.
Yeah. Assuming, like, obviously this isn't the case, but assuming he misses after every single sidelight, that means he's hitting all of his opening sidelights. Yeah, like, his accuracy is insane. Godly going to make the swap to Fate here for game number 5. This is the determiner here. Who is going to be our Spring Royale champion?
He's going to be starting this one off with the Scythe. Godly moving back over to the Fate. He still has high strength. Still has similar strength to Taros, but he doesn't have hammer, so the damage build's going to be a little bit different.
Go to World's End. Hits him with the downlight. Godly goes high with that recovery. Markkiemoo hits him with a dare. That's a recovery. Stopped. Markkiemoo can't cover the wall. He comes up. Godly with a ground pound. Hits him with another, but Markkiemoo with the recovery gets him back onto the stage.
Markkiemoo with just a little bit of a lead here. Has Godly in red. There's the recovery KO off the top. After that opening, Godly might be kicking himself for going to such a small stage.
He says that, but then he hits that one Scythe and Sig and everything changes. Sidelight.
Nice.
Okay, over to the orb. Likely looking for a sidelight side air. Don't think it would KO just yet. Oh, man.
The GC inlight that high up. There's the down air, but of course Markkiemoo, he recovers low.
Whiffs the N-Sig. Markkiemoo finding more and more hits onto Godly.
And again, dude, these whiffed attacks, Markkiemoo is just ready for all of them. Oh, yet again, man.
But he'll still find the recovery. Markkiemoo with 3 stocks to the 1 of Godly. He's trying to crush that EU dream.
Dude, the 2-stock lead here in game 5. There's a sidelight side air. Not enough to do it. Didn't even send off screen. He got the dodge back on, but there's the N-Sig from the middle of the stage, sending off the top. Markkiemoo still with a full stock lead.
No weapon spawns. Markkiemoo still comes in, hits him with that sidelight. Godly saw that dodge come out, only hit him with the downlight.
Yeah, that low damage recovery gives him perfect follow-up opportunity with the Nair right after.
Okay, good wake up there from Godly. Gets a two-piece onto Markkiemoo. Okay, dodges through. Oh, misses the sidelight though.
Nice little side kick there from Markkiemoo, giving him room to grab the scythe. He's back in with the scythe. Oh, whiffs the neutral light, but Godly, he's too far away for his own neutral light to hit.
Ooh, tries to get above there, tries to get in position. Easy punish here, goes
tough.
for it. Sidelight Nair into the recovery. Optimal, because he got that extra hit inside of it. Now it's final stocks here. Dude, what a clutch if Godly wins this.
That GC side sig was really bold move, especially like he's ahead, but he's not that far ahead. With a juicy play, Godly could do it, but Markkiemoo, he's standing on the precipice. It's so close.
He's missing these sidelights. Missing these sidelights, man. Okay, the space down, and he hits it! Markkiemoo is gonna be your Spring Royale champion.
Every single sidelight that came out that whiffed and didn't get punished by Godly, it really felt like it was only a matter of time until he found the one that was going to hit and then gets the follow-up after to get the KO.
I was so nervous that there was going to be that one moment where Godly finds the hit and like they're both in the open air and Godly hits that gravity cancel end sig because it's Small World's End. Like imagine if that one single moment just turned, that would have been massive. But there you see in Markkiemoo getting a hug from his dad. We talked to his dad before the start of today, and he's talking about how like his heart rate goes insane watching his son play. I cannot imagine what his heart rate was watching that final game.
Yeah, he said he gets the notification on his smartwatch. That's like, whoa, you maybe need to slow down a little bit. That's how tense these moments get. And Markkiemoo was able to clutch it out there after getting 3-0'd on the winner's side by Godly.
Yeah, I mean, even coming into this, right, we talked about how all the pro players thought it was going to be a Godly W. It was 3-1, 3-1, 3-1, and a 3-2. And Markkiemoo shut all of that down, hit the reset. Even after the reset, Godly was still looking scary, but still Markkiemoo manages to clutch it out. So many pivotal moments on the side of Markkiemoo.
Now, he probably had in between, like, getting 3-0'd by Godly and then in grand finals, like, maybe he had, like, 40 minutes. I think Brawlhalla players could, like, save the world if you gave them, like, 3 hours. Just give them 3 hours. And, like, all the problems would be solved.
That's an anime right there. Like, the world ends, and then they hit the rewind button. They got 3 hours, and Brawlhalla players figure it all out.
Just take the video game away from them for 3 hours, and it's utopia.
Markkiemoo making his way over here, seeing a little bit behind the curtain as, of course, Markkiemoo is going to come sit down for a nice little interview. We got to give him his trophy. Shoutouts to Sprikey there, hitting the mute button so that y'all don't hear all these noises as Markkiemoo puts his headset on. But he's sitting down here. Markkiemoo.
I'm going to let you grab the trophy because I don't want to put my dirty fingerprints on it.
He's not even looking at it.
I can.
You can take it. I'm not putting.
That's
you
yours.
can put your gamer fingerprints on it. I'm not going to do that because that's your trophy.
Yeah, it looks like really nice. I like it a lot.
All right.
Statement.
So this is your second Royale win after the Autumn Royale last year. How is this one the same, and how is this one different?
I guess this one is the same because like it was hard like all the other ones. Like I don't really know. Like I just played. I tried my best. My heart was racing like never before. Like I almost felt like I just wanted to like just not even play the set. I get so nerve-wracking. It's like it's so hard for me to control, and I can barely even speak right now because of like the game. It's just a lot going on in my mind. And also the way that is different is because I've never actually, I don't think I've ever won from losers bracket before.
Oh. Okay, so how is that different?
Like I've never been like in losers for first place. Like I was usually always in winners, but and also it was a game 5, and then it was like I don't even remember what the first set was like when I was in losers. I think it was a 3-1, but it's just like I've never really been in that position before, and also like I've never fought Godly that much, and I felt so like stressed out and like worn out. There's just so much going through my mind. It's hard for me to really put it into words.
Well, I got to pick your brain about one specific set. Your matchup against Use in the double elimination side. After that Game 5 final hit, you had to walk away from the entire building. How were you feeling? What was going through your mind during that?
I just wanted to go outside and not look at Brawlhalla. Because, like, in that moment, like, I wasn't even happy when I won, so I just wanted to take a break. Like, honestly, like, for me, I'm really bad, like, if I don't take a break, so what I needed, like, was to just go outside, like, have a drink of water, and just, like, think to myself, because, like, I always reflect after my sets, so I think that's what helped me the most. And also, like, when you have a set like that, like, where it's one hit away, it's like, I just don't feel like I can keep playing because my heart is just like, it's just too like high. I don't know. I just need breaks. Like breaks, if I can't get a break, I just can't play well and I need it.
That's so different and so much healthier than like a lot of Brawlhalla players who they want to
One
queue
more game.
immediately.
No, just let me queue one more game.
I'll get the next one. I'll win the next one.
Yeah, I take like a lot of breaks like when I play because like it just refreshes your mind and I think that's how it should be with most things. Like breaks just help me at least.
Okay, so I want to pick your brain about a specific set. The set in winners where Godly 3-0'd you. What happened?
All right, so basically, I didn't get a break between that set and use, and after such an intense set like that, it's like I needed a break, but the thing is like I couldn't get one, and so I felt like my mind wasn't in the right place and that he just started like going insane. So I felt like what was able to help me win these sets was the fact that I was able to go outside actually and just take a break. Like literally, I didn't get a break between when I lost to Godly and when I beat Use. But after I get a break, I just feel like I play so much better. I think it's evident.
So you fought two different fates. You fought Godly's fate and you fought Use's fate. How are they different? Or how do you approach them differently?
Well, Use is, I would say, like a little bit more accurate, and he's definitely like a lot more. He knows how to slow down the game, and I would say Godly's is like probably like one of the hardest for me because like he just puts so much pressure on you. Like he's so good at that. That's kind of where I got my play style from because I got coached by Godly, so we play like similar in certain ways. But it's just like it's hard like fighting Godly right after switching from like someone like Use. Like they're completely different play styles, and it's hard to adjust to.
Yeah, that is definitely very different. Tell me, one of the things that we loved watching you do was the up toss, and then you hit the neutral air. How much did you practice that? Like, is that something you do regularly, or is that just something that you decided to pull out for today?
That's something that I never thought about it. I just did it, and it worked, so I kept doing it. And I don't think it messed up one time, so I was like, why not keep doing it until it stops working?
That's so sick.
So we're coming up on CEO. CEO's in 1 week. The first time you really top 16 in like a really important tournament was last year at CEO. So now that we've almost come a year full circle and we're coming to the next CEO, give us a little bit of information about like how you felt then versus how you feel now going into CEO, given everything you've done in between.
I feel a little bit better because the first time I played at CEO was like the first time that I actually played on a PC. So I wasn't used to the speed and stuff like that. And also, it was my first LAN, so I wasn't used to the LAN environment. But now I'm definitely more confident because I have more LAN experience and I also have more experience just fighting other pros and stuff. So I think I'll definitely do like better. But I don't like to like really assume, you know. So like I just like go into it and try my best, you know. I really like try to think the same with every tournament. I don't like to ever be at ease. So because if I feel like if I'm at ease too much, it just makes me feel too relaxed. And I feel like in tournament, you should be really focused. So I always tell myself, like, I treat everybody the same no matter it's like but the first person I fight or the last person. I just have the same mindset going into every single one. But I am definitely more confident now since I have more experience.
All right, one final question. After you won, after you became our champion, you immediately hugged your dad. How important is that kind of that father support, that family support? Your dad's been basically to every single event, I swear, that you've been at. So, like, how important has that been for you?
He's been extremely important. He's always, like, supported me. And also, like, when I would not be happy after a set, he would, like, sit down with me and, like, just kind of help me through it, you know? It's good to have that, like, emotional support because I know a lot of people don't have that. Like, they travel here by themselves. So it's also just good to like know that you have a really supportive father who's like able to do a lot. So like it's just honestly great, you know. Happy he's here. I hope he can keep coming to more lands and stuff like that. It's been great.
All right. I think that's going to do it for us. We'll give you final words here that you want to say to the people at home.
Have fun with the game. Honestly.
All right. Thank you so much, MARCKIEMOO, for joining us here on the desk. Thank you for everything you put into today for the Spring Royale. You're our Spring Royale champion. I think that's going to do it for us here at the Spring Royale in the draft room.
To say something?
You got one more? Go ahead.
I have one thing.
Yeah, run it, brother.
So I really wanted to give a thank you to my teammate Future Bubble because none of this would have been possible without
Yeah,
him.
shout out Future Bubble.
So, like, honestly, like, just thank you to him, you know? Like, I would have never been here. I would have never had a PC. Would never be where I am today. So, felt like it was important to say that.
That's huge. Absolutely, man. All right, guys. Thank you so much for tuning into the Spring Royale. It's been a long day of competition, but it is finally over, and we're going to send you home here with some of the memories that we formed this weekend at the Spring Royale. There's the neutral air. The weapon toss goes high. He's going to keep going in unarmed. The side air.
Side
Okay,
sig
hold
catches
up,
him.
hold
That'll
up.
KO. Markiemoo, the recovery helps him out. Gets a side air. What's the edge guard option?
Is it gonna be a sig?
Ground pound charged up. Whoa! Markiemoo with the. He's got his bracelet.
I'm not, hey, dude, you like my bracelet?
I told you to give it to Junebug, bro.
Oh, I'm not even supposed to be here right now.
Because Piery was only like halfway through when he made that first swap.
Oh,
Covers the angle.
Pinball! He went pinball! He went pinball! Pinball! He went pinball! Cover like a little bit more to the left side. So he had a little bit of overlap. Oh my gosh! It's not going to be enough just yet. The weapon toss goes low.
Great reaction from Godly. Recoveries above the weapon throw.
Brother!
Stays below. Stays below.
Yes, what did you double side light?
Just reads slightly wrong there.
Uses too afraid to punish these. He just wants to get away. No way!
Weapon toss to keep that pressure and then able to pick it up for another neutral light.
Yeah, nice little orb sandwich there. Oh my god.
Side error recovery. All right, reads the
Dude.
movement, hits the dare, hits
Dude.
the ground pound, hits
No
the
way.
ground pound.
No way. The inlet
Ground
sends Markiemoo
pound.
over. He knows Marky's going to recover low.
What's the edge guard? Down light, the weapon
Nice.
toss. Markiemoo still picks it up. Godly, stomp, side air. Markiemoo down big string. Gets him off stage.
Is he going to get it?
Down
No way!
With the side air as well. Side light catches Godly out. Gravity
Oh, he
cancel.
catches the
Side
light.
light. Hits him with the weapon toss. Godly with a gravity cancel. Side light can't.
Oh.
Missing these side lights, man. Okay, the space down and he hits it! Markiemoo is going to be your Spring Royale champ. Moment just turned, that would have been massive. But there you see in Markiemoo getting a hug from his dad. We talked to his dad before the start.